Chapter 1. The Worthless Servant. The bucket handle snapped in Shun Wei's hands for the third time that morning. He stared at the splintered wood, at the water soaking into his threadbare robes and pooling around his worn straw sandals. Cold seeped through the thin fabric and bit at his ankles. Another bucket ruined. Another deduction from his already pitiful monthly ration of rice. Useless. The word came from behind him. Lazy, contemptuous, dripping with the particular cruelty that only boredom could produce. Absolutely useless. Shun Wei didn't turn around. He knew the voice. Every servant in the Azure Cloud sect knew that voice the way rabbits knew the shadow of a hawk. Senior Brother Liu, I apologize for the disturbance, Shun Wei said, keeping his head low. Water dripped from his sleeves onto the stone path, each drop landing in a rhythm that matched his heartbeat. Lin Hao stepped closer, his azure inner disciple robes immaculate, a jade token hanging from his waist that marked him as someone who mattered. The morning sunlight caught the token and threw a sliver of green light across the wet stones. He was 18, the same age as Shun Wei, but that was where the similarities ended. Lin Hao had been born into a cultivation family, his meridians naturally attuned to essence from birth. Shun Wei had been sold to the sect at age 12 by a village too poor to feed all its children. You know what the difference is between you and that bucket? Lin Hao asked, nudging the broken handle with his boot. No, senior brother. The bucket was useful. Lin Hao's lackeys, two outer disciples who traded dignity for protection, laughed on cue. 6 years, and you haven't produced a single wisp of essence. Even the cats in the alchemy hall can sense essence better than you. Shun Wei said nothing. He'd learned that silence was armor, that reactions were weapons handed to your enemy. He simply knelt and began gathering the broken pieces of the bucket, his fingers numb from the cold water. Look at me when I'm talking to you, Lin Hao snapped. Shun Wei raised his eyes. Lin Hao's face was smooth, well-fed, the face of someone who had never missed a meal or wondered where the next one would come from. His essence aura radiated outward in faint azure ripples, meridian opening stage 6, a cultivation level that most outer disciples would need 5 more years to reach. Better. Lin Hao smiled the way a cat smiles at a cornered mouse. I want the eastern courtyard cleaned before noon. Every stone. If I find a single leaf out of place, you'll skip meals for a week. Yes, senior brother. Lin Hao turned on his heel and walked away, his lackeys trailing behind like obedient shadows. Their laughter echoed off the stone walls of the corridor, bouncing between the carved pillars that depicted the sect's founding ancestors, great cultivators who had split mountains and tamed rivers. Shun Wei wondered if any of them had started as servants too. He doubted it. The Azure Cloud sect sprawled across 9 mountain peaks connected by bridges of reinforced stone and shimmering formation barriers. Its peaks pierced the clouds like fingers reaching for heaven. Waterfalls cascaded between the peaks, their mist carrying ambient essence that made the grass greener and the flowers bloom year-round. It was beautiful. It was also a cage. Shun Wei picked up the broken bucket and walked toward the supply shed, his sandals slapping wetly against the path. The morning air carried the scent of incense from the alchemy halls and the metallic tang of essence being refined somewhere above. Other servants passed him with their heads down, carrying wood, hauling water, sweeping paths that cultivators walked without ever noticing how clean they were. He found a replacement bucket in the shed, the last one, dented and leaking from one corner. It would have to do. He filled it at the well, the rope rough against his calloused palms, and began the long climb toward the eastern courtyard. The errand took him past the abandoned storage vault beneath Dustfall Peak, the sect's least used mountain, where the essence concentration was so thin that even the sect's livestock grazed on more spiritually rich ground. The vault's door hung crooked on rusted hinges. Nobody came here. Nobody cared. Shun Wei paused. Something tugged at the edge of his awareness. Not a sound, not a sight, but a feeling, like a thread of warmth in cold water, pulling him toward the vault's darkness. He glanced around. The path was empty. The nearest patrol wouldn't pass for another hour. He stepped inside. The vault was small, choked with dust and the smell of rotting wood. Broken furniture, discarded formation plates, and moth-eaten scrolls littered the floor. Cobwebs draped across every surface like funeral shrouds. Shun Wei's foot caught on something beneath the rubble, and he stumbled, throwing out a hand to catch himself. His palm sliced open on a jagged edge of stone. Blood welled up, hot and bright against the gray dust. It dripped downward, landing on something that gleamed faintly beneath the debris. A jade pendant, cracked down the center, no larger than his thumb. The blood seeped into the crack. The pendant pulsed. Pain, white, total, blinding, flooded through Shun Wei's hand and up his arm. He tried to pull away, but his muscles locked. The pendant glowed brighter, its light shifting from pale green to deep gold, and then it moved. It pressed against his palm, sank through his skin as if his flesh were water, and buried itself beneath his sternum. Shenwei screamed, but no sound came out. Every meridian in his body, channels he'd never been able to feel, pathways that had been closed since birth, ignited simultaneously. It was like swallowing lightning. He collapsed onto the vault floor, his body convulsing, his vision fracturing into shards of gold and white. Then darkness. When awareness returned, he was lying face down in the dust, the taste of copper on his tongue and the echo of impossible heat fading from his bones. He pressed a shaking hand to his chest. Beneath his skin, just above his heart, he felt something hard and warm. The jade pendant, embedded in his flesh. And for the first time in 18 years of life, Shenwei could feel essence. It surrounded him like an ocean he'd never known existed, vast and shimmering and alive. Every breath pulled it into his lungs. Every heartbeat pushed it through pathways that hummed with newly awakened energy. He staggered to his feet, steadying himself against the vault wall. His reflection stared back from a tarnished bronze plate. The same thin face, the same hollow cheeks, the same servant's robes soaked with water and streaked with dust. Nothing had changed on the outside. Everything had changed within. Chapter 2. 100 Days in One. Shenwei didn't sleep that night. He lay on his straw mat in the servant quarters, surrounded by the snoring of 30 other servants packed into a room meant for 10, and he cultivated. He didn't know the proper techniques. Servants weren't taught cultivation methods any more than livestock were taught calligraphy. But he'd spent 6 years overhearing lectures through thin walls, watching disciples practice through windows he was supposed to be cleaning, memorizing fragments of instruction that were never meant for him. He closed his eyes, steadied his breathing the way he'd heard Elder Feng describe to the inner disciples, and drew essence into his body. The world dissolved. Time folded. Minutes became hours. Hours became days. He felt essence flood his meridians in a torrent that should have taken weeks to accumulate. His dantian, the spiritual core at his center, drank it greedily, expanding and refining and growing stronger with a speed that defied every natural law he'd ever overheard. When he opened his eyes, the pre-dawn light was seeping through the cracks in the wall. 6 hours had passed in the real world. Inside his body, 600 hours of cultivation had occurred, 25 days compressed into a single night. He could feel the difference. Essence gathering stage 2, a level that took talented disciples 3 months to reach. What happened to me? He whispered, pressing his hand against the jade pendant beneath his skin. It pulsed warmly, offering no answer. He rose quietly, careful not to wake the others, and slipped outside to begin his morning duties. The world looked different now. He could see the faint shimmer of essence in the air, could feel the pulse of the sect's defensive formations humming through the mountain rock beneath his feet. The cultivation world that had been invisible to him for 6 years was suddenly, brilliantly, terrifyingly real. The morning passed in a haze of wonder and fear. He hauled water, swept paths, scrubbed courtyard stones, all the while feeling essence circulate through his body with quiet, relentless efficiency. Even without actively cultivating, his body refined ambient essence at an accelerated rate. By midday, he estimated he'd gained another full stage worth of refinement just from passive absorption. Hey, new blood. A voice pulled him from his thoughts. Shenwei turned to find a boy his age leaning against a pillar near the outer disciple quarters, grinning with the reckless optimism of someone who hadn't been beaten down enough yet. He wore outer disciple robes, patched and faded, but still a rank above servant garb. You're the servant everyone talks about, right? The one Lin Hao likes to kick around. I don't think likes is the right word, Shenwei said carefully. The boy laughed. I'm Lin Yu. Just got promoted from the mining crews last month. Stage 1 essence gathering, barely scraped through. He extended his hand. We mediocre types should stick together, don't you think? Shenwei hesitated, then shook Lin Yu's hand. The boy's grip was firm and honest, without the undercurrent of contempt that accompanied every interaction with the sect's higher-ranked members. Shenwei, he said, I know. You're famous, in a bad way. Lin Yu lowered his voice. Look, the quarterly talent assessment is next week. I heard they're letting servants participate again. If you can produce even a spark of essence, you could get promoted to outer disciple. It's not much, but it beats hauling water until your back gives out. That night, lying in his servant quarters, Shenwei cultivated again. This time he was more deliberate, more controlled. He focused on his dantian, compressing the gathered essence into denser, more refined forms. Time dilated around him, his internal clock racing at 100 times the speed of the world outside. When dawn came, he was essence gathering stage 3. 3 days since the jade pendant had merged with his body. 3 days that had contained the equivalent of 300 days of cultivation. He could feel the raw power humming through his meridians, eager to be unleashed. But Lin Hao's boot on his back that afternoon, a casual kick delivered while Shun Wei was scrubbing the eastern courtyard, reminded him of the truth. Power without protection was just a bigger target. He needed to be smart. He needed to hide. He pressed his face against the cold stone and said, "Yes, senior brother. I'll clean it again." And deep within, the jade pendant pulsed with approval. Chapter 3. The Outer Disciple Trials. The quarterly talent assessment drew every servant with a shred of hope to the sect's testing pavilion, a circular arena at the base of Azure Cloud Peak, where formation arrays embedded in the floor could measure a cultivator's essence output down to the smallest fraction. Shun Wei stood in line with 47 other servants, all of them thin, all of them nervous, all of them wearing the same expression of desperate, fragile hope. The pavilion's stone seats were filled with outer disciples watching with amusement and inner disciples watching with contempt. Lin Hao sat in the front row, legs crossed, a mocking smile already in place. "Today's assessment is straightforward," announced Elder Feng, a middle-aged man with a perpetually tired expression. "Step onto the formation array. Channel your essence. The array will measure your output. Anyone who demonstrates Stage 1 essence gathering or above will be promoted to Outer Disciple." The first servant stepped forward, a girl no older than 15, shaking so badly her teeth chattered. She placed her hands on the formation array and pushed. Nothing happened. The array remained dark. She was led away in tears. One after another, servants failed. The array stayed dark for most, flickered dimly for a few, and lit up to Stage 1 for exactly 2 before Shun Wei's turn came. He walked to the center of the arena, feeling the weight of hundreds of stairs. His feet were bare against the cool stone. The formation array beneath him hummed with latent energy, waiting to be activated. "Whenever you're ready, boy," Elder Feng said, not unkindly. Shun Wei placed his palms on the array. He could feel his true cultivation, essence gathering Stage 3, pressing against his control like water behind a dam. More than enough to pass. More than enough to raise questions. He exhaled slowly and opened a crack in the dam. Just a trickle. Just enough. The array lit up. Pale blue light crawled across the formation lines, reaching the first measurement threshold. Stage 1. Stage 1 essence gathering. Elder Feng read. "Barely, but sufficient. Welcome to the Outer Disciples." Scattered, unenthusiastic applause. Lin Hao snorted loudly enough for the entire pavilion to hear. Dead last, Lin Hao called out. "Even among servants, you're the worst." Impressive, in a pathetic sort of way. "Thank you, senior brother," Shun Wei said, and stepped off the array with his head down and his heart hammering. Lin Yu was waiting outside the pavilion, practically vibrating with excitement. "You did it. I mean, barely, but you did it. We're going to be in the same class. Come on, I'll show you the Outer Disciple quarters. Well, the bad ones. We definitely got assigned the bad ones." He was right. Their quarters were a drafty wooden shack on the sect's outer ring, perched on a ledge so narrow that a strong wind made the walls sway. The roof leaked. The floor was warped. The single window faced the mountain's shaded side, guaranteeing perpetual cold. "Home sweet home," Lin Yu said cheerfully. Shun Wei set down his meager belongings, a spare set of robes, a chipped bowl, and a worn blanket, and sat cross-legged on the floor. The ambient essence here was thin but present, a gentle current that flowed through the walls like an invisible river. "I'm going to cultivate for a while," Shun Wei said. "Already? That's the spirit." Lin Yu flopped onto his own mat. "Wake me if there's food." Shun Wei closed his eyes and opened his meridians. Time dilated. Essence poured in. 1 hour of real time became 100 hours of cultivation. His dantian expanded, refined, compressed. When Lin Yu's snoring filled the room, Shun Wei was already approaching essence gathering Stage 5. He clamped down on his aura hard enough to make his teeth ache, compressing his spiritual signature back to the Stage 1 he displayed at the assessment. The control required was immense, like trying to hold a river inside a teacup, but failure meant exposure, and exposure meant questions he couldn't answer. In the distance, a hawk circled Dustfall Peak, riding thermals that carried the scent of pine and old stone. Shun Wei watched it through the crack in the wall and thought about what it meant to be free. Then he closed his eyes and kept cultivating. Chapter 4. Hiding in plain sight. The first week as an outer disciple taught Shun Wei 2 things: how to appear weak, and how exhausting it was to maintain the illusion. Every morning began with group cultivation in the outer disciples' hall, 50 students seated in rows, channeling essence under the supervision of a junior instructor who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Shun Wei sat in the back row, next to Lin Yu, and carefully suppressed his cultivation to stage 2. The effort was like holding his breath underwater. He could do it, but every second demanded focus. Your breathing rhythm is off, the instructor noted as he passed Shenwei's row. Slower. Steadier. You're trying too hard. Yes, instructor, Shenwei said, and deliberately made his technique sloppier. The nights were different. When Lin Yu's snoring reached its familiar rumbling cadence, Shenwei slipped into cultivation so deep that the boundary between minutes and months dissolved. His internal world became a vast ocean of essence, each wave carrying him higher. Stage 4. Stage 5. On the third night, the jade pendant beneath his skin grew warm and the world around him shifted. He found himself standing in a void, not the physical darkness of sleep, but an actual emptiness, a space between spaces where no sound existed and no light reached. A figure materialized before him, ancient, translucent, wearing robes from an era so distant that their style belonged in history scrolls. The figure's eyes held the weight of millennia. So, the spirit said, its voice like wind through a canyon. Another one awakens. Who are you? Shenwei's voice echoed in the void. I am what remains of the consciousness sealed within the jade you so clumsily bled upon. You may call me a guide, a warning, or a dead man's last regret, whichever you find most useful. Shenwei steadied himself. What did you do to me? My cultivation speed is 100 times that of a normal cultivator. Yes, the temporal dilation physique. Time within your body flows faster than it does outside. What takes others years, you accomplish in days. The spirit's expression darkened. It is a gift that the heavens consider a crime. A crime. The heavens despise those who cheat time, boy. Every cultivator who has ever possessed this physique has been hunted, found, and destroyed. Not by mortal enemies, by heaven itself. The natural order will not tolerate the distortion you create. The spirit leaned closer, and Shenwei felt cold seep into his bones. Hide well. Hide completely. The moment you attract attention, the clock starts ticking on your life. Shenwei woke with a gasp, sweat soaking his robes. The room was dark. Lin Yu murmured something about dumplings in his sleep and rolled over. The warning echoed in Shenwei's mind as he lay staring at the ceiling. The heavens. He was being hunted by the heavens themselves, and he hadn't even known it. He pressed his palm against the jade pendant embedded in his chest. It was warm, steady, reassuring. The way a parent's hand felt when you were too young to understand the danger you were in. He needed to be more careful. He needed to hide not just from the sect, not just from Lin Hao, but from the sky itself. The next morning, he practiced aura concealment with the same dedication he once gave to scrubbing courtyard stones. He compressed his spiritual signature, layered it with misdirection, built walls around walls. By afternoon, he could hold stage 2 without conscious effort. You seem different today, Lin Yu said over dinner. Thin congee with pickled vegetables, the standard outer disciple fare. More focused. Just trying to keep up, Shenwei said. Lin Yu grinned. Keep up? You passed the assessment barely above 0. You should be trying to catch up. But don't worry, I'm not much better. We can be mediocre together. Shenwei smiled and ate his congee. The rice was bland and the vegetables were limp and the broth was mostly water. It was the best meal he'd had in 6 years. The Jade Spirit's warning had been clear about 2 things. The heavens were watching for temporal distortions, and temporal distortions occurred whenever his cultivation advanced rapidly. The implication was practical. He needed to advance slowly enough that the distortion pattern looked like background noise rather than signal. Slowly, by his physique standards, meant at roughly 1/10 of his natural acceleration. This still compressed years into months. But it meant spreading the distortion events out over time, smoothing the curve of his advancement into something that the heavens monitoring arrays would log as unusual background variation rather than flagged anomaly. He spent the first week of outer disciple life building the practice of distortion management into his cultivation rhythm. Each session at Dustfall Peak was calibrated not just to his advancement goals, but to the atmospheric conditions. Cloud cover reduced monitoring array sensitivity, he'd learned, and mountain weather could mask smaller distortions in the ambient essence fluctuations that served as natural cover. It was the most complex concealment he'd ever attempted. Not because any single element was beyond him, but because everything had to be maintained simultaneously. The displayed cultivation, the distortion management, the advancement itself, and the performance of a mediocre disciple in every public interaction. He sat cross-legged in the cave and ran through the layers the way a musician ran through scales. Not because the individual elements were difficult, but because the integration of all of them, held simultaneously without anyone degrading, was the actual skill. The pendant pulsed approvingly. The Jade Spirit, he was coming to understand, communicated approval through the quality of warmth she generated. This was the particular warmth she offered when he got something right on the first attempt. He filed the technique adjustments and continued. Chapter 5. The bullying escalates. Lin Hao came for them on the first day of the second week. Xianxia was returning from the outer disciples' hall when he heard it, the sharp crack of a palm against skin, followed by a cry that he recognized instantly. He rounded the corner and found Lin Yu on his knees in the dirt, a red handprint blooming on his cheek. Lin Hao stood over him with two lackeys flanking him, their arms full of small cloth bags. Monthly cultivation resources, Lin Hao said, tossing a bag from hand to hand. Spirit stones clinked inside, small, translucent crystals that outer disciples received as stipends for their cultivation. You won't be needing these. Those are ours, Lin Yu protested, climbing back to his feet. His voice shook but didn't break. The sect distributed them this morning. You can't just. Lin Hao's hand moved in a blur. The second slap was harder than the first, spinning Lin Yu sideways and splitting his lip. Blood dripped onto the dirt. I can do whatever I want, Lin Hao said, his voice flat and certain. I'm an inner disciple. You're an outer disciple who scraped in from the mining crews. The sect's hierarchy exists for a reason, and that reason is that people like me don't have to listen to people like you. Xianxia arrived at the scene and stopped. His fists were clenched at his sides. Inside his meridians, essence surged and roiled. He was essence gathering peak now, strong enough to shatter Lin Hao's nose with a casual flick of his fingers. He didn't move. The bucket boy, Lin Hao said, noticing him. Your friend was just donating his spirit stones to a worthy cause. My cause? Hand yours over too. Xianxia reached into his robe and produced his own cloth bag. 5 spirit stones, his entire monthly allocation. He held it out without a word. Lin Hao took it, weighed it in his palm, and sneered. Pathetic. 5 stones. I spend more than that on snacks. He turned to his lackeys. Let's go. This is depressing. They left. Lin Yu sat in the dirt, dabbing at his split lip with his sleeve. His eyes were bright with humiliation and unshed tears. Why didn't you say anything? Lin Yu asked. What would I have said? Something. Anything. I don't know. Stood up to him, at least. Xianxia knelt beside his friend and produced a clean cloth from his pocket. Here. For the lip. I don't want a cloth. I want to not be afraid of that piece of, you shouldn't have talked back to him, Xianxia said quietly. Lin Yu stared at him. Are you serious? He's robbing us, and you're telling me I shouldn't have talked back? I'm telling you that talking back to someone who's stronger than you, when you have no leverage and no protection, isn't bravery. It's just pain with no purpose. Xianxia pressed the cloth against Lin Yu's lip. We'll get those stones back. Not today, not this way, but we'll get them back. That night, after Lin Yu fell asleep, Xianxia cultivated with an intensity that cracked the wooden floorboards beneath him. Essence gathering peak. The very edge of breakthrough. He could feel the barrier between realms pressing against his awareness. A membrane of spiritual density that separated the gathering stage from meridian opening. He didn't break through. Not yet. Not here, where the energy release might be noticed. But he pressed his palm against the jade pendant and made a silent vow. He would grow strong enough that no one could threaten the people he cared about. Not Lin Hao. Not anyone. The pendant pulsed beneath his skin, steady as a second heartbeat. And in the space between waking and sleep, the jade spirit's voice whispered, Good. But patience, boy. Patience is the sharpest blade. Lin Yu's lip healed in 3 days. Xianxia observed this with the attention he applied to everything that touched the people who had become, for lack of a better term, his. The healing was normal, nothing unusual about it. No cultivation technique involved. Just time and the body's own processes, operating at normal speed because Lin Yu's physique had no acceleration. 3 days felt long, to him. 3 days of external time was 300 days of internal time. Nearly a year, by his experiential count. A year of knowing that Lin Hao's handprint had been on his friend's face. He understood, intellectually, that the way he experienced time was categorically different from how every other person he'd ever met experienced it. He understood that 3 days was not a long time for anyone else. He understood that the emotional weight he carried from a 3-day period was not equivalent to the weight anyone else would carry. Understanding did not change the weight. It only located it accurately. You're thinking about it again, Lin Yu said on the 3rd evening, watching Xianxia be still in a way that he'd learned meant internal processing rather than external awareness. I'm thinking about patience, Xianxia said. The difference between patience that serves a purpose and patience that serves avoidance. That's a very complicated way of thinking about Lin Hao stealing our spirit stones. Is it? Lin Yu considered. Probably not, he admitted. You're going to do something about it. When the timing is right. When is the timing right? Xianxia pressed his palm against the pendant beneath his robes, feeling the familiar warmth. When I can do it in a way that makes it stop rather than escalate. Lin Hao nodded with the expression of someone who found this both reasonable and deeply frustrating. Fine, but tell me when. You'll be there, Xianxia said. Chapter 6. The abandoned peak. Dustfall Peak lived up to its name. The mountain stood at the sect's northeastern edge, separated from the other 8 peaks by a ravine so deep that mist pooled in its bottom year-round. No bridges connected it to the rest of the sect. The only path was a crumbling stone staircase carved into the cliff face, its steps worn smooth by centuries of weather and neglect. Xianxia climbed it alone in the gray hour before dawn, his breath misting in the cold air. Lichens clung to every surface. The trees that grew from cracks in the rock were twisted and stunted, their branches reaching sideways like arthritic fingers. The ambient essence was thin, less than a quarter of what the main peaks received, which was precisely why no one came here. For a normal cultivator, thin essence was useless. For Xianxia, thin essence at 100 times the absorption speed was more than enough. He found the cave halfway up the peak, hidden behind a curtain of hanging moss and a collapsed section of old wall. It was small, barely large enough for 2 people, with a natural stone floor smoothed by water erosion and a narrow fissure in the ceiling that let in a shaft of pale light. The air smelled of wet earth and mineral deposits and the particular emptiness that comes from places that have been forgotten. This will work, Xianxia murmured. He cleared the debris from the floor, arranged a flat stone for meditation, and sealed the entrance with fallen branches woven into a rough screen. Then he sat, closed his eyes, and opened his meridians. The effect was immediate. Essence flowed into him like water finding a drain, not a torrent, but a steady, relentless stream. His internal time accelerated. 1 minute became 100 minutes. 1 hour became 4 days. He pressed against the barrier between essence gathering and meridian opening. The membrane resisted, thick and elastic, pushing back against his accumulated power. He pushed harder. The membrane stretched further, and then, with a sensation like plunging through ice into warm water, it broke. Meridian opening stage 1. The breakthrough sent essence rippling outward, not a large disturbance, but a noticeable one. Birds scattered from the trees outside the cave. A fox den 50 meters below erupted with panic chittering. The ripple faded quickly, absorbed by the peak's thin, ambient essence, but Xianxia's heart hammered regardless. He clamped down on his aura and waited, counting heartbeats. 100, 200, 500. Nothing came. No investigating elders. No alarmed disciples. Dustfall Peak was as empty and forgotten as ever. He exhaled and continued cultivating. Stage 2. Stage 3. The hours blurred. By the time the morning sun had climbed high enough to send its shaft of light directly into the cave, Xianxia had reached meridian opening stage 4. For days of internal time, minutes of external time, the gulf between his real power and what he displayed was becoming a canyon, and the canyon was getting wider with every session. He needed better concealment. He needed practice. And he needed a plan for what to do when the gap became too large to hide. But first, he needed to get back before anyone noticed he was gone. He descended the crumbling staircase with his aura compressed to essence gathering stage 2. Just another forgettable outer disciple returning from an early morning walk. The moss-covered steps were slippery with dew, and he picked his way down carefully, conscious that a fall from this height would kill even a meridian-opening cultivator. At the base of the peak, he paused. A formation array, old, barely functional, but still active, was embedded in the stone at the top of the staircase. A detection ward. Someone, decades ago, had placed it to monitor who visited Dustfall Peak. Had it detected his breakthrough? Xianxia studied the formation with his newly sharpened senses. The array was damaged. 3 of its 7 nodes were cracked, and the essence circuit was corroded. It might have caught the ripple, or it might have been too degraded to register anything. He'd have to be more careful next time. Much more careful. But Dustfall Peak was still his best option. Thin essence, no visitors, and a cave hidden from sight. He would make it work. He returned to the outer disciples' quarters with dirt on his robes and an empty expression on his face. Just another nobody trying to scrape by in a world that had already decided he didn't matter. Chapter 7. The monthly spar. The outer disciples' monthly sparring matches were held in the lesser arena, a flat circle of packed earth surrounded by raised stone seats, smaller and less prestigious than the main tournament grounds, but no less brutal. All outer disciples are required to participate, the supervising instructor announced, consulting a bamboo scroll. Matches are determined by random draw. The purpose is assessment, not combat, but injuries happen. Medical pills will be provided for serious cases. Xianxia found his name on the bracket board. His first match was against Chun Daxu. an essence-gathering stage for a disciple who outweighed him by 20 kilograms and whose fists were calloused from years of physical conditioning. Poor luck, Lin Hao said, standing on his toes to read the bracket. Xianxia hits like a falling boulder. I saw him crack a training dummy last month. I'll manage, Xianwei said. That's what the training dummy thought. The arena was already filling with spectators by the time Xianwei's match was called. He stepped onto the packed earth and felt the vibration of 100 conversations pressing against his eardrums. The sun was high and the air tasted of dust and anticipation. Xianxia entered from the opposite side, broad-shouldered, thick-necked, with the confident stride of someone who expected to win quickly. He cracked his knuckles and rolled his neck. No hard feelings, new guy, Xianxia said. I'll try not to break anything important. I appreciate that, Xianwei replied. The instructor raised his hand. Begin. Xianxia charged. He was fast for his size, faster than most stage for cultivators, with a lunging straight punch that arrived like a hammer. Xianwei saw it coming from the moment Xianxia's rear foot pushed off the ground. His meridian opening senses painted the attack in exquisite detail. The rotation of the shoulder, the trajectory of the fist, the slight drop in Xianxia's guard on his left side. He could have ended the fight in one move. A single precise strike to the exposed ribs, delivered with stage 4 meridian opening power, would have dropped Xianxia like a puppet with cut strings. Instead, Xianwei stumbled backward, catching the punch on his forearm with deliberately clumsy technique. The impact jarred his bones, or would have, if he hadn't quietly reinforced his arm with essence at the moment of contact. He let the force spin him sideways, staggered, and nearly fell. The crowd murmured. A few laughed. Xianxia pressed his advantage, throwing combinations that Xianwei dodged by the narrowest possible margins, each evasion looking like panicked flailing rather than calculated movement. He took a glancing blow to the shoulder that he could have avoided entirely. He let a kick graze his thigh. He made every dodge look lucky and every block look desperate. Stay down already. Xianxia grunted, launching an overhead strike. Xianwei weaved under it, stumbled into Xianxia's guard, and drove his palm upward into the bigger man's solar plexus. Not hard, just hard enough. Just precisely enough. Xianxia's eyes went wide. His breath left him in a single explosive gasp. He staggered backward, clutching his stomach, and sat down heavily on the packed earth. The instructor counted to 5. Xianxia couldn't rise in time. Winner, Xianwei, the instructor announced, sounding mildly surprised. Scattered applause. Lin Hao's cheering was enthusiastic enough to compensate for the general indifference. From the elevated seats reserved for inner disciples, Lin Hao watched with narrowed eyes and a clenched jaw. Lucky shot, someone in the crowd muttered. Xianwei returned to the sidelines and sat down, breathing hard, or appearing to. His heart was steady. His mind was calm. But his hands trembled slightly, not from exertion but from the effort of restraint. Holding back was harder than fighting. Pretending to be weak was the most exhausting thing he'd ever done. That was incredible. Lin Hao grabbed his shoulders. How did you even? He's stage 4. You're barely stage 2. Lucky shot, Xianwei agreed. Lin Hao punched his arm. Don't be modest. That was skill. Sloppy, terrifying, probably going to get you killed skill, but still skill. In the stands above, Lin Hao turned to his lackeys and said something that made them both nod. His expression had shifted from contempt to calculation, the look of someone revising a threat assessment. Xianwei noticed, and a cold thread of worry wound through his chest. He'd won, which was good, but he'd won in a way that attracted attention, which was dangerous. He'd need to be sloppier next time. Chapter 8. Breakthrough. Meridian opening the cave on Dustfall Peak had become Xianwei's second home. Every night, after Lin Hao's breathing settled into sleep's rhythm, Xianwei slipped out of the outer disciple quarters and made the 30-minute climb to his hidden cultivation spot. The crumbling stairs were dangerous in darkness, but his enhanced senses turned every loose stone and slippery patch into a mapped hazard that he navigated by feel. Tonight, the air on Dustfall Peak carried the smell of approaching rain, ozone and wet stone, and the particular heaviness that preceded a storm. The cave entrance was barely visible behind its curtain of moss, exactly as he'd left it. He ducked inside, settled onto the meditation stone, and began. The barrier to Meridian Opening Peak was different from the earlier stages. It wasn't a membrane to be pierced, it was a wall, a dense, crystalline barrier that required not just accumulated essence, but a fundamental restructuring of how his meridians processed energy. Every channel in his body needed to be fully opened, fully refined, fully harmonized. Xianwei had been working on this for 3 days of internal time, which was to say, 300 days from his body's perspective. Months of careful, grinding cultivation compressed into evening meditation sessions. Tonight, he felt the wall thin. He pushed. Essence surged through every meridian simultaneously, not just flowing but resonating, each channel harmonizing with the others until his entire spiritual system vibrated at a single, perfect frequency. The wall shattered. Power flooded through him like a dam breaking. His essence refined itself in a cascading reaction, crude spiritual energy becoming smooth, dense, polished. His perception expanded outward in a sphere. He could feel the insects in the walls, the roots of trees threading through rock, the slow heartbeat of the mountain itself. Meridian opening peak. 2 weeks. 2 weeks since a cracked jade pendant had bled into his body and changed everything. Normally, reaching this level took 2 to 3 years of dedicated cultivation under optimal conditions. Xianxia had done it in the time it took most disciples to learn their first technique. The breakthrough sent a pulse of energy outward, not large, but sharp. Birds roosting in the trees outside the cave scattered into the night sky in a burst of wings and alarmed cries. Small animals bolted from their dens. The pulse radiated across Dustfall Peak like a stone dropped into still water. Xianxia killed his aura immediately, slamming his spiritual signature down to nothing. His heart hammered. The birds were still circling overhead, dark shapes against the star-filled sky, and their disturbance would be visible from the main peaks for anyone looking this direction. Had anyone felt the pulse? Was anyone looking? He waited in the darkness, breathing slowly, listening with senses sharp enough to hear a pin drop from 100 meters away. The rain that had been threatening all evening finally arrived, fat drops pattering against the cave entrance and the moss curtain. The sound filled the silence, a natural, concealing blanket of white noise. Minutes passed, then an hour. Nothing came. No investigating elders. No probing spiritual senses. The rain grew heavier, drumming on the stone and washing away whatever residual essence signature the breakthrough might have left. Xianxia exhaled. Safe. For now. But the jade spirit's warning echoed in his memory. When you reach foundation establishment, the first ripple will echo upward. Meridian opening peak was one step below that threshold. One more breakthrough, and the heavens themselves would begin to notice. He looked down at his hands. They were the same hands, calloused, scarred, a servant's hands. But the power flowing through them could now match any inner disciple in the sect, could probably match some elders. The gap between what he was and what he appeared to be had become an abyss. An abyss or not, he needed to widen it further. Foundation establishment. Core formation. As high as he could go, as fast as he could get there. He adjusted his concealment, layering his aura suppression until his spiritual signature read as essence gathering stage 5. A believable level for an outer disciple who'd been cultivating diligently. Then he made his way down the mountain through the rain, arriving back at the quarters drenched and shivering but unnoticed. Lin Hao was still snoring. The world was still turning. And Xianxia was no longer the weakest person in the Azure Cloud sect. He was, in fact, becoming one of the strongest. And nobody knew. Chapter 9. Elder Qin's suspicion. Elder Qin Fenghua lived alone at the base of Dustfall Peak, in a cottage that most disciples had forgotten existed. She was a formation master, a specialist in the intricate arrays of essence-powered symbols that formed the backbone of every sect's defenses. Her cottage was surrounded by a web of formation arrays so dense and sophisticated that even the sect's other elders gave the area a wide berth. Some arrays detected intruders. Others reinforced the cottage's structure against earthquakes. A few did things that nobody understood except Elder Qin herself. She had been awake when the pulse occurred. Not by coincidence. Her detection arrays covered every inch of Dustfall Peak. Not because she cared about the abandoned mountain, but because her home sat at its base. And Elder Qin was the kind of person who knew exactly what happened within her domain at all times. The pulse had been brief, sharp, the signature of a meridian opening breakthrough, but with a peculiar resonance that made her arrays stutter. She'd seen thousands of breakthroughs register on her formations over the decades. This one felt different, off, like looking at a familiar face through warped glass. The next morning, she extended her spiritual sense up the mountain. She found one signature. A single outer disciple meditating in a cave, his aura a steady, unremarkable essence gathering stage 5. Elder Qin narrowed her eyes. Stage 5 didn't produce the kind of pulse she'd felt last night. Stage 5 couldn't cause birds to scatter from a quarter-kilometer away. And Stage 5 certainly didn't make her formation arrays register that strange temporal distortion. A microsecond anomaly, barely detectable, but present. She watched the disciple leave the cave and descend the mountain. Young, thin, wearing patched outer disciple robes. moving with the careful, head-down posture of someone accustomed to being invisible. Elder Qin pulled up the sect's disciple registry through her formation link. Shenwei, former servant, promoted to outer disciple 1 month ago. Displayed cultivation, essence gathering stage 2 at assessment, currently estimated stage 5. No notable achievements. No family connections. No background of any significance. On paper, the most unremarkable disciple in the sect. Elder Qin didn't believe in unremarkable. She believed in data, and the data said something was wrong. She settled into her cottage, poured a cup of jasmine tea that had been steeping at the optimal temperature through a precisely calibrated heating formation, and began watching. Not with urgency. Elder Qin did nothing with urgency, but with the patient, relentless attention of someone who had spent 60 years learning that the most dangerous things in the world were always the ones you didn't notice at first. Shenwei, for his part, had no idea he was being observed. He attended his morning cultivation session, displaying stage 5 competence with deliberate mediocrity. He ate lunch with Lin Hao. He swept the path outside the outer disciples' hall because old habits died hard and dirty paths bothered him. And Elder Qin watched it all through formation arrays hidden in the stones and the soil and the air itself, and she saw a boy whose movements were too precise for his rank, whose eyes tracked threats with the speed of someone far more experienced, and whose essence pattern rippled with that same warped glass distortion that her instruments had flagged. She sipped her tea and waited. Patience was a virtue. It was also a weapon. She had been watching him for 3 weeks before she said anything. He knew it the way he knew most things that happened near him, through the layered awareness that his temporal acceleration provided. She was discreet. Her observations were conducted through the sect's ambient monitoring formations rather than direct attention, filtered through casual interactions that had plausible cover for their real purpose. A formation master checking alignment on an outdoor array that happened to face the outer disciples' training ground. An administrative walk that happened to pass the mountain path to Dustfall Peak at the exact hour he used it. He did not alter his behavior. Altering it would confirm her suspicion. He maintained the stage 2 performance, the adequate but unremarkable cultivation progress, the specific balance of effort and mediocrity that he had been calibrating for weeks. But he watched her watching him, and he thought about what she was seeing. She was seeing a disciple who had arrived at stage 1 through what appeared to be luck and had since made steady, modest progress at a rate that was consistent with genuine effort and minimal natural talent. Nothing in his displayed cultivation should have attracted an elder's sustained attention. The performance was solid. What had drawn her interest was not the performance. It was the gaps, the moments where the performance slipped, not into visible power, but into invisible competence. The way he moved in the training ground, the spatial efficiency of his footwork, the instinctive balance that someone who had been cultivating for months at 100 times normal speed developed without being able to fully suppress it. She was very good. He filed this as relevant information and prepared for the conversation that was eventually coming. Chapter 10. The resource heist. Lin Hao's raids on the outer disciples' quarters had become systematic. Every month, within 2 days of resource distribution, Lin Hao and his lackeys would sweep through the outer ring and collect spirit stones from anyone too weak to refuse. It wasn't theft, not officially. Lin Hao called it voluntary contributions to sect development. The few outer disciples brave enough to complain were told by sympathetic but helpless instructors that inner disciples had certain privileges that outer disciples would understand once they advanced. Shenwei handed over his spirit stones without protest, the same as always. But this time he followed. Not immediately. He waited until Lin Hao's group had finished their rounds, collecting pouches from 24 outer disciples, and headed toward the inner sect district. Then Shenwei moved, not along the path, but through the trees that lined it, his newly enhanced senses tracking Lin Hao's essence signature like a thread of light in darkness. The group didn't go to Lin Hao's quarters. They went to a storage building near the sect's southern gate, an unremarkable structure used for holding trade goods before merchant caravans collected them. Lin Hao produced a key, unlocked a side door, and the group disappeared inside. Shenwei circled to the building's rear, found a ventilation gap in the stone wall, and pressed his ear to it. His meridian opening peak hearing turned the muffled voices inside into clear conversation. "That's 47 spirit stones this month," one of the lackeys said. "Less than last time. The new batch of outer disciples is even poorer than the last," Lin Hao replied. "Doesn't matter. 47 plus the 20 from the reserves gives us 67. That's enough for 3 vials of essence condensation pills from the merchant. The merchant's raising prices again. Then we'll collect more next month. Increase the quota. Tell the outer disciples it's for the sect's anniversary celebration or whatever excuse sounds plausible." Shenwei listened, building a map of the operation in his mind. Lin Hao was stealing spirit stones from outer disciples and using them to purchase cultivation pills from an outside merchant, pills that were probably black market, judging by the secrecy. The profits, in the form of accelerated cultivation, went directly to Lin Hao. It was a small-scale corruption, parasitic, ugly, and, Shenwei suspected, just the visible tip of something much larger. He memorized the conversation, the location, the merchant's delivery schedule. He cataloged Lin Hao's actual strength, meridian opening stage 6, confirmed through the essence fluctuations he'd sensed during the conversation, and the two lackeys, both meridian opening stage 2. Shenwei was stronger than all three of them combined. He could walk in there right now, shatter Lin Hao's defensive essence, and take back every stolen stone. He turned and walked away instead. The Jade Spirit had warned him about revealing his power. But beyond that, Shenwei understood something that anger often obscured. Dismantling a bully wasn't the same as dismantling a system. Lin Hao was one person. The structures that enabled him, the hierarchy, the silence, the willingness of those in authority to look the other way, those were the real enemy. He returned to his quarters, where Lin Yu was practicing the breathing technique the instructor had demonstrated that morning. His friend's progress was genuine, if slow. Essence gathering stage 4 now, a solid improvement. Where were you? Lin Yu asked. Walking. Thinking. About what? About patience, Shenwei said. He sat down and began cultivating, his mind already planning 3 steps ahead. Somewhere in the distance, Lin Hao was counting stolen spirit stones and congratulating himself on his cleverness. He had no idea that the servant boy he'd kicked in the hallway a month ago now had enough evidence to ruin him. And Shenwei wasn't ready to use it. Not yet. But soon. The spirit stones arrived back in their possession through a series of steps that Shenwei had not explicitly planned but had created the conditions for. He had known, watching Lin Hao leave the theft scene, that confronting him directly would achieve nothing except more pain and no progress. Leverage without protection was noise. What he needed was to make taking from them more costly than the value of what was taken. The mechanism he chose was the sect's own administrative structure. Resource theft between disciples was not, technically, against the sect's rules. The rules addressed assault and permanent injury and public disorder. Resource transfers that occurred without obvious physical violence occupied a legal gray zone that the sect's hierarchy preferred not to examine, because the hierarchy was exactly the group of people who most benefited from the ambiguity. But the sect did have rules about falsification of cultivation records. Shenwei spent 3 evenings in the administrative hall during the cleaning rotations he'd been assigned, establishing that Lin Hao's reported cultivation progress over the past year was inconsistent with his resource consumption. The discrepancy was small, not fraud on the scale that would trigger a formal investigation, but enough to generate administrative queries that would require Lin Hao's personal attention and documentation. Administrative queries that would be difficult to resolve if certain resource allocation records had been adjusted without proper authorization. Records that now reflected an accurate accounting of the spirit stones that had been taken. I don't understand how you did this, Lin Yu said, looking at the administrative correction notice that had arrived with their monthly stipend. I found a discrepancy in the records and reported it. That's not all you did. That's all that's documented, Shenwei said, and pocketed his spirit stones. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. Chapter 11. The Beast Forest Trial. The Beast Forest sprawled beyond the sect's western boundary. 300 square kilometers of primordial woodland where essence-saturated trees grew tall enough to block the sun, and the creatures that roamed beneath them had evolved past the limitations of ordinary biology. The trial is simple, the supervising elder announced to the 40 outer disciples assembled at the forest's edge. Dawn light filtered through the canopy and cast shifting patterns on the leaf-strewn ground. Survive 3 days. Collect beast cores. Return to this point before sunset on the 3rd day. Anyone who hasn't returned by then will be assumed dead and left to the forest's mercy. Encouraging, Lin Yu muttered. They were partnered by choice, which meant Shenwei and Lin Yu walked into the forest together while other disciples formed groups of 3 or 4. The canopy closed overhead within minutes, plunging them into a green-tinged twilight where every shadow could hide teeth. What exactly are beast cores used for? Lin Yu asked, stepping over a root as thick as his waist. Concentrated essence, crushed and dissolved in cultivation pills, or absorbed directly during meditation. Higher-ranked beasts produce more potent cores, and we're supposed to collect them from creatures that want to eat us. That's the general idea. Lin Yu sighed. Sometimes I think the sect is just an elaborate way to get rid of people nobody likes. They established a camp near a stream. Fresh water was essential, and the sound would cover their movements. Xinwei set simple traps along the nearby game trails using techniques he developed in his years as a servant, when catching wild rabbits had meant the difference between eating and starving. The first day was quiet. They encountered rank 1 beasts, oversized wolves with essence-hardened fur, serpents that could spit venom 20 meters, and dispatched them with reasonable competence. Lin Yu's earth element cultivation gave him an instinctive sense for terrain and footing that made him a surprisingly effective fighter in woodland conditions. On the second day, the rank 2 beast found them. It came from downwind, a shadow panther, a predator evolved for ambush hunting. Its fur absorbed light, making it nearly invisible in the forest's perpetual twilight. Its claws were reinforced with metallic essence deposits that could shear through low-level protective techniques like paper. Xinwei felt it before he saw it. A displacement of air, a wrongness in the pattern of forest sounds, insects that stopped chirping in a line that traced the panther's approach. Lin Yu, he said quietly, don't move. What? The panther lunged. Xinwei shoved Lin Yu sideways and twisted his body out of the attack path. The panther's claws tore through the space where Lin Yu's head had been a heartbeat earlier, gouging trenches in the earth. It was fast, Meridian opening stage 5 equivalent, with killing instinct sharper than any human opponent. Xinwei couldn't fight it openly without revealing his true strength. But he couldn't let it kill Lin Yu either. He grabbed a fallen branch, thick, heavy, the length of a short spear, and jammed it into a fissure between 2 rocks as the panther wheeled for another pass. The beast's charge carried it directly into the branch, which caught in the gap and speared upward into the panther's chest. The creature's own momentum drove the makeshift weapon through its ribs. It thrashed, screaming. Xinwei grabbed Lin Yu and pulled him back. The panther's death throes collapsed the rock formation, burying the beast under a cascade of stone. Silence settled. Then birds resumed singing, tentatively, as if checking whether it was safe. What just happened? Lin Yu gasped, his face white. It ran into a natural trap, Xinwei said, controlling his breathing with effort. Bad luck for the panther. Bad luck? You guided it. You used the terrain like. How did you even? Servant's instinct, Xinwei said. When you're small, you learn to make the environment fight for you. Lin Yu stared at him for a long moment, then shook his head. You're the strangest person I've ever met. They extracted the beast core from the panther's remains, a dark sphere the size of a thumbnail, pulsing with concentrated essence. It was worth more than 6 months of spirit stone allocations. That night, while Lin Yu slept by the dying campfire, Xinwei cultivated. The forest's ambient essence was richer than Dustfall Peak's thin currents, and his accelerated absorption pushed him to Meridian opening stage 7 before dawn. He sealed his aura down to stage 5 and woke Lin Yu for the last day of the trial. The panther's core sat in his pocket, warm against his thigh. They were going to pass this trial. They were going to pass it easily. And nobody was going to know why. The beast forest occupied the southwestern face of the sect's outermost peak, several square kilometers of deliberately maintained wilderness where spirit beasts were allowed to develop naturally, culled at irregular intervals to prevent the strongest from establishing permanent territory. Elder Qin had assigned the Outer Disciples cohort to a 3-day patrol exercise. The stated objective was rank 1 beast elimination and resource collection. The unstated objective, transparent to anyone paying attention, was assessment, watching how young disciples handled situations where the rules of formal training didn't apply. Xinwei had been thinking about this trial for 2 weeks. The problem was calibration. In the beast forest, his performance needed to look consistent with his displayed cultivation, convincingly capable, but not alarmingly so. The challenge was that his real capabilities in the forest were substantial. His temporal senses could map beast territories, predict movement patterns, and navigate safely through areas that would be dangerous for an essence-gathering stage 2 disciple. Using those capabilities visibly would raise questions. Not using them at all would mean performing at genuine stage 2 level, which meant actual danger. He found the middle path. Use his capabilities invisibly. Navigate by temporal sense, but allow himself to appear to navigate by caution. Avoid beasts through prepositioning that looked like careful attention rather than foresight. Collect resources through routes that appeared lucky rather than precisely planned. Illusion of mediocrity rather than performance of it. By the second day, he had collected more resources than any other disciple without appearing to try particularly hard. The key was letting other disciples' efforts serve as cover, staying near the group long enough to be associated with their organized routes, then drifting slightly ahead through paths they hadn't thought to take. How do you find the resource nodes so consistently? One of his cohort asked on the final morning, watching Shun Wei collect a third spirit herb from a location the group had passed 3 times without noticing. Observation, Shun Wei said, which was true, if incomplete. The growth patterns around disturbed soil indicate where other collections have been made. Find the pattern and you find the nodes. The disciple nodded, filed this as a tracking technique, and proceeded to spend the rest of the morning looking at soil. Shun Wei went to find the rank 1 beast he'd been tracking since dawn. Chapter 12. The forest ambush. The attack came on the morning of the 3rd day, when they were 2 hours from the forest's edge and safety. 3 figures emerged from the undergrowth, outer disciples, but with the particular confidence that came from having Lin Hao's backing. Shun Wei recognized them: Wang Pei, Hu Shan, and Luo Jian. Lin Hao's extended circle of enforcers. Hand over the beast cores, Wang Pei said. He was the largest of the 3, a meridian opening stage 3 cultivator whose technique relied on brute force. All of them. We earned these, Lin Yu said, stepping forward with a stubbornness that Shun Wei was beginning to recognize as fundamental to his character. And now you're going to give them to us. That's how the forest works. The strong take from the weak. We're not weak. Wang Pei's fist connected with Lin Yu's stomach before the sentence fully left his mouth. Lin Yu doubled over, gasping. Hu Shan kicked his legs out from under him. Luo Jian stamped on his hand when he tried to rise. The cores, Wang Pei repeated, turning to Shun Wei. Now. Shun Wei's vision went red at the edges. Not from anger, from effort. The effort of standing still while his friend was beaten. The effort of not releasing the meridian opening peak power that screamed through his meridians demanding release. Lin Yu coughed blood onto the forest floor. The red deepened. Shun Wei moved. To the 3 attackers, what happened next looked like the flailing of a desperate, terrified boy. Shun Wei stumbled into Wang Pei's guard with what appeared to be a panicked lunge, his elbow catching the bigger man's throat in what could have been an accident. Wang Pei choked and staggered. Shun Wei tripped sideways, clumsily, desperately, and his heel landed on Hu Shan's instep with the full precision of someone who could feel every bone in his opponent's foot through the sole of his shoe. Hu Shan yelped and released Lin Yu. Luo Jian threw a punch. Shun Wei ducked under it, barely, apparently, and Luo Jian's fist struck the tree behind him. Something cracked. Luo Jian screamed and cradled his hand. Wang Pei recovered and lunged. Shun Wei caught his wrist, pivoted, and used the man's momentum to send him crashing face first into a root cluster. Wang Pei lay still. Hu Shan backed away, eyes wide. Then he turned and ran, crashing through the undergrowth without looking back. Shun Wei knelt beside Lin Yu, checking his injuries with hands that trembled, not from exertion but from the adrenaline of restraint. Bruised ribs, swollen hand, split lip again. Painful but not dangerous. Can you walk? Shun Wei asked. Can you tell me how you just did that? Lin Yu wheezed. Lucky. Panicked. It won't work again. You're a terrible liar. Shun Wei helped Lin Yu to his feet and supported him with an arm around his waist. The forest exit was still 2 hours away, and the 3rd attacker, Hu Shan, had fled. If he reached the sect first and reported his version of events, Shun Wei would face accusations with no witnesses to support him. They walked in silence. The forest sounds resumed around them. Birdsong, insect hum, the distant crash of something large moving through underbrush. The canopy overhead filtered the morning light into golden-green shafts that made the air itself seem alive. Shun Wei, Lin Yu said quietly, after they'd walked for an hour. Yes. You're not stage 5, are you? The question hung in the air between them. Shun Wei kept walking, his pace steady, his expression neutral. I'm whatever the assessment says I am, he said finally. Lin Yu nodded slowly. He didn't press further. But the look in his eyes said that something had shifted between them, a new kind of understanding, built not on shared weakness but on the trust that comes from keeping someone's secret before they even ask you to. The ambush had been planned by Lin Hao, which meant it had the particular character of plans made by people who were good at identifying weakness but less skilled at anticipating how weakness and strength could coexist in the same person. 3 inner disciples, arriving from the north at the 2nd watch while the outer disciples' patrol group was at its most dispersed. Lin Hao knew the patrol routes. He'd consulted the scheduling formation records through his access as an inner disciple, a privilege he'd used to turn the exercise into something more personal. His objective, as far as Shun Wei could reconstruct it afterward, was to acquire the resource collection that Lin Yu and Shun Wei had accumulated, visibly more than any other patrol group, and to do it in a setting where the forest's ambient chaos provided cover for the violence. He had not accounted for Shun Wei's temporal senses detecting the approach 40 minutes before contact. 40 minutes was, in Shun Wei's experiential time, nearly 3 days of preparation. He used it to position Lin Yu's group, identify the most defensible geography within the ambush radius, and calculate exactly how much capability he could display without raising the questions he wasn't ready to answer. The calculation, enough to protect the group without revealing anything above core formation compatibility, which meant, at his real cultivation level, fighting with one hand. Which was fine. One hand was sufficient. Lin Yu had fought well. That was the thing that stayed with Shun Wei afterward. Not his own performance, which had gone according to calculation, but the way his friend had held position against a core formation technique while knowing he was outmatched, refusing to fall back until the formation they'd established gave everyone else time to regroup. Bravery and stubbornness looked identical from the outside. From the inside, the difference was whether you believed the outcome could change. Lin Yu had believed it could change. He'd been right. Chapter 13. Aftermath and accusations. The accusations arrived before Shen Wei's boots had dried. He attacked my men unprovoked. Lin Hao's voice echoed through the outer disciples' disciplinary hall, sharp with theatrical outrage. He stood before Elder Zhou, the outer sect's administrative elder, flanked by Hushan, whose account of events, predictably, omitted the parts where 3 armed cultivators ambushed 2 unsuspecting disciples. They threatened us first, Shen Wei said, keeping his voice level. They demanded our beast cores and beat my partner when he refused. That's his word against 3 of mine, Lin Hao said. He had the smugness of someone who understood exactly how institutional power worked. 2 of yours, Shen Wei corrected. Wang Pei is still in the medical hall. Lin Hao's eye twitched. A stage 2 disciple incapacitating a stage 3? Does that sound plausible to you, Elder Zhou? Elder Zhou, a weary man who had heard variations of this argument every month for the past decade, rubbed his temples. Do you have witnesses? Lin Yu saw everything. Lin Yu is your partner. His testimony is inherently biased. Elder Zhou sighed deeply. Without independent corroboration, I cannot assign blame. The matter is dismissed. But Shen Wei, he fixed Shen Wei with a stern look that held more concern than anger. Stay out of trouble. You're new to the outer disciples. Making enemies this early will not serve you. Yes, Elder. Outside the disciplinary hall, Lin Hao caught Shen Wei's arm. His grip was tight and his smile was thin and his essence pulsed with barely contained hostility. Lucky, Lin Hao whispered. Again, you seem very lucky, servant boy. But luck runs out. And when it does, there won't be an elder to hide behind. He released Shen Wei's arm and walked away, his robes swishing against the polished stone floor. Shen Wei found Lin Yu in their quarters, applying a salve to his bruised ribs that he'd traded 2 rank 1 beast cores for. His friend's expression was a mixture of pain and guilt. I'm sorry, Lin Yu said. For what? For being useless. For getting beaten up. For making you fight 3 people because I couldn't handle one. He pressed the salve harder against his ribs, wincing. I'm a burden. Shen Wei sat down across from him. You're not a burden. You stood up to them. That took more courage than anything I did. Courage doesn't matter if you can't back it up. Shen Wei reached into his robe and produced a scroll, thin, aged, written in careful brushstrokes on silk rather than paper. He'd found it months ago in the abandoned storage vault where the jade pendant had changed his life, tucked behind a rotting shelf where it had been overlooked for decades. What's this? Lin Yu asked. A cultivation technique. Earth element focused. It was developed by a sect that specialized in defensive formations, cultivators who used the ground itself as their weapon. Shen Wei placed the scroll in Lin Yu's hands. Your affinity is earth. This technique is designed for exactly your kind of talent. Lin Yu unrolled the scroll, his eyes widening as he read. Where did you find this? It doesn't matter. What matters is that it's suited to you. Practice it. Get stronger. The next time someone tries to take something from you, make them regret it. Lin Yu looked up from the scroll. His eyes were bright, not with tears this time, but with something fiercer, something that looked like the first spark of real determination. Thank you, he said. Shen Wei nodded and went to his corner to meditate. The scroll was a genuine find, a mid-tier technique that any outer disciple would kill for. Giving it away meant nothing to him. His temporal physique made individual techniques almost irrelevant when he could master any method in hours. But it meant everything to Lin Yu. And Lin Yu's growth meant everything to the plan forming in the back of Shen Wei's mind. The plan that would require allies, trust, and the kind of loyalty that could only be built through genuine acts of generosity. Outside, rain began to fall again, and somewhere on Dustfall Peak, a formation array recorded a faint pulse of essence that shouldn't have been there. The accusations came from Lin Hao, which surprised no one, and were directed at Lin Yu, which surprised everyone who hadn't been paying careful attention to the power dynamics of the previous 3 weeks. The argument was this. Lin Yu had, during the forest ambush, used an earth technique that Lin Hao claimed was above his displayed cultivation level. Specifically, a defensive formation that had partially absorbed a core formation technique, something that essence gathering stage for cultivators were not supposed to be capable of. It was, technically, a valid observation. Lin Yu had absorbed the technique through a combination of natural earth affinity, good positioning, and the accidental benefit of a nearby geological formation that had amplified his technique's output. None of this was calculable in real time, and the result had looked impressive in a way that invited the question. He's been hiding his real cultivation, Lin Hao told the assembled outer disciples with the confidence of someone presenting irrefutable evidence. He performed above his stated level. That's a registration fraud violation. The crowd's attention shifted to Lin Yu, who bore it with the slightly flustered expression of someone who genuinely had not done anything wrong, but was not equipped to articulate exactly why in the face of confident accusation. Xin Wei waited 2 beats, the amount of time that felt like natural consideration rather than rehearsed response, and then said, "The earth formation he used was partially supported by the granite outcrop at reference point 7 theta. The rock formation concentrates earth element essence from the underground stream beneath it. Lin Yu positioned there by accident, and the amplification made his technique look significantly stronger than his own output." He said this with the tone of someone making a routine observation. Not defensive, not urgent, just informative. Lin Hao's expression shifted through several stages. "How do you know the geological composition at reference point 7 theta? I was near it during the ambush. The essence concentration is noticeable to anyone paying attention." A pause. "Were you not near it?" The implication that Lin Hao had been insufficiently observant of his environment during a combat situation landed with the precise weight Xin Wei had intended. The accusation dissolved, not because anyone definitively proved Lin Yu's innocence, but because the counterpoint redirected the conversation to Lin Hao's competence, which was a topic Lin Hao preferred not to dwell on publicly. Afterwards, Lin Yu said, "I didn't know about the granite outcrop." "I know," Xin Wei said. Neither did Lin Hao. Chapter 14. The Jade Spirit's warning. The dream came like drowning. One moment Xin Wei was cultivating in the quiet dark of his quarters, essence flowing through meridians that hummed with meridian opening peak power. The next, the world dissolved and he was standing in the void again, that infinite, airless space between spaces where the Jade Spirit dwelled. But this time, the spirit looked different. Older, more solid. Its translucent form had gained definition, as if proximity to Xin Wei's growing power was feeding its substance. The robes were clearer now, elaborate, embroidered with patterns that seemed to shift when viewed directly. The eyes were sharper, and they held an urgency that hadn't been there before. "Sit," the spirit commanded. Xin Wei sat on nothing. The void supported him as if solid ground existed wherever he expected it to. "You're approaching foundation establishment," the spirit said. "I know." "No, you don't know. You know the words, but you don't understand what they mean." The spirit began to pace, its movements leaving fading afterimages in the void. "Listen carefully, because I will only explain this once." It gestured, and images materialized in the darkness, scenes from another time, another place. A young man, different face, different era, but with the same unmistakable pulse of temporal energy, sat meditating on a mountain peak. Around him, flowers bloomed and withered in rapid cycles, seasons compressed into heartbeats. "I was the last person to possess the temporal dilation physique," the spirit said. 10,000 years ago. I reached foundation establishment in 3 months, just as you're about to. And when I broke through, something happened. The vision shifted. The young man's breakthrough released a pulse of energy, not just essence, but temporal energy. A ripple in the fabric of time itself. The ripple expanded outward, invisible to mortal senses, but blazingly obvious to something far above. The heavens felt it, the spirit said. Not a god, not a person. The heavenly Tao itself, the natural law that governs the flow of time in the mortal realm. My breakthrough created a distortion that registered on their monitoring arrays like a crack registering on a seismograph. The vision showed golden light descending from the sky. Investigation probes, the spirit explained. Automated responses from the heavenly Tao's enforcement mechanisms. They scanned, cataloged, and assessed the temporal anomaly. They didn't act immediately. The spirit continued. The investigation was slow, bureaucratic, if you can believe that even the heavens have bureaucracy. But it was thorough, and eventually, it reached a conclusion. I was a threat to the natural order, and I needed to be corrected. Corrected, Xin Wei repeated. Destroyed. Erased. Removed from the timeline so completely that no one would remember I had ever existed. The spirit's face twisted with ancient pain. I was warned, just as I'm warning you. And I didn't listen. I was arrogant. I thought my speed would keep me ahead of the heavens' reach. What happened? They sent an arbiter, a cosmic enforcer made of golden law chains and temporal energy, designed specifically to hunt and erase temporal anomalies. It found me at tribulation transcendence. I fought it. I lost. The spirit touched its own chest. My body was destroyed. My consciousness was sealed into this jade pendant, a prison and a life raft. I've existed for 10,000 years as a fragment, waiting for the next person to awaken the physique. Silence. The void seemed to darken. When you reach foundation establishment, the spirit said, the first ripple will echo upward. The heavens will begin to notice. Not immediately, but the clock starts ticking. Every breakthrough after that sends a stronger signal. By core formation, they'll have confirmed the anomaly. By nascent soul, they'll have dispatched investigators. By spirit transformation, they'll send an arbiter. How long do I have? At your speed? Months, perhaps. A year if you're very careful about concealing the ripples. But understand this. Every breakthrough is a beacon, and every beacon brings the heavens closer. Xianxia absorbed this. The void pressed against him, cold and silent. So I need to reach a level where I can survive an arbiter's attack, he said. You need to reach a level where you can change the game entirely. The arbiters are powerful, but they're bound by rules. If you can understand those rules deeply enough, you can exploit them. There are methods, ancient, dangerous, nearly forgotten, but they exist. What methods? The spirit shook its head. Not yet. You're not ready. Reach foundation establishment first. Survive the initial notice. We'll talk about solutions when you have the strength to implement them. The void began to dissolve. Xianxia felt himself being pulled back toward waking, toward the physical world of snoring roommates and thin blankets and cold mountain air. One more thing. The spirit said, its voice already fading. The speed is a gift, but it's also a curse. Don't mistake velocity for invincibility. The heavens have all the time in the universe. You don't. Xianxia woke to find his hand pressed against the jade pendant, which burned like a coal beneath his skin. The warning settled into his bones, cold and permanent. He resolved to reach core formation before the ripple from foundation establishment reached its destination. At his speed, that meant a few weeks. A few weeks to build a foundation strong enough to survive the attention of heaven itself. The pendant cooled. Outside, the night was quiet. And somewhere infinitely far above, ancient arrays that hadn't moved in millennia waited for the next crack in the fabric of time. The warning arrived in the space between cultivation and sleep, in the hour when the cave was fully dark and the mountain was as quiet as mountains ever got. The Jade Spirit's method of communication had refined itself over the months of their association. Not words, exactly, but structured feeling, emotion shapes that carried conceptual content the way music carried mood. She was patient with his initial incomprehension, building a vocabulary of sensation meanings that let her transmit increasingly complex ideas. Tonight's communication had an urgency that was new. He sat up from his sleeping mat and pressed his palm against the pendant's location, receiving the transmission with the focused attention he'd learned to bring to anything she considered important. The content was a memory rather than an instruction. Her memory, a fragment of experience from her lifetime, transmitted with the quality of something she had been deciding whether to share for months. A city burning. Not metaphorically. Literally, its buildings collapsing into formations that had been degraded past structural integrity. The cultivators within its walls aging rapidly as temporal energy they couldn't control discharged through their bodies. A civilization that had advanced too fast, displayed too openly, drawn the heavens' attention too completely to survive what followed. She had watched it from a distance. The last survivor, or close enough to the last that the difference was academic. The heavens had not sent a single arbiter to destroy her civilization. They had sent 12. I understand, Xianxia said aloud. The transmission had made the point in the precise way that direct experience made points. Not arguable, not abstract, but felt. He sat in the dark for a long time after that, and thought about the golden monitoring light he'd seen above the hillside, and recalibrated his understanding of what caution meant. Chapter 15. Secret training. The hidden cave on Dustfall Peak became a forge. Every night, Xianxia climbed the crumbling stairs, sealed the moss-covered entrance behind him, and trained with an intensity that would have killed a normal cultivator. His sessions followed a precise rotation: 2 hours of essence cultivation, 1 hour of combat technique practice, 1 hour of aura concealment refinement. Externally, this meant 4 hours of real time. Internally, it meant 400 hours, nearly 17 days of continuous practice compressed into a single night. The Azure Cloud sect's basic sword forms were the first to fall. 7 forms. each designed to be mastered over the course of 3 to 6 months. Shenwei completed all 7 in a single session, his body learning the movements 100 times faster than his instructor intended. By the end of the night, the forms weren't just memorized, they were instinct, woven into muscle memory so deeply that his body could execute them without conscious thought. But basic forms were just the beginning. What interested Shenwei was application, taking the principles behind the forms and combining them into something the sect had never taught. He began experimenting. His temporal dilation physique affected more than just cultivation speed. When he focused the dilation on his perceptive systems, eyes, reflexes, spatial awareness, the world around him appeared to slow. Not physically, time still moved at its normal pace. But his processing speed accelerated so dramatically that a punch thrown at full speed appeared to drift through the air like a leaf on a breeze. He called the first technique phantom step. By applying microbursts of temporal dilation to his movement, not sustained acceleration, but rapid pulses that lasted fractions of a second, he could appear to flicker during combat. His body didn't actually move faster. It moved normally, but the bursts created gaps in perception where an opponent's brain couldn't track his position. The effect was a series of afterimages, each one slightly displaced from his true location. He tested it against imaginary opponents, shadowboxing in the cave until the stone walls were slick with his sweat and the air tasted of copper. The technique was imperfect, the afterimages were faint and the timing was demanding, but against opponents below nascent soul, it would be devastating. The second development was defensive. He learned to project his temporal field outward in a thin shell, creating a barrier that slowed anything passing through it by a fraction of a second. Not enough to stop an attack, but enough to create a gap, a tiny window of extra time to dodge, block, or counter. By the end of the week, Shenwei had developed a fighting style that existed nowhere in the sect's library. Part sword technique, part temporal manipulation, part improvisation born from years of watching cultivators fight while he swept their floors. He practiced the style against the cave walls. His blade, a cheap iron sword purchased with Lin Yu's help from the outer disciples' exchange, leaving marks in the stone that looked like they'd been carved with a chisel rather than cut with a blade. Each strike precise, each movement efficient. No wasted energy, no theatrical flourishes. A servant's fighting style, practical, economical, and built for survival rather than spectacle. The cave floor was covered in a thin layer of stone dust by the time he finished each session. He always swept it clean before leaving. Old habits. Meridian opening stage 8 now. Stage 9 within reach. Foundation establishment hovering just beyond like a wall of light that he could almost touch. Almost. But not yet. Not until he had every tool, every technique, every contingency in place. He sheathed his sword, sealed his aura to essence gathering stage 5, and descended the mountain in the pre-dawn gray. The sect was waking around him. Distant bells, the murmur of disciples beginning their morning routines, the smell of rice porridge drifting from the kitchens. Just another forgettable day for a forgettable disciple. The cave had become home in the way that places became home, gradually, through the accumulation of small familiarity, until the smell of wet earth and mineral deposits was comfort rather than strangeness, and the particular quality of morning light through the ceiling fissure was as reliable as a clock. He had added to it over the months, a flat meditation stone shaped by careful water technique into a more comfortable surface, a small formation array at the cave's entrance that would warn him of approach, a rope anchor at the cliff face below for faster descent when time was short. Nothing permanent, nothing that couldn't be dismantled in 10 minutes if he needed to erase his presence. But the accumulation of practical improvements was itself a kind of claiming. This was the place where he was honest. Not in a theatrical sense. He didn't deliver confessions to the cave walls. But here, in the daily cultivation sessions that the location made safe, he let the concealment drop. Let his aura radiate at its real level. Felt the essence he'd accumulated flow freely through meridians that had been running at suppressed output for every other waking hour. The relief of it was physical. Like setting down a weight he'd been carrying so long he'd forgotten it was there. Foundation establishment stage 8 now. Approaching the breakthrough to core formation with a patient steadiness that the Jade Spirit had approved of, not rushing, not celebrating advancement milestones, just continuing with the same deliberate consistency that had carried him from zero to here in less than a year of external time. 40 years of internal time. He didn't count it that way. Numbers that large became abstraction rather than meaning. He counted it as enough to know what he was doing. Enough to trust the work. Chapter 16. Lin Yu's growth. The earth element technique changed Lin Yu. Not overnight. Transformation never worked that way for people who didn't possess hidden temporal abilities. But over the course of 3 weeks, The cheerful, self-deprecating boy who'd introduced himself at a pillar began to harden into something more solid. His cultivation rose from essence gathering stage 4 to stage 6, a pace that astonished his instructors and baffled his peers. How? Demanded Chen Daxu, fully recovered from the sparring match and bearing no grudge, which elevated him considerably in Shun Wei's estimation. I've been stage 4 for 8 months, and you jumped 2 stages in 3 weeks. Good technique, Lin Yu said, with the particular satisfaction of someone who'd spent years hearing that he lacked talent and was finally proving the world wrong. Turns out, when you train with a method that actually matches your elemental affinity, progress comes easier. Where did you get an affinity match technique? Those cost hundreds of spirit stones. A friend gave it to me. Lin Yu didn't look at Shun Wei when he said it, which was its own form of loyalty. The change wasn't just in cultivation level. Lin Yu carried himself differently. Spine straighter, shoulders squared, chin tilted at an angle that dared the world to try something. When Lin Hao's lackeys came for the monthly spirit stone collection, Lin Yu met them at the door of the quarters with his arms crossed and his earth element essence radiating outward in a steady pulse. The lackeys took one look, exchanged glances, and moved on to easier targets. That felt good, Lin Yu said afterward, grinning so widely his face might split. That felt really, really good. Shun Wei smiled. Genuine smiles were becoming more common, a development he attributed to having a friend for the first time in 6 years. Meanwhile, in a cottage at the base of Dustfall Peak, Elder Qin Fenghua was reviewing 3 weeks of formation data. She'd isolated the anomaly. It wasn't Shun Wei's cultivation level that bothered her. Stage 5 was unremarkable. It was his essence pattern. Every cultivator had one, a unique signature created by the way their body processed spiritual energy, as individual as a fingerprint. Shun Wei's pattern had a quality she'd only seen once before, in an ancient text about temporal cultivation. Like looking at a river through warped glass, she murmured, tracing the pattern on her formation display. The essence flow was normal on the surface, but at a deeper level, the level where time intersected with spiritual energy, there was a distortion, a compression, as if the essence had been processed far more thoroughly than the elapsed time should allow. Elder Qin set down her tea and opened the ancient text again. It was a treatise on temporal anomalies, written by a formation master who had studied a temporal physique holder 3,000 years ago. The text described the same distortion pattern, the same warped glass effect. She closed the book slowly. If she was right, and she was rarely wrong about formation patterns, then the quiet, thin outer disciple named Shun Wei was sitting on a secret that would get him killed by forces far more dangerous than Lin Hao. She needed to decide what to do about that. Lin Yu had reached essence gathering stage 4. Shun Wei registered this through his temporal senses on a Tuesday morning when Lin Yu arrived at their usual training session slightly taller, slightly more grounded in his footwork, carrying himself with the barely perceptible adjustment in posture that came from a recent breakthrough. The new cultivation density was visible to his temporal perception like a change in the quality of light. The same person, but more himself. Congratulations, Shun Wei said. Lin Yu blinked. How do you even know? Your essence circulation is different, more coherent. He adjusted his training stance. Stage 4. You broke through in the last day or two. Yesterday evening. Lin Yu's expression carried the mixture of pride and self-deprecation he wore when he'd done something he was pleased about, but felt was not remarkable enough to celebrate openly. It's not much. Most of our cohort is further along. Most of our cohort has been cultivating for years, with better resources, from better starting positions. Shun Wei kept his voice factual rather than comforting, because Lin Yu responded better to facts. You started from the mining cruise. Stage 4 in under a year is faster than the average outer disciple advancement rate. I know. Lin Yu rolled his shoulders, shaking off something. I know what I want to be capable of. And I'm not there yet. No one is, while they're becoming it. Shun Wei moved into the opening form. Train. It gets there. Lin Yu trained. He was not naturally gifted. His techniques required more effort than average. His essence control was still rough at the edges. His timing in sparring came from pattern recognition rather than instinct. But he applied himself with a completeness that talent rarely motivated. He wanted it, and wanting something the way Lin Yu wanted things was often worth more than natural advantage. Shun Wei watched him and thought, when the time comes, he is going to be exactly the person we need. Chapter 17. The quarterly tournament. The Azure Cloud Sect's quarterly tournament was the outer disciples' only path to recognition. Rankings determined resource allocation, living quarters, technique access, and, most importantly, whether anyone with authority bothered to remember your name. The top-ranked outer disciple received 500 spirit stones and access to the sect's technique pavilion. The bottom-ranked received nothing but the motivation to try harder next quarter. Xinwei entered at a displayed cultivation of essence gathering stage 7, a level he'd reached through what his instructors assumed was diligent practice over the past 2 months. It was still below average for the tournament's field, which ranged from stage 7 to meridian opening stage 4. "You're going to get destroyed," Lin Hao said cheerfully from the stands. He'd entered too and won his first match against a stage 5 opponent through surprisingly aggressive earth element tactics before losing in the round of 16 to a stage 8 veteran. He was fine with it. Growth was growth. The early rounds were simple. Xinwei faced opponents at his displayed level and won each match with a mix of clean technique and apparent determination that made the audience nod approvingly. He was good, clearly well-trained for his level, but nothing extraordinary. The quarterfinals changed the difficulty. His opponent was Zhao Min, a meridian opening stage 2 disciple who had been in the outer sect for 4 years and fought with the confidence of someone who'd earned every inch of her rank. Zhao Min's style was aggressive, rapid strikes with a short staff, each one reinforced with essence that made the air crack. She attacked in patterns that cycled between high and low, left and right, keeping her opponent guessing while she searched for openings. Xinwei let her set the pace. He blocked, dodged, retreated, all of it calculated to appear like a stage 7 essence gathering disciple fighting desperately above his weight class. He took hits that he could have avoided. He staggered from impacts that he could have absorbed without flinching. He made every defensive move look like his last. The crowd leaned forward. An underdog story was forming. In the final exchange, Zhao Min overcommit to an overhead strike. Xinwei sidestepped, barely, his robes brushing the staff's edge, and landed a palm strike to her wrist that disrupted her essence flow. Her fingers numbed. The staff dropped. Xinwei caught it before it hit the ground and pressed the tip gently against her throat. Silence. Then the arena erupted. "Winner! Xinwei!" Lin Hao was standing on his seat, screaming. Other outer disciples who'd been bullied, overlooked, and dismissed were on their feet. For many of them, watching a stage 7 disciple defeat a meridian opening opponent was the first time they'd seen someone from the bottom beat someone from the top. Xinwei returned Zhao Min's staff with a bow. She took it with narrowed eyes. "Your technique is too refined for stage 7, she said quietly. "Your footwork especially. Nobody teaches stage 7 disciples to move like that." "Self-taught," Xinwei said. She stared at him for a long moment, then shook her head and walked away. From a balcony overlooking the arena, Elder Qin Fenghua watched the exchange through a formation-enhanced observation scope. She noted the precision of Xinwei's movements, the micro-adjustments, the perfect timing, the economy of motion that belonged to someone with far more experience than 2 months of outer disciple training. She pulled up her formation display and compared Xinwei's combat movements to the temporal distortion pattern she'd been analyzing. The correlation was unmistakable. His reflexes, his timing, his ability to react. All of it pointed to a perception speed far beyond what his displayed level should allow. She made a note in her private journal and continued watching. The tournament brackets were posted at dawn, and the outer disciples gathered around them with the specific social choreography of any competitive institution. The confident ones claiming prime viewing position, the nervous ones reading from the edges, the pragmatic ones calculating bracket outcomes before they looked for their own names. Xinwei found his name in the 3rd row from the bottom. His opponent was a disciple named Fang Jie, stage 5 essence gathering, 3 months his senior, a consistent mid-tier performer with solid fundamentals and no notable weaknesses. Exactly the right opponent for what he needed to do. The tournament's purpose, for most participants, was advancement, an opportunity to demonstrate cultivation progress and earn resource allocation adjustments. For Xinwei, the tournament was a calibration exercise. Each performance needed to be consistent with a plausible development trajectory for a stage 2 outer disciple who had been quietly improving without attracting attention. He spent the morning calculating how to lose the first match convincingly, win the second match awkwardly, and then lose the third match to someone whose cultivation level made the loss expected. Lin Hao watched this calculation process with the expression of a person watching a friend do something strange with complete sincerity. "You're actually planning how to lose," he said. "I'm planning how to perform accurately." Xinwei finished his calculation. Fang Jie's earth technique has a signature timing gap in his combination sequence. He pauses for 1/3 of a breath between the 3rd and 4th strikes. "I'll take advantage of it once, then pretend I don't see it again, then lose cleanly on the 5th exchange." That's an extremely detailed plan for losing. Losing badly is unconvincing. Losing specifically is honest. Lin Hao opened his mouth, closed it, and went to watch the early bracket matches. Xinwei went to stretch and thought through his timing for the 3rd match. and waited for the tournament to begin. Chapter 18. Face-to-face with Lin Hao. The semi-final bracket placed Xianxia across from the name he'd been expecting and dreading. Lin Hao. Meridian Opening Stage 6. Inner disciple competing in the outer tournament for the sole purpose of humiliating lower-ranked cultivators. His presence was technically permitted by sect rules, which stated that any disciple could compete in any tournament below their rank tier. The arena was full. Word had spread about the servant-turned-outer disciple who'd upset his way to the semifinals, and the sect's population had turned out to watch what everyone assumed would be his spectacular defeat. Lin Hao entered the arena in fresh robes, his jade token gleaming, his aura radiating outward in controlled pulses designed to intimidate. His expression was the particular blank mask of someone who'd already decided the outcome and was simply going through the motions. "The servant boy," Lin Hao said, loud enough for the crowd to hear. "How far you've come from hauling buckets. Tell me, does it hurt more to lose publicly or to lose privately? I'm curious, because you're about to find out." Xianxia said nothing. He drew his cheap iron sword and settled into a stance that revealed nothing. The instructor raised his hand. "Begin." Lin Hao attacked with the casual violence of someone swatting a fly. His Meridian Opening Stage 6 power was genuine, fast, refined, backed by years of quality technique instruction and high-grade cultivation resources. His opening combination was a textbook demonstration of the Azure Cloud sect's intermediate sword forms, 3 slashing attacks that covered high, mid, and low angles simultaneously. Xianxia blocked the first strike with his blade, deflected the second with his wrist guard, and twisted away from the third by the narrowest margin. The impact rang through his arms, or it appeared to. In reality, his Meridian Opening peak strength absorbed the force without difficulty, but he let his arms shake, let his feet skid, let the crowd see a boy fighting above his level and barely surviving. "Pathetic," Lin Hao sneered, pressing forward. "Just like always. You survive, but you never win. You endure, but you never fight back. That's the difference between us, servant. I take what I want. You just take what's given." Another combination. Faster this time. Lin Hao was warming up, putting actual effort into his strikes. The crowd felt the essence pressure increase and murmured with concern. Xianxia retreated. Step by step, blow by blow, he gave ground. He blocked when he had to. He dodged when blocking would have revealed too much. He took a glancing hit to the shoulder that spun him half around and used the momentum to create distance. Lin Hao followed, grinning now. "Come on, servant. Show me what you've learned. Show me all that determination that the crowd finds so inspiring." Xianxia set his feet. He was showing Meridian Opening Stage 2, a level that shouldn't have been able to survive this long against Stage 6. The crowd knew it. The judges knew it. But they attributed it to heart, to stubbornness, to the romantic notion that willpower could close a 4-stage gap. Xianxia knew better. And now, he needed to end this. Lin Hao launched his killing combination, a 5-strike sequence designed to overwhelm the opponent's guard from every angle. It was his signature technique, practiced to perfection over years. Xianxia watched it coming with temporal-enhanced perception. Each strike appeared to drift toward him like a flower petal on still water. He had all the time in the world. He parried the first strike, deflected the second, sidestepped the third, ducked the fourth, and on the fifth, when Lin Hao was fully extended, off balance, committed, Xianxia stepped forward and drove his palm into Lin Hao's exposed sternum with exactly enough force to end the fight without revealing more than Stage 2 power. Lin Hao's eyes went wide. His breath left him. His sword dropped. He staggered backward 3 steps and sat down hard on the packed earth, his expression shifting from shock to disbelief to something that looked like genuine fear. The arena held its breath. The instructor counted to 5. Lin Hao didn't rise. "Winner, Xianxia." The noise that followed was deafening. Lin Yu wasn't just standing on his seat. He was jumping on it. Outer disciples who'd spent years under Lin Hao's boot were screaming with vicarious triumph. Even some inner disciples were applauding, because watching a bully lose never got old regardless of faction loyalties. Lin Hao rose slowly, his hand pressed against his sternum. He stared at Xianxia with an expression that had curdled past humiliation into something darker, the cold, calculating fury of someone who'd been publicly defeated and was already planning revenge. He said nothing. He turned and walked out of the arena, and the silence that followed him was more ominous than any threat he could have spoken. From her balcony, Elder Qin Fenghua lowered her observation scope. Her expression was thoughtful. "The precision," she murmured to herself. "That palm strike. He targeted the exact nerve cluster that disrupts essence flow in a Meridian Opening cultivator's core. A Stage 2 doesn't know that anatomy. A Stage 7 essence gathering certainly doesn't." She made another note in her private journal. Then she reached for her communication formation and sent a quiet message to the sect's security division. Something was wrong with the quiet boy from Dustfall Peak, and she intended to find out what. Chapter 19. The upset. The finals were almost anticlimactic. Shenwei's opponent was a meridian opening stage for disciple named Tan Huizhong, capable, experienced, but lacking the raw aggression that had made Lin Hao dangerous. Tan Huizhong fought like a craftsman, methodical, efficient, without ego. He was the kind of opponent Shenwei respected, which made the deception harder. They circled each other in the center of the arena, the packed earth floor still bearing scuff marks from the semi-final. The crowd was enormous now. Word had traveled through the entire sect, and even elders who normally ignored the outer disciple tournament had found excuses to attend. "You fight well," Tan Huizhong said, settling into a balanced stance. "But I'm not Lin Hao. I won't underestimate you." "I appreciate the honesty," Shenwei replied. The match was clean. Tan Huizhong attacked with measured combinations, testing Shenwei's defenses without overcommitting. Shenwei responded with the same calculated mediocrity he'd used throughout the tournament. Just enough skill to survive, just enough determination to push forward, just enough luck to land the critical blow at the critical moment. The decisive moment came 6 minutes in, when Tan Huizhong feinted high and struck low. It was a good move, the kind that beat opponents who relied on reaction speed rather than reading patterns. Against a true stage 2, it would have ended the fight. Shenwei read the feint before it was executed, shifted his guard preemptively, and caught the low strike on his blade's edge. The deflection opened Tan Huizhong's right side. Shenwei struck, a quick, precise cut to the forearm that disrupted his opponent's grip. Tan Huizhong's sword flew from numbed fingers. He raised his hands in immediate surrender. "Winner, Shenwei. Tournament champion." The crowd's response was thunderous. Shenwei stood in the center of the arena, cheap iron sword in hand, dust on his robes, and received the title of top outer disciple with an expression that was carefully, deliberately humble. He bowed to the judges. He bowed to his opponent. He collected his prize, 500 spirit stones and a technique pavilion access token, and walked out of the arena as if he'd won a minor errand rather than the most watched outer disciple tournament in years. Lin Yu intercepted him outside. "You're insane," Lin Yu said, grabbing his shoulders. "You just beat an inner disciple and the tournament's strongest outer disciple in the same afternoon, and you look like you're heading to wash dishes." "Old habits," Shenwei said. "Celebrate, you absolute stone-faced. Later. Right now, I need to think." The celebration could wait. What couldn't wait was Lin Hao's reaction. Shenwei had watched the former bully leave the arena, and the expression on his face was a countdown timer. Lin Hao wasn't going to accept public humiliation. He was going to respond, and his response would be proportional to the shame he felt, which meant it would be extreme. That night, while the outer disciples celebrated with stolen rice wine and raucous songs, Shenwei sat in his quarters and cultivated. The 500 spirit stones sat untouched in their pouch. The technique pavilion token rested in his palm, warm and smooth, a key to knowledge he desperately needed. But more important than either was the breakthrough hovering at the edge of his awareness. Meridian opening peak. The very top of the second realm. One step below foundation establishment. One step below the threshold that would send a ripple through the fabric of time itself. He thought about the Jade Spirit's warning. About the heavens watching. About arbiters made of golden law chains that hunted temporal anomalies. Then he thought about Lin Hao's face in the arena. About Lin Yu's bruised ribs. About 6 years of carrying water and scrubbing stones, and being told he was worthless. He closed his eyes and cultivated harder. From a hidden location outside the sect's walls, Lin Hao pressed a communication talisman to his lips. "I need someone eliminated," he said, his voice flat with barely contained rage. "An outer disciple. Dustfall Peak. Can you do it?" The voice that answered was smooth, professional, and completely without conscience. "Foundation establishment target? No. Essence gathering. Maybe meridian opening at best. But make it look like an accident. For the right price, anything can look like an accident. I'll have someone there by midnight." Lin Hao crushed the talisman in his fist and stared at the mountain peaks of the Azure Cloud sect, lit by moonlight and the soft glow of formation barriers. Somewhere on the smallest, most forgotten peak, a boy who used to clean his boots was sleeping. Not for much longer. He did not feel good about the victory. Not because he hadn't wanted it. He had, in the careful, calculated way he wanted most things. He'd engineered this result specifically. But engineering a result and experiencing it were different activities, and the experience of standing on a tournament stage with an opponent who had genuinely tried their best and lost to something they couldn't fully explain, that had a texture that the engineering hadn't anticipated. Lin Hao's face in the crowd had been worth observing. The satisfaction that had lived there for months, the easy satisfaction of a person who believed the hierarchy was self-justifying, had developed a crack. That crack was the real victory, not the match, not the advancement. The introduction of uncertainty into Lin Hao's certainty about what the world was and who mattered in it. Xianxia pressed that observation into memory and filed it against the day when it would be useful. Chapter 20. The storm gathers. Xianxia broke through on Dustfall Peak as the moon reached its zenith. He hadn't planned it, or rather, he'd planned it for 2 days later, in a more controlled setting. But the cultivation momentum from his tournament victories had fed into his practice session with unexpected intensity, and the barrier between meridian opening peak and foundation establishment had thinned to a membrane barely thicker than a thought. He'd hesitated. The Jade Spirit's warning echoed. Foundation establishment will send the first crack through the veil of time. But Xianxia had never been the kind of person who retreated from necessity. He pushed. The membrane resisted for 1 heartbeat, 2, 3, and then it yielded. Foundation establishment. Power flooded through him in waves that redefined his understanding of what essence could be. Meridian opening was a stream. Foundation establishment was a river. His dantian crystallized into a permanent essence core, a structure of refined spiritual energy so dense it was almost physical. His senses expanded outward in a sphere that encompassed the entire peak. Every insect, every bird, every grain of dust in the air. And somewhere infinitely far above, in a realm that mortal eyes couldn't see, an ancient monitoring array flickered for the first time in 10,000 years. A golden thread of light pulsed along a chain of cosmic relays, carrying a simple message from the mortal realm to the heavenly Tao's enforcement division. Temporal anomaly detected. Xianxia felt it, a cold shiver that had nothing to do with the night air. A weight settling onto his consciousness, faint but unmistakable. The sensation of being watched by something so vast that its attention alone exerted pressure. He suppressed his aura instantly, slamming his spiritual signature down to essence gathering stage 7. His new displayed level, adjusted upward from stage 5 to account for his tournament performance. The suppression was harder now. Foundation establishment power was fundamentally different from meridian opening, and hiding it required a level of control that would have been impossible without months of practice. Good thing he'd had months. Internally, he sat in the cave's darkness, listening to the night. The breakthrough pulse had been stronger than his meridian opening one. Birds had scattered, small animals had fled, and the ambient essence in the cave still resonated with the echo of his advancement. More concerning was the temporal ripple. He couldn't see it or feel it directly, but the Jade Spirit's description had been vivid enough to construct a mental image, a distortion in the flow of time, expanding outward from his position at the speed of causality, carrying his signature toward the attention of cosmic enforcers. The clock was ticking now. Foundation establishment was the first beacon. Core formation would be the second. Each one brighter, louder, more impossible to ignore. He needed to move faster. He needed to reach core formation before the heavens investigation reached its conclusion. At his speed, that meant weeks, maybe less, if he pushed hard. But tonight, he had a more immediate concern. The formation array at the base of Dustfall Peak, the old, damage detection ward he'd noticed weeks ago, had registered his breakthrough. He could feel the residual ping of its activation, a faint echo of essence that would show up on any formation master's monitoring system. If anyone was watching, they knew something had happened on Dustfall Peak tonight. Xianxia descended the mountain quickly, his steps sure despite the darkness. The crumbling staircase that had once seemed treacherous was now trivially easy to navigate. Foundation establishment senses turned the darkness into a landscape of subtle textures and thermal gradients. He paused at the base of the peak. The formation array was there, 7 nodes arranged in a heptagonal pattern, 3 cracked, the circuit corroded but functional enough to register a foundation establishment breakthrough. Xianxia studied it with his enhanced perception and considered destroying it. No, destroying it would be noticed. A failed array was background noise. A deliberately destroyed one was an alarm. He left it and returned to his quarters. Lin Hao was asleep, his breathing steady, the earth element technique scroll tucked under his pillow like a talisman. Xianxia lay on his mat and stared at the ceiling. The tournament victory felt distant now, a pebble thrown into the ocean of what was coming. Lin Hao's revenge, the heavens investigation, the shadow veil order that he didn't yet know existed, already receiving reports about an unusual boy at the Azure Cloud sect. And below all of it, steady as a second heartbeat, the jade pendant pulsed against his sternum. The storm was gathering. Xianxia could feel it in his bones, that particular tension in the air that preceded something vast and violent and utterly beyond his control. He closed his eyes and began cultivating, not because he needed to, not because the breakthrough demanded it, but because the only weapon he had against what was coming was speed, and speed was the one thing the heavens would never forgive him for possessing. Outside, the night was quiet. The moon cast silver light across the mountain peaks, and in the distance, so far away that even Foundation establishment senses couldn't detect it, Lin Hao's hired assassin crossed the sect's outer boundary and began climbing toward Dustfall Peak. Chapter 21. The Technique Pavilion. The assassin came at the darkest hour of the night, when even the sect's patrol formations dimmed to their lowest power cycle. Xinwei felt him before he saw him, a wrongness in the essence currents around Dustfall Peak, like a stone dropped into still water. His spiritual senses, sharpened to meridian opening peak clarity, detected the concealment artifact's subtle distortion from 50 meters away. Foundation establishment. Late stage. The assassin was 2 full realms above Xinwei's displayed cultivation. Xinwei didn't move from his meditation position. He tracked the intruder's approach through vibrations in the cave floor, through minute shifts in air pressure, through the barely perceptible hum of a concealment artifact working at maximum capacity. The assassin appeared at the cave entrance, a shadow among shadows, poison-coated blade catching no light. Professional, silent, lethal, and completely unaware that his target could see him as clearly as daylight. Xinwei's mind raced through options. He could flee. He could call for help. He could. The assassin lunged. Xinwei reacted on instinct. His body moved before conscious thought caught up, rolling sideways as the poisoned blade kissed the stone where his head had been. He came up in a crouch, sword already drawn, and activated his temporal perception. The world slowed. Not literally. His body still moved at normal speed, but his mind processed information 100 times faster. The assassin's follow-up strike, which should have been too fast to track, became a leisurely arc that Xinwei could study, analyze, and counter. He deflected the strike, stepped inside the assassin's guard, and drove his palm into the man's sternum with every ounce of his true meridian opening peak power. The assassin flew backward, crashed into the cave wall, and slid to the ground. Conscious, but stunned. "Who sent you?" Xinwei asked, blade at the man's throat. The assassin spat blood and laughed. "Doesn't matter, boy. If I fail, they'll send someone stronger. You're already dead." A formation disk embedded itself in the cave wall above the assassin's head, and golden light erupted outward. Binding chains of pure essence wrapped around the man's body, pinning him to the stone like an insect in a display case. Elder Qin Fenghua stepped into the cave, her ink-stained robes fluttering in the mountain breeze. Her expression was somewhere between academic curiosity and mild irritation. "A Foundation establishment assassin in my sect," she said, examining the bound man with clinical detachment. "Armed with soulbane poison. Working for." She pressed a formation talisman to the assassin's forehead. His eyes went glassy. "Lin Hao, through an intermediary connected to the Shadow Veil Order." She looked at Xinwei. "Interesting company your enemies keep." Xinwei lowered his sword. His mind was still racing, but one thing was clear: his cover was blown. Elder Qin had just watched a supposed essence gathering stage 7 disciple react to and overpower a Foundation establishment assassin. "Elder Qin, don't." She held up a hand. "Don't explain. Don't lie. Don't give me a story about lucky reflexes or accidental palm strikes." She met his eyes, and behind her scholarly demeanor, Xinwei saw the power of a spirit transformation cultivator, vast, deep, and ancient as the mountains. "I've been watching you for 2 weeks. I know you're not essence gathering. I know the time around you is wrong. I know you've been hiding." Silence. "I don't know what you are," she continued more softly. "I don't know how a former servant is cultivating at a speed that violates every principle of essence theory I've studied for 2 centuries. And frankly, I don't care." She pulled the assassin free from the wall with a gesture and slung his unconscious form over one shoulder with casual strength. "What I care about is this. There is a boy in my sect with extraordinary potential who is being hunted by forces he doesn't fully understand. I can protect you. I can teach you. And I can ensure that no one, not Lin Hao, not the Shadow Veil Order, not anyone, touches you while you grow." "Why?" Xinwei asked. "Why would you help me?" Elder Qin's expression softened, just a fraction, just enough to show the human being behind the cultivator. "Because I was once a girl with a secret in a sect full of people who would have destroyed me for it. And someone helped me then." She walked toward the cave exit. "Come to my laboratory tomorrow. I'll have a private cultivation chamber prepared. Bring your sword." She left, carrying the assassin into the night. Xinwei stood alone in his cave, heart pounding, sword still in his hand. His secret wasn't safe, but perhaps Perhaps he'd found something better than safety. He'd found an ally. The next morning, Shen Wei claimed his tournament prize, access to the technique pavilion. The pavilion was a 7-story pagoda near the sect's center, each floor holding increasingly advanced cultivation resources. Outer disciples were restricted to the first floor. Even the first floor was a revelation. Rows of jade slips lined the shelves, each one containing a complete cultivation technique, recorded by the sect's masters over centuries. Shen Wei moved through the collection methodically, his hand hovering over each slip, sensing the essence patterns within. One resonated. The flowing time blade, a sword technique that manipulated the rhythm and tempo of strikes. Its creator, a long-dead Azure Cloud elder, had described it as making each strike arrive at the perfect moment, neither early nor late. The technique was considered mediocre by the sect's standards, too demanding in its timing requirements for most disciples to master. For someone with 100x temporal perception, it was perfect. He also found a damaged manual on aura concealment, more advanced than the silent wind hall technique he'd been using. This one was from an extinct sect called the Phantom Court, specialists in deep cover infiltration. The manual was incomplete, but the core principles were intact. Layers of concealment, each one reinforcing the others, creating a facade so convincing that even spiritual sense probes would return false readings. He absorbed both in a single sitting. As he was leaving the pavilion, a voice called his name, familiar, warm, and thick with surprise. Shen Wei. He turned. A young woman stood on the pavilion steps, wearing the azure and gold robes of an inner disciple. Her hair was pulled back in a practical knot, and her face, round, freckled, with wide brown eyes, was one he hadn't seen in 6 years. Su Main, his childhood friend from the village, covered her mouth with both hands. It is you. They told me all the servants from our intake had been reassigned or dismissed. I looked for you when I first arrived, but I was cleaning storage rooms. Not exactly a high-profile position. She launched forward and hugged him with the unself-conscious affection of someone who still remembered the 8-year-old boy who'd shared his rice cakes with her during lean winters. Shen Wei, who hadn't been voluntarily touched by another person in 6 years, froze for a moment before awkwardly returning the embrace. You look different, she said, pulling back to study him. I mean, obviously you're older, but there's something. I can't explain it. You seem more present. I've been cultivating. Late bloomer. I heard. You won the outer tournament. Everyone's talking about the servant boy who beat Lin Hao. She grinned. I wish I'd been there. That arrogant waste of air has been making enemies since the day he arrived. They walked together through the sect grounds, catching up on 6 years of separation. Su Main had been recruited by a traveling elder who detected her latent wind element affinity during a routine sweep of border villages. She was now Meridian Opening Stage 3, solid progress for her time in the sect, though nothing extraordinary. Shen Wei listened, genuinely happy for her, and carefully revealed nothing about his own abilities beyond what was publicly known. But Main was perceptive. She'd known him since childhood, and the boy she remembered, quiet, watchful, always thinking 3 steps ahead, was still visible in the young man before her. You're hiding something, she said, not accusingly. You always did have secrets, even as a kid. Remember when you figured out old Chun was watering down the grain shipments a full season before the village council caught him? You just watched and waited and said nothing until you had all the pieces. Shen Wei said nothing. Main smiled. Same old way. Fine, keep your secrets. But I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're cultivating. And I'm glad that Bully got what was coming to him. Chapter 22. Reunion and Secrets. 3 days after the tournament, Shen Wei began his training with Elder Qin. Her laboratory near Dustfall Peak was a maze of formation arrays, prototype constructs, and experimental essence-conducting materials. Every surface was covered with diagrams, notes, and the accumulated debris of a 2-century research obsession. The air hummed with layered formations, each one performing a different function: environmental control, security, observation, data collection. First lesson, Elder Qin said, handing Shen Wei a set of formation discs. Formations are the cultivator's greatest tool. Raw power wins fights. Formations win wars. She was a demanding teacher, precise, exacting, and utterly intolerant of laziness, though she had a dry wit that emerged in unexpected moments. Under her guidance, Shen Wei learned the fundamentals of formation crafting: how to inscribe essence patterns onto physical media, how to layer arrays for compound effects, how to design activation sequences and failsafes. With his 100x temporal acceleration, he absorbed formation theory the way a desert absorbed rain. Concepts that took students years to grasp clicked into place in hours. Elder Qin noticed. You learn fast, she said during their third session, watching him complete a practice array in a quarter of the expected time. Unnaturally fast. I have a good teacher. Flattery is a foundation establishment technique. Boy, don't use it on a spirit transformation elder. But she smiled. I don't need to know your secret, but I need you to know mine. She led him to a sealed chamber beneath her laboratory, a room lined with evidence. Communication talisman transcripts, financial records, movement logs, personnel files. Sect leader Zhong Wuji, Elder Qin said, has been selling our disciples to the Shadow Veil Order. The evidence was damning. Over the past decade, at least 12 disciples had been transferred or sent on missions from which they never returned. The paper trail, meticulously assembled by Elder Qin over years of quiet investigation, showed that each disappearance corresponded with a payment from the Shadow Veil Order to accounts controlled by Zhong Wuji. He's using the sect as a farm, Elder Qin said, her voice flat with controlled fury, growing cultivators and selling them for their essence, their bodies, their techniques. The Shadow Veil Order uses them in forbidden experiments. Shen Wei's blood ran cold. Some of those disappeared disciples had been servants he'd known, people who'd shared his meals, his dormitory, his daily humiliations. Why haven't you stopped him, he asked. Because I'm one person, and he has allies. Elder Wu, Elder Han, a faction of inner disciples loyal to him. If I move openly, he'll claim I'm the traitor and use his allies to suppress me. I need evidence strong enough that even his supporters can't deny it. And I need someone capable of acting on that evidence when the time comes. She looked at him pointedly. Me? You? Whatever you're hiding, it makes you stronger than your displayed cultivation. Possibly stronger than you realize. I don't need you today or tomorrow. But when the time comes, I'll need someone who can fight Zhong Wuji directly while I handle his formation defenses. Shen Wei thought of the servants who'd disappeared, of the system that had ground him into dust for 6 years, of Lin Hao, a small cog in a machine built by the sect leader himself. I'll do it, he said. Meanwhile, in the outer sect, Lin Hao paced his quarters and seethed. The assassin had failed, disappeared without a trace, no body, no report, nothing. His contact in the Shadow Veil Order had gone silent, and the rat Shen Wei continued to walk the sect grounds as if nothing had happened. Worse, Shen Wei was now seen with Elder Qin. The eccentric formation master had publicly taken the outer disciple under her tutelage, a patronage that placed Shen Wei under the protection of the sect's most powerful elder. Lin Hao couldn't touch him directly anymore. He needed a different approach. He began writing a letter to sect leader Zhong Wuji. The Technique Pavilion's records room smelled of old paper and cedar oil and the specific brand of bureaucratic age that accumulated in places where important things were stored too long without being used. Lin Yu had arranged their meeting there because it was the one location in the sect where a junior disciple could spend 2 hours without anyone finding it strange. Cataloging was ongoing, understaffed, and thoroughly boring to everyone who wasn't doing it. He arrived with the expression of a person who had a great deal to say and very little time to say it, which had been true of Lin Yu in every situation Shen Wei had ever seen him in. Start with what's urgent, Shen Wei said. The corruption runs deeper than Elder Qin knows. Elder Zhao Wenfeng and 2 of the pavilion instructors are on the Shadow Veil's payroll, not as true believers, as bought assets. They're providing student information, cultivation progress reports, and patrol schedule data. Lin Yu had clearly been composing this report for days. The sect head is compromised, but passively. He's taking money to look the other way, not actively directing the operation. That's actually useful. Passive corruption has exits. Active corruption doesn't. Elder Qin has been building something in the sub-basement formation chamber. I don't know what, but the materials she's requisitioned over the past decade are consistent with a large-scale ceiling array. Lin Yu lowered his voice further. She knows about you, Shen Wei. Not everything. She hasn't confronted you. But she's been monitoring your training sessions, and she's made 3 off-record visits to Dustfall Peak. Shen Wei processed this. She's protecting me, not reporting what she's found. That's my read too. But I don't know why. Neither do I. Yet. He looked at his friend. You've done good work, you. Lin Yu shrugged, uncomfortable with the praise. I've been paying attention. Someone has to. Chapter 23, Night Ambush. The second assassin was better than the first. Shen Wei sensed him only because Elder Qin's upgraded formation array around Dustfall Peak detected a spatial distortion, the telltale sign of a concealment technique operating at Foundation Establishment Stage 8 or above. Formation alert. Elder Qin's voice came through a communication talisman she'd given him. Intruder. Foundation Establishment, Peak Stage. Approaching from the northern slope. I'm 4 minutes away. For minutes. An eternity in a fight, but a blink in cultivation terms. Wei rose from his meditation in the private cultivation chamber Elder Qin had prepared for him. In this chamber, the essence density was 10 times that of Dustfall Peak's ambient level. With his 100x acceleration, it was like cultivating in a river of pure power. He'd been doing so for 3 days. In real time, that was 3 days. In his internal time, it was nearly a year of constant refinement. He was now firmly at meridian opening peak, the absolute ceiling of the second realm. He could feel the barrier to foundation establishment pressing against his awareness like a wall of compressed light. One push and he'd break through. But not now. Now, he had an assassin to deal with. He left the chamber and moved into the open air on Dustfall Peak's summit. The night was moonless, the sect below a constellation of distant lanterns. The assassin materialized from empty air, a woman this time, dressed in body-hugging black, her face masked. Her blade was already in motion, a diagonal slash aimed at Wei's throat. Wei activated his temporal perception and the world slowed. The blade's arc became a crawling trajectory he could study at leisure. The assassin's body mechanics, weight transfer, muscle engagement, essence flow, laid bare to his accelerated senses. She was good, very good. Foundation establishment peak, with techniques honed by real combat experience. And she was still slower than him. He tilted his head 3 centimeters to the left. The blade passed through the space his neck had occupied, close enough to feel the wind. The assassin's eyes widened behind her mask. She'd aimed perfectly. He shouldn't have been able to dodge at that range. She recovered instantly, spinning into a combination, 3 slashes, a thrust, a retreating guard. Textbook assassination protocol. Each strike was lethal, efficient, and designed to close escape routes. Wei dodged them all. Not with Phantom Step, he didn't need it. His base reflexes, enhanced by a year's worth of temporally compressed combat training, were sufficient to read and evade every attack. Then he counterattacked. The flowing time blade technique activated for the first time in actual combat. His sword moved in a rhythm that defied conventional timing. Each strike arriving at the exact moment the assassin was committed to a movement and unable to redirect. Not faster than her techniques, but precisely timed to exploit the gaps between them. First strike, deflected her guard and opened a cut on her forearm. Second strike, targeted the exposed tendons at her wrist, forcing her to switch her grip. Third strike, a diagonal slash that she blocked, but which drove her backward into a position she hadn't chosen. She was losing control of the fight, and she knew it. "What are you?" she hissed, circling. "No essence-gathering cultivator fights like this." Wei didn't answer. He pressed forward, flowing time blade building in tempo, each exchange faster and more precise than the last. The technique's true power wasn't raw speed, it was rhythm. It created a flow state where each strike set up the next, building momentum that became impossible to interrupt. The assassin attempted to break free with a desperate burst technique, a short-range essence explosion designed to create distance. Wei had read the telltale signs, the compression of essence in her palms, the slight shift in her stance, and was already moving. He stepped inside the explosion radius, where the force was minimal, and drove his palm into her solar plexus. Not with the full power of meridian opening peak. That would have killed her, but with enough force to shatter her internal essence circulation temporarily. She crumpled. Wei caught her before she hit the ground and lowered her to the stone. His breathing was controlled, his pulse steady. The fight had lasted 45 seconds. Elder Qin arrived 2 minutes later, formation discs already in hand. She took one look at the unconscious assassin and sighed. Another one. Soulbane poison on the blade again. Shadow Veil, standard issue. She bound the woman with essence restraints and pressed a memory-reading talisman to her forehead. Same intermediary. Different client this time, though. This one was ordered by sect leader Zhong Wuji directly. Wei's blood chilled. He knows about me. He knows someone is investigating his operations. Lin Hao went to him after the first assassin failed. Not about you specifically, but about an outer disciple who defeated him and has been acting suspiciously. Zhong Wuji made the connection to my increased activity around Dustfall Peak and decided to eliminate the potential threat. She looked at Wei with something approaching maternal concern. The timeline has accelerated, Wei. He's going to move against us soon. Are you ready? Almost, Wei said, feeling the foundation establishment barrier pulsing within him. I need one more push. Chapter 24, Elder Qin's offer. The next day, Elder Qin formalized their arrangement. They sat in her laboratory, surrounded by formation diagrams and the faint hum of a privacy array so dense that even a tribulation transcendence cultivator couldn't eavesdrop. I won't pretend this is charity, Elder Qin said, pouring tea from a pot that heated itself through a microformation on its base. I need your help as much as you need mine. But I want us to be clear about terms. She laid out the arrangement. She would provide Shunwei with a private cultivation chamber, formation instruction, and protection from sect politics. In return, he would help her investigate and eventually expose sect leader Zhong Wuji's corruption. There are rules, she added. First, I don't ask about your secret. Whatever makes you the way you are, it's yours. I'll figure it out eventually. I'm too curious not to, but I won't force it. Second, when we move against Zhong Wuji, you follow my plan. I've been building toward this for years. No improvisation, no heroics. Third, you don't die. I've invested too much time in monitoring you to have you get killed by some Foundation establishment thug. She sipped her tea. I am old enough to know that promising to protect someone is the surest way to make the universe test that promise. So instead, I'll make you strong enough to protect yourself. She assigned him to her private cultivation chamber, a room reinforced with essence-gathering formations that pulled ambient energy from a 10-kilometer radius and concentrated it in a space the size of a closet. The density was extraordinary. For a normal cultivator, this room provides perhaps 5 times the standard cultivation speed, Elder Qin explained. Whatever multiplier you're working with, apply it accordingly. 5 times the density, multiplied by 100x temporal acceleration. Shunwei did the math and felt his pulse quicken. In this room, 1 day of real-time cultivation would equal nearly 500 days, over a year and a half, of regular practice at standard density. He could reach core formation in days, foundation establishment in hours. Thank you, Elder Qin. Don't thank me. Survive. That's thanks enough. The formation chamber was exactly what Lin Hao had described, a space that had been quietly accumulating purpose for a decade, its walls layered with arrays that served as both construction scaffolding and functional components of something larger. Shunwei stood in its center and felt the grand ceiling array beneath his feet. Incomplete, but recognizable, the formation equivalent of a sentence still being written. It would take another year to finish. When it was done, it would be able to suppress nascent soul cultivation to foundation establishment levels, comprehensively, within the sect's boundaries. A weapon aimed specifically at people like him, or a cage aimed specifically at people who wanted to use people like him. Elder Qin stood near the far wall with her tea, watching him look at the formation with an expression that was approximately neutral, but contained depth. You built this for me, he said. I built it for the sect, she said. The fact that it protects you specifically is a consequence of who the sect currently hosts. The shadow veil will come for this place. For me, yes. She drank her tea. The array will make it harder for them. She paused. I am not naive, Shunwei. Whatever you are, and the temporal distortions around you suggest several possibilities, none of them simple. You represent something the cultivation world has not seen in a very long time. Things that haven't been seen in a long time tend to attract the worst kinds of attention. She set down her cup. I have spent 200 years building formations that protect this sect from threats. You are a threat magnet. Protecting you is protecting the sect. That's a very practical way to frame it. I am a very practical person. A beat. Also, you remind me of someone I once protected who turned out to be worth the considerable inconvenience. I have a type, apparently. Chapter 25, The Corruption Within. Over the following week, Shunwei split his time between cultivation in Elder Qin's chamber and investigation of Zhong Wuji's corruption network. The investigation was meticulous and infuriating. Elder Qin's evidence was extensive but circumstantial, financial records that showed unexplained transfers, personnel files with gaps, communication fragments that hinted at dark dealings but never stated them outright. Zhong Wuji was careful. He'd spent decades building a system that was nearly invisible from the inside. The key is the supply chain, Elder Qin explained during one of their strategy sessions. Spirit stones come into the sect from mining operations and tribute. They're distributed to disciples through the allocation system. But about 15% of each allocation disappears, logged as wastage or administrative overhead. That 15% funds Zhong Wuji's personal operations and his payments to the Shadow Veil Order. And the missing disciples? Volunteered for special missions, missions that don't exist. Zhong Wuji fabricates assignments, sends disciples to rendezvous points outside the sect, and the Shadow Veil picks them up. The disciples think they're serving the sect. They're actually being delivered to laboratories. The horror of it settled into Shunwei's chest like a stone. These weren't abstract numbers. They were people. People who'd trusted the sect, trusted the system, and been consumed by it. Lin Hao appeared at his quarters that evening, face drawn with worry. Something weird happened today, Lin Hao said, sitting on Shunwei's mat. Elder Wu pulled me aside after training. Said I've been noticed by the sect leadership. Said there's a special mission, an opportunity for talented outer disciples to gain experience outside the sect. Shenwei went very still. He said, "I'd be gone for a few weeks, tops. Special training with a partner sect. Great resources, advanced techniques, the whole deal." Lin Yu's expression was uncertain. "It sounds amazing. But, I don't know. Something about the way he said it felt wrong. Like he was reciting lines." Shenwei's mind raced. Lin Yu was being selected for one of Zhong Wuji's trafficking schemes. An outer disciple with earth element affinity and no powerful family connections. Exactly the type that disappeared. "Don't go," Shenwei said, keeping his voice carefully neutral. "Really? It's a huge opportunity, you. Trust me. Don't go." Lin Yu studied his friend's face. Whatever he saw there, urgency, certainty, something that went beyond casual concern, convinced him. "Okay, I trust you." That night, Shenwei brought the information to Elder Qin. Together, they devised a plan. Lin Yu would appear to accept the mission, then suffer an accident during preparation that would leave him injured and unable to travel. They would use the opportunity to trace the logistics of the trafficking operation, the rendezvous point, the escort team, the Shadow Veil contacts. It worked. Lin Yu feigned a training injury, a twisted ankle that by Lin Hao might have diagnosed as suspiciously convenient, but that Elder Wu accepted without question. Meanwhile, Shenwei followed the escort team that had been prepared for Lin Yu and tracked them to a meeting point outside the sect, where 2 Shadow Veil operatives waited. He memorized faces, locations, and the communication protocols they used. Then he returned to Elder Qin with the final pieces of the puzzle. "We have enough," Elder Qin said, reviewing the compiled evidence. "Financial records, trafficking logistics, Shadow Veil contacts, and now operational protocols. This is sufficient for the Cultivation Alliance. When do we move?" "Not yet. We need one more thing. A moment when Zhong Wuji is vulnerable. And I need you to be ready." She fixed him with that piercing gaze. "How close are you?" Shenwei felt the foundation establishment barrier within him. Not a wall anymore, but a membrane. One decisive push away from rupture. "Close," he said. "Tomorrow." Chapter 26. Foundation Establishment Breakthrough. Elder Qin's enhanced cultivation chamber hummed around Shenwei like a living thing. Its formation arrays pulling essence from the mountain itself and concentrating it into a torrent of pure power. He sat at the chamber's center, eyes closed, and breathed. The foundation establishment barrier was different from the meridian opening breakthrough. It didn't require a qualitative insight or a moment of understanding. It required raw accumulation, an overwhelming surge of refined essence that would permanently alter his body's fundamental structure, transforming him from a mortal who manipulated essence to a being whose very cells were infused with it. Normal cultivators spent months preparing for this moment. They gathered resources, refined pills, arranged protective formations, and ensured every variable was controlled. Shenwei had 100 times the preparation time of any cultivator who'd ever lived. He drew essence inward, compressing it into his dantian. The golden core of energy there, the accumulated product of weeks of real time and years of internal time, blazed like a miniature sun. Brighter, hotter, denser. The barrier resisted. He pushed harder. Inside his temporal field, days passed. Outside, minutes ticked by. The barrier cracked. Essence flooded through the break like water through a dam, surging through every cell in his body. His meridians blazed with golden light. His bones resonated. His very DNA rewrote itself, incorporating essence into its fundamental structure. Foundation establishment. And then it happened. A ripple, invisible, intangible, but real on a level that transcended physical law, expanded outward from Shenwei's body. It passed through the cultivation chamber walls, through Elder Qin's formations, through the mountain itself. It radiated outward at the speed of light, carrying with it a signature that any sufficiently advanced detection system would recognize. Temporal anomaly. Time has been distorted. Something in the mortal realm is breaking the natural flow. In the heavens, a realm beyond mortal perception, where cosmic laws were maintained by ancient systems of monitoring and enforcement, an array that had been dormant for 10,000 years flickered. Once, twice. On the third flicker, it activated. A simple signal, transmitted across the heavenly network. Temporal disturbance detected. Source, mortal realm, Azure Province sector. Magnitude, minor. Recommendation, monitor. The signal was received, logged, and filed. No immediate action was taken. The monitoring arrays were old, and minor disturbances occurred naturally. Earthquakes, volcanic activity, certain rare mineral formations could all create false positives. But the signal was logged. And the heavens, unlike mortals, never forgot. Back in the cultivation chamber, Shenwei opened his eyes to a world that was sharper, brighter, more vivid than anything he'd experienced before. Foundation establishment didn't just enhance power, it enhanced perception. He could see individual dust motes in the air, feel the magnetic fields of the mountain, hear the heartbeat of a mouse 3 rooms away. The jade pendant pulsed beneath his skin, a complex rhythm that communicated warning and congratulation simultaneously. The first ripple, Shenwei murmured. The clock is ticking. He suppressed his cultivation to meridian opening stage 5, a significant jump from his previous displayed level, but not impossibly so. A plausible, fast learner progression. Elder Qin was waiting outside the chamber. Her face was pale. I felt that, she said quietly. Not just the breakthrough. Something else. A pulse that my formations couldn't identify. It wasn't essence, it was something older. Something that felt like a signal. Shenwei told her the truth. Not all of it. Not the 100x speed, not the jade spirit, but the truth about the temporal ripple and the heavens. The heavens will eventually come looking for the source of that signal. When they do, everyone near me will be in danger. Elder Qin absorbed this information with the practiced calm of someone who'd survived things that would break lesser cultivators. How long do we have? The jade, my source of information, suggests months at minimum. The monitoring systems are old, and the disturbance was classified as minor. Then we deal with Zhong Wuji first, shore up the sect's defenses, and prepare for what comes after. She squared her shoulders. One crisis at a time. Chapter 27. By Lin Hao arrives the Azure Cloud sect's annual inter-sect alchemy exchange was, under normal circumstances, a routine diplomatic event. Visiting alchemists demonstrated techniques, traded recipes, and engaged in the polite fiction that all sects were friendly colleagues rather than rivals fighting over the same limited resources. This year's exchange drew a contingent from the Jade Lotus sect, a prestigious organization renowned for its alchemical expertise. Their delegation was led by a young woman who arrived on a flying sword, landed in the sect's courtyard with the casual grace of someone accustomed to being watched, and immediately began critiquing the quality of the sect's pill refinement facilities. Bai Lianhua was 20, sharp-featured, and beautiful in the way a well-honed blade is beautiful, functional elegance with an edge. She wore the Jade Lotus sect's green and white robes with an authority that belied her age, and she carried a pill furnace strapped to her back like a warrior carries a weapon. Your refinement facilities are adequate, she told Elder Feng, who'd been tasked with hosting the delegation. For a sect of this size and ambition, the pause was expertly judged, not quite an insult, not quite a compliment. Shenwei watched the arrival from the Technique Pavilion steps, standing with Lin Yu and a handful of other curious disciples. The Jade Lotus delegation was impressive, 12 alchemists, including 3 nascent soul elders who radiated the particular smugness of people who created things that other cultivators needed. But it was Bai Lianhua who drew his eye. Not just her beauty, though that was undeniable, but the way she moved through the crowd, assessing everything with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been trained to notice details. Her eyes cataloged each disciple's cultivation level, equipment quality, and physical condition with a glance. When those eyes swept past Shenwei, they stopped. She tilted her head, nostrils flaring slightly, the unconscious habit of an alchemist who perceived the world partially through scent. Her brow furrowed. She walked directly toward him. You, she said, stopping 2 paces away. What's your name? Shenwei. Outer disciple. She leaned closer, inhaling in a way that was clinically detached rather than intimate. Strange. Your essence smells like it's been aged 100 years, but you can't be older than 19. Shenwei's heart rate spiked, but his face remained impassive. I'm told I have an old soul. I'm told many things. Most of them are lies. Her eyes narrowed. Your essence pattern is layered, deep, like sedimentary rock, years of refinement compressed into. She trailed off, then shook her head. Never mind. Probably a natural variant. Some bloodlines produce unusual essence signatures. She walked away without another word. Shenwei let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Behind him, Lin Yu whistled softly. She smelled you. Lin Yu said, equal parts amused and bewildered. That's a new one. Alchemists perceive essence differently than combat cultivators, Shenwei said, filing away the encounter as a potential threat. Bai Lianhua's senses were keener than anyone he'd encountered. If she investigated further, she might detect the temporal signature that Elder Qin had struggled to identify. But there was something else in the encounter that stayed with him, the way she'd looked at him. Not with suspicion, but with curiosity. The sharp, hungry curiosity of someone who discovered something that didn't fit her understanding of the world. It was the look of a scientist, not a threat. Chapter 28. The alchemy exchange. The inter-sect exchange lasted 5 days. During that time, By Lin Hao demonstrated why the Jade Lotus sect was considered the Azure Province's premier alchemical institution. Her pill refinement was extraordinary. Shen Wei watched from the audience as she transformed raw materials into finished pills with a precision that bordered on artistic. Her control over flame temperature, essence infusion, and temporal pacing, the critical timing of each refinement stage, was flawless. Temporal pacing. The phrase caught in Shen Wei's mind. Pill refinement was, at its core, a time-dependent process. Each stage required a specific duration of heating, cooling, and essence infusion. The timing had to be exact. Too fast, and the pill would be unstable. Too slow, and the active ingredients would degrade. What if he applied his 100x acceleration to alchemy? That night, in Elder Qin's cultivation chamber, he experimented. He'd acquired basic alchemical supplies, a novice pill furnace, low-grade ingredients for a simple essence restoration pill. The recipe called for 3 hours of continuous refinement. He began the process and activated his temporal field. Inside his accelerated perception, he could observe each molecular interaction in the furnace with impossible clarity. He could see the essence binding to the herbal extracts, feel the temperature gradients forming, sense the precise moment when the refinement crossed from raw to active. 3 hours of furnace time passed in 1 minute and 48 seconds of real time. The pill that emerged was not great. His control was clumsy, his technique borrowed from observation rather than training, and the finished product was lumpy, off-color, and radiated an uneven essence signature. But it was functional. He swallowed it, and a small burst of essence flooded his meridians. Rough, unrefined, but real. He'd just compressed 3 hours of alchemy into 2 minutes. The implications were staggering. A skilled alchemist with his temporal ability could produce pills at a rate that would make the Jade Lotus sect look like amateurs. Rare pills that required days of refinement could be created in minutes. The bottleneck of time, the single greatest constraint on alchemical production, simply wouldn't apply. He practiced through the night, burning through his supply of ingredients and producing increasingly better pills. By dawn, his essence restoration pills were acceptable quality. Not by Lin Hao's standards, but functional. He stored them carefully and resolved to continue practicing in secret. Alchemy could become a powerful tool, but only if no one knew he could do it at 100x speed. By Lin Hao identified Shen Wei's temporal signature in the middle of a pill demonstration, in front of 40 cultivators, while simultaneously maintaining the precise temperature of a formation furnace at 300 degrees essence heat. She didn't visibly react to the recognition. Her hands continued their measured movements. Her narration of the compound's refinement process continued without pause. The pill emerged from the furnace exactly on schedule, exactly the specified quality. Only when the demonstration was over and the audience had dispersed did she find him in the crowd and say, quietly, "You smell wrong. I've been told that before. It's the temporal distortion." "It's not a distortion. It's an acceleration." She studied him with the assessing gaze of someone whose entire profession was based on identifying exactly what something was. "You're running faster than normal. Not your heart rate, your time. Every breath you take processes more time than it should." She tilted her head. "How long have you been cultivating?" "Publicly, about 7 months. The sect records would say roughly half that." And actually, he considered how much to tell her. He had told no one the full truth. Not even Lin Yu, not in explicit terms. But Bai Lianhua was already 3/4 of the way to understanding on her own, and the remaining quarter would not change anything except whether they had a foundation for what came next. "Longer than either of those answers," he said. She looked at him for a moment. "Then, I'm going to need to test a few things. If I'm right about what I'm sensing, you're either the most dangerous person I've ever met or the most interesting one. Possibly both." She handed him a small jade bottle. "Refining catalyst. Take 1 pill tonight. Cultivate for 2 hours. Report the results to me tomorrow morning." He looked at the bottle. "You're already running experiments on me." "I'm an alchemist," she said. "I run experiments on everything." Chapter 29. Investigating the corruption. The investigation entered its final phase. Elder Qin had been patient for years, building her case against Zhong Wuji with the methodical precision of her formation work. Now, with Shen Wei's help, the final pieces fell into place. They bypassed the wards on the sect treasury using Elder Qin's formation expertise, not breaking them, but creating a parallel observation array that could read the contents without triggering alerts. What they found confirmed every suspicion. The treasury was half empty. Records showed full allocations of spirit stones, pills, and cultivation materials. Physical counts revealed massive shortfalls. The discrepancy was hidden by a clever formation that made the treasury appear full to casual inspection, a formation that bore Zhong Wuji's personal essence signature. He's been at this for at least 12 years, Elder Qin said, reviewing the data. 12 years of systematic theft. The total amount diverted is considerable, enough to fund the cultivation of 50 foundation establishment cultivators. But the trafficking evidence was even more damning. Shenwei's surveillance of the rendezvous point had captured images, via Elder Qin's formation-based recording system, of Shadow Veil operatives receiving disciples from the sect's escort teams. Communication fragments intercepted by Elder Qin's eavesdropping arrays confirmed the arrangements. We send copies to 3 separate recipients, Elder Qin decided. The Jade Lotus sect, they have the political weight to act. The Azure Province Cultivation Alliance, they have jurisdictional authority. And a private archive, insurance. They prepared the evidence packets and dispatched them through secure channels. Formation-sealed messages carried by untraceable courier birds. But they were not as careful as they thought. One of the courier birds crossed the path of Elder Wu's private hunting falcon, an unremarkable coincidence that became significant when the falcon's tracking formation recorded the bird's trajectory. Elder Wu, Zhong Wuji's most loyal supporter, noted the trajectory's origin, Elder Qin's laboratory. He reported this to the sect leader. That evening, Shenwei returned to quarters 7 to find Lin Yu unusually subdued. Something's happening, Lin Yu said. I heard from Zhou Mei that the inner sect is on lockdown. Extra patrols. New wards on the treasury. And Elder Wu has been questioning people about unauthorized communications. The evidence had been intercepted. Shenwei's mind raced. If Zhong Wuji knew that someone was investigating him, he would move to eliminate the threat. Elder Qin would be his primary target. And everyone connected to her, including Shenwei, would be secondary. He needed to warn Elder Qin. He needed to accelerate their timeline. And he needed power he didn't yet possess. The Foundation establishment barrier was behind him. Core formation lay ahead. And between them, the clock was ticking on multiple fronts, the heavens above and the corruption within. The evidence accumulated in pieces, which was how all evidence accumulated. Never cleanly, never in the order that would have been most useful, always requiring the investigator to hold an incomplete picture in their mind long enough for the missing pieces to arrive. Shenwei had been building the picture for 3 months. Elder Zhao Wenfeng's financial records, obtained through the sect's administrative office during a document filing errand that he'd arranged to be assigned, showed pattern payments from a merchant concern with no other activity. The amounts were modest, consistent with a retained consultant relationship, spaced at irregular intervals that matched the sect's internal review schedule. Irregular enough to avoid pattern detection by the sect's automated monitoring formation. Regular enough to be a standing arrangement. He documented it without taking the records. Taking the records would trigger an alert. Documenting was just a disciple with a good memory. The 2 compromised instructors were subtler. Their payments came through the sect's legitimate visiting lecturer program, a mechanism that had existed for 40 years and created plausible cover for external contacts. But the visiting lecturers they had invited over the past 3 years all shared a specific characteristic. Every one of them had later been identified, through Mo Tianlong's network, as a Shadow Veil-connected agent. Not proof. Circumstantial. But the picture was developing. When do we act on this? Lin Yu asked, reviewing Shenwei's notes with the focused attention of someone who had been waiting for permission to do something active. When we have enough to not just expose the individual assets, but trace back to the Shadow Veil's handler in this region. Shenwei added a notation to his document. Exposing the assets gives them warning. Exposing the handler gives us leverage. You want to arrest a Shadow Veil regional commander. I want to find one. Then we discuss what to do with them. Chapter 30. Lin Yu's danger. You've been selected for the Cloudfall mission. Elder Wu's smile didn't reach his eyes. He stood in the doorway of quarters 7, his immaculate robes and careful grooming a stark contrast to the Spartan shack he'd never deigned to visit before. Lin Yu blinked. The what? A special assignment. You and 5 other promising outer disciples will travel to the Cloudfall Valley for advanced training under an allied sect's guidance. 2 weeks, fully provisioned. Excellent resources. It was the same pitch. The same trap. But this time, Shenwei wasn't there to intercept it. He was in Elder Qin's laboratory, reviewing the intercepted communication protocols. Lin Yu, however, had learned to be suspicious. Can I think about it? He asked, trying to keep his voice casual. I have training commitments this week. I'm afraid the timeline is non-negotiable, Elder Wu said, still smiling. Departure is tomorrow at dawn. I've already registered your participation. After Elder Wu left, Lin Yu sat on his mat and thought. Something about the way Elder Wu had said, non-negotiable, had sent a chill through him. It wasn't a request. It was an order, one that bypassed the normal channels of sect procedure. He found Shenwei at Elder Qin's laboratory an hour later. They're trying again, Lin Yu said, relaying Elder Wu's visit. Shen Wei's jaw tightened. They're escalating. Zhong Wuji knows we're investigating. He's trying to remove assets, either to punish us or to eliminate potential witnesses. Elder Qin joined them, her expression grave. The evidence packets were intercepted. At least one of them, maybe all three, were exposed. The three of them strategized through the night. The plan they developed was risky but necessary. Lin Yu would appear to prepare for the mission, then die in a training accident the night before departure. Elder Qin would create a formation that simulated the essence signature of a dead cultivator, a convincing enough facsimile to fool Elder Wu's casual inspection. Lin Yu would then hide on Dustfall Peak until the crisis was resolved. They executed the plan at midnight. Lin Yu staged a fall from a training cliff, complete with blood, animal blood, carefully aged by Shen Wei's temporal field to match human decay patterns, and a body signature formation planted at the base. By dawn, Elder Wu's patrol found the remains and reported to Zhong Wuji. The outer disciple Lin Yu had died in a training accident before he could be assigned to the mission. Lin Yu, very much alive, watched from Dustfall Peak as the patrol examined the scene below. That's the most disturbing thing I've ever been involved in, he whispered to Shen Wei. Faking my own death. I feel like I should be more upset about it. You should feel alive, Shen Wei said. Because without Elder Qin and I, you wouldn't be. That killed the humor. Lin Yu looked at his friend with new understanding. This is bigger than bullies stealing spirit stones, isn't it? Much bigger. Tell me everything. And so Shen Wei did. Not about his temporal physique, but about Zhong Wuji's corruption, the trafficking, the Shadow Veil Order. He told Lin Yu everything that Elder Qin had shared with him. When he finished, Lin Yu's round, honest face had hardened into something Shen Wei had never seen before. Cold, focused fury. What do you need me to do? The warning reached Shen Wei at the second watch, via the emergency communication talisman that Lin Yu had crafted at his instruction and that neither of them had expected to actually use. The message was short, found following. River path. Need time. Time was the one thing Shen Wei could provide in quantities unavailable to anyone else. He activated a cultivation burst, 30 seconds of 100x acceleration, converting half a minute into 50 minutes of internal processing time, and used it to calculate every viable route between Lin Yu's last known position and every defensive choke point within 2 kilometers. He was moving before the 30 seconds ended. Lin Yu had taken the river path because it was the most heavily trafficked after dark. Nighttime traders, fishermen, laborers heading for early morning work. Crowds were protection for someone without combat capability. They were also concealment for someone who was following without wanting to be identified. Shen Wei found the trail by reading the temporal signatures of displaced air. His temporal perception could track a person's recent path by the micro-distortions they left in local time as they moved through it. Not footprints in the traditional sense, but chronological tracks, the record of a body moving through moments and leaving those moments slightly different from how it had found them. Lin Yu's track, northeast, following the river. Hurrying. 2 other tracks, following Lin Yu's, slower, maintaining distance. Experienced surveillance. He ran northeast, below the atmospheric sightline of anyone watching from the river path itself, his essence signature compressed to nothing. Chapter 31. Mo Tianlang appears. The stranger arrived at the Azure Cloud sect's gates 3 days later, requesting shelter as a wandering cultivator. He gave his name as Mo Tianlang. Tall, lean, with the kind of angular features that looked equally at home, smiling or scowling. His robes were travel-worn, his spatial pouch heavy with the accumulated detritus of a life spent on the road. His displayed cultivation was foundation establishment, stage 3, unremarkable for a wanderer. His real cultivation was core formation. Shen Wei noticed the discrepancy the moment they met. Mo Tianlang's aura suppression was excellent, far better than most cultivators at his displayed level could manage. But Shen Wei's temporal perception caught the micro-fluctuations that even the best concealment couldn't entirely eliminate. It takes one to know one. You're hiding, Shen Wei said during their first conversation, a casual encounter in the outer sect's training grounds where Mo Tianlang had been assigned temporary quarters. Mo Tianlang's easy smile didn't waver, but his eyes sharpened. So are you. They regarded each other with the mutual wariness of 2 predators who'd spotted each other's true size. I'm not here to cause trouble, Mo Tianlang said eventually. I'm tracking the Shadow Veil Order. They destroyed my clan 4 years ago, killed everyone, looted our treasury, burned our ancestral grounds. I've been following their supply lines ever since, and one of those lines leads directly to this sect. To sect leader Zhong Wuji. Mo Tianlang's eyebrows rose. You know about that? I'm working to stop it. With help. The alliance formed quickly, born of shared enemies and mutual recognition. Mo Tianlang was a strategist, cunning, adaptable, comfortable with deception in a way that Shunwei respected even as it made him cautious. He'd spent 4 years operating alone against a powerful organization, developing intelligence networks, cultivating informants, and executing surgical strikes against Shadow Veil operations. I've destroyed 3 of their outposts, Mo Tianlang said during a private meeting with Shunwei and Elder Qin. Minor operations, drug labs, way stations for trafficked goods. But the main network is intact, centered on a figure called Gu Yanzhao. Spirit transformation. Maybe void refinement. I've never been close enough to confirm. The one who gives orders to Zhong Wuji, Elder Qin said, connecting pieces. Exactly. Zhong Wuji is a middle manager. Useful, but replaceable. Taking him down will hurt the Shadow Veil, but it won't destroy them. Mo Tianlong's expression hardened. I want them destroyed. One step at a time, Elder Qin said. Zhong Wuji first. Then we worry about the larger beast. Mo Tianlang had the bearing of someone who had been expecting to die soon for a very long time and had made his peace with it without becoming comfortable. He was 32 years old and moved like 40, carrying accumulated damage in his joints and the particular economy of motion that people developed when they couldn't afford to waste energy on anything non-essential. His cultivation, core formation stage 3, he admitted freely, noting that it was a third less than it had been before the Shadow Veil's attack on his clan, was maintained through fierce efficiency rather than abundant resource. I've been watching you for 2 months, he told Shunwei, sitting across the table in the safe location he'd specified, a storage room above a legitimate trading post, accessible through a route that involved 3 false doors and 1 genuinely uncomfortable crawl through a utility passage. I know. Shunwei had been aware of the surveillance since week 3. You're more careful than most. I wanted to understand your intent before I confronted you. And now that you understand it, you want the Shadow Veil destroyed. Specifically, you want Gu Yanzhao dead. And you've spent 4 years building an intelligence network to make that happen. He studied the man across from him. What you don't have is a weapon. What I don't have is a combatant with the cultivation level to match void refinement. Mo Tianlong's expression was stripped of emotion in a way that spoke of grief processed past the point of expression. You have it, or will have it. The temporal distortions around you are unlike anything I've measured in 12 years of intelligence work. You're advancing at a rate that doesn't make sense. It makes sense. It just makes sense in a way that's difficult to explain. I don't need an explanation. I need an ally. Shunwei looked at the man for a long moment, at the intelligence in his eyes and the damage in his posture and the 4 years of preparation visible in the map he'd produced. Tell me about Gu Yanzhao, he said. Chapter 32. The sect assembly sect leader Zhong Wuji called a full assembly on the 7th day of the month, a formal gathering of all disciples and elders in the grand hall. He stood on the raised dais at the hall's center, dressed in ceremonial robes that glittered with defensive formations woven into the fabric. His cultivation, core formation peak, radiated outward in controlled waves, a reminder to everyone present of the power hierarchy. Brothers and sisters, he began, his voice carrying the polished cadence of a practiced speaker. It has come to my attention that elements within our sect have been engaged in unauthorized activities. Communications sent outside official channels. Unauthorized access to restricted areas. Perhaps even contact with hostile organizations. His eyes swept the assembly. When they passed over Elder Qin, they lingered for just a moment longer than natural. Effective immediately, I am implementing the following measures. All external communications will be routed through the sect's central relay. All elders will submit weekly activity reports. And 3 elders, Qin Fenghua, Song Mingji, and Duan Huayuan, are reassigned to border patrol duties, effective within the hour. Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Border patrol was exile in all but name. Isolated posts on the sect's territorial boundaries, far from resources, influence, and any ability to investigate or act. Elder Qin stood. Sect leader, may I ask the basis for these reassignments? Zhong Wuji smiled. Of course, Elder Qin. Your recent formation experiments have produced concerning energy readings in the outer sect. Several disciples have reported unusual phenomena near Dustfall Peak. For the safety of all disciples, I believe it best that your work be conducted at a more remote location. It was masterful, a legitimate-sounding rationale that concealed a political purge. The assembled disciples murmured in agreement. Formation experiments could indeed be dangerous, and Elder Qin's eccentric reputation made the explanation plausible. Elder Qin held Zhong Wuji's gaze for a long moment. Then she bowed. As the sect leader commands. She left the assembly hall with dignity. But as she passed Shen Wei's position in the back row, she pressed something into his hand, a small disc that thrummed with compressed essence. A one-time protective formation, she whispered without moving her lips. It will shield you long enough to strike. When you're ready, use it. She walked away, her ink-stained robes disappearing through the grand hall's doors. The other reassigned elders followed, their faces resigned. Shen Wei closed his fist around the formation disc. It was warm against his palm. The plan had changed. Elder Qin had prepared for this possibility. She'd told him as much during their strategy sessions. If I'm removed from the board, you become the primary piece. I'll leave you what you need. But the timeline had collapsed. Without Elder Qin's protection, Shen Wei was exposed. Without her formation expertise, the evidence against Zhong Wuji was harder to deploy. And without her presence in the sect, Zhong Wuji's power was unchecked. He needed to act. Soon. But first, he needed to break through. The assembly was called by Elder Qin, which meant it was called with approximately 12 hours of notice, no stated agenda, and a tone in the summons that experienced disciples recognized as the cultivation world equivalent of this is going to be difficult, and there will be consequences for not paying attention. The sect's assembly ground held 400 people with difficulty. 700 attended. Word had traveled in the way that words traveled in enclosed communities, through the kitchens and the cleaning crews and the junior disciples whose job descriptions included nothing that required political awareness, but who were nonetheless keenly politically aware. Something was happening with the corruption investigation. Something was happening with Elder Zhao Wenfeng's accounts. Something was happening that the senior elders were being unusually quiet about. Shen Wei stood in the outer disciples section and watched the senior elders row with the particular attention of someone who had been tracking this situation's development for months. Elder Zhao Wenfeng sat with the carefully maintained expression of someone who had not yet been told explicitly that their scheme had been uncovered, but whose instincts were generating increasingly urgent alarm signals. His hands were still. Too still. The stillness of conscious effort. The two compromised instructors had not come. That was the tell. When people who are usually present don't appear at an assembly, they've either received warning or they've fled. Elder Qin began speaking. Her voice carried the quality of someone who had been building toward a specific statement for 20 years and was finally permitted to make it, and every word landed with the weight of that accumulated preparation. The evidence she presented was complete, sourced, and organized with the devastating thoroughness of a formation master who had spent decades ensuring that every connection was exactly where it was supposed to be. By the end of the first hour, the shape of what was coming was visible to everyone in the assembly ground. Chapter 33. Shen Wei's advancement. Elder Qin's cultivation chamber was still accessible. Zhong Wuji either didn't know about it or hadn't yet moved to seize it. Shen Wei retreated there the night of the assembly and cultivated with desperate intensity. Foundation establishment felt different from meridian opening. The essence in his body was no longer external energy being circulated through channels. It was part of him, woven into his cells, his bones, his very thoughts. Each refinement cycle didn't just add power. It deepened the integration, making him more and more a being of essence rather than a mortal who wielded it. His 100x acceleration turned the enhanced chamber into a super collider. Days of internal time compressed into minutes. Weeks into hours. Foundation establishment, stage 3, 5, 7, peak. The barrier to core formation materialized in his awareness, not a wall, but a crucible. The golden core that would define the fourth realm needed to be forged in the furnace of his own dantian, condensed from the vast ocean of foundation establishment essence into a single, impossibly dense sphere. It was a process of compression, of taking everything he'd built and distilling it into its purest form. Normal cultivators spent years at foundation establishment peak, gathering resources and courage for this moment. Shen Wei spent 3 hours of real time and nearly a year of internal time. He also used those hours to refine his combat techniques. The flowing time blade reached a new level of mastery. He could now vary the temporal rhythm of his strikes mid-combination, making his attacks impossible to predict or parry with conventional timing. He developed a second original technique, temporal echo. Building on the principles of phantom step, he created a combat illusion, an afterimage generated by micro-time distortions that remained visible for 1 second after he moved. The echo appeared solid, maintaining his last position's pose and essence signature, while Shen Wei relocated to a new position. In combat, the effect was devastating. An opponent would see Shen Wei standing before them and commit to an attack, only to strike an echo that dissolved on contact, while the real Shen Wei attacked from an entirely different angle. 2 seconds of misdirection. In a fight between high-level cultivators, 2 seconds was an eternity. He emerged from the cultivation chamber at dawn, feeling the coiled potential of foundation establishment peak humming in every fiber of his being. Core formation was one push away, but that push would create another temporal ripple, stronger than the first. He needed to do it somewhere that the ripple would be harder to detect. Somewhere underground, shielded by rock and earth and the natural dampening of deep geology. He knew just the place. Foundation establishment to core formation was the breakthrough that ended the first phase of his concealment strategy. Not because he stopped hiding, he kept the suppression in place, kept the displayed cultivation level calibrated to what a talented, but not exceptional outer disciple should be reaching after a year of genuine practice. But core formation changed the quality of his perception in ways that made concealment itself easier, even as it made the gap between his real and displayed cultivation larger. At core formation, spiritual perception deepened from a surface awareness of ambient essence to a three-dimensional map of everything within range. He could feel the formation arrays in every wall, the cultivation signatures of every person within 100 meters, the emotional states of his nearest neighbors through the unconscious essence fluctuations that accompanied strong feelings. The concealment had, by this point, become second nature. 11 months of constant maintenance had trained the suppression into reflex. It ran without conscious attention the way breathing ran without conscious attention, maintained by physical habit rather than deliberate focus. He suppressed while sleeping, while eating, while fighting in the sect's training grounds with enough visible effort to keep up the performance of a mediocre disciple getting gradually better. Lin Hao watched him lose a sparring match against an outer disciple ranked 3 levels below his displayed cultivation and said afterwards, "You let him hit you with a technique you could have avoided with your eyes closed. I couldn't let him miss by that wide a margin. He's been training with Elder Huang, who reads spatial prediction. If I avoided too cleanly, there would be questions." Lin Hao stared at him. "How much attention are you paying to this at any given moment?" "All of it," Shunwei said. "All of it, always." Chapter 34. By Lin Hao's investigation, the alchemy exchange was in its final day when Lin Hao found the discrepancy. She'd been reviewing the Azure Cloud sect's pill supply records as part of the exchange's formal audit, a routine procedure that both sects had agreed to as a show of good faith. The records should have shown a simple flow: ingredients in, pills out, distributed to disciples. Instead, she found a ghost in the numbers. 20% of the sect's alchemical output, healing pills, cultivation boosters, essence restoration pills, was logged as distributed to disciples, but never actually reached them. The pills were being diverted to an unlisted inventory managed by Elder Wu. Lin Hao was an alchemist, not a detective, but she'd grown up in the Jade Lotus sect, where pill supplies were sacred, and any misallocation was treated as a capital offense. The Azure Cloud sect's casual corruption offended her professional sensibilities. She confronted Shunwei. They met in the sect's garden, neutral ground, with enough ambient foot traffic to discourage eavesdropping, but enough privacy for a serious conversation. "Your sect is rotten," she said without preamble. 20% of your pill production is being siphoned by Elder Wu. Your financial records show a 15% spirit stone deficit. And your personnel files have 12 gaps. Disciples who were assigned missions and never returned. Shunwei looked at her steadily. "You found all that in 5 days? I'm very good at my job." She crossed her arms. "Now tell me what you know. And don't give me the lucky late bloomer routine. You're far too calm for someone hearing about sect-wide corruption for the first time." Shunwei made a decision. Trust was a calculated risk, but Lin Hao had something he needed: external credibility. If the evidence they'd gathered could be sent through the Jade Lotus sect's channels, Zhong Wuji couldn't intercept it. He told her about the corruption, about the trafficking, about Elder Qin's investigation and her forced exile, about the Shadow Veil Order. He did not tell her about his temporal physique. Lin Hao listened with the focused intensity of someone cataloging ingredients for a complex recipe. When he finished, she was silent for a long moment. "You're asking me to involve my sect in another sect's internal conflict. That's politically dangerous. I'm asking you to help stop people from being sold to a dark organization." "I was going to help either way. I just wanted to make sure you understood what you were asking." She met his eyes. "I'll take copies of the evidence and route them through Jade Lotus channels. Zhong Wuji can't intercept communications within our sect's network. But this will take time. My elders will want to verify everything independently. Time is something I have very little of." "Then give me the evidence now." She held out her hand. "And Shunwei, when this is over, you're going to explain to me why your essence smells like century-old wine. I'm not letting that go." He handed her the evidence copies and allowed himself a small smile. "When this is over." Her methodology was the methodology of alchemy: systematic, evidence-based, hypothesis-driven, and absolutely relentless. She had begun with the observation. You smell like accelerated time, and worked outward from it in a systematic expansion of inquiry, noting each data point, rejecting hypotheses that the data didn't support, refining her understanding of what she was actually looking at. Month 1. She established that the temporal signature was genuine and stable, not an artifact of an unusual technique or formation item. She eliminated the simpler explanations. Month 2. She identified the signature's growth pattern. It was not static, it intensified with time, but not linearly. It intensified in proportion to his cultivation advancement, which meant the signature was a characteristic of his cultivation physique rather than an external influence. Month 3. She found the historical reference she'd been looking for, buried in the Jade Lotus sect's restricted archive under the heading Pre-Consolidation Cultivation Anomalies. A single paragraph, summarizing a secondary source's description of a class of cultivator whose internal time operates at an accelerated rate, producing cultivation speed disproportionate to realm. The summary noted that such cultivators were historically exterminated by heavenly mandate. She wrote this paragraph on a slip of paper and kept it in her pill furnace pouch, where she kept things she needed to think about regularly. I know what you are, she told Shenwei on the first morning of the 4th month. I know you know, he said. I've known you knew I was investigating. I've known you'd reach the right conclusion eventually. She looked at him with the particular expression of someone who had been prepared for several possible responses and had not quite prepared for complete calm. And you weren't worried? About you? No. He met her eyes. You've been protecting me since month 2. The investigation changed direction then. You stopped trying to expose me and started trying to understand what protection I needed. She was quiet for a moment. I didn't think you'd notice that. I notice everything, he said. I just don't always say so. Chapter 35. The evidence. The plan had 3 tracks. Track 1. By Lin Hao would transmit the evidence through Jade Lotus sect channels, bypassing Zhong Wuji's communication blockade. This was the slow but reliable path. Track 2. Mo Tianlang would use his intelligence network to deliver copies to the Azure Province Cultivation Alliance, the regional governing body that had jurisdictional authority over all sections. This was the moderate-speed path. Track 3. Direct confrontation. When the evidence was safely in external hands, Shenwei would challenge Zhong Wuji directly, remove the corrupted head, and let the body reorganize. This was the fast path. All 3 tracks depended on one thing: Zhong Wuji not realizing they were active until it was too late. The sect leader realized within hours. Not because of a security breach, Bai Lianhua's channels were secure, and Mo Tianlong's network was invisible. The problem was simpler and more human. One of the rescued disciples that Shun Wei and Elder Qin had freed from the trafficking pipeline talked. A young man named Feng Rui, the perpetually sleepy boy from Quarter 7, had been approached by Elder Wu with another special mission offer. Frightened by Shun Wei's warnings about the trafficking scheme, he panicked and told Elder Wu directly, I know about the missions. I know what happens to people who go. Shun Wei told me. Elder Wu reported this to Zhong Wuji within the hour. That evening, sect enforcement officers, inner disciples loyal to the sect leader, arrived at Shun Wei's quarters with an arrest warrant. He wasn't there. Mo Tianlong's network had picked up the enforcement order 30 minutes before it was executed, and Shun Wei had retreated to the underground tunnels beneath the sect, a labyrinth of maintenance corridors, abandoned storage rooms, and natural cave systems that predated the sect by centuries. He moved through the darkness with the confidence of someone who'd spent 6 years cleaning every corner of this sect. He knew the tunnels better than anyone alive. And deep beneath the sect's foundations, away from prying eyes and formation arrays, he found what he needed: an ancient cultivation node, a natural wellspring of raw essence, bubbling up from deep geological formations like an underground spring. The density was extraordinary, at least 20 times the ambient essence of Elder Qin's enhanced chamber. Shun Wei sat beside the wellspring and prepared for the most significant breakthrough of his life. The evidence package that Elder Qin delivered to the sect's disciplinary council occupied 47 scrolls and 2 formation-sealed storage jars containing material objects. Shun Wei had contributed 6 of the scrolls. Mo Tianlang had contributed 12. Lin Yu had contributed 3. Elder Qin herself had contributed 26, each one representing between 6 months and 3 years of meticulous documentation. The council session lasted 2 days. It was private, only the council, the accused, and Elder Qin. But the sect was small enough that the emotional temperature of the deliberations was perceptible to anyone with sufficient spiritual sensitivity, and by the second afternoon, most of the sect's disciples had gathered in the courtyards and hallways within earshot of the council chambers, pretending to have other reasons to be there. Shun Wei sat on a stone bench in the outer courtyard, and listened to the building's ambient essence fluctuate with the argument within. The council members' cultivation signatures pulsed with stress and disagreement and the particular intensity of people deciding something that mattered. Lin Yu arrived and sat beside him. Neither of them spoke for a while. "It's going to work," Lin Yu said finally. "Not a question." "Yes." The evidence was complete. Elder Zhao Wenfeng's financial records, the compromised instructor's communications, the Shadow Veil's operational footprint in the sect's administrative structure, all of it documented, cross-referenced, and sourced in ways that the council couldn't dismiss. And after it works, the sect changes. The protection goes away. New leadership means new security procedures, new awareness, new dynamics. He looked at the council chamber's windows. It also means the Shadow Veil knows they've been discovered here and will accelerate their plans elsewhere. The operation doesn't end with this. It just gets more open. Yes. He leaned back against the wall. Easier in some ways, harder in others. The building's ambient essence stabilized. Inside, the council had reached a decision. Chapter 36. Core formation breakthrough. The golden core formed in fire and silence. Shen Wei drew essence from the underground wellspring in massive, greedy gulps, channeling it through his meridians and into his dantian with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been cultivating for what amounted to decades of internal time. The compression began. The vast ocean of foundation establishment essence, accumulated through weeks of real-time and years of temporal acceleration, began folding inward, condensing, purifying. Layer upon layer of refined energy collapsed into increasingly dense configurations, each compression releasing a burst of impurities that Shen Wei expelled through his pores. Inside his temporal field, months passed. Outside, an hour crawled by. The core took shape. A sphere of golden light, no larger than a marble, impossibly dense, rotating slowly at the center of his dantian. It was beautiful, a miniature star, self-sustaining, radiating power that suffused every cell of his body. Core formation. The fourth realm. The power was transformative. At core formation, a cultivator's essence became qualitatively different, no longer raw energy but structured, crystallized force that could be shaped with precision impossible at lower realms. Shen Wei could feel the difference in everything. His senses, his reflexes, his comprehension of the world around him. And then the ripple came. Stronger this time. Much stronger. The temporal distortion of a core formation breakthrough through a 100x temporal field sent a shockwave through local space-time that was impossible to miss. The underground stone around him cracked. The wellspring bubbled violently. The air itself seemed to vibrate at a frequency just below audibility. In the heavens, the monitoring array didn't flicker this time. It blazed. Temporal disturbance detected. Source, Mortal Realm, Azure Province Sector. Magnitude, significant. Previous event correlation, 94.7%. Recommendation, formal investigation authorized. A celestial process, slow by human standards, swift by cosmic ones, began grinding into motion. An investigation team was formed. Resources were allocated. A timeline was established. The heavens were no longer just watching. Shen Wei felt it. A cold, oppressive pressure from above, as if an enormous eye had turned its gaze downward and found him wanting. The jade pendant pulsed frantically, sending sharp warnings that drilled into his consciousness. "They're looking," the jade spirit's voice echoed in his mind, faint but clear. "Not here yet, but looking. You have weeks, not months. Accelerate everything." Shen Wei opened his eyes in the underground chamber and breathed. Core formation. The power thrummed through him like a second heartbeat, strong and sure and terrible. He was now stronger than Zhong Wuji's publicly displayed level, and his combat techniques, refined through years of temporally compressed training, made him deadlier than any core formation cultivator had a right to be. It was time to end the corruption. He climbed out of the tunnels into the pre-dawn light and found Mo Tianlang waiting. "Zhong Wuji has mobilized the inner sect," Mo Tianlang reported. "Full lockdown. He's arrested 3 outer disciples connected to you. He's declared Elder Qin a traitor. And he sent a message to the Shadow Veil order requesting reinforcements." Shen Wei's jaw tightened. "How long until the reinforcements arrive?" 2 days. Maybe 3. Then we move now. He chose the timing deliberately. The second day of the Thousand Flower Festival, when the sect's attention was divided between celebration and the administrative disruption of post-purge reorganization. Dustfall peak in late afternoon, when the light came in at a low angle that filled the cave with amber and the shadows of leaves. The formation array he'd placed at the cave's entrance was active, not to prevent detection, but to provide a 2-minute warning before anything living came within 50 meters. Core formation required dissolving the essence-gathering stage's accumulated essence and reforming it at a qualitatively higher compression. Most cultivators spent 3 months preparing for this breakthrough, accumulating the precisely correct quantity and quality of essence, then releasing it in a controlled burst that drove the reformation. Speed was the enemy. Too fast a breakthrough destabilized the core and required months of recovery. His temporal acceleration meant he had accumulated far more essence than a standard foundation establishment cultivator. The excess needed to be carefully bled off before the breakthrough. If he released everything at once, the shockwave would be visible from the sect's main peaks. He spent 2 hours of real-time managing the bleed. Careful, practiced, the exact control that 11 months of concealment training had built into his reflexes. The displayed cultivation level stayed at Foundation Establishment Stage 7. The real cultivation, visible only to temporal senses or someone with the specific sensitivity of a by Lin Hao, moved through Stage 8, peak, and then dissolved in the controlled burst of the breakthrough. Core Formation Stage 1. The formation array at the cave entrance registered nothing. No shockwave had escaped the containment he'd built. The cave walls were intact. The afternoon light through the fissure was unchanged. Outside, the festival music from the main peaks drifted up through the mountain air, thin with distance. He pressed his palm against the jade pendant and felt its warmth change quality. Approval. He had learned to interpret, though that was probably too human a word for whatever the spirit communicated. "I know," he said, still hiding. The warmth pulsed, and he heard the familiar whisper, "For a little while longer." Chapter 37. The confrontation begins. Dawn broke blood red over the Azure Cloud sect as Shunwei emerged from the tunnels onto the sect's main plaza. He no longer hid. His cultivation, core formation, shining and unmistakable, radiated outward in waves that sent nearby disciples stumbling backward. The former servant boy, the lucky, outer disciple, the underdog who'd won a tournament through determination and unorthodox timing, stood at the center of the sect's main thoroughfare and blazed with power that shouldn't have been possible. A passing inner disciple gaped. Core formation? He was Foundation Establishment last week. That's impossible. Nobody advances that fast. Unless he was hiding it all along. Shinwei walked toward the Grand Hall with unhurried purpose. Behind him, Mo Tianlang moved through the shadows, positioning himself at key points around the sect to intercept any enforcement squads. And deep in the sect's tunnels, using paths that Shunwei had mapped for him, Lin Yu, alive, angry, and clutching a communication talisman connected to Elder Qin's hidden frequency, was rallying the outer disciples who'd suffered under Zhong Wuji's regime. Fellow disciples, Lin Yu's voice echoed through the outer sect barracks, amplified by a formation disc Shunwei had crafted. The sect leader has been selling your brothers and sisters to the Shadow Veil Order. 12 disciples have disappeared in the past decade. Your spirit stone allocations have been stolen. Your pills have been diverted. The evidence is real. Shunwei and Elder Qin have been fighting to expose this corruption. Now they need your help. The response was immediate and visceral. Outer disciples who'd watched friends transfer and never return. Disciples who'd wondered why their resources were always thin. Disciples who'd been told they weren't talented enough, when the truth was that the sect had been starving them of resources to fund its corrupt leadership. They poured out of their barracks, dozens of them, armed with whatever they could find. Not an army, a mob, undisciplined and furious, but a mob with numbers and righteous anger. Zhong Wuji was not idle. His enforcement squad, 20 inner disciples at Foundation Establishment and above, formed up outside the Grand Hall. Elder Wu commanded them, his nascent soul cultivation lending authority to the defensive line. "Hold the hall," Elder Wu ordered. "The sect leader is inside, preparing the emergency response." No one enters. The two forces met in the sect's central plaza. Shinwei at the head of the rebels, Elder Wu at the head of the loyalists. "Stand down," Shinwei called out, his voice carrying the weight of core formation authority. "Zhong Wuji is a traitor to this sect. The evidence has been sent to the Jade Lotus sect and the Cultivation Alliance. This is over." "The only traitor I see," Elder Wu replied coldly, "is an outer disciple who forgot his place. Arrest him." The enforcement squad advanced. Mo Tianlang struck first, dropping from a rooftop into their rear formation and engaging 3 Foundation Establishment disciples simultaneously. His core formation power, finally unveiled, scattered them like leaves. Shinwei met the front line. 2 Foundation Establishment disciples, the strongest of Elder Wu's squad, came at him together, swords blazing with essence. He dispatched both in 3 seconds. The flowing time blade sang in his hands, each strike arriving with a temporal precision that made his opponent's defenses meaningless. They couldn't block what they couldn't time. They couldn't parry strikes that arrived between the beats of their own rhythm. The rest of the enforcement squad hesitated. They'd expected to suppress an outer disciple. They were facing a core formation combatant who fought like a veteran of 1,000 battles. I don't want to hurt anyone who was following orders in good faith, Shenwei said, his blade steady. But anyone who continues to protect Zhong Wuji is choosing to protect a slave trader. Choose wisely. 4 of the inner disciples dropped their weapons. Then 6 more. The remainder looked to Elder Wu for guidance. Elder Wu's face was a mask of fury and calculation. He was nascent soul, a full realm above Shenwei. In a direct confrontation, he had the advantage. But he was also one man against a growing crowd of angry disciples, a core formation sword prodigy, and a rogue cultivator who'd just dismantled his rear guard. This isn't over, Elder Wu hissed, and retreated into the grand hall. The sect head's resignation had been the clean part. Zhao Mingtao had, faced with 47 scrolls of documented corruption, made the pragmatic calculation that resistance would extend his exposure rather than prevent his accountability, and had chosen the path that allowed him to leave with his cultivation intact. His resignation statement was brief, somewhat dignified, and contained an apology that Elder Qin described as adequate. The clean part ended when the Shadow Veil sent 3 nascent soul cultivators to retrieve their assets. They arrived disguised as traveling alchemists, convincing cover, professionally maintained, with the kind of documentation that had clearly been prepared by someone who understood that good forgeries were comprehensive rather than merely plausible. They would have completed their extraction without anyone knowing they'd been there. Except Mo Tianlong's network had marked every Shadow Veil transit route within 3 provinces, and their arrival had been flagged 40 hours before they reached the sect. Shenwei was waiting. The 3 agents were individually powerful, nascent soul stage 2, 3, and 4 respectively, a hierarchy that suggested a team designed for extraction of a person who might resist rather than simple document recovery. Someone had decided that the Azure Cloud sect's cleanup operation was worth significant resources. He engaged them in the outer disciples' training ground at the 3rd watch, which was empty, which had been his choice rather than theirs. The training ground had 2 exits and was surrounded by the sect's formation barriers, not enough to trap a nascent soul cultivator, but enough to complicate rapid departure. Your core formation, the lead agent said, reading his cultivation with the professional assessment of someone who classified threats for a living. This is a mistake. I've heard that before, Shenwei said. I'm still here. Chapter 38. Shenwei versus Zhong Wuji. The Grand Hall's doors crashed open. Shenwei strode in alone. Mo Tianlang stayed outside to manage the crowd and watch for reinforcements. Lin Yu's rebels held the perimeter. Zhong Wuji stood on the dais at the hall's center, exactly where he'd stood during the assembly. His ceremonial robes had been replaced by combat armor, formation inscribed, essence enhanced, designed to withstand attacks from opponents at his own level or below. He was core formation peak, the strongest cultivator in the sect, excluding the exiled Elder Qin. A servant, Zhong Wuji said, shaking his head. A servant who could barely hold a bucket is now walking into my hall with core formation cultivation. I would be impressed if I weren't so offended. Your trafficking operation is exposed. Evidence has been sent to the Jade Lotus sect and the Cultivation Alliance. It's over, Zhong Wuji. Is it? The sect leader smiled. The smile of someone who still holds cards that haven't been played. You think external pressure will save you? By the time the Alliance acts, I'll be gone. And everyone who helped you will be dead. He attacked without warning. Core formation peak, the absolute ceiling of the 4th realm, honed by decades of combat experience. Zhong Wuji didn't fight like a sect leader. He fought like a warrior who'd earned his position through blood and brutality. His sword technique was the Azure Cloud sect's master-level art, the Storm King's blade, and each strike carried the accumulated force of 40 years of practice. Shenwei met the attack with the flowing time blade. The 2 styles clashed, raw power versus temporal precision. Zhong Wuji's strikes were thunderbolts, overwhelming, devastating, shaking the hall's walls with each impact. Shenwei's counters were surgical, precisely timed, perfectly angled, each one exploiting the fractional gaps in Zhong Wuji's offense. It was the hardest fight Shenwei had ever experienced. Zhong Wuji's power advantage was significant, core formation peak versus core formation stage 1. The gap translated to speed, strength, and essence density that Shenwei couldn't match directly. But Shenwei had something Zhong Wuji didn't. Years of combat training compressed into days. Thousands of hours of practice. And techniques designed to maximize temporal advantage. Temporal echo activated. Shenwei's afterimage remained at his previous position while he relocated behind Zhong Wuji. The sect leader struck the echo, and it dissolved. He spun, barely catching Shun Wei's follow-up attack on his armor. Tricks, Zhong Wuji snarled. Illusions and tricks. Call it what you want. It's winning. The battle intensified. Pillars cracked. The floor cratered beneath their feet. Essence discharges scorched the walls. Then Zhong Wuji did something unexpected. He pressed his hand to a seal embedded in the dais, a seal that pulsed with dark, foreign essence, and activated a forbidden technique. His body convulsed. His cultivation's signature warped, expanding, darkening, surging upward. Core formation peak became half-step nascent soul. The power difference went from significant to catastrophic. Zhong Wuji's next strike sent Shun Wei flying into the far wall. The impact cracked stone and drove the breath from his lungs. He tasted blood. A gift from my friends in the Shadow Veil Order, Zhong Wuji said, his voice distorted by the forbidden power coursing through him. Temporary, yes, but more than enough to deal with a presumptuous servant. Shun Wei struggled to his feet. His ribs were cracked. His sword arm was numb. And Zhong Wuji was advancing with the unstoppable momentum of someone who knew he'd already won. Zhong Wuji was the name of the nascent Soul Stage 4 agent, which Shun Wei had learned from Mo Tianlong's files, and which gave him the slightly unsettling advantage of knowing more about his opponent than his opponent knew about him. Zhong Wuji had been in the Shadow Veil Order service for 19 years. He had participated in 11 sect suppression operations, 3 regional intelligence purges, and the destruction of Mo Tianlong's clan. He was methodical, experienced, and had developed a particular specialty in combat against concealed cultivation opponents, cultivators who fought below their real level. He had encountered Shun Wei's type before, or thought he had. Core Formation Stage 3, Zhong Wuji said, reading Shun Wei's displayed cultivation with a professional skepticism that came from 19 years of people trying to deceive him. That's higher than the sect's records suggest. You've been advancing fast. Faster than the records show, Shun Wei agreed. How fast? This was the moment he had been building toward for 15 months. The first time he showed someone outside his inner circle something approximating his real capability. Not everything. Revealing nascent soul to a Shadow Veil agent would be immediately reported, and the report would change the Shadow Veil's approach to the Azure Cloud sect in ways that weren't yet optimal. But core formation peak. Plausible for a naturally talented disciple who'd been hiding their advancement. Dangerous enough to handle Zhong Wuji without revealing anything catastrophic. Controlled revelation. He released the suppression to core formation peak. Zhong Wuji felt the essence output increase and his professional expression shifted, not to fear, but to a recalibration that acknowledged an error in his original assessment. Faster than I estimated, he said. Yes, Shun Wei said, and attacked first. Chapter 39. Betrayal and Victory. The Grand Hall's walls shook as Zhong Wuji's empowered strikes carved trenches in the stone floor. Shun Wei dodged, blocked, and countered with everything he had, but the power gap was devastating. Half-step nascent soul against core formation stage 1. It wasn't a fight, it was a punishment. Then the floor erupted. Golden light blazed upward through the cracks in the hall's foundation, not essence, but formation energy. Geometric patterns, inscribed in the very bedrock beneath the grand hall, activated in a cascade of blinding luminance. A grand ceiling formation. Zhong Wuji staggered. The forbidden power flowing through his body, the Shadow Veil Order's gift, met the ceiling formation's suppressive field and was crushed. His half-step nascent soul boost collapsed, snapping him back to core formation peak. Then further, the formation pressed on his cultivation like a vice, compressing it, containing it, bringing him down to core formation stage 5. What? How? 20 years. Elder Qin Fenghua stepped through a formation portal that hadn't existed moments ago, because she'd created it during the activation sequence, embedding the portal array within the ceiling formation itself. She stood in the grand hall, ink-stained robes pristine, eyes blazing with 2 centuries of accumulated patience finally released. 20 years I've been embedding this formation into the foundations of this hall, she said. 20 years of placing components during maintenance checks, calibrating arrays during festival preparations, anchoring nodes under the pretense of structural inspections. I knew someday you'd stand on that dais, and I'd need to bring you down. Zhong Wuji's face contorted with rage and disbelief. You were exiled? I was never going to stay exiled, you fool. I left to activate the remote components of the formation. The border patrols were never my destination. The activation relays were. She nodded to Shun Wei. Now, Shun Wei activated Elder Qin's formation disc, the one-time protective barrier she'd given him. Golden light wrapped around his body, reinforcing his defenses, boosting his essence recovery. He attacked. Zhong Wuji, suppressed to core formation stage 5, faced a core formation stage 1 Xin Wei, whose combat techniques had been refined through years of temporal acceleration and whose body was freshly reinforced by a spirit transformation elder's protective formation. It wasn't fair. Xin Wei didn't care about fair. The flowing time blade sang. Each strike built on the last, the temporal rhythm accelerating, the gaps between attacks shrinking until Zhong Wuji couldn't distinguish where one combination ended and the next began. Temporal echo deployed twice. 2 phantom images that drew Zhong Wuji's desperate defenses in wrong directions while Xin Wei circled behind him. The final strike was a thrust, clean, precise, penetrating the junction between Zhong Wuji's armor plates at the hip. The blade sank deep. Blood sprayed. Zhong Wuji fell to his knees. Yield, Xin Wei said, echoing the word he'd spoken to Lin Hao in the tournament arena. But this time, there was no sporting context. This time, the blade at his opponent's throat was wet with blood. You'll never be safe, Zhong Wuji gasped. The Shadow Veil. The Shadow Veil will deal with me when they come. Right now, I'm dealing with you. Elder Qin bound Zhong Wuji with formation chains, permanent, essence-draining restraints that would reduce the strongest cultivator to mortal levels. The former sect leader sagged, his power draining away like water from a broken vessel. But in his last moment of consciousness, his hand twitched, activating a concealed communication talisman embedded in his armor. A single burst of information shot outward, coordinates, personnel data, and a desperate plea for extraction. The message flew to a receiver hundreds of kilometers away, in a fortress hidden between dimensions, where a man named Gu Yanzhao received it and smiled. So the Azure Cloud sect has finally fallen out of our grasp, he murmured, studying the data. And there is a boy. His smile widened. A very unusual boy. The third agent broke and ran. He had watched his 2 colleagues fall, Zhong Wuji in under 3 minutes of genuine combat, the Stage 2 agent in 40 seconds of what couldn't honestly be described as a fight, and made the assessment that Shadow Veil operational security required him to return to his handlers with this information rather than contribute a third data point to the pile. Xin Wei let him go. You could have stopped him, Lin Yu said. I could have. He watched the retreating agent's essence signature diminish with distance. But a Shadow Veil agent who witnessed core formation cultivator defeating Nazarent soul agents and returning to report it achieves exactly what I need. The Order will spend the next month trying to understand what happened here. That's a month they're not spending on the Azure Cloud sect. And the 2 who didn't leave? The 2 who hadn't left were unconscious and meridian suppressed in the training ground storage room. Their cultivation locked at Foundation establishment through a temporal formation technique that would hold for approximately 72 hours. Enough time for Elder Qin to formally notify the Alliance of Shadow Veil infiltration and request investigative jurisdiction, a process that Mo Tianlang had been coaching the Elder on for the past month. Prisoners, Xin Wei said. Leverage. Mo Tianlang will know what questions to ask them. Lin Yu looked at the training ground with the expression of someone cataloging the evening's events. You planned all of this. Most of it. The exact duration of the third agent's hesitation before running was uncertain. But you factored in the hesitation. I factored in the probability distribution of hesitation given the observed combat data. A beat. Yes. Lin Yu shook his head. Sometimes I forget what you actually are. A former servant who was lucky enough to find a very interesting jade pendant. Sure, Lin Yu said. That's what you are. Chapter 40, New Dawn, Dark Horizon. 3 days after Zhong Wuji's defeat, the Azure Cloud sect convened an emergency assembly to select new leadership. The vote was unanimous. Elder Qin Fenghua was elected sect leader. She accepted with characteristic pragmatism, delivering an inauguration speech that lasted exactly 47 seconds. The corruption is over. The guilty will be punished. The innocent will be supported. Anyone who has a problem with that can leave through the front gate. Dismissed. The aftermath was a whirlwind of reorganization. Zhong Wuji and Elder Wu were imprisoned pending trial by the Cultivation Alliance. Their collaborators, 7 inner disciples and 3 outer sect administrators, were stripped of rank and confined. The trafficking operation was dismantled, its records seized, its victims identified and, where possible, recovered. 4 of the 12 missing disciples were found alive in Shadow Veil holding facilities. The other 8 were confirmed dead. Xin Wei attended the memorial service in silence. 8 names carved into stone. 8 lives consumed by a system that had valued profit over people. He knew some of them. Faces from the servant quarters, names from shared meals, voices from cramped dormitories. He'd been lucky. Without the jade pendant, he would have been one of them. Invisible, expendable, consumed. After the service, Elder Qin promoted Xin Wei to inner disciple. His displayed cultivation, Foundation establishment, Stage 5, was officially recognized, a significant jump from his previous public level, but explainable as rapid progress under Elder Qin's mentorship. His actual level, core formation, now advancing through stage 2, remained his secret. Lin Yu was resurrected, his fake death revealed to be a protective measure, which the sect accepted with a mixture of relief and amusement. He was promoted to inner disciple as well, his earth element cultivation now at foundation establishment stage 2. Su Main found Shen Wei after the ceremony, her eyes red from the memorial. "You did something incredible," she said. "You saved people. Not enough of them. More than anyone else would have." She squeezed his arm. "I always knew you were going to do something extraordinary, Wei. Even when we were kids. You were always watching, always thinking, always waiting for the right moment to act. This was your moment." Lin Hao departed with the Jade Lotus delegation, but not before finding Shen Wei at the sect's front gate. "The evidence has been received and verified by my elders," she said. "The Cultivation Alliance will send an investigation team within the month. Zhong Wuji will face formal charges." "Thank you, Lin Hao." She studied him with those keen alchemist's eyes. "When this is all settled, you still owe me an explanation about your essence." "I haven't forgotten." "I know." She held his gaze for a moment longer than necessary, and something passed between them, not the spark of a beginning, but the slow ignition of something that would take time to fully catch fire. "Take care of yourself, Shen Wei. You too." She mounted her flying sword and ascended, her green and white robes catching the morning light. Shen Wei watched her go. Mo Tianlang appeared at his elbow, materializing from thin air with the casual stealth that was his hallmark. "Touching," Mo Tianlang said dryly. "But we have a problem." The Shadow Veil Order. They received Zhong Wuji's distress signal. "My contacts report movement. Shadow Veil operatives mobilizing in the Darkfall Mountains. They're not sending a scouting party. They're sending a punitive force." "How long?" "Weeks. Maybe less." Mo Tianlang's expression was grimmer than Shen Wei had ever seen it. "And there's something else. The force is being assembled by Gu Yanzhao personally. He's spirit transformation, possibly void refinement. My contacts are terrified. When Gu Yanzhao moves personally, he doesn't leave survivors." Shen Wei looked at the sky. Somewhere up there, beyond the clouds, beyond the atmosphere, the heavens were watching. The investigation was proceeding. The Arbiter, whatever that was being assembled. Below, on the mortal plane, the Shadow Veil Order was coming with overwhelming force. He was caught between the hammer and the anvil. "Then we'd better be ready," Shen Wei said. Mo Tianlang nodded. "I'll start building intelligence profiles on Gu Yanzhao's known forces. We need to know exactly what's coming." As Mo Tianlang departed, Lin Yu approached from the other direction, his face serious. "The outer disciples are asking what comes next," Lin Yu said. "They fought alongside you. They saw the corruption exposed. They trust you now, Shen Wei. What do we tell them?" Shen Wei looked at the sect, rebuilt, fragile, free. At the disciples training in the courtyards, the elders returning from exile, the servants receiving the treatment they'd always deserved. "Tell them to train," he said. "Tell them to get stronger. Tell them that what's coming will make Zhong Wuji look like a playground bully." Lin Yu's jaw set. "That bad?" "Worse." Shen Wei turned toward Dustfall Peak, where his cultivation cave waited, where the jade pendant pulsed beneath his skin with an urgency that matched his own heartbeat, where the future, terrifying, inevitable, and lit with the golden glow of heavenly attention, bore down on him like a wave. "But we'll be ready," he said. "We have to be." The new dawn had arrived, and with it, a horizon darker than any night. The month after the purge had the quality of a held breath finally released. Not peace. The sect was too disrupted for peace, its hierarchy reshuffled, its old certainties replaced by new uncertainties that would take years to resolve. But the disruption was honest. The corruption had been systemic and long-standing, and dismantling it meant accepting that a great many comfortable arrangements had to be replaced with better, but less comfortable ones. Elder Qin's grand sealing array was completed 3 weeks after the purge. The ceremony was private. Only the core group who knew its purpose. And it was, as far as Shen Wei could tell, the only moment in 2 centuries of Elder Qin's public life when she had allowed herself to look satisfied. "It will hold against nascent soul incursion indefinitely," she said, running her hand along the formation's central node with the pleased attention of a craftsperson examining finished work. "Spirit transformation for approximately 3 hours. Void refinement for perhaps 40 minutes. She paused. "It will not hold against Dao fusion." "We don't need it to hold against Dao fusion," Shen Wei said. "Not yet." She looked at him with the directness she reserved for things she considered important. "You're leaving soon. The next component is 4 provinces away." The eternity compass is in the shattered time ruins beneath the eastern highlands. And after that, the paradox core, somewhere in the sunken abyss. He looked at the formation array, at the 20 years of patient construction visible in its architecture. The epic veil needs all 4 components before it can resist what's coming. Then go, she said. Build what you need to build. She turned back to her formation. We'll hold here. He believed her. He had always believed her. That was the thing about people who built foundations over decades. When they told you the foundation would hold, you knew they weren't guessing. Chapter 41. The Cultivation Alliance tournament. 3 months passed like water through a cracked dam. Too fast, never enough. Shenwei used every hour. Elder Qin's enhanced cultivation chamber became his second home, its formation concentrated essence feeding his temporal acceleration until the distinction between days and years blurred into meaningless abstraction. Core formation stage 3, stage 4, stage 5. Each advancement sent micro-ripples through local space-time. Each ripple was smaller than the last. He was learning to control the distortion, to compress it inward rather than letting it radiate outward. The Jade Spirit had taught him a technique for this. Temporal folding, a method of wrapping the distortion back into itself so that it dissipated within meters rather than broadcasting across the region. But the heavens had already noticed. The damage was done. The investigation was proceeding at its own cosmic pace, and nothing Shenwei did would speed it up or slow it down. What he could control was what happened on the mortal plane. The announcement arrived via formation-sealed letter on the first day of the 4th month. The Azure Province Cultivation Alliance was hosting its decennial grand tournament. All registered sects were required to send representatives. The top performers would earn seats on the Alliance Council, access to the Alliance's resource vaults, and, most critically, the Alliance's formal protection. We need that protection, Elder Qin said during the strategy meeting. If the Shadow Veil attacks a sect under Alliance protection, they're attacking the Alliance itself. That changes the calculus entirely. She entered Shenwei as the Azure Cloud sect's primary representative. His displayed cultivation, Foundation Establishment Stage 5, would make him a dramatic underdog. But the tournament wasn't just about winning fights. It was about making a statement. The Azure Cloud sect, once a corruption-riddled embarrassment, was under new management. And its new champion was going to make the entire Azure province pay attention. Lin Yu would accompany him as a secondary representative, along with Su Main for the inner disciple bracket. Mo Tianlang stayed behind to monitor the Shadow Veil Order's movements. Be careful, Mo Tianlang warned before their departure. The Shadow Veil has agents everywhere, including, almost certainly, among the tournament contestants. Shenwei nodded. I'll watch for them. Don't just watch for them. Expect them. The Jade Spirit's warnings about temporal distortions had grown more insistent in recent weeks. Each time Shenwei cultivated, a faint tremor passed through local space-time. Not enough for mortal senses to detect, but enough for the heavens monitoring systems to register as statistical noise. He had compressed 3 years of cultivation into 3 months. The distortion field around him was tightening like a fist. The tournament was, therefore, a calculated risk. Appearing in public meant exposing himself to observation. But hiding indefinitely while the Shadow Veil tightened its grip on the sect's resources would leave him with allies, but no position, power without leverage. He had to move. And moving meant being seen. The key, he had told Lin Yu during their last strategy session, is that I have to win in a way that looks like luck. Not skill. Not power. Luck. He had pressed 2 fingers against the table, mapping the distinction. A powerful cultivator who wins draws attention. A weak cultivator who gets lucky draws dismissal. I need them to walk away from every fight saying, how did that happen rather than who is that boy? Lin Yu had stared at him for a long moment. That sounds much harder than just winning. It is. That's the point. Chapter 42. The Shadow Veil Spy. The grand tournament was held at Goldspire Plateau, a vast, flat mountaintop that served as the Cultivation Alliance's neutral ground. 30 sects had sent delegations, filling the plateau's pavilions and training grounds with the controlled chaos of 400 cultivators jostling for position. Shenwei registered under his real name and displayed cultivation. The registration clerk gave him a pitying look. Foundation Establishment Stage 5 placed him in the bottom quartile of contestants. Most serious competitors were core formation or above. Good luck, young man, the clerk said with the kindness reserved for people expected to be eliminated in the first round. Thank you. Lin Yu registered at Foundation Establishment Stage 2, earning an even more pitying look. Su Main, at Meridian Opening Stage 5, was directed to the lower bracket. As they settled into their assigned pavilion, a modest tent at the tournament ground's edge, befitting a minor sect, Shenwei began cataloging the other contestants. His spiritual senses, sharpened by core formation perception, reached further and read more clearly than anyone his displayed level should possess. He identified cultivation levels, equipment quality, combat stances, and, most importantly, concealment signatures. Two contestants had concealment signatures that matched Shadow Veil Order protocol. One was an older man posing as a wandering cultivator from the northern provinces. His concealment was good, foundation establishment level, consistent with his display, but his essence carried the faint acidic tang of forbidden cultivation techniques that Shen Wei had learned to identify during the sect's purge. The other was a young woman named Feng Shuang, registered as a contestant from a minor sect called the Clear Stream School. Her concealment was excellent, nearly flawless. But Shen Wei's temporal perception caught what normal senses couldn't. Her essence pattern had a rhythmic irregularity that matched the Shadow Veil's soul-binding techniques. She was controlled, or at least influenced, by the Order. She was also watching him. Their eyes met across the registration field. Feng Shuang was beautiful in a severe way. High cheekbones, sharp eyes, hair pulled back tight. She held his gaze for 2 seconds, then looked away with studied casualness. Shen Wei filed her away as a priority threat and moved on. That evening, in the privacy of their tent, he briefed Lin Yu. At least 2 Shadow Veil agents among the contestants. Possibly more in the support staff. They're here to observe, not attack. The tournament's security is too strong for direct action. But they'll be reporting everything they see. So we can't reveal your true cultivation, Lin Yu said, grasping the implication. Exactly. I need to win this tournament while appearing to be Foundation Establishment Stage 5, which means every fight has to look like an upset, not a foregone conclusion. Lin Yu grinned. So the usual then. Shen Wei had learned something during the sect's purge. The Shadow Veil never operated alone. They seeded agents early, sometimes years before an operation matured. And those agents built cover identities so thorough that even their handlers couldn't always tell the difference between the mask and the face beneath it. Feng Shuang was good. Better than good. Her concealment was layered, her soul-binding signature subtle, and her behavior pattern impeccable. She moved through the tournament grounds with the relaxed confidence of a genuine competitor, exchanging pleasantries with other contestants, studying the brackets with what appeared to be authentic interest. But Shen Wei's temporal perception saw the gaps. The micro-hesitations when she received internal communication. The slight elevation in her essence circulation when she spotted him. The precise angles she chose when positioning herself near conversations she wanted to overhear. She was very good at her job. He respected that. It didn't change what she was. I know you're watching me, he murmured to himself, barely above a whisper, as she crossed the registration field 50 meters away. He let his posture slump slightly, let his eyes drift with unfocused uncertainty. The performance of a Foundation Establishment cultivator out of his depth. She believed it. He could tell from the slight loosening of her observation, the way a hunter relaxes when prey stops behaving strangely. Good, he thought. Believe it. Because right now, that fiction is the most valuable thing either of us has. Chapter 43. The tournament begins. The grand tournament's opening round was a spectacle of controlled violence and political theater. 200 contestants from 30 sects, arranged in a free-for-all survival challenge on Spirit Beast Island, a pocket dimension maintained by the Alliance specifically for large-scale training events. The island was roughly 10 kilometers in diameter, filled with spirit beasts ranging from rank 1 to rank 4, and dotted with beacon stones that contestants needed to collect. 3 days. Survive, collect at least 3 beacons, and return to the extraction point. The top 64 performers would advance to the bracket stage. Shen Wei formed a team with Lin Yu and Su Main. Their plan was simple. Stay together, collect beacons efficiently, avoid attention. The plan lasted approximately 4 hours. Spirit Beast Island was more dangerous than the Azure Cloud sect's Beast Forest by an order of magnitude. The beasts here were wild, not managed or controlled, but genuinely feral creatures that had been bred to fight. Rank 2 beasts prowled in packs. Rank 3 beasts held territory. And somewhere in the island's interior, Rank 4 beasts, equivalent to core formation peak cultivators, waited for the unwary. Shen Wei navigated the group through the outer forests, using his extended spiritual sense to map beast territories and contestant positions. They collected their first beacon without incident, a small formation stone hidden in a hollow tree, guarded by a rank 1 stone beetle that Lin Yu dispatched with a single earth-enhanced spear thrust. That's 1, Lin Yu said, pocketing the beacon. 2 more, and we can head back. Let's push toward the eastern ridge, Shen Wei suggested. Less foot traffic there. We can collect in relative peace. They moved east, avoiding 2 separate contestant groups, and one rank 2 wind wolf pack. Su Main proved invaluable as a scout. Her wind element techniques gave her enhanced hearing and the ability to detect movements at range. The second beacon was guarded by a rank 2 ironbark bear. Shenwei handled it. He approached the beast while Lin Yu and Su Main provided distraction. The bear, a massive creature with bark-like armor covering its body, charged at Lin Yu's earth wall. While it was committed to the charge, Shenwei struck from behind. The flowing time blade activated at reduced power, enough to cut through the ironbark armor at the beast's neck joint, but not enough to reveal core formation combat technique. The beast collapsed with a single precise strike that looked, to any observer, like a lucky hit on a structural weakness. "You're really good at making things look lucky," Su Main observed, pulling the beacon from beneath the dead bear. "Natural talent," Shenwei said with a straight face. Their third beacon was the problem. Spirit Beast Island smelled of wet earth and old blood. The Alliance had been running this pocket dimension as a training ground for decades, and every square meter of it bore the marks of past battles. Scorched clearings where essence techniques had detonated. Craters where earth element cultivators had fought. Trees split by lightning techniques, regrown but scarred in ways that told their histories to anyone who bothered to read them. Shenwei read them. His temporal senses touched the old marks and felt the echoes of past combat. The residual essence signatures of fighters long gone, their techniques preserved in the landscape like footprints in cooling stone. He learned from these echoes. Battle formations, technique patterns, the spatial logic of cultivators who had fought and won and lost on this same ground. By the time they reached the eastern ridge, he had absorbed a semester's worth of tactical analysis. "You keep touching the trees," Su Main observed as they moved through the outer forest. "They're informative. They're trees. Informative trees." She gave him the look that the people closest to him had developed, a particular blend of resigned acceptance and mild concern that said they had stopped expecting conventional explanations. Shenwei found it endearing. "3 beacons," she said. "That's the target. Can we focus on that? Already have a route planned." He pointed east. "The ridge. 2 guaranteed beacons in the outer territory, and a possible third if we're willing to take a risk." Define risk. "A rank 4 territory." The look intensified. Chapter 44. Island dangers. The eastern ridge overlooked a valley that the contestants had been avoiding for good reason. A rank 4 spirit beast, an iron-scale serpent, far larger and more powerful than the one Shenwei had killed in the sect's beast forest, had claimed the valley as its territory. 3 beacons glinted at the valley's center, uncollected, because no sane contestant would enter a rank 4's domain. "Absolutely not," Lin Yu said, staring down at the enormous serpent coiled around a boulder formation. "That thing is core formation peak equivalent. It would kill us." "There are 3 beacons down there," Shenwei noted. "If we collect them, we not only qualify, we'll have the highest beacon count of any team. If we survive." Shenwei studied the serpent. It was sleeping, or appeared to be. Its massive body, easily 30 meters long, was coiled in a loose spiral that blocked the most direct approach to the beacons. But there was a gap, a narrow passage between rock formations on the valley's western edge that a person could squeeze through without entering the serpent's immediate sensory range. "I'll go alone," Shenwei said. "If I'm careful, I can get in and out without waking it. And if you're not careful, then I fight a rank 4 iron-scale serpent." He met Lin Yu's eyes. "I've done it before. You killed a rank 2 with a lucky stab. This is rank 4. The gap is, trust me, you." Lin Yu opened his mouth to argue, then closed it. Something in Shenwei's expression, the absolute, unshakable confidence of someone who knew exactly what he was capable of, silenced him. "Fine, but if you die, I'm going to be very annoyed." Shenwei descended into the valley with the silent precision of someone who'd been trained by the Phantom Court's concealment techniques. His essence signature was compressed to nothing. His footfalls made no sound. He moved through the narrow passage like smoke through cracks in a wall. The serpent slept on. Its massive flanks rose and fell with each breath, creating gusts of wind that carried the stench of old kills. Shenwei collected the first beacon, then the second. He was reaching for the third when the serpent's eye opened. Amber, slitted, and fixed directly on him. The beast struck with the speed of a whip crack. Shenwei activated temporal echo. His afterimage remained at the beacon while his real body flickered to the right. The serpent's jaws closed on the echo, which dissolved in a burst of residual essence. The serpent was confused. It had tasted nothing. Its prey had vanished. Shenwei used the confusion. He grabbed the third beacon and ran. The serpent recovered and gave chase, its massive body crashing through rock formations as it pursued. Shenwei used Phantom Step twice, appearing and disappearing in bursts that the beast couldn't track. and reached the valley's edge ahead of the pursuing monster. He scaled the ridge in 3 leaps, each one powered by core formation essence that he disguised as desperate adrenaline. Behind him, the serpent reached the valley wall, hissed in frustration, and retreated to its territory. Lin Yu and Su Main stared at him with wide eyes. 5 beacons, Shen Wei said, holding up the collection. I think that qualifies us. But in the shadows of a nearby ridge, Feng Shuang lowered the observation talisman she'd been using and sent a tight beam message to her handlers. The boy fought a rank 4 and survived. His movements had a strange temporal quality, after images that persisted longer than any known technique should produce. He's hiding his true cultivation. Estimate, core formation minimum. In the Darkfall Mountains, Gu Yanzhao received the report and leaned forward in his chair. A temporal quality. How interesting. Chapter 45. Alliances and Rivalries. The survival round ended with 87 of 200 contestants qualifying. The top performers were posted on the tournament board. 1. Zhao Renshu, Zhao Clan, 9 beacons. 2. Duan Qinghe, Wandering Swordsman, 8 beacons. 3. Shen Wei, Azure Cloud Sect, 5 beacons, tied with 4 others. Shen Wei's 5-beacon haul placed him in the upper third, impressive for someone at his displayed level. The other top scorers were all core formation or above, making his performance a subject of surprised discussion among the spectators. A Foundation Establishment cultivator collected 5 beacons, including 3 from a rank 4 territory. A sect elder in the VIP section shook his head. Either he's extremely lucky or extremely dangerous. Probably both, his companion replied. The bracket stage began the following day. 64 contestants, single elimination, one-on-one combat. The matches were held on the tournament's central stage, an enormous circular platform inscribed with dampening formations that prevented lethal damage. Shen Wei studied his bracket. His path to the finals would require defeating increasingly powerful opponents while maintaining the fiction of his Foundation Establishment display. He also studied the other notable contestants. Zhao Renshu was the tournament favorite, the heir of the Zhao clan, one of the Azure Province's 3 great cultivation families. His cultivation was core formation peak, his equipment was exquisite, and his attitude was the particular brand of entitlement that came from being born into power rather than earning it. He fought with a flame element technique called the Solar Tyrant's Palm, brutal, overwhelming, and designed to end fights quickly through sheer thermal output. Duan Qinghe was the wild card, a wandering swordsman with no sect affiliation, no family background, and no public history. He fought with his eyes closed, using what appeared to be pure sword intent to navigate combat. His cultivation was core formation stage 3, modest for a top contender, but his combat ability transcended his realm. Every fight he'd been in ended with a single strike. And then there was Lin Hao. She arrived on the second day of the bracket stage, registered as the Jade Lotus sect's representative. Her appearance sent ripples through the crowd, not just because of her beauty, but because of her reputation. The Jade Lotus sect's youngest master alchemist, a combat-capable pill cultivator who'd reportedly defeated a nascent Soul Stage 1 opponent using explosive pill techniques. She found Shen Wei in the contestant preparation area. "Miss me?" she asked, arms crossed, one eyebrow raised. "Did you come for the alchemy exchange or the fighting?" "Both. Also, I wanted to see you make a fool of yourself on stage while pretending to be Foundation Establishment." She leaned closer. "Your essence still smells wrong, by the way. Even more so than before. Whatever you've been doing in the last 3 months, you've compressed years of cultivation into weeks. Can we not discuss this here? We can discuss it over dinner. You're buying." Despite the gravity of the situation, Shen Wei felt something loosen in his chest, a tension he hadn't realized he'd been carrying since she left. Deal. Chapter 46. The bracket fights. Shen Wei's first bracket opponent was a core formation stage 1 cultivator from the Iron Tiger sect, a burly man named Gao Zheng who fought with gauntlet weapons and earth-enhanced strikes. The match was announced with predictable commentary. An upset in the making? Foundation Establishment Stage 5 faces Core Formation Stage 1. Let's see how long the underdog lasts. Shen Wei made it last 3 minutes. He fought defensively, dodging Gao Zheng's powerful but predictable gauntlet strikes with the footwork that had become his signature. Each evasion was narrow, close enough to look dangerous, far enough to be safe. He took calculated hits to maintain the illusion of vulnerability, grimacing at impacts that his core formation body barely registered. When the opening came, he struck with what appeared to be Foundation Establishment combat technique, a straight thrust that caught Gao Zheng in the shoulder, disrupting his essence flow and forcing a stumble. A follow-up sweep took his legs. A final strike, palm to chest, ended it. Winner, Shen Wei. An incredible upset. The crowd's reaction shifted from amusement to genuine interest. Upsets happened, but they happened through luck or favorable matchups. Shenwei had won through technical superiority, reading his opponent's patterns, exploiting gaps, and striking with precision that shouldn't have been possible at his level. His second match was against a core formation stage 2 cultivator. He won in 4 minutes. His third match was against a core formation stage 3 cultivator. He won in 2 minutes. The pattern was undeniable. Each victory showcased a level of combat skill that made his displayed cultivation irrelevant. He wasn't winning despite being foundation establishment. He was winning because his technique, timing, and tactical awareness were in a class of their own. The crowd began chanting his name. The tournament officials began muttering about demanding a cultivation verification. And in the VIP pavilion, a woman in crimson robes watched with eyes that glowed faintly with essence fire. Empress Yun Shuha, ruler of the Crimson Phoenix Empire and a Dao Fusion Realm cultivator, leaned forward on her throne and sent an attendant to inquire about the Azure Cloud Boy. Gao Zheng was a conventional fighter in the best sense of the word. His earth-enhanced gauntlets could punch through stone walls. His footwork was solid, his guard disciplined, his technique precisely calibrated for maximum damage per essence expenditure. He had won 47 consecutive bouts in the Iron Tiger sect's internal ranking, a record that their sect head had mentioned twice during the pre-fight introduction with unconcealed pride. Shenwei watched him warm up from across the preparation area and mapped out the fight in his mind. The challenge wasn't beating Gao Zheng. The challenge was losing convincingly at the right moments before winning by the narrowest possible margin. Too easy a victory would raise questions. Too hard a fight would suggest he'd been holding back earlier. He needed to appear exactly as skilled as a Foundation Establishment Stage 5 cultivator who'd gotten lucky against a Rank 4 beast should appear. Capable but limited, creative but not transcendent. He needed to make Gao Zheng look good while losing to him. The match was called. They walked to the central stage, and 600 cultivators went quiet. Gao Zheng's opening salvo was a shoulder rush followed by a gauntlet strike sequence, a bread-and-butter combination that he'd probably thrown 10,000 times. Shenwei dodged the rush by the minimum necessary margin, let the first gauntlet clip his shoulder hard enough to spin him around, and rolled away from the follow-up with movements that looked panicked but were, to his temporal perception, executed with absolute precision. Blood from a split shoulder. Crowd murmuring. Gao Zheng pressing forward, confidence building. Exactly what he needed. He let the fight breathe for another 90 seconds, absorbing 2 more hits, landing 4 of his own at what appeared to be awkward, improvised angles, before he found the opening he'd been manufacturing and ended it with a strike to the back of Gao Zheng's knee that collapsed the man's stance and sent him down. The crowd was briefly stunned. Then they applauded, the polite, surprised applause of people who had just witnessed something they couldn't quite explain. That looked painful, Lin Yu said when Shenwei returned to their preparation area, nursing his shoulder. It was, Shenwei agreed. Deliberately. Why would you deliberately let someone hurt you? To make them believe they almost won. He pressed 2 fingers against the shoulder wound. Beneath the skin, his temporal healing was already working. The bruise would be gone in an hour. If Gao Zheng thinks he nearly had me, he'll tell people. That story will spread. And the story the Shadow Veil hears won't be Foundation Establishment Cultivator demolished core formation in 30 seconds. It'll be that lucky kid barely scraped through again. Lin, you processed this. You planned every stumble, every flinch, every hit I took. All of it narrated exactly how I needed it to be narrated. That's either brilliant or disturbing. Probably both. Chapter 47, Shenwei vs. Zhao Renshu, the round of 16. The match the crowd had been waiting for. Shenwei, Azure Cloud Sect, Foundation Establishment Stage 5, versus Zhao Renshu, Zhao Clan, Core Formation Peak. The odds were 10-1 against Shenwei. The betting pools had never been so lopsided. Zhao Renshu was the tournament favorite, the scion of a great family, equipped with artifacts that individually cost more than most minor sects' annual budgets. He entered the arena in golden armor that radiated Solar Tyrant's palm energy, his expression the contemptuous smirk of someone who viewed the upcoming fight as a formality. I'll give you one chance to surrender, Zhao Renshu said. I respect what you've accomplished in the earlier rounds. Your technique is impressive for your level. But this is where your journey ends. Shenwei drew his sword. Begin. Zhao Renshu attacked with the full force of Core Formation Peak, a Solar Tyrant's palm that turned the air around his fist into superheated plasma. The temperature on the arena stage spiked. Spectators in the front rows leaned back from the heat. Shenwei stepped inside the blast radius. The Solar Tyrant's palm was devastating at range, but had a dead zone at close range. The technique required a minimum distance to generate its full thermal effect. At point-blank range, it was just a punch. A very powerful punch, but one that Wei could read and evade. Zhao Renshu's eyes widened. No one had ever stepped into the palm's dead zone intentionally. It required knowing the technique's mechanics at an intimate level, knowledge that should have been the Zhao clan's closely guarded secret. Wei hadn't learned the mechanics from the Zhao clan. He'd deduced them by observing Zhao Renshu's preliminary fights, studying the thermal dispersion patterns, and calculating the transition point between the palm's active zone and its dead zone. Years of temporal acceleration gave him an analytical mind that could dissect any technique he observed. He used Phantom Step, just once, a single flicker that repositioned him behind Zhao Renshu. The flowing time blade struck 3 times in the gap between Zhao Renshu's failed palm extension and his guard reset. 3 hits. 3 points. Zhao Renshu whirled, fury replacing contempt. He launched a combination, palm strikes mixed with conventional sword work, switching between flame technique and blade technique with impressive fluidity. Wei matched him. Not with power. He was suppressing to foundation establishment display, fighting with a fraction of his true strength, but with timing and precision that made every exchange a losing proposition for Zhao Renshu. Each of Wei's counters arrived at the exact moment Zhao Renshu was most vulnerable. Each evasion carried him to the exact position that maximized his advantage. It was like watching a master chess player dismantle a novice, not through overwhelming force, but through superior understanding of the board. Match point. Wei, 7 points to 3. Zhao Renshu's golden armor cracked along one shoulder plate. Blood seeped from a cut on his forehead. His clan elders in the VIP section were on their feet, their expressions thunderous. "This isn't possible," Zhao Renshu gasped. "Your foundation establishment. You can't yield," Wei said. The arena erupted. Zhao Renshu's face went through a kaleidoscope of emotions. Disbelief, fury, humiliation, and, finally, a grudging recognition. He lowered his sword. "I yield." The crowd's roar was deafening. The Zhao clan's heir, the tournament favorite, defeated by an outer disciple from a minor sect. It was the biggest upset in the grand tournament's history. In the VIP pavilion, Lin Hao cheered with undisguised delight. Beside her, Empress Yun Shuha's eyes narrowed with a predator's focus. Chapter 48. A quiet night. The tournament grounds were quieter at night. Lanterns lined the pathways between pavilions, casting warm pools of light that made the mountain air feel almost gentle. Wei and Lin Hao walked between the lanterns, their steps unhurried, the charged energy of the day's matches slowly dissipating into the mountain silence. "You're not foundation establishment," Lin Hao said. It wasn't a question. "No. Core formation. At least stage 2. Maybe higher." She studied him with those alchemist's eyes. "Your pills, the ones you've been refining in secret. I can smell traces of the refinement process on your fingers. Nobody refines pills that cleanly at foundation establishment. The essence control required is a core formation minimum." Wei was silent for a few steps. The night air was cold on his face, carrying the scent of mountain pine and distant essence fluctuations from the other contestants' evening cultivation. "You're right," he said. "I'm stronger than I show. I've been hiding my true cultivation since the day I started cultivating." "Why?" He stopped walking. They were at the edge of the tournament grounds, overlooking a valley that dropped away into moonlit mist. The world felt very large and very quiet. "Because what I am draws attention that could get me killed. Not from cultivators, from something worse." He looked up at the sky, where the stars burned cold and distant. "There are things watching, Lin Hao. Things that consider my existence an error to be corrected." She didn't dismiss this. She didn't laugh or demand specifics. Instead, she stepped closer and looked at him with an expression he hadn't seen directed at him before. Not curiosity or suspicion, but something softer. Concern. Understanding. "My essence senses tell me your cultivation has depth that doesn't match your age," she said quietly. "Layers of refinement that should take decades, compressed into what can't be more than a few months. I don't understand how that's possible, and I suspect you won't tell me." "Not yet. Not yet." She nodded. "Whatever your secret is, Wei, I'll help you keep it. Not because you asked, because I choose to." She kissed him. It was brief and gentle, warm against the mountain cold. When she pulled back, her cheeks were flushed, but her eyes were steady. "Don't make me regret that," she said. "I won't." They walked back to the pavilion area in comfortable silence, shoulders occasionally brushing. Behind them, the moon painted the mist with silver, and somewhere above the stars, ancient monitoring arrays tracked a temporal anomaly that was growing stronger by the day. The dormitory the Alliance had assigned them was a long, low structure at the tournament's edge, shared between 6 different sect delegations. Canvas partitions divided the space into rough territories, and the thin walls did nothing to muffle the sounds of other contestants training, arguing, and occasionally being sick from pre-fight nerves. Shunwei sat on his sleeping mat after the third round of bracket fights and let himself be still. He didn't cultivate. He didn't plan. He pressed his back against the canvas wall, pulled his knees to his chest, and breathed the way the Jade Spirit had taught him. Slow inhalations that reached the base of the lungs, slow exhalations that carried tension out with them. Not a cultivation technique. Something older. Something that belonged to the human body rather than the cultivator's meridians. Lin Yu was already asleep, his snoring carrying the particular comfortable rhythm of someone with a clear conscience and a metabolism that demanded 10 hours of unconsciousness per night. Su Main sat across the partition, polishing her wind element bracers with careful, repetitive motions. The sound was quiet and rhythmic. Shunwei found it oddly grounding. "You don't have to maintain the act right now," she said, not looking up. "There's no one watching." "I know, but you're still doing it." He considered denying it. "Then, the act becomes a habit after a while. I sometimes have to remind myself that I'm allowed to sit normally." She looked up at that. Something in her expression softened. Not pity, but recognition. "That sounds exhausting. Some days more than others." She set down the bracer and looked at him with the steady, assessing gaze of someone who had learned to read people well. "Whatever you are, Shunwei, whatever you're hiding, I'm on your side. You fought for Maine." She paused. "For me. When I was in danger in the beast forest. You didn't have to do that." "Yes, I did." A small silence. Outside, wind moved through the tournament grounds, carrying the smell of grass and distant cook fires. "Get some sleep," Su Main said. "Tomorrow's semifinals." He nodded, lay down, and was asleep within minutes. A cultivator's sleep, light and recuperative, the bodyguard's version of rest where the mind never fully stopped watching. He dreamed of an ocean without shores, where time flowed in every direction at once. In the dream, it didn't feel like a burden. It felt like home. Chapter 49, Nascent Soul Break Through the Tournament's Bracket Pause. A 2-day rest period between the round of 16 and the quarterfinals was intended for recovery and preparation. Shunwei used it for something far more dangerous. In the sealed privacy of his tournament quarters, protected by formation arrays that Elder Qin had given him before departure, he cultivated. Core Formation Stage 5 to Stage 6. Stage 7. Stage 8. The golden core in his dantian blazed like a star approaching supernova, each stage pushing the density and purity of his essence toward the fourth realm's absolute ceiling. Then he pushed past it. The breakthrough to nascent soul, the fifth realm, was qualitatively different from any previous advancement. It didn't just increase power or refine essence. It created something new. Within his golden core, a consciousness formed. A miniature version of himself, made of pure essence, opening its eyes for the first time inside the spinning golden sphere of his dantian. The nascent soul, a spiritual entity born from the fusion of his cultivation, his willpower, and his comprehension of the world. The nascent soul opened its mouth and screamed. Not in pain, in power. A pulse of raw essence radiated outward from Shunwei's body, through the formation barriers, through the tournament pavilion's walls, through the mountain itself. And with it came the temporal distortion. The sky above the tournament grounds flickered. An aurora, blue-green gold, shimmering with patterns that no natural phenomenon could produce, danced across the stars for 3 seconds. Lanterns flickered. Cultivation techniques in progress across the grounds stuttered as local essence currents warped. 3 seconds. Then it was over. Most contestants dismissed it as an atmospheric anomaly, a natural essence surge from the mountain's geological formations. The tournament officials noted it in their logs and moved on. But 3 observers recognized it for what it was. In the VIP pavilion, Empress Yanshuha set down her teacup with a clink that seemed far too loud. Her Dao fusion senses had tasted the temporal distortion, the unmistakable signature of time being compressed in ways that violated natural law. Her attendant appeared instantly. "Find out where that pulse originated," she ordered. Precisely. In the shadows of the contestant grounds, Feng Shuang pressed her communication talisman and transmitted an urgent report. "He's the source of the time anomaly. The pulse originated from the Azure Cloud Delegation's quarters. His temporal signature is massive. He's not just hiding his cultivation. He's hiding something fundamental about how he cultivates." And in the heavens, the monitoring array blazed red for the second time. This time, the signal was stronger. Clearer. Temporal disturbance detected. Source: Mortal Realm, Goldspire Plateau. Magnitude: severe. Correlation with previous events: 99.2%. Recommendation: Dispatch Investigation Unit. Priority: elevated. The celestial machinery ground forward another notch. Shen Wei opened his eyes in his quarters, trembling with the aftershock of transformation. The nascent soul within him, tiny, luminous, powerful, settled into place within his golden core and began radiating energy that permeated every fiber of his being. Nascent soul, stage 1. And with it came new abilities. His spiritual sense expanded to cover the entire tournament grounds. His comprehension of essence deepened from manipulation to understanding. He could perceive the underlying structure of techniques he observed, breaking them down into their component principles. He could also feel, for the first time, the cold weight of heavenly attention, like a spotlight that hadn't yet found its target, sweeping across the mortal realm in search of the source of the temporal disturbance. The clock wasn't just ticking, it was accelerating. Chapter 50. The semifinals. The quarterfinals passed in a blur of calculated victories. Shen Wei defeated a core formation stage 5 opponent with technique so precise that the tournament commentator ran out of superlatives. His displayed level had crept up to core formation stage 2, still far below his true power, but the gap between display and reality was narrowing in the eyes of the public. The semifinals were announced. Match 1. Shen Wei, Azure Cloud Sect, versus Duan Qinghe, Wandering Swordsman. Match 2. By Lin Hao, Jade Lotus Sect, versus Song Yin, Emerald Peak Sect, Nascent Soul Stage 1. Duan Qinghe was the opponent Shen Wei couldn't read. The Wandering Swordsman entered the arena in plain robes, his eyes closed, his sword, a simple, unadorned blade, resting across his shoulders. He showed core formation stage 3, but his combat ability in every previous match had demonstrated something beyond numerical classification. Pure sword intent. The ability to channel willpower directly into a blade without essence as an intermediary. It was a legendary martial concept that most cultivators spent lifetimes trying to achieve. Begin. Duan Qinghe drew his sword with his eyes still closed and struck. The attack was nothing Shen Wei had seen before. There was no essence surge, no technique activation, no telegraph of intent. The sword simply moved, instantly, inevitably, as natural as water flowing downhill, and its edge appeared at Shen Wei's throat. Shen Wei's temporal perception saved him. His accelerated processing speed detected the micro-movements of Duan Qinghe's muscles, the fractional shifts in weight and posture that preceded the strike by microseconds. He deflected the blade with his own and felt the impact shudder through his arm. Heavy. Impossibly heavy for a technique that used no essence. Interesting, Duan Qinghe said, his eyes still closed. You perceived my strike before it was complete. Very few can do that. A pause. Your perception operates in a different time than your body. I can feel the discrepancy. Shen Wei's blood ran cold. Duan Qinghe could sense the temporal distortion. Through pure sword intent, through the intimate connection between a swordsman and the reality his blade touched, he could perceive the time differential around Shen Wei's body. Who are you? Shen Wei asked. A man who has been searching for the truth of the sword for 30 years. And you are a man who carries time like a weight around his soul. Duan Qinghe opened his eyes for the first time. They were steel gray, ancient beyond his apparent age, and utterly focused. I will not ask your secrets, but I will test them. The fight that followed was the most spectacular the Grand Tournament had seen in decades. Duan Qinghe's sword intent came in waves, each strike carrying the accumulated comprehension of 3 decades of single-minded dedication. His blade moved with a purity that transcended technique, cutting through essence defenses as if they were illusion. Shen Wei countered with flowing time blade at maximum tempo, each strike timed to intercept Duan Qinghe's attacks at their most vulnerable moments. Temporal echo deployed twice, creating phantom images that Duan Qinghe cut through without hesitation. His sword intent could distinguish real from false with unerring precision. They exchanged 47 strikes in 90 seconds. The arena's dampening formations strained under the combined force. On the 48th exchange, Shen Wei found the opening. Duan Qinghe's pure sword intent had a weakness. It was linear. Each strike was perfect, but they came one at a time, each one complete before the next began. There was no combination, no follow-up, no compound pressure. Shen Wei launched 3 simultaneous attacks, the flowing time blade's temporal rhythm allowing him to overlap strikes in a way that conventional timing couldn't achieve. His sword appeared to be in 3 places at once. Duan Qinghe blocked 2. The third touched his chest. Point. Shen Wei. The swordsman smiled, genuine, warm, surprised. You struck between the moments. I didn't know that was possible. The remaining exchanges went similarly. Shen Wei won by 3 points, each one earned through temporal techniques that exploited the gaps between Duan Qinghe's otherwise perfect strikes. At the match's end, Duan Qinghe sheathed his sword and bowed. You are the strongest opponent I have ever faced. The way you manipulate the rhythm of combat is unique. We will meet again. I look forward to it. In the other semifinal, Lin Hao defeated Song Yin in a match that showcased her devastating combat alchemy. She deployed explosive pills that detonated with concussive force, binding pills that restricted movement, and sensory disruption pills that overwhelmed Song Yan's spiritual senses. Her nascent soul opponent simply couldn't handle the variety of threats. The finals were set, Shen Wei versus Lin Hao. Chapter 51. The finals, neither of them wanted to fight. They stood on the arena stage, facing each other across 10 meters of inscribed stone, and the crowd sensed the tension. Not the tension of hatred or rivalry, but the charged energy of two people who cared for each other being forced into opposition. I won't go easy on you, Lin Hao said, her pill furnace strapped to her back, her hands already crackling with alchemical energy. I wouldn't respect you if you did. Begin. Lin Hao struck first, a barrage of explosive pills that turned the air between them into a wall of fire and concussive force. She knew Shen Wei's fighting style intimately. Get close, use tempo to dominate the exchange. Her counter-strategy was to never let him get close. Shen Wei wove through the explosions with phantom step, appearing and disappearing between the blasts. But Lin Hao had accounted for this. Each pill was timed to detonate where he would be after stepping, not where he was. She was predicting his movement with the analytical precision of an alchemist who understood reaction timing at a molecular level. You're reading my tempo, Shen Wei realized, ducking under a binding pill that would have locked his muscles. You taught me what to look for. She shot back, launching another barrage. The match was chess at combat speed. Lin Hao controlled the range, using pills to zone Shen Wei and prevent him from establishing his preferred close-range tempo. Shen Wei probed for gaps, testing her pill supply and timing with feints and partial engagements. She was running low on explosive pills by the 4th minute. Shen Wei sensed the shift, the subtle decrease in firepower that meant her supply was thinning, and pressed forward. The close-range exchange was brief and decisive. Shen Wei's flowing time blade overwhelmed Lin Hao's close combat defenses in 8 seconds. She was an alchemist, not a swordswoman. Her strength was range and variety, not blade-to-blade exchanges. But she didn't go down easily. A hidden pill, a flash-and-stun compound she'd palmed before the fight, detonated at point-blank range, blinding Shen Wei for 2 critical seconds. In those seconds, she deployed her masterwork, a formation disruption pill that temporarily scrambled the arena's dampening formations. With the dampeners down, the fight became truly dangerous. Shen Wei, still partially blinded, relied on his spiritual sense and temporal perception. He could feel Lin Hao's essence patterns, track her movements through the disrupted arena, and counter her attacks with a precision that awed the crowd. But she scored 2 clean hits, a concussive pill to his ribs and a binding compound to his left arm that locked the limb in place for 10 seconds. Real damage. Real pain. Point, Lin Hao. Score, 5-3, Shen Wei leads. He cleared his vision, freed his arm, and closed the distance one final time. This time, he didn't hold back as much. His core formation peak combat technique, disguised as unusually refined core formation stage 2, overwhelmed her remaining defenses. 3 more points. Match. Winner, Shen Wei, champion of the decennial grand tournament. The crowd's roar was a physical force. The Azure Cloud sect, once a minor, scandal-ridden organization, had produced the grand tournament champion. Lin Hao lay on the arena floor, breathing hard, her pill supply exhausted. Shen Wei extended his hand. She took it. You owe me dinner, she said, as he pulled her to her feet. I owe you more than that. Chapter 52. Empress Xianxia's interest. The summons came that evening. A formal invitation delivered by an imperial attendant in crimson silk, sealed with the Crimson Phoenix Empire's crest. Shen Wei entered the Empress's private pavilion alone. The space was opulent, silk hangings, jade furnishings, incense that cost more per stick than a cultivator earned in a month. Formation arrays of exquisite complexity layered the walls, each one designed for privacy, security, and, Shen Wei noted, suppression. Empress Xianxia sat on a raised dais, resplendent in robes that seemed to be woven from living flame. Her cultivation, Tao fusion, the 8th realm, pressed against Shen Wei's senses like the weight of an ocean. She was so far beyond him in power that the comparison was meaningless. Fighting her would be like fighting a natural disaster. Shen Wei. Her voice was warm silk over cold steel. Tournament champion. The boy who defeated a Zhao heir. I'm impressed. Your Majesty honors me. I don't honor. I evaluate. She leaned forward, and the ambient temperature in the room rose 3 degrees. Your essence is wrong, Shenwei. It tastes of centuries compressed into moments. Your cultivation has depth that shouldn't exist in someone your age. And when you broke through during the tournament rest period, the temporal distortion you created was unmistakable. Shenwei's poker face held, but internally, alarm bells screamed. I don't know what you mean, Your Majesty. Of course you do. She stood, and the room's essence patterns shifted to accommodate her movement. The formation arrays reorienting themselves around her like iron filings around a magnet. I'm offering you a position in my imperial court. Resources, protection, and patronage that the Azure Cloud sect couldn't match in 1,000 years. I'm grateful, but I must respectfully decline. The warmth left her eyes. What remained was the cold calculation of a ruler who was accustomed to getting what she wanted. You will come to me eventually, she said. They all do. The threat was polished, elegant, and absolutely clear. Shenwei bowed, thanked her for the audience, and left. Outside the pavilion, the night air felt like freedom. But the Empress's words clung to him like a second skin. She knew about the temporal distortion. She'd sensed it, and she wanted what it represented. Another enemy. Another clock ticking down. The message arrived wrapped in imperial formation sealing, red lacquer, phoenix crest, the kind of packaging that made lesser sects spontaneously remember urgent appointments elsewhere. The Azure Cloud sect's delegation received it with the collective expression of people who had attracted the wrong kind of attention. Who is Empress Xianxia? Lin Yu asked, reading over Shenwei's shoulder. The ruler of the Crimson Phoenix Empire. 17 provinces, largest standing army on the continent, personally, at nascent Soul Stage 8. Shenwei refolded the message. She wants a private meeting. With you. With me. Because of the tournament performance? Because of the temporal quality in my movements. She's been watching since the semifinals. He set the message on the table. His temporal senses had already mapped 3 imperial observers in the crowd. He'd spotted their essence signatures on the first day. The Empress's intelligence network was thorough. He'd been identified as a person of interest before he'd thrown a single punch. She knows I'm hiding something. She doesn't know what. And she wants to know. Everyone wants to know. The question is what she'll do with the information. He looked at the phoenix crest on the lacquer seal. A bird rising from fire, wings spread, beak open as if mid-cry. The image of something reaching for more than it currently had. Powerful people with interest in unusual things are either allies or threats. There's rarely a middle ground. Which is she? Shenwei tucked the message into his spatial pouch. I'm going to find out. The meeting could wait until after the finals. He had one more fight to lose carefully. Chapter 53, Return and Recognition. The Azure Cloud sect welcomed its champion with a celebration that lasted 3 days. Elder Qin, wearing what might have been a smile beneath her perpetual expression of scholarly concentration, promoted Shenwei to core disciple and assigned him his own cultivation mountain, Dustfall Peak, officially. The irony was not lost on either of them. You've outgrown the caves, Elder Qin said. I'll have the peak renovated. Formation arrays, cultivation chambers, defensive perimeters. It will be the most secure location in the sect. Lin Yu and Su Main organized the festivities with the infectious enthusiasm of people who'd never had reason to celebrate before. Even Mo Tianlang, characteristically reserved, allowed himself a smile during the banquet. But the smile faded when he pulled Shenwei aside. Shadow Veil scouts. 3 of them, spotted in the outer valleys by my informants. They're mapping our defenses. How long? The main force is assembling. My best estimate. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. In that time, Shenwei could advance further. Nascent Soul Stage 2, possibly Stage 3. But no amount of cultivation would prepare the Azure Cloud sect for a force led by a spirit transformation or void refinement cultivator. The power gap was simply too vast. They needed allies. They needed preparations. And they needed time that the universe seemed increasingly unwilling to provide. Shenwei retreated to his newly assigned cultivation mountain and pushed. Nascent Soul Stage 2. The essence flowed like a river, refined by his temporal acceleration into pure, crystallized power. His spiritual sense expanded to cover the entire sect and the surrounding valleys. He could feel the scouts. 3 essence signatures, trying to be subtle, failing against his enhanced perception. He tracked their movements, mapped their observation patterns, and relayed the information to Mo Tianlong's intelligence network. They were coming. And this time, it wouldn't be assassins and thugs. It would be an army. The Azure Cloud sect's gates looked different when you returned from a tournament with a runner-up finish that 3 separate sect elders had called inexplicable. They also looked different when your displayed cultivation was Foundation Establishment Stage 5, but your real cultivation was Nascent Soul Stage 1, a gap so enormous that maintaining the concealment required constant, bone-deep attention. Elder Qin was waiting at the gates. She stood with her hands folded in her sleeves, her expression the particular brand of calm that concealed rapid calculation, and she studied Xinwei for a long moment before speaking. Your essence signature, she said. The temporal quality is stronger. You've been pushing. The tournament required it. The tournament required you to appear as a Foundation Establishment Stage 5 cultivator winning against core formation opponents by minimal margins. That requirement should have produced suppression, not advancement. Her eyes didn't move from his face. You also absorbed a rank 4 spirit beast attack during the island phase. My monitoring formation caught the reversal pattern. The energy went into you, not through you. Xinwei said nothing. Around them, Lin Yu and Su Mein were carrying equipment toward the inner gate, giving him and the elder a careful 10 meters of privacy. The sect's report will record your results accurately. Elder Qin continued. Runner-up, 3 upset victories, commendable performance from a minor sect. She paused. What it will not record is that our representative's spiritual signature has the temporal distortion pattern of a cultivator at least 4 realms above his displayed level. She turned and walked toward the inner gate. Over her shoulder. Come to the formation chamber after you've settled in. We have things to discuss. It wasn't an invitation. Chapter 54, The Shadow Veil Strikes. They came on a morning of blood-red sunrise, a force that blackened the sky with flying swords and darkened the valleys with marching formations. 3 nascent soul elders, 40 core formation warriors, 200 foundation establishment soldiers, and behind them all, a presence that pressed against the sect's wards like a mountain leaning on a paper wall. Gu Yanzhao, spirit transformation, the leader of the Shadow Veil Order, in person. They're not here for resources or revenge, Mo Tianlang said, his face pale as he watched from the sect's observation tower. That's an extermination force. Elder Qin activated the sect's full defensive formation, an array she'd spent decades building and the last 3 months upgrading. Golden light erupted from the mountain's foundation, creating a dome of protective essence that covered the sect's 3 peaks. The formation will hold against nascent soul attacks for approximately 2 hours, Elder Qin reported. Against spirit transformation. She didn't finish the sentence. Xinwei stood at the formation's center, feeling the weight of the approaching army through his spiritual sense. 300 cultivators, many of them veterans of campaigns that had destroyed entire sections. And at their center, Gu Yanzhao, a pillar of dark essence so dense it distorted the air around him. Lin Yu, evacuate non-combatants through the tunnel system. Main, establish a fallback position at Dustfall Peak. Mo Tianlang, I need you to fight. Finally, Mo Tianlang said, and revealed his true cultivation for the first time publicly. Core formation peak, not spirit transformation as Shun Wei had once suspected, but still the second strongest combatant in the sect. The Shadow Veil army reached the formation dome and paused. A figure separated from the ranks, tall, lean, dressed in robes of void black that seemed to absorb light. His face was angular, handsome in the way a sword was handsome, with eyes that burned with purple essence. Azure Cloud Sect, Gu Yanzhao's voice carried through the formation dome without effort. You have something that belongs to me. Return it, and I'll only destroy half of you. The attack came at the 3rd watch, the hour when the sect's patrol formations cycled to their weakest configuration, a gap that lasted 11 minutes, and that someone with detailed knowledge of Elder Qin's defensive arrays would know to exploit. Xinwei was awake. He'd stopped sleeping through the 3rd watch weeks ago. His temporal senses had learned to read the rhythm of the sect's defenses the way a musician reads a score, the patterns, the intervals, the places where the beat skipped. The 11-minute gap was audible to him like a false note in an otherwise steady composition. The first infiltrator came over the northern wall using a levitation technique that kept his feet above the formation detection layer. Professional. Practiced. The work of someone who'd done this before. By the time the 2nd and 3rd infiltrators entered the sect grounds, Xinwei was already moving through the shadows of the outer corridors, his aura compressed to nothing, his footsteps landing in the spaces between patrol intervals. He tracked them by their essence signatures, dark, acidic, carrying the faint resonance of forbidden cultivation techniques he'd learned to identify during the sect's internal purge. Shadow Veil. Senior agents. Not the foot soldiers who'd been used to intimidate disciples. These 3 had come for something specific. They were heading toward Elder Qin's formation chamber. He ran. Not with his full speed, not yet. Even in the emergency of a sect infiltration, he held something back, moved in patterns that could be explained by Foundation establishment combat capability, landed hits that looked like desperate accuracy rather than temporal precision. The habits of concealment ran deeper than rational decision-making. They were reflexes now, survival encoded into muscle memory. He reached the formation chamber 30 seconds before the infiltrators did. Enough time. Chapter 55. Shun Wei unleashed the formation dome shuddered under the first assault. A coordinated strike from the three nascent soul elders that cracked the golden barrier like glass struck by a hammer. Fissures spiderwebbed across the dome's surface. 30 minutes. Elder Qin revised her estimate. Essence pouring from her body into the formation's repair sequences. Maybe less. Shun Wei stepped through the formation dome. He walked out alone, past the barrier's edge, into the killing ground between the sect's defenses and the Shadow Veil army. 300 cultivators faced him. 3 nascent soul elders. 1 spirit transformation monster. And Shun Wei, who had been hiding his power since the day the Jade Pendant had awakened his physique, stopped hiding. Nascent Soul, Stage 2. The reveal hit the battlefield like a physical shockwave. His essence radiated outward in waves that pressed against the Shadow Veil soldiers like a gale-force wind. Foundation establishment warriors stumbled. Core formation fighters braced themselves. The 3 nascent soul elders' eyes widened. Nascent soul, one of them hissed. Intelligence said core formation at most. Intelligence was wrong, Shun Wei said. He drew his sword, and the flowing time blade activated at full power for the first time in public combat. Time distortions rippled across the battlefield. His strikes arrived faster than physics allowed, not because they moved faster, but because they existed in a compressed temporal frame. To the defenders, his sword appeared in multiple places simultaneously, each image a real strike at a slightly different point in time. The first nascent soul elder attacked with a dark essence technique, a wave of corrosive energy that dissolved everything in its path. Shun Wei cut through it. The flowing time blade's temporal edge sliced through the technique's essence structure, disrupting its timing and causing it to collapse before reaching him. He closed the distance in 3 phantom steps. Flicker, 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 and engaged both nascent soul elders simultaneously. The fight was savage. 2 nascent soul cultivators against 1, their combined experience spanning centuries. They fought in coordinated pairs, attacking from complementary angles, using techniques designed to overwhelm through volume. Shun Wei used temporal echo to create phantom duplicates, splitting his opponent's attention. He used phantom step to reposition between their attacks. He used the flowing time blade's escalating rhythm to build momentum until his strikes came faster than their defenses could adapt. The first elder fell to a thrust that slipped between the beats of his defensive technique, arriving at a moment in time that his body hadn't anticipated. The blade pierced his shoulder, severing the meridian that powered his left arm. The second elder retreated, wide-eyed. What are you? Your attacks exist outside normal time. Shun Wei didn't answer. He pressed forward, and the second elder fell to a 3-strike combination that arrived across 3 different temporal frames simultaneously, past, present, and a microsecond into the future. 2 nascent soul elders defeated in 60 seconds. The Shadow Veil army recoiled. Their trump cards, the nascent soul elders who were supposed to overwhelm the sect's defenses, were down. The core formation warriors hesitated, their confidence crumbling. The third nascent soul elder held back, guarding Gu Yanzhao's position. And Gu Yanzhao himself watched with an expression of fascinated amusement. A temporal cultivator, he murmured. How extraordinary. I haven't seen one in, well, ever. Chapter 56. The tide turns reinforcements arrived as the Shadow Veil army's morale cracked. Lin Hao descended from the sky on a flying sword, trailing green and white essence, her pill furnace already active. Behind her, 30 Jade Lotus sect cultivators formed a defensive line on the sect's eastern flank. Sorry I'm late, she called to Shun Wei. Traffic. She'd received his emergency message, transmitted through a private formation channel Elder Qin had set up, and had mobilized her sect's rapid response team. The Jade Lotus sect, while primarily known for alchemy, maintained a combat force for exactly this kind of situation. Lin Hao's arrival changed the battle's dynamics. Her alchemical combat techniques, explosive pills, binding compounds, sensory disruption agents, wreaked havoc on the Shadow Veil's orderly formations. She targeted their communication lines, their supply chains, their command structure, turning organized warfare into chaos. Mo Tianlang led the Azure Cloud sect's remaining fighters in a sortie through the formation dome, catching the Shadow Veil's left flank in a pincer movement. His core formation peak combat style was efficient and brutal. No wasted energy, no unnecessary flourish, just precisely applied force that dismantled opponents with mechanical efficiency. The Shadow Veil army broke. Core formation warriors fled. Foundation establishment soldiers scattered into the valleys. The organized assault devolved into a rout as the combined forces of the Azure Cloud sect and the Jade Lotus reinforcements pushed outward. But Gu Yanzhao had not moved. He stood at the center of the retreating army, untouched, unmoved, his spirit transformation cultivation radiating outward like a second sun. The retreating soldiers parted around him like water around a stone. "Impressive," he said, watching the carnage with detached interest. "You've grown strong, boy. Strong enough to make this interesting." His essence flared. The pressure that radiated from his body crushed the ground beneath his feet, cracked the sky above his head, and sent every cultivator within 100 meters staggering. Spirit transformation. The sixth realm. A qualitative level of power that made nascent soul look like a candle next to a bonfire. Mo Tianlang stepped forward, but Shunwei stopped him with a gesture. "No, he's mine. He's spirit transformation. Your nascent soul stage 2. The gap is, I know the gap." The shift in a battle was never gradual. Shunwei had learned this through hundreds of hours of temporally compressed combat practice. Momentum moved in discontinuous jumps, not steady flows. One moment the outcome was uncertain. The next, it was decided, and the only question was whether the losing side recognized it in time to adjust. The Shadow Veil's raid on the Azure Cloud sect ended the moment their coordination formation shattered. He'd targeted it specifically, a tri-pointed array formed by the 3 infiltrators' positions, linked by essence threads that synchronized their attacks and shared their defensive awareness. On its own, each agent was formidable. Together, through the formation, they were something considerably more than the sum of their parts. He broke it with a single strike that carried enough temporal distortion to age the formation's essence threads past their coherence threshold. The threads snapped. The coordination died. 3 individual agents where a unified strike team had been. Lin Yu took the one on the left. Su Main took the one on the right. Shunwei took the center. His fight lasted 9 seconds. Afterwards, he stood over 3 incapacitated agents in Elder Qin's anteroom, breathing steadily, the temporal suppression he'd applied to their meridians already doing its work. They would be unconscious for 6 hours. Their cultivation would be accessible but inactive, like a weapon locked in a case. 3 agents, Elder Qin said from the doorway, her voice carrying the tone of someone calculating. High-ranked ones. The Shadow Veil doesn't send 3 high-ranked agents for a raid unless the target is significant. They weren't after resources, Shunwei said, looking at the pattern of their approach. They came specifically for the formation schematics. The grand ceiling array. The Elder's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. "Then they know what I've been building. They know enough to want it destroyed." He looked at the unconscious agents. "Or stolen. We have 6 hours to move it." Yes. He was already calculating routes. Let's not waste them. Chapter 57. Sacrifice and Retreat. Mo Tianlang didn't listen. He intercepted Gu Yanzhao's first attack, a casual palm strike that would have vaporized Shunwei if it had connected. Mo Tianlang's core formation peak body screamed under the force of the block, his bones cracking, his meridians burning. "Move!" Mo Tianlang roared at Shunwei. "I'll hold him." "You can't hold spirit transformation." Mo Tianlang's essence detonated. Not a technique, not a planned maneuver, a deliberate, catastrophic release of everything he had. His core formation cultivation shattered, the golden core in his dantian cracking open and releasing decades of accumulated essence in a single, devastating burst. In that moment, Mo Tianlang's power surged past core formation, past nascent soul, and touched spirit transformation. The same realm he'd been in before. Before the Shadow Veil Order had destroyed his clan, shattered his cultivation, and left him for dead 4 years ago. He burned his life force to reclaim what had been stolen. It was temporary, minutes at most. But minutes was all he needed. Mo Tianlang engaged Gu Yanzhao with the fury of a man who had nothing left to lose and everything to avenge. Their battle tore the landscape apart. Mountains cracked. Valleys flooded. The sky itself seemed to bruise under the force of spirit transformation combat. "Go!" Mo Tianlang screamed between exchanges. "Get stronger. Come back and destroy them." Elder Qin activated the emergency teleportation formation, a one-time use array that she'd kept in reserve for exactly this scenario. Golden light erupted from the sect's foundations, enveloping the surviving defenders. Shunwei was pulled into the formation's embrace. The last thing he saw was Mo Tianlang, burning with borrowed power, driving his fist into Gu Yanzhao's face with a strike that cratered the mountainside. Then light consumed everything, and the Azure Cloud sect vanished from the Darkfall Mountains. The cost of the Shadow Veil's failed raid was paid in the days that followed. 3 outer disciples had been wounded during the infiltration, caught in the crossfire of techniques aimed at Shunwei, their bodies absorbing essence shockwaves that their foundation establishment cultivation couldn't fully deflect. While Lin Hao worked through 2 nights to stabilize the most critically injured, her hands moving with the focused precision of an alchemist performing emergency triage. Shenwei sat outside the medical hall during her second all-night session and did something he hadn't done in months. He let himself feel the weight of it. 3 people hurt because of him. 3 people whose lives had intersected with his at the wrong angle, at the wrong moment, and been cut by the edge he carried everywhere he went. He hadn't intended it. He'd done everything within his power to prevent it. But intention and outcome were different things, and the distinction mattered less to the person in the healing bed than it did to the person who walked away unhurt. This was what the Jade Spirit had warned him about. Not just the heavens, not just the shadow veil, but the gravitational effect of what he was. A temporal anomaly that drew violence the way a lodestone drew iron filings. The people closest to him would always be at the edge of that pull. He pressed his palm against the jade pendant beneath his robes. The spirit's warmth was there, steady and ancient. "I know," he said quietly. "I know I can't stop." The warmth pulsed once, and he understood. It wasn't about stopping. It was about making the cost worth something. He rose, rolled his shoulders, and went to find Elder Qin. They had a sect to rebuild and an enemy to dismantle, and 3 people in healing beds was 3 more reasons to move faster. Chapter 58. Exile. They materialized in the courtyard of the Jade Lotus sect, 500 kilometers from the battlefield. 37 survivors. Out of a sect that had housed 300 people just hours ago. Some had escaped through the tunnels before the teleportation. Others had been lost in the fighting. Most of the non-combatants had made it, thanks to Lin Yu's evacuation efforts. Elder Qin was among the survivors, but barely. The teleportation formation had drained her cultivation reserves to dangerous levels. She collapsed the moment they arrived, her face gray, her breathing shallow. By Lin Hao's master, an elderly woman named Jade Mother Ling, received them with the brisk efficiency of a wartime medic. Healing pills, cultivation chambers, sleeping quarters, and security details were arranged within the hour. Shenwei sat alone on the Jade Lotus sect's garden wall, staring at the horizon where somewhere, 500 kilometers away, Mo Tianlong's fate was being decided. The communication talisman in his hand was silent. Mo Tianlong's frequency showed no signal. Either his talisman had been destroyed, or Shenwei refused to complete the thought. Bai Lianhua found him at midnight. "He might have survived," she said, sitting beside him. "Spirit transformation cultivators are incredibly resilient. Even after burning his core, the residual energy, don't." His voice was rough. "Don't give me hope based on conjecture. Tell me facts." She was quiet for a moment. "Then, here are the facts. The sect is destroyed. Elder Qin is critically injured. Your people are refugees in my sect. The Shadow Veil Order controls the Azure Province. And the heavens are investigating a temporal anomaly that matches your exact location." She took his hand. "But you're alive. Your friends are alive. And you have more power than anyone your age has any right to possess. It's not enough. Not yet. But it will be." She squeezed his hand. "Sleep, Shenwei. Tomorrow, you start getting stronger." He didn't sleep. He cultivated. In the Jade Lotus sect's guest quarters, protected by Lianhua's personal formation arrays, he pushed his cultivation with a desperate intensity that made his previous efforts look casual. Nascent Soul Stage 3 by dawn. The sect's ruling council, what remained of it after the corruption purge, announced Shenwei's exile on a morning of flat gray sky and cold mountain wind. He stood before the council dais with his hands folded in his robes and listened to sect head Zhao Mingtao's voice carry the decision across the assembly ground. Formal words. Legal language. The kind of phrasing designed to make an expulsion sound like a measured administrative decision rather than what it was, fear-dressed in procedure. The grounds were full. Every outer disciple, every inner disciple, every elder and servant and worker who could find a reason to be there had gathered. Their faces ranged from satisfaction to discomfort to the careful blankness of people who hadn't decided yet which way the wind was blowing. Lin Hao sat in the front row of the inner disciples section, and the satisfaction on his face was the kind that had been stored up over months and was now finally being spent. Shenwei looked at him for exactly 2 seconds, enough to note the expression, catalog it, and set it aside. Then he looked past Lin Hao to where Lin Yu stood at the outer disciple's edge, jaw clenched, eyes bright, fury written across his face in letters large enough to read from across the ground. Su Main stood beside him, her hand on his arm, the physical restraint of a friend who knew that speaking now would accomplish nothing. Effective immediately, Zhao Mingtao finished. Collect your belongings and leave the sect grounds within 1 hour. A sect guard will escort you to the outer gate. 1 hour. Not even a full morning. Shenwei bowed, the proper, measured bow of an outer disciple to a sect head, correct in every particular, and turned to go. Behind him, he heard Lin Yu's voice, too loud and too angry to be suppressed. This is wrong, and everyone here knows it. The silence that followed was more damning than any agreement. Chapter 59. The Heavenly Gaze. 3 days after the evacuation, the first heavenly tribulation struck. Xinwei was cultivating on the Jade Lotus sect's training grounds, a polite fiction that disguised his use of the area's concentrated essence, when the sky split open. Not figuratively. The cloud layer above the sect physically parted, revealing a gap in the atmosphere that glowed with golden light. Through that gap, a bolt of energy descended. Not lightning, though it resembled lightning in the way a dragon resembles a snake. It was a temporal correction bolt, a directed strike from the heavenly Tao, fired with surgical precision at the exact location of the temporal anomaly that Xunwei's breakthrough had produced. The bolt struck the training ground where Xunwei sat. The impact vaporized a 20-meter crater in the stone, sent shockwaves through the sect's defensive formations, and set off every alarm in the compound. Xunwei lay at the crater's center, alive, but barely. The jade pendant, cracked further, its surface now a spiderweb of fractures, had absorbed the majority of the bolt's destructive power. Without it, Xunwei would have been erased. Not just killed, erased from existence. His timeline retroactively unwound as if he had never been born. Temporal correction. The Jade Spirit's voice whispered, faint and strained. They're targeting you directly now. Each breakthrough will bring another bolt, each one stronger than the last. Xunwei dragged himself out of the crater. His skin was burned, his meridians were on fire, and his nascent soul was shaken within its core. But he was alive. How do I survive the next one, he gasped. You don't. Not without the epic veil. The Jade Spirit's voice faded to nearly nothing. The pendant is damaged. I can absorb perhaps one more bolt. After that, silence. After that, there would be no buffer between Xunwei and the full force of the heavens. The Jade Lotus sect's elders arrived in a rush of concern and alarm. The crater, the broken formations, the residual golden energy, all of it demanded explanation. Bai Lianhua handled it, her alchemist's authority lending credibility to the story she concocted. A natural essence surged from the mountains below the sect. Unusual, but documented. The training grounds formation arrays overloaded and discharged. No enemy action. They mostly believed her. Jade Motherling's eyes lingered on Xunwei with the particular suspicion of someone who knew a lie when she heard one, but she said nothing. The first monitoring array appeared 3 days after the exile. Xunwei was cultivating in the cave on the abandoned hillside he'd found 5 kilometers from the sect's outer boundary. A natural formation that amplified the thin ambient essence of the lowland forest into something usable. His internal time was running deep, essence gathering blurring into meridian opening at the accelerated pace of his physique. Then something in the quality of the ambient essence changed. Not a sound, not a sensation in any conventional sense. More like a shift in pressure, the way an underground chamber feels different when someone enters it from the tunnel behind you. A weight that wasn't there before. He opened his eyes. Above the hillside, barely visible through the canopy, a golden point of light hovered. Smaller than a star. Steadier than a firefly. Absolutely, completely still in a sky where everything else moved. The Jade Spirit's voice rose from the pendant in his chest, urgent in a way he hadn't heard before. Don't move. Don't change your essence output. Don't breathe differently. It's not focused yet, it's scanning. Xunwei became a stone. He let his cultivation run at exactly the rate it had been running when the light appeared. No acceleration, no deceleration. He kept his spiritual signature compressed to its practiced concealment level. He didn't even let his eyes track the golden point, keeping his gaze fixed at the middle distance, his expression the blank unfocus of a cultivator in the early stages of meditation. The monitoring array hovered for 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Then it drifted east and vanished beyond the tree line. That was a probe, the Jade Spirit said, the urgency receding to its usual measured gravity. Low intensity. Automated. It detected an essence concentration and came to investigate. And you look like a mediocre outer disciple level cultivator taking a nap, which is exactly what you needed to look like. A pause. It will be back. The heavens are patient, and their monitoring arrays are thorough. Whatever you do in the days ahead, do it slowly. Let nothing look like advancement. He sat in the empty hillside cave for a long time after that, watching the space where the golden light had been, and thought about what it meant to hide from the sky itself. Chapter 60. The path forward recovery took 5 days. 5 days of healing pills, meditation, and careful restoration of his damaged meridians. Bai Lianhua personally oversaw his treatment, her alchemical skills producing pills specifically calibrated to repair temporal energy damage. During the recovery, Shenwei pushed through to Nascent Soul Stage 5, Mid-Nascent Soul. The jade pendant absorbed the breakthrough's temporal ripple, but the effort cost another fracture in its already damaged surface. The pendant has 2, perhaps 3 uses left before it shatters, the jade spirit warned. And when it shatters, I die with it. Permanently this time. Then I need the epic veil. Shenwei's voice was steady, but his heart ached. The jade spirit had been his first guide, his first ally in a journey that had transformed him from a servant to a nascent soul cultivator. Losing it would be like losing a mentor. The epic veil has 4 components. The spirit recited, its voice growing clearer as if it was drawing on reserves it couldn't spare. The Chronos Shard, crystallized temporal essence, located in the shattered time ruins to the west. The Eternity Compass, a navigation artifact attuned to temporal energy, currently in the Celestial Auction House in Goldspire City. The Paradox Core, an object that simultaneously exists and doesn't, hidden in the void between realms, accessible through the sunken abyss. And the final component. What? The final component is me. The pendant itself. When the time comes, I must sacrifice my existence to complete the veil. The silence that followed was heavy with implications. Elder Qin, recovering in the Jade Lotus sect's medical wing, provided what intelligence she could. Her formation arrays, though destroyed with the sect, had left backup data in a secondary archive. She compiled a map of possible epic veil component locations, cross-referencing ancient texts with current geographic data. The Shattered Time ruins are in the western frontier, beyond the Crimson Phoenix Empire's borders, Elder Qin said from her bed. 3 weeks of travel by flying sword. The ruins are notoriously dangerous, temporal anomalies that can age you to death or regress you to infancy. My physique should give me an advantage there, Shenwei said. The temporal distortions won't affect me the same way they affect normal cultivators. Perhaps they'll affect you more, since your physique makes you more susceptible to temporal manipulation. Elder Qin's eyes were sharp despite her injuries. Be careful. Shenwei assembled his team. Bai Lianhua refused to be left behind. Lin Yu insisted on coming despite being significantly weaker than the expected threats. Su Main offered to stay and help Elder Qin manage the sect survivors. We'll need supplies, Bai Lianhua said. Healing pills, anti-temporal distortion compounds, navigation formations. Give me 2 days. Shenwei used those 2 days to cultivate. Nascent Soul Stage 5 solidified into Stage 6. His power was growing, but the gap between his level and the forces arrayed against him, the Shadow Veil's spirit transformation leader, the Empress's Tao fusion might, the Heaven's cosmic enforcement, remained vast. But the epic veil could change everything. If he could shield himself from heavenly detection, he could cultivate without limits. Without the threat of temporal correction bolts, his 100x speed would carry him to heights that no cultivator in history had reached. On the morning of departure, Shenwei stood at the Jade Lotus sect's gates and looked west, where the horizon promised ruins, danger, and, maybe, salvation. Bai Lianhua appeared beside him, travel pack on her back, pill furnace strapped to her hip. Ready? She asked. No, but we're going anyway. Behind them, Lin Yu jogged up, spear over his shoulder, grinning with the irrepressible optimism that no amount of hardship had managed to crush. Adventure time, he said. Shenwei looked at his companions. The woman who'd chosen him over her sect, the friend who'd stood by him since the beginning, and felt a warmth that had nothing to do with essence or cultivation. Whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. The heavens watched from above. The shadow veil hunted from below. An empress schemed from her crimson throne. And somewhere in the west, a ruin filled with broken time waited for a boy who'd learned to make time his weapon. Shenwei drew a breath and stepped forward. The heavens want to correct me. The shadow veil wants to destroy me. An empress wants to own me. He smiled. Fine. Let them all come. Mo Tonlang brought 3 things when he came to the hillside cave on the 7th day after the exile. A rolled map, a bag of dried provisions, and the particular expression of a man who had been planning something for a long time and was choosing this moment to reveal it. I've been watching the shadow veil for 4 years, he said, spreading the map across a flat stone. The map covered the Azure province, mountains, sect territories, trade routes, and marked in careful red ink. Dozens of locations that the sect's official cartographers had left blank. Not because the new Azure Cloud commissioned me to, because they destroyed my clan. His voice was even. The evenness was harder to listen to than anger would have been. Here, he pressed a finger to a cluster of red marks in the Darkfall Mountains. The Black Lotus Citadel. Their base of operations, a dimensional fold, accessible only through spatial gateways that rotate on a 3-day cycle. He moved his finger northeast. Here, their funding network. 12 merchant houses controlled through shell companies. Kill the funding, and they can't pay their agents. Shenwei studied the map. It was extraordinarily detailed for intelligence gathered by a single person. You've been building this for 4 years, he said. Preparing. Building would imply I had the resources to act on it. Mo Tianlang rolled up the map and handed it to Shenwei. You have resources I don't. I have a cultivation talent I'm hiding from the sky, and the ability to grow faster than anyone the Shadow Veil has encountered. Fast enough to be ready before they're ready for you. Mo Tianlang met his eyes. I don't need you to destroy them today. I need you to agree that someday, when you're ready, you will. And I need to be there when it happens. The cave was quiet around them, the hillside forest breathing its slow vegetable breath outside. Tell me everything you know, Shenwei said. Chapter 61. The continental journey begins. The western frontier stretched before them like a wound in the world, vast, untamed, and seething with wild essence that no sect had bothered to organize. Shenwei, by Lin Hao, and Lin Yu traveled by flying sword during the day and cultivated on the ground at night. Their pace was brisk but cautious. The Crimson Phoenix Empire controlled most of the territory between the Jade Lotus sect and the Shattered Time ruins, and Empress Yin Shua's wanted posters, featuring a surprisingly accurate sketch of Shenwei's face, decorated every border checkpoint. We'll need to go around the main trade routes, Shenwei said, studying the map Elder Qin had provided. The Empire's checkpoints are concentrated along the eastern highways. If we cut through the Ghostwind Desert, we bypass most of them. The Ghostwind Desert, Lin Yu repeated, his optimism wavering for the first time. The place where sand wraith beasts dissolve your skin before you can scream. That Ghostwind Desert. Do you know another one? I was hoping you'd say yes. Bai Lianhua was already preparing. She refined a batch of anti-corrosion pills, compounds that would protect their skin from the desert's essence-charged sandstorms, and anti-dehydration capsules that recycled moisture within the body. My master once told me that alchemy is just chemistry with better ingredients, she said, sealing the final pill in a jade vial. The desert is a chemistry problem. Sand plus wind plus corrosive essence equals dead cultivators. Our chemistry needs to be better than the desert's. They left the marked roads on the third day of travel, descending into the scrublands that bordered the Ghostwind Desert's eastern edge. The transition was abrupt. One moment they walked through sparse but living grassland. The next they stood on hard pan earth where nothing grew and the air tasted of rust. Shenwei suppressed his cultivation to core formation stage 3, enough to handle the desert's threats without broadcasting his true power. His temporal senses remained active, scanning the landscape for danger. At the desert's edge, they found a smuggler. Old Jia was a weathered man of indeterminate age, his face creased by decades of sun and sand, his robes patched so many times that the original fabric was impossible to determine. He ran a smuggling operation that moved goods and people across the desert for clients who couldn't use the Empire's official routes. 3 passengers to the western frontier, he said, examining them with the calculating eye of a merchant pricing goods. That'll be 200 spirit stones. Half up front. 100 total, Bai Lianhua countered. And I'll refine healing pills for your caravan along the way. Old Jia's eyes lit up. Healing pills were worth more than spirit stones in the desert, where injuries were common and medical supplies were scarce. Deal. They joined Old Jia's caravan, 3 sandboats pulled by domesticated sand beetles, carrying a mixture of smuggled goods and passengers who didn't want to answer questions. The caravan moved at night and sheltered during the day, when the sandstorms were worst. On the second night, they were attacked. Sand wraith beasts, translucent, serpentine creatures that swam through sand the way fish swam through water, erupted from beneath the caravan. 3 of them, each one rank 3, equivalent to core formation cultivators. Shenwei dispatched the nearest sand wraith with a single strike of the flowing time blade, timing his attack to intercept the beast as it transitioned from sand to air, the fraction of a second when it was most vulnerable. The beast dissolved into crystalline dust. Lin Yu held his ground against the second, his earth element techniques proving surprisingly effective against sand-based creatures. His spear's stability disrupted the wraith's movement patterns, and he drove it back with a sequence of rooted strikes that shattered its translucent body. The third sand wraith targeted the caravan's civilian passengers. Bai Lianhua intercepted it with a corrosive pill that ate through its sand body like acid through paper. Old Zhao watched the aftermath with raised eyebrows. 3 rank 3 beasts in under a minute, he said. You 3 are more dangerous than you look. He studied Shenwei particularly, his old eyes sharp. Boy, I've seen fighters like you before. In old stories. They all ended up dead, killed by the sky itself. Shenwei said nothing, but he filed the comment away. Old Jia knew something about temporal cultivators, or at least knew the legends. Chapter 62. The smugglers passed the desert crossing took 8 days. 8 days of sand, heat, and the constant threat of beasts and sandstorms. Old John navigated with the practiced confidence of someone who'd made this crossing hundreds of times, his sandboats following routes invisible to anyone without decades of experience. During the crossing, Shenwei cultivated each night in the shelter of the sandboat's holds. His temporal acceleration turned 8 hours of nighttime meditation into over 2 years of internal refinement. Nascent soul stage 6 consolidated. Stage 7 approached. He also spent time with Lin Hao. Their relationship had settled into something comfortable, the ease of two people who understood each other's strangeness. She worked on alchemy during the day, refining pills with the portable furnace she carried. He cultivated at night. In the hours between, they talked. "Tell me about the temporal physique," she said on the 5th night, sitting beside him on the sandboat's deck. The stars above the desert were impossibly bright. No light pollution, no cloud cover, just endless constellations wheeling overhead. Shenwei hesitated. He'd never told anyone the full truth. Not Elder Qin, not Lin Yu, not even the Jade Spirit knew the full scope of his capabilities. "I experience time differently," he said carefully. "During cultivation, time inside my body passes 100 times faster than the outside world. 1 day for me equals 100 days of refinement." Lin Hao was quiet for a long moment. Her alchemist's mind processed the implications with systematic precision. "That explains the essence layering," she said. "The depth I sensed in your cultivation, it's real. You have years of refinement compressed into months. Your body has legitimately experienced more cultivation time than anyone your age should have." She paused. "It also explains why the heavens are targeting you. You're creating temporal distortions with every breakthrough." "Yes. And the epic veil. If you can shield yourself from detection, I can cultivate without limits. Reach heights that no cultivator has achieved in recorded history." She turned to face him. "How high? I don't know. That's what makes it terrifying. And exciting." She kissed him, longer this time than their first. When she pulled back, her eyes were bright with something that looked like fierce, protective determination. "Then we get the epic veil, no matter what it costs." They emerged from the ghost-wind desert on the 9th day, stepping onto the rocky scrublands of the western frontier. The Shattered Time ruins were visible on the horizon, a cluster of impossible structures that twisted and shimmered like heat mirages, except that heat mirages didn't bend light into spirals. Old Jia refused to take them closer. "That's where my route ends. The ruins are wrong. Time doesn't work right there. I sent a scout in once. He came back 3 minutes later, aged 40 years. "Thank you for the passage," Shenwei said. "Thank your girl's pills. Best healing compounds I've used in 20 years. Old Jia paused. "Be careful in there, boy. The ruins have been there since before the Empire, before the sects, before cultivation as we know it. Whatever built them had a relationship with time that we don't understand. I might understand it better than you think." Old Jia studied him, then nodded slowly. "Maybe you do. Good luck." The past was the kind of place that existed everywhere in the cultivation world but appeared on no official maps. A gap in the Zhao clan's border formation arrays that, through either deliberate neglect or systematic bribery, remained inactive between the 2nd and 4th watch. Mo Tianlang had discovered it during his 4th year of intelligence work and had been using it ever since as an observation post rather than a crossing point. Observation posts were less dangerous than crossing points. You could always claim you were just watching. Today, they were crossing. Shenwei moved through the inactive section with his essence signature compressed to nothing, his body low and fast against the rock face that formed the pass's northern wall. Behind him, at intervals of 3 seconds each, the others followed. Su Main, whose wind techniques could be applied to her own footsteps to make them nearly soundless, and 2 new Azure Cloud disciples who had been selected for their concealment ability rather than their combat power. The formation array on either side of the inactive section was still active. He could feel its edges, the precise electromagnetic boundary of its detection range. He had measured the inactive zone at 12 meters wide. They were using 10 of those 12, staying well clear of the active edges. "The intelligence on this pass is 6 months old," Su Main murmured when they were through, her voice barely above an exhale. "The Zhao clan could have repaired it. If they'd repaired it, we'd know. The bribes would have stopped." He didn't elaborate. Mo Tianlong's network was thorough. "We're clear. Keep moving." Chapter 63. The Shattered Time Ruins. The Shattered Time ruins were a violation of physics given architectural form. Buildings rose at impossible angles, towers that bent sideways, halls that curved upward, staircases that descended into the sky. The stone was ancient beyond measurement, its surface bearing inscriptions in a language that predated all known writing systems. But the true strangeness was the time. Shenwei felt it the moment they crossed the ruins' outer boundary. Temporal distortions everywhere, layered and chaotic. In some zones, time flowed faster. Plants grew visibly, stone aged, dust accumulated in real time. In others, time was frozen. A bird hung in mid-flight, its wings motionless, its eyes fixed on eternity. In still others, time flowed backward. Crumbled walls reconstructed themselves, dust gathered into formations, broken stones knit together. "Stay close to me," Shenwei said, his temporal senses reaching outward to map the distortion zones. His temporal dilation physique resonated with the ruins. The same fundamental energy that powered his cultivation was woven into the ruins' very structure. He could feel the temporal currents the way a fish feels water currents, instinctively, naturally. "Can you navigate through this?" Lin Hao asked, eyeing a zone where time was moving so fast that the stone floor was visibly eroding beneath them. "Yes. Follow my exact path. Don't step where I don't step." They moved through the ruins in single file, Shenwei leading, his temporal senses guiding them through safe corridors between the distortion zones. Left here, where time moved at normal speed. Right there, where a slight acceleration wouldn't harm them. Never straight ahead, where a reverse time zone would tear their biological processes apart. The deeper they went, the more intense the distortions became, and the more Shenwei's physique resonated. "It's calling to me," he told by Lin Hao. "The temporal energy in this place, it's the same type as my physique. Whatever built these ruins had the same relationship with time that I do. Or they built this place to study it," Lin Hao said. "Look at the inscriptions. They're research notes." She pointed to a section of wall that was legible through a clear time zone. Temporal variance calculations. Energy conversion rates. Whoever built this was conducting experiments on time itself. They navigated 3 major obstacles. The first was a corridor where time moved at 1000x speed. A hyper-accelerated zone that would age an unprotected cultivator to dust in seconds. Shenwei used his physique to create a temporal counterfield around their group, slowing the acceleration to manageable levels. It was exhausting. Maintaining a field large enough to cover 3 people drained his essence reserves at an alarming rate. The second was a guardian construct, an ancient golem made of temporally crystallized stone, powered by the ruins' ambient temporal energy. It attacked with fists that carried the weight of compressed centuries. Each strike aged whatever it touched by hundreds of years. Lin Hao proved invaluable here. His earth element techniques allowed him to communicate with the construct's stone body, disrupting its internal structure. While the golem was destabilized, Shenwei struck its temporal core, a crystalline node in its chest, and shut it down. The third obstacle was a chamber of temporal paradox, a room where the past, present, and future coexisted simultaneously. They could see themselves entering the room, standing in the room, and leaving the room all at the same time. Making a decision while watching the consequences of that decision play out in real time was disorienting beyond description. Lin Hao handled this with her alchemist logic. Don't look at the future version. Don't try to change the past version. Focus on the present version. The paradox resolves itself if you stop trying to interact with the other timelines. She was right. They walked through the chamber by ignoring everything except their immediate perceptions, and emerged on the other side shaken but intact. At the heart of the ruins, they found the Chronos shard. The ruins didn't announce themselves. That was the first thing Shenwei noticed. The absence of the dramatic presentation he'd half expected from a place the Jade Spirit had described as the last remnant of a 10,000-year-old temporal civilization. No monument. No signage. No atmospheric effect that told a cultivator they'd arrived somewhere significant. Just stones. Ancient stones, arranged in patterns that were too deliberate to be geological, but too weathered to be immediately legible. Foundations without walls. Archways without buildings. The suggestion of architecture rather than architecture itself. He pressed his palm against the nearest stone and felt 10,000 years of time stratified within it. Each year a layer. Each layer compressed but distinct. A geological record of duration that his temporal senses could read like text on a page. The stones had been here since the civilization had stood. They had watched it fall. They had waited through all the centuries after, patient in the way that only things without consciousness could be patient. "This is it," he said, and the certainty in his voice made the others stop walking and look at him. "It looks like rubble," one of the disciples said. Not disrespectfully, honestly. It is rubble. It's also the most significant site in the cultivation world's history. He crouched beside a worked stone, examining the carved symbols that time had half erased from its surface. The same script he'd seen in the Jade Spirit's fragmented transmissions. The civilization that built this understood time the way we understand essence. They didn't just manipulate it, They lived inside it. Every breakthrough they made, every technique they developed, exists somewhere in this ruin, waiting to be found. Found by you, Su Ming said. Found by someone who can read this. He touched the eroded script. I'm starting to be able to. Chapter 64. The Chronos shard. It floated in a chamber of absolute temporal stillness, a room where time had stopped completely. The air was motionless. Dust hung frozen. Light itself seemed to slow, creating a soft golden glow that suffused the space. The Chronos shard was a crystal the size of Shun Wei's fist, perfectly octahedral, radiating temporal energy so pure that it made the rest of the ruins feel like crude imitations. It was crystallized time, not essence, not power, but actual time condensed into physical form. Beautiful, by Lin Hao breathed. Don't touch it, Shun Wei warned. That much concentrated temporal energy would tear a normal person apart. He stepped forward. The temporal stillness in the room resisted him. It was not merely an absence of time flow, but an active suppression, a field designed to hold the shard in stasis. His physique pushed against it, creating a pocket of normal time around his body. When he reached the shard, he didn't touch it. He extended his temporal sense, the innate connection between his physique and the fundamental nature of time, and felt the shard respond. It recognized him. The crystal pulsed once, its facets flickering with light that carried information rather than illumination. And then the vision hit. He was standing in a different time. Millennia ago. The ruins were intact, a vast research complex, gleaming with temporal technology, staffed by cultivators who wore robes inscribed with temporal equations. They were studying the temporal dilation physique, not in one person, but in many. An entire sect of temporal cultivators, pushing the boundaries of time itself. And then the heavens descended. Golden chains poured from the sky like rain, each one targeting a temporal cultivator. The arbiters, beings of pure heavenly law, appeared in their hundreds, methodical and merciless. The temporal cultivators fought back with techniques that compressed centuries into seconds, that froze arbiter attacks in suspended animation, that reversed the very arrows of causality. They lost. One by one, the temporal cultivators were destroyed. Their research was scattered. Their ruins were left to decay, the temporal distortions they'd created becoming permanent scars in the fabric of reality. The last image was of a single cultivator, the Jade Spirit, 10,000 years younger, sealing his consciousness into a cracked jade pendant as an arbiter bore down on him. Every person who ever possessed the temporal dilation physique was eventually destroyed, the spirit had told him. He'd seen why. The heavens didn't just consider temporal cultivation an anomaly. They considered it a threat. An existential threat to the natural order that they maintained. They hadn't just hunted temporal cultivators, they'd exterminated them. Shun Wei was the last. He absorbed the Chronos shard. The temporal energy flooded his body, resonating with his physique in a way that felt like coming home. His cultivation surged, nascent soul stage 7, crashing through the barrier with the force of millennia of crystallized time. The shard didn't just add power, it added knowledge. Temporal manipulation techniques that the ancient cultivators had developed over centuries poured into Shun Wei's mind. Methods of creating localized time fields, freezing objects in temporal stasis, and most critically, the ability to detect heavenly attention before it could target him. An early warning system. He opened his eyes. The chamber was unchanged, still frozen in perfect temporal stillness. But Shun Wei was not the same person who had entered it. Let's go, he said. We have 2 more components to find. The chamber beneath the ruins required 3 hours to find and 11 seconds to open. The finding was archaeology, following the temporal gradient that Shun Wei's physique could read, moving from areas of lesser temporal density toward the place where the ruins' essence had pooled over 10,000 years. The gradient led them down through collapsed passages and around cave-ins, into a sublevel that had been sealed not by physical barrier, but by a temporal lock, a formation that kept the chamber's entrance displaced slightly in time, making it invisible to anyone who experienced time at normal speed. Shun Wei stepped into the temporal displacement, let his own time sense synchronize with the chamber's shifted frequency, and felt the entrance materialize around him. That's impressive, Su Ming said, stepping through behind him. And deeply confusing. The chamber was small, 5 meters square, its ceiling low enough to require a slight bow. But its walls were covered from floor to ceiling in inscribed formation diagrams. And at the room's center, suspended in a formation array that had been running continuously for 10 millennia without a single gram of supplemental essence, was the Chronos shard. It was smaller than he'd imagined. A crystal fragment, perhaps 15 centimeters long, pale gold, rotating slowly in its suspension field. It had the appearance of crystallized time, which was, the jade spirit had informed him precisely what it was. Compressed temporal essence, refined by the ancient civilization's most advanced techniques, given physical form so it could be carried and integrated rather than merely observed. He reached for it. The suspension field resisted, then recognized the temporal signature of his physique and released the shard into his palm. The world did not shake. No cosmic announcement occurred. It was simply there, and then it was in his hand, warm and resonant, like pressing your palm against a drum that played a frequency you felt rather than heard. First piece, he said. Chapter 65. Ambush. At the exit they emerged from the shattered time ruins into an ambush. Soldiers in crimson armor surrounded the ruins' entrance. 40 warriors bearing the Crimson Phoenix Empire's crest, arranged in a combat formation that covered every possible exit angle. Flying swords circled above, cutting off aerial escape. At the formation's center stood a man in general's armor, his cultivation radiating spirit transformation stage 3. General Huazhen, the Empress's right hand, her enforcer, her war machine. Xinwei, General Huazhen said, his voice carrying the bored authority of someone who'd cornered countless fugitives. Empress Yanxia demands your immediate surrender. You will accompany us to the Crimson Phoenix Palace, where your temporal physique will be examined and, if necessary, extracted. Xinwei's hand went to his sword. Beside him, Lin Hao's fingers closed around a combat pill. Lin Yu's spear came up, earth essence flowing through its shaft. The Empress can demand whatever she likes, Xinwei said. I'm not going anywhere. Then your companions will die, and you'll come anyway. General Huazhen raised his hand, and the soldiers advanced. The Chronos Shard's power made the difference. Xinwei activated the temporal detection techniques he'd absorbed, and for the first time, he could see the flow of time around other people. He could see the rhythm of General Huazhen's essence cycling, could predict the exact moment his attack would launch, could identify the vulnerable microsecond between technique activation and strike delivery. General Huazhen attacked with overwhelming force, spirit transformation, vastly beyond Shun Wei's nascent soul. His sword strike split the air, sending a wave of compressed essence that would have bisected a mountain. Xinwei used the Chronos Shard's power. He created a localized time distortion around Huazhen's sword arm, not stopping it, but slowing it by a factor of 10 for 2 seconds. 2 seconds of reduced speed against a spirit transformation opponent. It should have been meaningless, but Xinwei was not a normal cultivator. 2 seconds, in his temporal perception, stretched into 200. He analyzed every flaw in Huazhen's stance, every opening in his guard, every structural weakness in his technique. He struck. The flowing time blade, enhanced by the Chronos Shard's temporal energy, carved a line of damage across General Huazhen's armor that no nascent soul cultivator should have been able to inflict. The temporal edge of the blade aged the armor's formation arrays by decades in an instant, causing them to crack and fail. Huazhen staggered. What? My armor? Xinwei pressed the attack. Phantom step carried him past the general's guard. The flowing time blade struck 3 times, not at Huazhen's body, but at the formation nodes embedded in his armor. Each strike aged a node to failure, stripping away the general's defenses layer by layer. General Huazhen retreated, his armor in ruins, his confidence shattered. He was still vastly more powerful than Shun Wei in raw cultivation, but the temporal techniques had taken away his advantage. Retreat, Huazhen ordered, unable to press the fight against an opponent who could age his equipment into uselessness. All units, retreat. Report to the Empress. The target has acquired temporal artifacts. Conventional approach is insufficient. The Imperial soldiers pulled back, disappearing into the landscape with military efficiency. Shun Wei watched them go, his body trembling with the effort of channeling the Chronos Shard's power. That was terrifying, Lin Yu said, lowering his spear. Also, what did you just do to that general's armor? Aged it 100 years in a few seconds, Xinwei said. The Chronos Shard lets me manipulate time more precisely than before. But it's draining. I can't maintain that kind of output for long. Long enough to run, Lin Hao said practically. Let's move. They'll be back with reinforcements. Chapter 66. The wanted fugitive Empress Yunshua's response was swift and comprehensive. Within 3 days, Shun Wei's status was elevated from regional fugitive to continental threat. Wanted posters appeared in every major city across the Azure province and beyond. The bounty, 10,000 spirit stones and a personal favor from the Empress, drew bounty hunters from every corner of the continent. You're famous, Lin Hao said, studying a wanted poster they'd found pinned to a roadside marker. The sketch was accurate. The description beneath it was not. Xinwei, nascent soul cultivator. Dangerous temporal techniques. Approach with extreme caution. At least they're underestimating my cultivation, Shenwei said. If they knew I was nascent soul stage 7, the bounty would be higher. I find your sense of humor at a time like this deeply concerning. They traveled south, avoiding major roads and populated areas. By Lin Hao's expulsion from the Jade Lotus sect arrived via formation-sealed message on the 5th day of travel. She read the message in silence, her face carefully neutral. When she finished, she folded the formation paper and placed it in her spatial pouch. My sect has officially expelled me for harboring a fugitive and engaging in unauthorized military operations. My master tried to intervene, but the pressure from the Empire was too strong. Lin Hao, don't apologize. Her voice was steady, but Shenwei could see the hairline cracks in her composure, the subtle tension at the corners of her eyes, the rigid set of her shoulders. I made my choice. I don't regret it. She turned away and began unpacking her pill furnace with the focused determination of someone who would fall apart if she stopped moving. Shenwei watched her, and something in his chest tightened. She had given up her home, her resources, her professional standing, and her family connections. For him. For a fugitive hunted by an empire and the heavens themselves. He wanted to say something meaningful. Something that matched the weight of her sacrifice. When this is over, he said, I'll build something better. For both of us. For all of us. She didn't turn around, but he heard her voice, small and raw. I know you will. That night, they made camp in a secluded valley. Shenwei cultivated to nascent soul stage 8, while by Lin Hao refined pills, and Lin Yu kept watch. The temporal ripple was small. The chrono shard's integrated detection abilities allowed Shenwei to fold the distortion inward, minimizing its outward signature. But the jade pendant pulsed a warning. Another fracture appeared on its surface. One use left, the spirit whispered. Make it count. The Zhao clan's wanted notice had his old outer disciple registration portrait on it, which meant it was 6 months out of date and approximately 60% accurate. He looked at the notice posted on the wall of the way station's common room and felt a philosophical detachment about it. The person in that portrait, thin-faced, hollow-cheeked, wearing the particular expression of someone who had learned to make himself invisible, was still him, more or less. But the cultivation level listed beside the portrait, Foundation Establishment Stage 5, dangerous, do not approach alone, had been incorrect when the notice was printed and had grown steadily more incorrect in the months since. Flattering likeness, said the woman sitting across the table from him. A traveling merchant with the careful eyes of someone who had been in difficult situations before and knew how to read a room. I've been told it doesn't capture my warmth, Shenwei said. How much is the bounty? He looked at the notice. 3,000 spirit stones. That's not much for someone the Zhao clan is calling a temporal anomaly, an existential threat to the Azure province's cultivation stability. They set the initial bounty before they understood the full situation. I don't think they've had a chance to revise it. The merchant studied him with the experience of someone who had bought and sold information for 30 years. Then, you're going to either get yourself killed or change the world, and I genuinely cannot tell which. Neither can I, Shenwei said. He finished his tea, left coins for the meal, and walked out before anyone who'd seen the notice could organize themselves into a group. Chapter 67. Su Main returns they hadn't expected company. Su Main appeared on the 7th day of their southward journey, descending from the sky on a borrowed flying sword with the breathless urgency of someone who'd been flying for days without rest. Main. Lin Yu caught her as she stumbled off the sword, exhaustion carving shadows under her eyes. How did you find us? Elder Qin's tracking formation. She told me your general route. She gulped water from a canteen and steadied herself. I have news. Important news. She carried 2 messages. The first was from Elder Qin. The Azure Cloud sect survivors had stabilized at a hidden location, a valley called Cloudfall, deep in the mountains south of the Jade Lotus sect. Elder Qin had partially recovered and was rebuilding the sect from scratch, using the formation expertise she'd honed over 2 centuries. She's calling it the new Azure Cloud, Su Main said. 32 disciples, a defensible position. Lin Yu caught her as she stumbled off the sword, exhaustion carving shadows under her eyes. How did you find us? Elder Qin's tracking formation. She told me your general route. She gulped water from a canteen and steadied herself. I have news. Important news. She carried 2 messages. The first was from Elder Qin. The Azure Cloud sect survivors had stabilized at a hidden location, a valley called Cloudfall, deep in the mountains south of the Jade Lotus sect. Elder Qin had partially recovered and was rebuilding the sect from scratch, using the formation expertise she'd honed over 2 centuries. She's calling it the new Azure Cloud, Su Main said. 32 disciples, a defensible position, and enough formation arrays to hold off a nascent soul assault. The second message was tactical intelligence. The Eternity Compass, the second epic veil component, was being offered at the Celestial Auction House in Goldspire City, a neutral, independent city-state that operated outside imperial jurisdiction. Even the Empresses wanted posters had limited reach there. The auction is in 2 weeks, Su Main said. If you can get there, you can bid on the compass. Goldspire City, Shun Wei mused. The lawless trading hub. Lawless, but neutral. The merchant guilds that run the city protect their neutrality fiercely. It's what makes the auction house possible. No one fights in Goldspire. It's bad for business. Shun Wei looked at his expanded group, by Lin Hao, Lin Yu, Su Main. More people depending on him. More lives tangled in his increasingly dangerous existence. Goldspire City it is, he said. Main, you're sure you want to come? This isn't going to get safer. Su Main met his eyes with the stubborn determination of someone who'd known him since childhood. You're not getting rid of me, Wei. You tried that once when you were 10, and I followed you into the forest anyway. You fell in the river. And you jumped in after me. That's the point. We don't leave each other behind. They changed course toward Goldspire City. She appeared at the safe house on the 3rd morning, which was 2 days earlier than the arranged meeting time, which meant the situation had changed. Shun Wei had the door open before she knocked, because his temporal senses had picked up her essence signature half a kilometer out. How many, he asked. 8, half a kilometer behind me. Core formation, mounted, carrying suppression formation discs. She stepped inside and dropped her pack. Her wind element concealment technique had already been deactivated, too much essence expenditure to maintain while running, and she'd clearly been running. The Zhao clan has started employing suppression discs after someone used one against them at the Cult Alliance tournament. Can't imagine who. The irony is noted. He was already packing. East route or south? East route is faster, but crosses open ground. South route is slower, but has the ridge formation. She caught the pack he tossed her. South. South. He checked the room once. Habit. The reflex of someone who had been leaving places in a hurry for months. Nothing personal left behind. The Eternity Compass is in the ruins. 3rd subchamber. I found the entry point, but I couldn't open the lock. She paused. It read me. Actually read me. Reached into my cultivation and assessed my character, and then sealed the entrance more firmly. Because it's key to the temporal physique. Or because my character failed its assessment. She said it without self-pity, which made him respect her more. Either way, you need to be the one who goes in. Then we need to get there. He moved toward the back exit. And lose 8 core formation cultivators on the way. Easy, she said, in the tone she used when things were neither easy nor simple. Chapter 68. Goldspire City was everything Shun Wei had never seen in the rigid, hierarchical world of sect cultivation. Built into the walls of a massive canyon, the city rose in tiers from the river at the canyon's floor to the gilded observation decks at its rim. Every surface was covered in commerce, shops, stalls, auction houses, taverns, gambling dens, and establishments whose purposes Shun Wei preferred not to inquire about. The city had no sect affiliations, no imperial allegiance, and no laws beyond the basic prohibition against violence. Everything else was negotiable. The merchant guilds that governed the city maintained order through the simple principle that dead customers didn't spend money. Welcome to the most honest, dishonest place in the world, Su Main said, clearly enjoying Shun Wei's wide-eyed reaction. Nobody pretends to be virtuous here. They just pretend to be solvent. They entered the city under false identities. Shun Wei as a wandering cultivator named Zhao Ming, by Lin Hao as his alchemist associate, Lin Yu and Su Main as hired guards. The disguises were thin, but in Goldspire, everyone was disguised. It was practically a dress code. The Celestial Auction House occupied the city's highest tier, a massive structure of glass and crystal that caught the sunlight and scattered it across the canyon walls in prismatic displays. It was beautiful, excessive, and unmistakably the most important building in the city. Registration for the auction required a deposit, 1,000 spirit stones, non-refundable. Shun Wei's tournament winnings and the resources they'd salvaged from the Azure Cloud sect covered it, but barely. The Eternity Compass is listed as Lot 47, Su Main reported after reviewing the auction catalog. Opening bid, 5,000 spirit stones. They don't know what it is. It's cataloged as ancient navigation artifact, unknown provenance, unusual essence signature. If they knew it was an epic veil component, the opening bid would be in the millions. Who else is interested? At least 2 parties that I can identify. An agent representing the Crimson Phoenix Empire. The Empress knows the compass exists. And a hooded figure who paid cash for registration. Shadow Veil, if I had to guess. 3 parties, 1 artifact, and not nearly enough resources to outbid an empire. We need a plan, Shenwei said. We have a plan, Lin Hao replied. I've been refining a batch of supreme healing pills using the temporal energy I absorbed during our time in the ruins. Each pill is worth roughly 500 spirit stones on the open market. I have 12. That's 6,000 stones of trading value, on top of our cash reserves. It might not be enough. It'll have to be. They settled into a modest inn near the auction house and prepared for the most expensive shopping trip of their lives. Shenwei also took the opportunity to explore Goldspire's information networks, purchasing intelligence on the Shadow Veil Order's recent movements and the Empress's tactical disposition. What he found was not encouraging. The Shadow Veil was expanding, absorbing smaller dark organizations throughout the Azure Province. Guyanzhou was consolidating power, building towards something big, and the Empress had tripled her border forces, hemming in the western frontier. But none of that mattered if Shenwei could complete the Epic Veil. With the ability to cultivate without heavenly interference, he could transcend the power structures that were closing in around him. 2 days until the auction. 2 days to prepare. He cultivated in the inn's cheapest room, pushing toward nascent Soul Peak. Goldspire City occupied a mesa overlooking the Continental Divide, a natural platform of flat rock that the city's founders had leveled further with centuries of accumulated earth cultivation technique until it formed a tabletop a kilometer wide and 40 meters above the surrounding plains. The mesa's edges were ringed with formation-reinforced walls. The interior was packed with the architectural density of a city that had been growing on a fixed footprint for 800 years. Buildings climbing over older buildings, streets following the logic of medieval livestock paths rather than any planned grid. Every available vertical meter used. It was loud, bright, and smelled of 3,000 years of accumulated commerce. Shenwei had spent most of his life in a cultivation sect, which was to say he had spent most of his life in a place where power was measured in cultivation realms and expressed in corresponding social hierarchies. Cities were different. Power in cities was measured in gold and connections and the ability to make things happen, and those measurements crossed cultivation rank in ways that the sect world never anticipated. A foundation establishment merchant with the right contacts could make a nascent soul cultivator disappear from the public record. A spirit stones-rich family with no cultivation could out-influence a core formation elder in any court that ran on bribery rather than essence output. He found this refreshing, in the way that any system that valued him for something other than his hidden cultivation was refreshing. Don't use your real name, Su Main murmured as they entered the main gate. And don't look at the wanted notices. There are at least 3 of them within sight of this entrance. I wasn't planning to. You keep looking at them like they're personally offensive. They are personally offensive. The portrait is terrible. Chapter 69. The auction. The Celestial Auction House's main hall could seat 2,000, and it was full. Cultivators from across the continent filled the tiered seating, representatives of great sects, independent powerhouses, merchant lords, bounty hunters, and figures whose identities were concealed behind masks and privacy formations. The air hummed with suppressed essence signatures and barely contained avarice. Shenwei sat in the mid-tier section, his face partially concealed by a privacy formation disc that blurred his features. Lin Hao sat beside him, her pill furnace replaced by a formal robe that she'd borrowed from a sympathetic merchant. The auction proceeded lot by lot. Ancient weapons, rare cultivation manuals, spatial storage artifacts of extraordinary capacity. Each item drew fierce bidding wars that drove prices into stratospheric territory. Lot 47 arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, the auctioneer, a flamboyant man in gold-embroidered robes, announced, "Our next item is a curiosity. An ancient navigation artifact of unknown provenance, recovered from a sealed vault beneath the sunken abyss approach. Our appraisers have identified unusual temporal essence patterns in its construction. Opening bid, 5,000 spirit stones." The Eternity Compass sat on a velvet cushion under a glass dome. It was a small, intricate device, a series of concentric rings surrounding a central crystal, each ring inscribed with temporal equations that Shenwei recognized from the shattered time ruins. 5,000, the Empress's agent bid immediately. A woman in crimson, seated in the VIP tier. 6,000, the hooded figure responded. Shadow Veil, almost certainly. 7,000. Shenwei's voice was steady. The bidding climbed. 8,000. 9,000. 10,000. The Empress's agent and the Shadow Veil representative pushed the price relentlessly upward, each one determined to acquire the compass regardless of cost. 12,000. 13,000. Shenwei's resources, cash plus by Lin Hao's pills at trade value, topped out at 14,000. 14,000, he bid, his voice betraying none of the desperation he felt. 15,000. The Empress's agent countered without hesitation. Shenwei opened his mouth to concede. 14,000 was his absolute limit, when a new voice cut through the hall. 20,000. Every head turned. The bidder was seated in the highest tier, the anonymous luxury section reserved for the auction house's most valued clients. A figure in a hooded robe of midnight blue, their face entirely concealed, their cultivation masked behind a privacy formation of extraordinary sophistication. 20,000. The auctioneer repeated, his voice rising with excitement. Do I hear 21? 21 from the lady in crimson. The Empress's agent hesitated. 20,000 was a fortune, even for an empire. She conferred with a communication talisman, received instructions, and spoke. We withdraw. The hooded figure in the lower section, the shadow veil representative said nothing. They simply stood and left the hall. Sold. Lot 47, to the anonymous bidder, for 20,000 spirit stones. Shenwei sat frozen. Someone had outbid everyone, and then, instead of keeping the compass, sent it to him. A message arrived at his seat minutes later, delivered by an auction house attendant. A sealed note accompanied a small box containing the eternity compass. The note read, "The enemy of the heavens' rigidity is a friend of chaos. Use it well." It was signed with a symbol, a spiral intersected by a straight line. A symbol Shenwei didn't recognize. Someone powerful and mysterious was helping him. Someone who knew about the epic veil, about the heavens' enforcement, about his temporal physique. An ally? A manipulator? Both. He didn't have time to investigate. The compass was in his hands, and every minute he spent in Goldspire was a minute the Empress's agents could use to locate him. We leave tonight, he said. Chapter 70. The second component, they fled Goldspire City under cover of darkness. Shenwei clutching the eternity compass in both hands as they soared westward on flying swords. In the safety of a mountain cave, 50 kilometers from the city, he integrated the compass. The process was gentler than absorbing the Chronos shard. The compass didn't add raw power, it added perception. As Shenwei attuned the device to his temporal senses, new layers of awareness unfolded like petals. He could feel temporal disturbances, not just the local distortions he'd always been able to detect, but distant ones. The faint echo of the heavenly monitoring array sweeping the mortal realm, the subtle fluctuations of natural temporal phenomena across the continent. And most importantly, he could feel heavenly attention as it shifted and focused. It was like gaining a sixth sense. The eternity compass told him when the heavens were looking at him and when they weren't, giving him windows of safety to cultivate and moments of danger to hide. The compass is an early warning system, he explained to Lin Hao. I can feel the heavenly surveillance patterns. They sweep the mortal realm in cycles, concentrated bursts of attention followed by periods of reduced observation. If I cultivate during the low periods, the temporal ripples are less likely to be detected. And the breakthroughs? Still dangerous. The larger the breakthrough, the bigger the ripple, regardless of timing. He looked at the jade pendant beneath his skin. But with the compass, I can at least choose my moments. He pushed toward nascent soul peak. The breakthrough came at midnight, when the eternity compass indicated minimum heavenly attention. Shenwei compressed the temporal ripple inward using every technique the Chronos shard had taught him, folding the distortion back on itself until it was a tight knot of temporal energy rather than a radiating wave. The jade pendant activated automatically, absorbing what residual distortion escaped Shenwei's compression. Another crack appeared in its surface, a spiderweb of fractures that now covered nearly the entire jade. Last use expended, the spirit said, its voice barely audible. The next breakthrough breaks me. Nascent soul peak. The absolute ceiling of the fifth realm. Shenwei could feel the barrier to spirit transformation looming. Not a wall, but an ocean, vast and deep, requiring not just power but comprehension of fundamental reality to cross. But the ocean could wait. The other two epic veil components took priority. Then the heavenly tribulation struck. Even with the compass, even with his temporal compression, the nascent soul peak breakthrough had been detected. A temporal correction bolt descended from the sky, golden light that split the night and struck the mountain where they sheltered. But this time, Shenwei was ready. The Chronos shard's temporal manipulation and the eternity compass's detection gave him a critical advantage. He knew the bolt was coming 3 seconds before it arrived. 3 seconds. In temporal perception, 300. He created a temporal field around himself and his companions, a bubble of compressed time that diverted the bolt's energy. The correction bolt struck the field and was partially absorbed. The remaining energy discharged into the mountain, vaporizing a quarter of the summit and sending shockwaves across the landscape. The mountain exploded. Rock, debris, and temporal energy scattered across a 5-kilometer radius. They survived. Barely. Lin Yu's earth techniques created a protective shell that shielded the group from the physical debris. Lin Hao's healing pills restored the damage from the residual temporal radiation. Shenwei himself was battered but intact. But the explosion had been visible for hundreds of kilometers. By dawn, they were running again, fleeing south toward the sunken abyss where the third epic veil component waited. Chapter 71. By Lin Hao's sacrifice, the news arrived as they traveled, not by talisman or formation, but by rumor, filtering through the scattered settlements of the western frontier. The Jade Lotus sect had formally expelled Lin Hao. Not just dismissed, expelled. Stripped of title, rank, and all sect-associated resources. Her name had been struck from the sect rolls. Her research had been confiscated. Her master, Jade Motherling, had been pressured into denouncing her publicly. Lin Hao received the rumors in silence. She continued walking, continued refining pills, continued functioning with the mechanical precision of someone who had compartmentalized their grief into a box marked, "Deal with later." On the third night after hearing the news, Shenwei found her sitting alone at the edge of their camp, staring at nothing. "You should sleep," he said, sitting beside her. "I grew up in that sect." Her voice was flat. "I was 3 when my parents dropped me at the gate. Jade Motherling raised me. She taught me everything. Alchemy, combat, how to think, how to see the world through the lens of chemical truth." She paused, and they made her denounce me. In front of the whole sect. She had to stand there and say I was a disgrace. She didn't mean it. Of course she didn't mean it. But she said it. And now it's in the record, and it can't be unsaid. Lin Hao's hands, usually so steady, trembled slightly. "I chose you over everything I knew, Shenwei. Over my home, my family, my life's work. I'd do it again. But right now, tonight, it hurts." He put his arm around her. She leaned into him, and for a few minutes, the woman who could analyze any problem and synthesize any solution allowed herself to simply feel. "I'll build you something better," Shenwei said. "You keep saying that." "Because I mean it." She pulled back and looked at him with red-rimmed eyes. "Don't make me regret it." "Never." She kissed him and went to sleep. Shenwei sat watch through the night, cultivating when the compass indicated safety, watching the stars when it didn't. The epic veil was 2/3 complete. 2 components integrated, 2 remaining. The paradox core waited in the void between realms, and the final component, the jade pendant, would require a sacrifice that Shenwei wasn't ready to contemplate. But the journey continued. Because it had to. Because stopping meant death, and death meant that every sacrifice that had been made for him, Mo Tianlong's life force, Lin Hao's sect, Elder Qin's formation, would have been for nothing. He would not allow that. The message from Lin Hao arrived via formation-sealed courier bird, the most secure communication method available, the kind used by people who needed what they were saying to reach exactly one pair of eyes and no others. Shenwei read it in the interior courtyard of the Goldspire safe house, standing in the afternoon sun, while Su Main pretended not to watch his expression. "She's given the 3rd epic veil component to the Jade Lotus sect's vault," he said. "For safekeeping. While she comes to us. Why not keep it herself? Because someone has been watching the Jade Lotus sect. Shadow Veil agents. If she carries the paradox core when she travels, and they intercept her," he refolded the message. "She's separated herself from it, so that even if she's captured, they can't take the component. She's made herself a target without the protection of the thing that makes her a target." "Yes." Su Main was quiet for a moment. Then, "That's either very brave or very reckless. Both, in her case." He tucked the message into his spatial pouch. "She's 3 days out. The Shadow Veil agents following her are 2 days behind her, based on the route markers she included." He calculated. "If we move to intercept her and bring her in on a different route than the one they're tracking, we can get her here without them following her to the safe house. If we're fast." Su Main was already putting on her pack. "I'm always fast." He followed her, calculating routes, and made a private resolution to tell Lin Hao, when he saw her, that her definition of sacrifice was too broad, and that in the future he needed to be consulted on any plan that involved her being used as bait. He was reasonably certain she would find this suggestion amusing. Chapter 72. Spirit Transformation Breakthrough. They found a hidden valley, a natural depression in the mountains, shielded by rock walls that dampened essence signatures. The Eternity Compass confirmed it was a low surveillance zone, a blind spot in the heavenly monitoring pattern. Shenwei made his decision. Spirit Transformation. The 6th realm. The breakthrough that would transform him from a powerful cultivator into something approaching a force of nature. He sat at the valley's center while Lin Hao erected formation barriers around the perimeter and Lin Yu stood guard. Su Main maintained a communication link with Elder Qin, relaying updates. The breakthrough was unlike anything he'd experienced before. Nascent soul to spirit transformation required merging the nascent soul, the spiritual entity born from his cultivation, with his physical body. The two halves of his existence, spiritual and physical, would fuse into a single unified being of essence-infused matter. With his 100x temporal acceleration and the concentrated essence he'd been accumulating, the fusion took 6 hours of real time, equivalent to 75 years of internal refinement. 75 years of merging mind, body, and spirit, of rebuilding every cell from the molecular level, incorporating essence into the fundamental structure of his DNA, transforming flesh into something that was no longer entirely mortal. When it was complete, the temporal ripple was catastrophic. Despite his best efforts at compression, the spirit transformation breakthrough sent a shockwave through local space-time that aged everything within 100 meters. Trees grew a century of rings in seconds. Stones weathered to smooth pebbles. Grass grew, seeded, died, decomposed, and grew again in a visible cycle of accelerated time. The valley aged 1,000 years in the time it took Shun Wei to open his eyes. And in the heavens, the monitoring array didn't just blaze red. It screamed, "Temporal anomaly critical. Source confirmed. Mortal realm, western frontier sector. Magnitude, extreme. Previous event correlation, 100%. Classification upgraded. Existential threat to temporal order. Response protocol. Dispatch primary enforcer. Arbiter of epochs authorized." The cosmic machinery that had been grinding forward for months finally engaged at full speed. Deep in the heavenly realm, where golden chains of law stretched across infinite space, something old and terrible stirred. On the mortal plane, Shenwei stood in his aged valley and felt the shift. The compass blazed with warning, not a detection sweep, not a focused investigation, but something far worse. Something was coming. Something vast, powerful, and singular in purpose. The Arbiter of Epochs was descending to the mortal realm. But Shenwei was also transformed. Spirit transformation granted abilities that transcended anything he'd possessed before. He could project his spiritual sense across entire mountain ranges. He could perceive and manipulate essence at a fundamental level. His temporal techniques had evolved. Temporal Echo now created solid temporal clones that could fight independently for several seconds. Actual combat-capable duplicates made of compressed time. And his raw power was staggering. A spirit transformation cultivator could reshape geography with a casual strike. Mountains bowed. Rivers rerouted. The very fabric of local reality bent around his will. He was finally powerful enough to fight on the continental stage. But was he powerful enough to fight the heavens? The breakthrough happened in the safe house's cellar, which was not the most dignified location but was, as by Lin Hao pointed out afterwards, very private and largely soundproof. She had been pressing at the boundary for 2 weeks, not forcing, in the manner she'd developed through years of alchemical practice, but testing. Each meditation session was an experiment. Each cultivation refinement was a data point. She was, in everything, an alchemist, systematic, patient, interested in the process as much as the outcome. When it broke through chemistry rather than force. The nascent soul's merger with her physical body happened at the molecular level, a dissolution and reformation that Shun Wei's temporal senses, present for the event, registered as the most elegant cultivation breakthrough he had ever witnessed. No essence storm. No spiritual pressure wave. The most powerful thing in the room was the silence of transformation completing itself without drama. She sat in the cellar's center for a long moment after, breathing experimentally, taking inventory of the new architecture of herself the way you explored a house you just moved into. Spirit transformation, Shun Wei confirmed, his temporal perception reading the new density and coherence of her cultivation. Spirit transformation, she agreed. And something else. She held up her hand, and he saw it. The faint temporal resonance around her cultivation, the eternal alchemy beginning to express itself as an ambient quality rather than an active technique. My pills are different now. I can feel it. The compounds I refined yesterday already smell stronger today. Your alchemy is absorbing the temporal energy in this room. In any room where you are. She lowered her hand, studying it. We're going to need to run some tests. Later, he said. Right now I need to tell you that your plan involving yourself as bait was efficient, she said. Not something we're doing again. We'll see, she said, which he recognized as the closest thing she ever offered to agreement on matters where she intended to retain full latitude. Chapter 73, New Power, New Danger. Spirit transformation remade the world around Shun Wei. His perception expanded to encompass everything within a 50-kilometer radius. He could feel the heartbeats of animals in distant forests, Sense the geological pressures deep underground. Read the weather patterns forming hundreds of kilometers away through their essence signatures. His temporal abilities had undergone a qualitative transformation. The temporal echo technique now produced clones that were nearly indistinguishable from his real body, solid constructs of compressed time that could fight, speak, and even think independently for up to 10 seconds before dispersing. Each clone carried a fraction of his combat ability, making him effectively 3 fighters simultaneously. Phantom Step evolved into Temporal Shift, a movement technique that didn't just make him move fast, but actually removed him from the normal flow of time for a fraction of a second, allowing him to reappear anywhere within 30 meters as if he'd teleported. And the flowing time blade reached its ultimate form. Each strike now carried temporal energy that could age or de-age whatever it touched. A slash could corrode a sword into rust. A thrust could revert a formation barrier to its unfinished state. A parry could age an incoming projectile into dust before it reached him. But every use of temporal power drew heavenly attention. The Eternity Compass showed a clear pattern. Each temporal technique created a signature that the monitoring array could detect if it was sweeping the area at the time of use. The more powerful the technique, the stronger the signature, and the easier it was to detect. Shen Wei was a living contradiction, more powerful than ever, but more vulnerable to detection than ever. Every fight, every technique, every cultivation session was a calculated risk. "We need to move faster," he told his companions. "The Arbiter is coming. The compass tells me it's still far away, weeks, maybe, but it's moving with purpose. Once it arrives, the mortal realm will become a hunting ground." "Then we go to the sunken abyss," Lin Hao said. "The paradox core. Third component. It's supposed to be the most dangerous of the 4, Shen Wei warned. The void between realms is a place where the normal laws of physics don't apply. Time, space, causality, all of it breaks down. Then it's perfect for someone whose existence already breaks those laws," Lin Yu said with a crooked grin. Despite everything, Shen Wei smiled. 3 days after the breakthrough, Lin Hao presented him with a pill that smelled like temporal energy. Not metaphorically. His physique, which could read temporal signatures the way a trained nose read chemical compounds, detected the pill's resonance immediately, old and new simultaneously, its potency amplified by the eternal alchemy's effect of absorbing time rather than being degraded by it. "Cultivation acceleration compound," she said. "Standard formulation, designed for void refinement preparation. I made it yesterday. It's already twice as potent as a freshly refined version should be." She set it on the table between them. "It will keep getting stronger. Conventional wisdom says pills degrade after 3 days. This one will peak in about a week and remain at peak indefinitely. The temporal energy is aging it into greater potency. The temporal energy is allowing it to exist at a point in its own development curve, the peak, rather than the point in real time where we currently are." She sat across from him with the expression she wore when something had worked exactly as theorized but was still somewhat astonishing. It knows what it should eventually be, and it's being that thing now. The implications spread outward from the single example. Every pill she made near him would develop this quality. Every compound, every healing agent, every alchemical preparation. Her eternal alchemy would compound over time. The longer a pill existed in his temporal field, the more it would peak toward its theoretical maximum efficacy. "You've made our supply chain a liability," she said thoughtfully, "because anything we keep will become more powerful than what we produce new. We'll need to rethink our distribution strategy." He looked at the pill on the table. It was the size of a marble and carried, his temporal senses told him, roughly 3 times the cultivation assistance potential of any pill of its type that had ever been made. "We'll figure it out," he said. "Then, these are going to help Lin Hao enormously." She smiled the small, precise smile of an alchemist whose experiment had succeeded beyond specification. "I know." Chapter 74. The third component, the sunken abyss, was a wound in the world. A chasm so deep that light never reached its bottom. It cut through the earth's crust and into the mantle below. The walls were sheer crystalline rock that hummed with compressed essence, natural formations that had been building pressure for millennia. The air above the abyss was thick with wild essence and spatial instability, making flying swords dangerous and teleportation formations useless. They descended on foot, using rope, climbing techniques, and carefully placed formation anchors. The deeper they went, the stranger the world became. Gravity shifted. What had been down became sideways, then up, then something that had no word in any human language. Shen Wei's temporal senses helped him navigate, identifying the transition zones between normal and altered gravity by the subtle distortions in local time flow. "Stay on the blue-veined rock," he called to his companions. The red vein sections have unstable gravity. The clear sections have no gravity at all. Lin used earth techniques, anchored them to the walls during the worst transitions. Su Main used wind techniques to stabilize their balance. Lin Hao deployed formation pills, alchemical compounds that created temporary stabilization fields around the group. At a depth that defied measurement, they found the rift. It was a tear in reality, a vertical slash in the air, perhaps 3 meters tall, through which absolute nothingness was visible. Not darkness, not absence of light, nothingness, the complete lack of anything, including the concept of existence itself. The void between realms. This is where the paradox core is hidden, Shun Wei said, staring into the rift. On the other side of this, nothing. You're going in there, Lin Yu said. It wasn't a question. I have to. My physique will protect me. Temporal energy is the closest thing to a survival mechanism in a realm where normal physics don't apply. I'm going with you, Lin Hao said immediately. No, the void is non-negotiable. You need someone to watch your back, and I have temper-resistant pills specifically designed for environments with unstable time flow. She held up a jade vial. I started working on these after the shattered time ruins. If the void has temporal anomalies, these pills will keep my biology stable. Shun Wei looked at her, this brilliant, stubborn woman who had given up everything for him, and knew that arguing would waste time neither of them had. Fine. Together. They left Lin Yu and Su Main at the rift's edge, with instructions to wait 3 days. If Shun Wei and Lin Hao didn't return by then, they were to retreat to Cloudfall Valley and report to Elder Qin. 3 days, Lin Yu said, gripping Shun Wei's forearm. Don't make me wait longer. I'll try. Shun Wei took Lin Hao's hand, and together they stepped through the rift into nothing. The paradox core had been waiting for them, not in the passive sense of an artifact left behind and forgotten. In the active sense, when Shun Wei descended into the subchamber beneath the sunken abyss, the core's temporal field reached toward him before he was close enough to see it. An awareness, or the analog of an awareness, the ancient equivalent of a piece of formation-crafted intelligence, designed by a civilization that had understood time deeply enough to leave portions of its knowledge embedded in its artifacts. It recognizes you, Lin Hao said, watching the faint luminescence that preceded their arrival in the chamber. Look, the formation array is already cycling down. The suspension field that had maintained the paradox core for 10,000 years released the component before he asked it to. It rose from its mount and drifted toward his outstretched hand with the unhurried certainty of something returning to where it belonged. The core was different from the Chronos shard and the eternity compass in its physical character. Not crystalline, but somehow shifting, its apparent shape varying depending on the angle of observation, its surface suggesting edges that weren't quite there when you try to focus on them. It existed, his temporal senses told him, in a permanent state of mild superposition, not committed to any single version of what it was until it was integrated into its bearer. When it touched his palm, it integrated immediately. No pain, no resistance. It simply became part of him, settling into the temporal architecture of his physique like the last piece of a formation array clicking into its mount. The epic veil's 3 components were assembled. He could feel their resonance, not individually but as a system, each component's function complementing and amplifying the others. Whatever came next, he would face it with everything the ancient civilization had left him. That was, he reflected, exactly what they had intended. Chapter 75. The sunken abyss. The void between realms was not empty. It was full of nothing. An infinite expanse of non-existence that pressed against their consciousness like water pressure on a deep diver. There was no ground, no sky, no direction, no light, no dark. Just existence asserting itself against a reality that didn't want to acknowledge it. Shun Wei's temporal physique reacted immediately. His internal time flow went haywire, sometimes accelerating to 1000x, sometimes decelerating to 1/100th normal speed, sometimes reversing entirely. He experienced moments of future memory, remembering things that hadn't happened yet, and past forgetting, losing recollections of things that had already occurred. The Chronos shard and eternity compass stabilized him, their integrated temporal energy creating a bubble of somewhat normal time around his body. But the effort was enormous, a constant drain on his essence reserves. Lin Hao's temper-resistant pills worked as advertised. Her biology remained stable, her consciousness unaffected by the void's reality-warping effects. But she was effectively blind and deaf in this realm. Her normal senses had nothing to perceive. I can't see anything, she said, gripping Shun Wei's hand tighter. I can, sort of. His temporal senses, attuned to the flow of time, could detect distortions in the void. areas where temporal energy concentrated, forming landmarks in the featureless nothing. There are currents, temporal currents, flowing toward something. A center, the paradox core. They followed the currents. The journey through the void lasted an indeterminate period. Time had no meaning here. Xinwei couldn't tell if they'd been walking for minutes or years. The only constant was by Lin Hao's hand in his, warm and real and stubbornly alive in a realm that denied the concept of living. During the journey, Xinwei experienced visions, glimpses of possible futures. In one, he stood atop a mountain of golden chains, defying the heavens themselves. In another, he lay broken in a crater, erased from existence, while his companions wept over a space where a person should have been but wasn't. In a third, he sat peacefully beside by Lin Hao on a quiet peak, teaching children, growing old. He also glimpsed the arbiter of epics, a colossal figure made of golden law chains, towering above mountains, its body a lattice of cosmic rules given physical form. Its eyes, if the pinpoints of golden light in its featureless face could be called eyes, swept the mortal realm with mechanical precision, searching for the temporal anomaly that had disturbed the order it was built to maintain. It was vast. It was terrible. And it was heading directly for the Azure province. "We need to hurry," Xinwei said, pulling by Lin Hao forward through the nothing. The abyss deserved its name. It descended through the bedrock of the Azure province's eastern highlands in a vertical shaft so deep that the bottom was not simply dark but absent. The light that entered the top was absorbed by the layered rock and mist before it reached any reflective surface, creating the impression of a hole that led not to the Earth's interior, but to something less defined. Xinwei stood at the edge and let his temporal senses descend ahead of him. The abyss was not a natural geological formation. His temporal perception could read the intentionality in its construction the same way it could read the intentionality in a carved formation array. It had been built, deepened, shaped to function as a spatial boundary between the accessible mortal realm and the dimensional pocket below. The gravity shifts 3 times on the way down, he reported. The first shift inverts approximately 40 meters below the rim. You'll feel yourself being pulled sideways rather than down. Follow the essence current. The second shift creates a zone of near-zero gravity where you'll need to generate your own momentum to keep moving. The third returns to normal gravity, pointing toward the chamber floor. Bai Lianhua was checking her equipment with the practical thoroughness of someone who had done field work before and had opinions about what happened when you didn't check your equipment. And the spirit beasts. Rank 3 and 4 mostly. They've adapted to the shifting gravity. Don't try to fight them conventionally in the zero-gravity zone. The abyss-adapted iron-scale serpents in particular use the gravity shifts offensively. How do you know all this? The Jade Spirit's records and residual temporal impressions in the rock. He checked his own equipment. The 3 epic veil components settled into his physique, resonating together. The ancient civilization used this descent regularly. They left their transit patterns in the temporal record. "We're following 10,000-year-old footprints," Bai Lianhua said. "That's essentially what we've been doing since the beginning," Xinwei said, and stepped off the edge. Chapter 76. The void between realms. At the center of the void, they found the paradox core. It was impossible, a sphere that existed and didn't exist simultaneously. When Xinwei looked at it, his mind struggled to process the contradiction. It was there, it was solid, it radiated temporal energy, and also it wasn't. It was empty, it was nothing. "My brain hurts," Bai Lianhua whispered, squinting at the core through watering eyes. How can something be real and unreal at the same time? It exists in a superposition of states, both real and unreal until something forces it to choose. Xinwei's temporal senses could perceive the core more clearly than his eyes. It's the most pure temporal artifact I've ever encountered. The Chronos shard was crystallized time. The eternity compass was constructed time. This is raw time, unprocessed, unformed. He reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the core, his body was pulled into multiple timelines simultaneously. He existed in the present, where his hand touched a sphere. He existed in a past, where his hand had already absorbed the core 10 minutes ago. He existed in a future, where the absorption had failed and he was dead. All 3 timelines were equally real. All 3 were happening at the same time. The contradiction should have torn him apart, and it was trying. His temporal physique saved him. The fundamental nature of his being, the 100x time acceleration that had been his curse and his gift, created a reference frame that the core couldn't dissolve. His internal time was consistent, even as external timelines fractured and multiplied around him. He pulled the core into his body. The agony was beyond description. 3 timelines collapsed into one, forcing resolution, and the resolution wasn't smooth. Reality cracked around him as the paradox resolved, sending shockwaves through the void that would have destroyed anyone within range. By Lin Hao. She was within range. Pill. Shen Wei screamed. She was already moving. A stabilizing pill, her masterwork, refined specifically for this moment, appeared between her fingers, and she shoved it into his mouth. The pill did what alchemy did best. It imposed chemical order on chaotic energy. The temporal shockwave, filtered through the pill's molecular structure, was converted from destructive paradox energy into usable cultivation power. The power flooded Shen Wei's body. His cultivation surged, spirit transformation stage 3 to stage 5 in a single explosive advancement. The three epic veil components, Chronos Shard, Eternity Compass, and Paradox Core, resonated within him like three notes of an impossible chord. 3 of 4. The veil was nearly complete. But the fourth component, the Jade Pendant, the Jade Spirit Sacrifice, loomed like a shadow over his triumph. Let's get out of here, Shen Wei said, shakily pulling by Lin Hao toward the rift's exit. The dimensional pocket containing the paradox core occupied a space that existed between the mortal realm and the void. Neither one nor the other. A stable bubble of compressed reality maintained by formations that had been running without supplemental input for longer than most sects had existed. Shen Wei had expected it to feel like the cultivation chambers he'd used, the concentrated essence of a designed space, purposeful and dense. Instead, it felt like silence made into physics. The ambient essence here was not thick but clean, refined to a purity that removed the usual noise of environmental contamination, leaving only the pure signal of time-dense existence. His physique resonated with it immediately. The acceleration that normally required conscious activation began running on its own, passively, called into expression by the dimensional pocket's temporal resonance. His internal clock advanced. Minutes became hours, became days, the acceleration running faster than he'd ever felt it run outside of active cultivation. The pocket is running its own temporal field, by Lin Hao said. Her alchemist senses reading the ambient conditions with the same thoroughness she applied to test compounds. Faster than your standard cultivation rate. Much faster. How much faster? She thought for a moment. Based on the essence aging pattern, approximately 300x. 300 times. 3 times his own acceleration. He had spent his life experiencing the world at 100x speed. Here, in the dimensional pocket where the ancient civilization had stored the paradox core, time ran at 3 times even that. Every second they spent here was 5 minutes of real time. Every minute was 5 hours. We can't stay long, he said. Long enough, she replied, already moving toward the chamber at the pocket center. Move. Chapter 77. Returned to reality, they emerged from the void to find that 3 months had passed. Lin Yu and Su Main were gone. Their 3-day deadline had expired weeks ago. In their place, a formation marker left by Lin Yu pointed south, toward Cloudfall Valley. 3 months, by Lin Hao said, stunned. We were in there for 3 months. Time doesn't flow in the void, Shen Wei said, his temporal senses confirming the gap. What felt like hours to us was months out here. The world had changed. They flew south on Shen Wei's flying sword, a new one, formed from compressed essence by his spirit transformation abilities, and found a continent in upheaval. The Shadow Veil order had expanded. Gu Yanzhao had conquered 3 minor sects and absorbed their territories, building a dark empire in the Azure Province's eastern reaches. His forces now numbered in the thousands, a genuine army of cultivators loyal to the Shadow Veil's promise of power through forbidden means. Empress Yanshuha had responded by annexing 2 neighboring kingdoms, expanding her Crimson Phoenix Empire's borders to encompass most of the continent's southern territory. Her military power was staggering. Tens of thousands of soldiers, hundreds of cultivators, and her personal Dao fusion might. And in the sky, invisible to most but clear to Shen Wei's epic veil-enhanced senses, golden chains flickered on the horizon. The arbiter of epics was approaching. The heavenly enforcer that had destroyed the ancient temporal cultivators was descending to the mortal realm. How long? Bai Lianhua asked. Weeks, Shen Wei said. Maybe less. They reached Cloudfall Valley to find Lin Yu and Su Main alive and waiting. Elder Qin's rebuilt sect had grown, 47 disciples now, with defensive formations strong enough to withstand a nascent soul assault. The reunion was joyful but brief. There was too much work to do. Shen Wei retreated to his cultivation chamber and pushed. Spirit transformation stage 5 to stage 7 over 6 days of real time. Each advancement was compressed by the epic veil components. The temporal ripples folded and contained. But the arbiter was getting closer. The eternity compass showed its approach like a gathering storm, golden pressure building on the northern horizon, growing stronger by the day. The clock had almost run out. Emerging from the sunken abyss took 20 minutes in real time. In temporal terms, particularly given the dimensional pocket's 300x field, it had been considerably longer. Shen Wei's internal experience of the descent and recovery had compressed what felt like weeks into that 20 minutes, and he emerged onto the abyss's rim with the particular disorientation of someone whose external environment had not kept up with their internal timeline. Su Main was waiting at the rim with a communication talisman in each hand and the expression of someone who had been waiting in a bad position for a while. 7 hours, she said. I know. You said 4, maximum. The dimensional pocket was running faster than the Jade Spirit's records indicated. The temporal field had intensified since its last use. He checked his spatial pouch, Chronos Shard, Eternity Compass, Paradox Core, all present. 3 components. 3/4 of the Epic Veil assembled. We found everything we came for, including the Shadow Veil reconnaissance team that's been circling this location for the last 3 hours. He looked up. Lin Hao looked up. Su Main's expression said that this was information she had been choosing not to share until they were safely back at the rim, because she'd correctly assessed that sharing it while they were still climbing would have been both unhelpful and unnerving. 3 hours, Shen Wei said. 6 agents. Core formation average. They know someone went into the abyss, but they don't know who or why. She paused. I've been keeping them at a distance, but they're coordinating. Another hour, and they'll have enough for a containment formation. Then we leave now, he said, before they have another hour. Chapter 78. Empress Yunshu has trapped. The message arrived via formation-sealed bird. Shen Wei. Your companion Su Main is in my custody. Present yourself at the Crimson Phoenix Palace within 3 days, or she dies. Empress Yunshu. Su Main had been captured during a supply run, intercepted by Imperial agents who'd been monitoring the Cloudfall Valley supply lines. The capture was clean, professional, and clearly designed as a lure. It's a trap, Lin Yu said, stating the obvious. Of course it's a trap, Shen Wei replied. That doesn't change the fact that Main is in the Empress's hands. You can't go alone. She's Dao Fusion, 2 full realms above you. I know the gap. Shen Wei strapped his sword to his back. But I have something she doesn't, time. What does that mean? It means I've been cultivating for the equivalent of decades in the last few months. My technique, my combat experience, my comprehension of temporal law, all of it is far beyond what my cultivation realm suggests. Empress Yunshu sees a spirit transformation stage 8 cultivator. What she'll face is something else entirely. He left before they could argue further. The Crimson Phoenix Palace was a fortress of red jade and gold, perched on a volcanic plateau that radiated geothermal essence. Its defensive formations were legendary, designed by the Empire's greatest formation masters over generations, capable of withstanding armies. Shen Wei walked through the front gate. The guards didn't try to stop him. His spirit transformation pressure rolled outward in waves that made Foundation establishment soldiers stagger and core formation officers sweat. They let him pass because stopping him would have required force that would destroy the gate and everyone near it. He strode through gilded corridors, past trembling servants and white-faced courtiers, until he reached the throne room. Empress Yunshu sat on her phoenix throne, resplendent in crimson and gold. Su Main knelt beside the throne, bound in essence-draining chains, her face bruised but defiant. You came, the Empress said, surprised despite herself. Release her. After we discuss terms. The Empress stood, and the room's temperature rose 10 degrees. Her Dao fusion power pressed against the walls like a caged sun. Your temporal physique is the most valuable asset on this continent. I want it. You can surrender it willingly. I have alchemists who can extract the physique without killing you, or I can take it by force. There is no extraction process that wouldn't kill me. You know that. Perhaps my alchemists have made advances you're not aware of. Her smile was thin as a razor. Regardless, you have 2 options, cooperation or combat. I'll take option 3. Shen Wei activated the 3 epic veil components simultaneously. The Chronos Shard created a localized time distortion around the throne room. The Eternity Compass detected and predicted the Empress's essence patterns. The Paradox Core generated a field of temporal uncertainty that disrupted the room's formation arrays. Together, the 3 components created a temporal barrier that equalized the power gap between spirit transformation and Dao fusion. Within the barrier, the Empress's superior raw power was partially neutralized, her essence flow constrained by temporal compression, her techniques disrupted by paradox interference, her reactions delayed by time distortion. It wasn't enough to make them equal, but it narrowed the gap from insurmountable to merely overwhelming. Shen Wei drew his sword and attacked. The invitation bore the Empress's personal seal, the one she used for communications that were never supposed to exist officially, and arrived via a messenger who had clearly been selected for the quality of their forgettability. Mo Tianlang held it at arm's length, the way he held things that were definitely not safe to touch, but that he was going to examine anyway. She knows you have 3 epic veil components, he said. She has good intelligence. She's always had good intelligence. Shenwei read the invitation again. A meeting. The Empress's summer pavilion at the eastern province border, neutral ground, by imperial convention, though conventions had variable meaning when one party controlled the army and the other was a wanted fugitive. She's also smart enough to know that the Shadow Veil is a larger problem than I am, and that her occupation of the Void Refinement Realm puts her in the Celestial Enforcer Suppression Zone just as much as anyone else. You think she wants an alliance. I think she wants leverage. An alliance and leverage can look identical until they don't. He set the invitation down. The trap, if there is one, is that the summer pavilion is isolatable. 6 formation arrays cover the approaches. If she intends to capture me, she can seal the exits during the meeting. Can she hold you? He considered this honestly. For a while, long enough to be inconvenient. He picked up the invitation. I'm going. Of course you are, Mo Tianlang said. I'm sending backup to the perimeter. Subtle backup. Is there any other kind? Chapter 79. The fight between Shenwei and Empress Yun Shuha shattered the throne room. Pillars exploded. Walls melted. The Phoenix throne dissolved into molten jade. The formation arrays that powered the palace's defenses screamed and failed as temporal distortions tore through their carefully calibrated parameters. The Empress fought with the raw fury of someone who was accustomed to absolute dominance and found herself unexpectedly challenged. Her Crimson Phoenix techniques, devastating flame element attacks that could melt stone and incinerate essence barriers, filled the room with killing fire. Shenwei countered with temporal manipulation. He aged incoming fire blasts until their heat dissipated. He froze spatial barriers in temporal stasis, making them impenetrable for seconds at a time. He used temporal echo to create fighting clones that attacked from multiple angles while his real body maneuvered for killing positions. The Empress adapted. Her Tao fusion comprehension, the 8th realm's trademark ability to fuse personal understanding with universal law, allowed her to fight on a conceptual level. She didn't just throw fire. She imposed the concept of burning on reality around Shenwei. His temporal barriers resisted conceptual attacks better than physical ones, but the strain was enormous. They fought through the palace, room by room, floor by floor, leaving devastation in their wake. Servants fled. Guards collapsed under the spiritual pressure of 2 supreme cultivators at war. Shenwei pushed his spirit transformation peak during the fight. The breakthrough surge, amplified by combat adrenaline and the epic veil's resonance, hit him like a thunderbolt of power. His temporal techniques evolved mid-fight. The flowing time blade's temporal edge sharpened until it could cut through the Empress's conceptual attacks, severing the connection between her will and the reality she was trying to impose. The Empress stumbled. For the first time in decades, she bled. Impossible, she hissed, touching the cut on her arm. Your spirit transformation. I'm Tao fusion. The gap, Shenwei said, pressing forward, is smaller than you think. He struck with everything he had. The flowing time blade carved through her guard, temporal energy aging her defensive formations into dust. Temporal echo clones flanked her, driving her back. Phantom step, now temporal shift, repositioned him behind her defenses. The Empress was losing. Not because Shenwei was more powerful. He wasn't. But because his temporal abilities negated her advantages in ways she couldn't counter. Every formation she deployed was aged to failure. Every technique she used was disrupted by temporal interference. Every defense she raised was bypassed by clones that attacked from impossible angles. She made a decision. With a gesture that cost her 1/10 of her total essence reserves, she shattered a dimensional seal beneath the palace floor. The seal had been holding something ancient, hungry, and catastrophically powerful. A beast of pure fire erupted from the broken seal, a phoenix of the lower realm, a creature that had been imprisoned beneath the palace for millennia. It screamed, and the scream melted the palace walls. Deal with that, the Empress spat, and fled through a spatial tear that closed behind her. Shenwei had seconds to act. He grabbed Su Mei, still chained, still bound, and used temporal shift to transport them both outside the collapsing palace. The Empress's trap activated at the 3rd hour of their negotiation, which was, objectively, later than he'd expected. The formation arrays sealed with the precision of someone who had been planning this moment for weeks. All 6 approaches locked simultaneously. The meeting pavilion converted from architecture into a cage. Shenwei felt the seals engage through his temporal senses and did not move. Empress Yin Shuhe watched him not move and recalibrated. You knew, she said. I suspected. The third hour is when people commit to plans they've been hesitating over. He looked at the sealed arrays without standing up. The opening offer was genuine. You actually want the same thing I want, which is the heavens off your back and the shadow veil destroyed. But you decided the safest way to achieve that was to have me under your control rather than as a free variable. You're very dangerous as a free variable. You're not wrong. He set down his tea. But here is the problem with your plan. You can hold me here. You cannot control what I do here. And a temporal cultivator who has nothing to do except wait has an extraordinary amount of time to solve problems. He activated a temporal formation disk, one of the older ones, refined months ago in his cave on the abandoned hillside, used for exactly this kind of situation. The disk created a 100x speed bubble around him that lasted 30 seconds of real time, 3,000 seconds of personal time, enough to dismantle 4 of the 6 formation arrays from the inside. When the bubble collapsed, 4 arrays were dead. The other 2 were under Su Main's attention from the perimeter. Now, Xinwei said, standing. Should we return to the negotiation? Chapter 80. The Empress's Gambit. They emerged on the volcanic plateau as the Crimson Phoenix Palace collapsed behind them. The freed Phoenix Beast, a creature of apocalyptic power, Tao fusion equivalent, rose from the rubble like a second sun. Its body was pure flame, its wings spanning hundreds of meters, its presence alone enough to ignite the air within a kilometer radius. Xinwei held Su Main and ran. Temporal shift. Phantom step. Pure desperate speed fueled by spirit transformation power. He carried his childhood friend through the landscape as the Phoenix Beast screamed behind them, its fury directed at everything in range. The beast didn't pursue. It was newly freed after millennia of imprisonment, confused, enraged, but not focused on any particular target. It rose into the sky and headed east, toward populated lands, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. That's going to be a problem, Xinwei said, watching the burning trail stretch toward the horizon. Bigger problems first, Su Main gasped, her voice strained from the essence-draining chains. Get these off me. Xinwei used the flowing time blade's temporal edge to age the chain's formation arrays into inert metal. They crumbled. Su Main gasped as her essence flooded back, filling channels that had been forcibly emptied. Are you hurt? Bruised ego mostly. She didn't torture me. She wanted me as bait, not a corpse. Su Main rubbed her wrists. Wei, she's insane. She was ranting about grafting your physique onto herself. She has research, stacks of it, about temporal cultivation, ancient texts, forbidden techniques. She's been planning this for years. She's also severely weakened, Xinwei noted. The fight had cost the Empress dearly. Releasing the Phoenix Seal had drained a significant portion of her power, and the damage Xinwei had inflicted was genuine. She won't be a threat for a while. Awhile isn't forever. Nothing is. Xinwei looked north, where the golden chains flickering in the sky had grown brighter and closer. The Arbiter of Epics was almost here. He took Su Main's hand and flew south, back toward Cloudfall Valley, back toward his companions, back toward the final confrontation that was bearing down on him like a wave. The Empress was diminished. The Phoenix Beast was loose. The shadow veil was expanding, and the Arbiter of Epics drew closer with every passing hour, its golden chains visible even during daylight now. 3 components, Xinwei murmured, feeling the epic veil's incomplete resonance within him. 3 of 4. The last component is the Jade Spirit, and when I use it, the spirit dies. The pendant pulsed beneath his skin. Warm, steady, resolute. I know, the spirit whispered, and I am ready. When the time comes, do not hesitate. Xinwei flew faster. The horizon behind him burned with approaching doom, and the horizon ahead offered only more battles, more sacrifices, and the thin, desperate hope that it would all be worth something in the end. Empress Yin Shuhe was not a woman who had achieved 17 provincial territories and nascent soul stage 8 cultivation by being unable to adapt when plans failed. She adapted. The shift was visible in her posture, the slight redirection of weight from aggression to assessment, the loosening of the tactical expression into something more genuinely calculating. She was rerunning the analysis with updated inputs, and whatever she arrived at was different enough from her original plan to prompt a different conversational approach. You neutralized my containment formation in 30 seconds, she said. 28. While continuing to drink your tea. It's good tea. She sat down. The remaining formation arrays, the 2 that Su Main had neutralized from outside, discharged quietly, their essence dissipating into the afternoon air. The pavilion was, once again, simply a pavilion. What do you actually want from me? She asked. Not as a negotiating gambit. as a genuine question, stripped of the packaging. What I said before the trap, your intelligence network, your military's logistics capacity, and your political connections with the three Western sections. In exchange, I'll give you what I promised before the trap: protection from the heavenly suppression field, guaranteed alliance membership, and my personal guarantee that the Continental Alliance will treat your imperial territories as sovereign and equal. And if I refuse, you go back to managing the occupation on your own. He set down the tea, which you've been doing successfully for 2 months. You'll continue to do it successfully. And when the Arbiter Prime arrives in person, you'll face it alone, with nascent soul peak cultivation in a conflict where the baseline is tribulation transcendence. The calculation was not a difficult one. She had run it before. She ran it again now, with the updated input of having seen 30 seconds of what Shun Wei could actually do. Alliance terms, she said. Detailed. In writing. I'll have Mo Tianlang draft something by morning. Chapter 81. Gathering the Allies. Cloudfall Valley had transformed in the 3 months since Shun Wei had last seen it. Elder Qin's genius for formations had turned the hidden valley into a fortress. Layered defensive arrays covered every approach, detection grids, concealment barriers, and combat formations that could turn the valley's narrow entrance into a kill zone. The 47 disciples of the new Azure Cloud sect moved with the purposeful efficiency of people who'd survived annihilation and refused to let it happen again. But the reunion held a surprise that made Shun Wei's breath catch. Mo Tianlang was alive. He sat in a chair by the valley's central fire, wrapped in bandages from neck to waist, thinner than Shun Wei remembered, with new scars visible wherever the wrappings didn't cover. His cultivation was gone, not weakened, not suppressed, but gone entirely. The golden core that had powered his core formation abilities had been shattered in his final stand against Gu Yanzhao, and the life force burn had reduced him to mortal levels. But his eyes were sharp, his mind was intact, and his smile, when he saw Shun Wei, was genuine. Took you long enough, Mo Tianlang said. You're alive. Shun Wei's voice was rougher than he intended. How? Stubbornness, and a peculiar mercy from Gu Yanzhao. Mo Tianlang's expression darkened. He let me live. Deliberately. He could have killed me after my temporary spirit transformation wore off, but instead he left me bleeding on the mountainside with a message carved into the stone beside me. Tell the temporal boy I'm coming. He wants me to know he's not afraid. He wants you angry. Angry people make mistakes. Mo Tianlang leaned forward. Don't make mistakes, Shun Wei. Gu Yanzhao is void refinement now. He achieved the breakthrough using the resources he plundered from the Azure Cloud sect. He's preparing a ritual at the Black Lotus Citadel that will push him to Dao fusion. If he succeeds, he won't. Shun Wei's voice was flat with certainty. We're going to destroy the Shadow Veil Order before the Arbiter arrives. He called a war council. Around the central fire, his inner circle assembled, by Lin Hao, Lin Yu, Su Mein, Mo Tianlang, Elder Qin, and Feng Shuang, the former Shadow Veil spy who had been feeding intelligence to Shun Wei since the tournament. Feng Shuang's presence drew suspicious looks from those who didn't know her history. She bore them with the stoic patience of someone accustomed to being distrusted. Tell them, Shun Wei said. I was a Shadow Veil agent, Feng Shuang said, her voice clear and unapologetic. I was assigned to monitor Shun Wei at the Grand Tournament. I fed the Order intelligence about his temporal abilities and his movements. The circle's tension spiked. Lin Yu's hand drifted toward his spear. But I also saw what the Shadow Veil does to people, Feng Shuang continued. The soul-draining arrays. The trafficking. The forced cultivation experiments. I've been a double agent since the tournament, feeding the Order inaccurate intelligence while providing Shun Wei with genuine reports. She's the one who told us the Empress had captured Maine, Shun Wei confirmed. Her intelligence has been reliable throughout. The tension eased, not entirely, but enough. The Black Lotus Citadel, Elder Qin said, steering the conversation to strategy. Mo Tianlang, what do we know about its defenses? Mo Tianlang produced a map, hand-drawn, based on 4 years of intelligence gathering and his own reconnaissance. The Black Lotus Citadel was hidden in a dimensional fold within the Darkfall Mountains, accessible only through a spatial gateway controlled by Shadow Veil formations. The citadel itself was a fortress of dark jade and corrupted essence, staffed by hundreds of cultivators loyal to Gu Yanzhao. The main threat is the soul-draining arrays, Mo Tianlang said, tapping the map. Gu Yanzhao has captured hundreds of cultivators over the years and imprisoned them in arrays that siphon their life force. He's using that stolen energy to fuel his breakthrough ritual. If we don't disrupt the arrays before he completes the ritual, he'll reach Dao fusion, and then he's beyond anything we can handle. Shun Wei finished. The ritual is 80% complete, Feng Shuang added. My latest intelligence says he needs approximately 2 weeks to finish. After that, it's too late. 2 weeks. The same time frame that the eternity compass estimated for the arbiter of epic's arrival. Everything was converging on the same narrow window. Here's the plan, Shenwei said, leaning over the map. We hit the citadel in 3 days. That gives us time to prepare and position. We go in hard and fast. Lin Hao handles the formation defenses. Lin Yu leads the ground assault. Feng Shuang disables the escape routes, and I go straight for Gu Yanzhao. Straight for a void refinement cultivator, Mo Tianlang said. Alone? Not alone. Shenwei looked at his assembled companions. I'll have all of you backing me up. And I have something Gu Yanzhao doesn't expect. He held up his hand. Temporal energy swirled around his fingers, visible, tangible, crystalline. The 3 epic veil components resonated within him, and for a moment, the air around his hand aged and de-aged in rippling waves. I've stopped hiding. The War Council continued through the night, hammering out details, contingencies, and fallback positions. By dawn, they had a plan. It was a desperate plan, with too many variables and not enough margin for error. But it was what they had, and in 3 days, they would either destroy the Shadow Veil Order or die trying. Chapter 82. The Shadow Veil's Fortress. The 3 days of preparation were the most intense of Shenwei's life. He spent the first day crafting temporal formation discs for his allies, small, palm-sized arrays that would give each user a brief burst of 10x speed during combat. The technique was derived from his own temporal abilities, miniaturized and externalized through formation craft that Elder Qin had taught him. Each disc was single-use and lasted 30 seconds, but 30 seconds of 10x speed could be the difference between life and death. He crafted 20 discs, enough for the assault team. The second day was spent on cultivation. Shenwei pushed to spirit transformation peak and then beyond, pressing against the barrier to void refinement, the 7th realm. He could feel the barrier's nature. Void refinement required comprehension of spatial laws, the ability to perceive and manipulate the fundamental structure of space itself. His temporal abilities gave him an unusual advantage here. Time and space were intimately connected, 2 aspects of the same underlying fabric of reality. His comprehension of time translated, imperfectly but usefully, into spatial awareness. He didn't break through. Not yet. But he positioned himself at the absolute edge of the breakthrough, ready to push through during combat if necessary. Lin Hao spent the preparation days creating an arsenal of combat pills, explosive compounds, healing accelerators, essence boosters, and her specialty, formation disruption agents that could disable enemy arrays on contact. She also created something new, temporal resistance pills for the entire assault team, designed to protect them from Shenwei's temporal distortions during the battle. Your temporal techniques affect everyone in range, she explained, distributing the pills. These will keep our people on their feet when you start manipulating time. Lin Yu drilled the assault team, 25 of the new Azure Cloud's strongest disciples, ranging from foundation establishment to nascent soul. They weren't individually powerful enough to challenge the Shadow Veil's forces, but fighting as a unit, with formation coordination and Shenwei's temporal discs, they could punch above their weight. Elder Qin prepared a grand ceiling formation, a portable version of the array she'd embedded in the old Azure Cloud sect's Grand Hall. This one was designed to suppress Gu Yanzhao's cultivation for a critical window, giving Shenwei the opening he needed. On the 3rd day, they marched. The Darkfall Mountains loomed like broken teeth against the sky, jagged, dark, and seething with corrupted essence that the Shadow Veil had been pumping into the atmosphere for years. The very air tasted of stolen life force. Feng Shuang guided them to the spatial gateway, a hidden formation array concealed within a cliff face that served as the only entrance to the Black Lotus Citadel's dimensional fold. She provided the access codes she'd stolen during her time as a double agent. The codes will get us through the gateway, she said. After that, we're in the Citadel's dimension. The rules change there. The Shadow Veil has modified the dimensional space to enhance their own cultivation and suppress intruders. Can you counteract that? Shenwei asked Elder Qin. I can neutralize the suppression field with the ceiling formation, but I'll need time to deploy it, at least 5 minutes inside the Citadel. 5 minutes. Shenwei nodded. We'll buy you the time. The spatial gateway opened. Golden light spiraled into a tunnel that connected the mortal realm's normal space to the Black Lotus Citadel's dimensional fold. 28 cultivators stepped through. The assault on the Shadow Veil Order had begun. Chapter 83. War preparations. The Black Lotus Citadel materialized around them like a nightmare given form. It was massive, a fortress of black jade and corrupted crystal, sprawling across a dimensional space that had been shaped to serve its master's will. Towers rose at impossible angles, connected by bridges of solidified dark essence. The sky above was a permanent twilight, lit by the sickly purple glow of soul-draining arrays that pulsed like diseased hearts throughout the structure. The suppression field hit them immediately, a weight that pressed down on their cultivation, reducing their effective power by roughly one-third. Lin Hao's temporal resistance pills prevented the worst effects, but the decrease in power was noticeable. Formation positions. Lin Yu barked, arranging the assault team into a defensive wedge. Earth essence flowed from his spear, anchoring the formation and providing stability against the citadel's hostile environment. Shen Wei took the lead. His spirit transformation power, even suppressed, was the strongest combat ability their side possessed. His temporal senses reached outward, mapping the citadel's layout through the distortions in local time flow. The ritual chamber is at the citadel's center, 3 levels below us, he reported. Gu Yanzhao is there, along with his personal guard, 12 spirit transformation cultivators in a defensive formation. The soul-draining arrays are distributed throughout the upper levels, each one guarded by a core formation squad. We need to shut down the arrays before confronting Gu Yanzhao, Mo Tianlang said through a communication talisman from his position at the rear. He couldn't fight, but his tactical mind was their greatest strategic asset. The arrays power his ritual. If we disrupt them, his breakthrough stalls. He'll be forced to divert attention to re-establishing them, giving you your window. Agreed. Lin Yu, take the assault team and clear the upper levels. Destroy every soul-draining array you find. Free the prisoners. Lin Hao, go with them. Your formation disruption pills will make short work of the arrays. And you? Lin Yu asked. I'm going down. The Citadel's hostile dimensional environment fought them from the first breath. The air tasted of corrupted essence, a metallic wrongness that coated the tongue and pressed against the lungs like invisible hands. The suppression field was more aggressive than anticipated, pulling at cultivation reserves with the steady insistence of a current dragging at a swimmer. Shen Wei felt it try to reach past his epic veil and fail, but he watched his allies closely. Foundation establishment disciples were already paling under the pressure. Temporal resistance pills, Lin Hao called out, moving quickly through the formation's ranks with a jade container in each hand. 1 each. They'll blunt the worst of the field's effects for 6 hours. Shen Wei mapped the citadel's interior with his temporal senses while she worked. The architecture was deliberate malice in stone. Corridors that curved back on themselves to exhaust attackers, choke points designed for defensive slaughter, vertical levels that forced assault teams to fight upward against gravity and formation enhancement simultaneously. But every architecture had a logic, and logic, once understood, became a tool rather than an obstacle. He could read the Citadel the way he'd learned to read the Azure Cloud sect's patrol schedules, not as a fixed obstacle, but as a dynamic system, with rhythms and patterns and the occasional gap where intention hadn't quite matched execution. Sublevel entrance is at the back of the 3rd corridor, he said to Lin Yu, his voice low and precise. The 2 guards stationed there rotate every 4 minutes. We have a 20-second window between rotations. How do you know that? Time flows differently near each soul-draining array. I can feel the pattern. He looked at his friend. Trust me. Lin Yu checked the grip on his spear. Always. Chapter 84. The march on Black Lotus. The upper levels of the Citadel became a battleground. Lin Yu led the Azure Cloud assault team through corridors of black jade, encountering Shadow Veil defenders at every turn. Core formation squads, armed with dark essence weapons and protected by the Citadel's enhancement field, fought with the desperate ferocity of cultists defending their holy ground. The temporal formation discs proved decisive. When a Shadow Veil squad blocked a corridor, Lin Yu activated a disc and experienced 30 seconds of 10x speed. His spear became a blur, striking with a frequency that no core formation opponent could track. 3 defenders fell in 3 seconds. Lin Hao targeted the soul-draining arrays with clinical precision. Each array was a complex formation of dark jade and corrupted crystal, humming with stolen life force. She pressed a formation disruption pill against each array's power node and watched it dissolve, the pill's chemical agents eating through the array's essence pathways like acid through wax. The first array collapsed, then the second, then the third. Each collapse released a burst of stolen life force, the accumulated essence of the cultivators imprisoned within. Some of that energy dispersed harmlessly. Some of it was absorbed by the freed prisoners, restoring a fraction of their drained power. The prisoners. They were everywhere. Hundreds of cultivators, chained to walls and floors, their essence siphoned through jade needles embedded in their meridians. Most were unconscious, their life force reduced to a flicker. Some were dead, their bodies continuing to produce minute amounts of energy through biological processes that the arrays exploited even in death. Get them out, Lin Hao ordered. Every single one. The Azure Cloud disciples split between combat teams and rescue teams, systematically clearing levels and freeing prisoners. It was brutal, exhausting work. The Shadow Veil defenders fought hard, and every minute spent fighting was a minute that Gu Yanzhao's ritual continued. Meanwhile, Shun Wei descended. He moved alone through the citadel's lower levels, his spirit transformation power cutting through obstacles that would have stopped entire teams. Shadow Veil defenders attacked in waves. Core formation, nascent soul, even spirit transformation warriors. Shun Wei tore through them. The flowing time blade had evolved beyond what any of them could handle. Each strike carried temporal energy that aged defenses, disrupted techniques, and created windows of vulnerability that lasted microseconds, but were eternities in Shun Wei's accelerated perception. Temporal echo deployed continuously, creating phantom duplicates that attacked from impossible angles. The Shadow Veil defenders found themselves fighting 3 opponents simultaneously, none of whom seemed to care about taking hits, because the hits passed through temporal illusions. Shun Wei left a trail of unconscious and disarmed defenders in his wake. He tried not to kill. Many of these cultivators had been coerced or deceived into serving the Shadow Veil. But those who attacked with genuine killing intent met the full force of his combat ability, and not all of them survived. 2 nascent soul elders attempted to stop him at the entrance to the sublevels. They died in 8 seconds. He was not the boy who'd hidden his power on Dustfall Peak. He was not the servant who'd fumbled through sparring matches. He was a spirit transformation combatant with years of temporally compressed combat experience, wielding techniques that violated the fundamental rules of time itself. He was, by any objective measurement, one of the most dangerous beings on the continent, and he was heading straight for the one person who was more dangerous. Chapter 85. Breaking the outer defenses. The sublevels of the Citadel were darker, older, and more heavily defended than the floors above. Lin Hao's assault on the upper levels was succeeding. Shun Wei could feel the soul-draining arrays collapsing one by one through his temporal senses, each collapse sending a shudder through the Citadel's dimensional fabric. Gu Yanzhao's ritual, powered by those arrays, was losing energy. But the losses weren't all on the Shadow Veil's side. Through the communication talisman, Shun Wei heard reports of Azure Cloud casualties. 3 disciples down, 2 critically injured. The Shadow Veil's defenders were fighting with the ferocity of cornered animals, and the Citadel's enhancement field gave them an edge that the temporal formation discs only partially offset. Push through, Shun Wei ordered. The faster we shut down the arrays, the weaker Gu Yanzhao becomes. He descended through the final stairway and found himself in the ritual chamber's antechamber, a vast hall of black jade, its walls inscribed with formation equations that pulsed with dark purple light. The air was thick with corrupted essence, so dense that breathing felt like inhaling poison. 12 spirit transformation cultivators stood in a defensive formation before the ritual chamber's sealed door. Gu Yanzhao's personal guard, the elite of the Shadow Veil Order, each one a veteran of decades of dark cultivation, each one enhanced by the Citadel's dimensional field. They attacked in unison. 12 spirit transformation strikes, coordinated through a resonance formation that synchronized their timing and combined their power. The combined assault hit like a natural disaster. Walls shattered, the floor cratered, and the air itself seemed to scream. Shun Wei's response was instantaneous. The Epic Veil components activated. Chronos Shard creating time distortions that slowed the incoming attacks. Eternity Compass predicting attack trajectories and identifying vulnerable moments. Paradox Core generating uncertainty that disrupted the formation's synchronization. The 12-person coordinated strike, which should have been perfectly synchronized, arrived as 12 individual attacks spread across a half-second window. A half-second. In Shun Wei's temporal perception, 50 seconds. He dealt with them one at a time. The flowing time blade cut through the first 3 attacks, literally, its temporal edge severing the essence constructs before they reached him. He temporal shifted past the 4th and 5th, reappearing behind 2 guards and striking them down with precise blows to their meridian nexus points. Temporal echo created 3 duplicates that engaged guards 6 through 8, tying them up in melee while Shun Wei focused on the remaining 4. Guard 9 fell to a combination of phantom step and a temporal blade strike that aged his defensive formation to dust. Guard 10 was frozen in a localized time stasis, not killed, just locked in place, unable to move for the next 3 minutes. Guards 11 and 12 were the strongest, Spirit Transformation Stage 5, fighting in perfect coordination even after the formation's disruption. They forced Shun Wei into a genuine exchange. their combined attacks pushing him backward for the first time in the battle. He broke through by pushing to void refinement. The breakthrough happened mid-combat, triggered by the extreme stress and the proximity to the breakthrough barrier he'd been standing at for days. Void refinement, the seventh realm, crashed through his cultivation like a tsunami, flooding his body with power that transcended anything he'd possessed before. At void refinement, he could perceive spatial structure. The dimensional fold that contained the citadel was visible to him now, not as empty space, but as a fabric of interwoven spatial threads, each one maintaining the pocket dimension stability. The two remaining guards attacked. Shen Wei didn't counter their techniques. He cut the spatial threads beneath their feet, opening brief, non-lethal rifts that dropped them into subspatial pockets where they'd be trapped but unharmed. 12 guards. 45 seconds. The ritual chamber door stood undefended. Chapter 86. Into the citadel. Shen Wei kicked the door open. The ritual chamber was enormous, a cathedral of dark jade, its ceiling lost in shadow, its floor covered in a formation array of staggering complexity. At the center of the array, suspended in a column of dark light, floated the soul-draining apparatus, a massive crystalline structure connected to every array in the citadel through channels of corrupted essence. Hundreds of jade needles, each one trailing a gossamer thread of stolen life force, fed into the central crystal. The crystal pulsed with an ugly purple-black light that made Shen Wei's skin crawl. And behind the crystal, sitting cross-legged on a raised dais, was Gu Yanzhao. The leader of the Shadow Veil Order was deep in cultivation, his body wreathed in dark essence, his cultivation fluctuating between void refinement peak and the edge of Dao fusion. His eyes were closed, his face serene with the concentration of someone approaching the most significant breakthrough of their existence. Shen Wei could feel the ritual's power. Even with the upper arrays being destroyed, the central crystal still held enormous reserves of stolen life force. The ritual was at 85% completion. If Gu Yanzhao completed it, he would achieve Dao fusion through the accumulated suffering of hundreds of sacrificed lives. "Stop," Shen Wei said. His voice echoed in the vast chamber, flat and final. Gu Yanzhao's eyes opened. They were purple-black, the same color as the corrupted essence around him, and they held an intelligence that was both vast and deeply, fundamentally wrong. "Ah," Gu Yanzhao said, as if greeting an expected dinner guest. "The temporal anomaly. I've been looking forward to this." He stood. The ritual's energy continued to flow around him, maintaining the process even as he moved. "You've destroyed several of my arrays," he continued. "Inconvenient. But the central crystal holds enough reserves to complete the ritual. All I need is..." He smiled. "Time. Time is the one thing I'm not going to give you." Gu Yanzhao's void refinement peak cultivation uncoiled like a serpent, dark, massive, suffocating. The dimensional fold around the citadel responded to his will, the very fabric of the pocket dimension bending to serve him. "I know what you are," Gu Yanzhao said. "A temporal dilation physique holder. The first in 10,000 years. Do you know what your temporal essence would do for my ritual? Your life force doesn't just carry essence, it carries time. If I sacrifice you to the crystal, I won't just achieve Dao fusion. I'll achieve temporal Dao fusion, a level of power that hasn't existed since the heavens exterminated your predecessors. You'll have to catch me first." Shen Wei attacked. Chapter 87. Feng Shuang's betrayal. The battle between Shen Wei and Gu Yanzhao tore the ritual chamber apart. Void refinement versus void refinement. The seventh realm, where cultivators could perceive and manipulate spatial structure. Their attacks didn't just carry physical force. They warped the dimensional fold itself, creating rifts, compressions, and spatial anomalies that made the chamber floor a constantly shifting landscape of impossible geometry. Shen Wei's temporal techniques collided with Gu Yanzhao's dark spatial techniques. Time distortions met spatial compressions. Temporal echo clones were swallowed by dimensional rifts. Spatial blades were aged to nothing by the flowing time blade's temporal edge. They were evenly matched in raw power. But Gu Yanzhao had 40 years of combat experience and the home field advantage of a dimensional fold tuned to his will. Shen Wei had temporally compressed decades of combat training and techniques that Gu Yanzhao had never encountered. The fight raged across the chamber, through walls, through floors, through subdimensional pockets that existed in the spaces between the citadel's normal architecture. Each exchange left devastation in its wake. Walls aged to dust, floors compressed into dense plates, ceiling sections frozen in temporal stasis. In the upper levels, Lin Yu's forces continued destroying arrays. The central crystal's reserves dropped. The ritual's progress slowed from 85% to 75%. Then Feng Shuang arrived. She descended through the shattered ceiling, landing at the edge of the ritual formation. For a heartbeat, Shen Wei thought she was there to fight alongside him. Then she touched the central crystal. Information flowed, not from the crystal to her, but from her to the crystal. Access codes, formation keys, security protocols. The Citadel's dimensional fold recognized her input and responded. Emergency lockdown. Blast doors sealed. Teleportation formations deactivated. What are you doing? Shen Wei demanded, breaking from his engagement with Gu Yanzhao. Feng Shuang turned to face him. Her expression was conflicted. Pain, determination, and something like apology warred across her features. I'm sorry, she said. The Shadow Veil has my brother. They've had him since they recruited me. Every mission I've completed, every piece of intelligence I've provided, to them or to you, has been to keep him alive. She entered another code into the crystal. The lockdown deepened, escape routes sealed, the dimensional fold's exit gateway closed. But I'm not betraying you, Shen Wei. Not entirely. She pulled a formation disc from her robes, one of Shen Wei's temporal discs, modified with additional inscriptions she'd added in secret. This will disable the escape routes for everyone, including Gu Yanzhao. He can't retreat. He can't receive reinforcements. Whatever happens in this chamber, it ends here. She activated the disc. The Citadel shuddered as every teleportation formation, spatial gateway, and dimensional exit was permanently destroyed. Gu Yanzhao's smile faltered. What did you do? Locked us all in, Feng Shuang said. You me him. No escape for anyone. Gu Yanzhao's eyes burned with fury. You stupid girl. I'll kill your brother for this. My brother died 6 months ago, Feng Shuang said, her voice breaking. I found out through Shen Wei's intelligence network. You've been lying to me for years. She drew her sword. I'm done being used. She charged Gu Yanzhao, a nascent soul cultivator against a void refinement peak monster. She lasted for seconds. Gu Yanzhao's dark spatial technique crushed her sword, shattered her guard, and drove a blade of compressed space through her chest. Feng Shuang crumpled, blood pooling beneath her. No. Shen Wei's rage erupted in a temporal shockwave that cracked the chamber walls. He launched himself at Gu Yanzhao with everything he had. Chapter 88. The inner sanctum. The battle escalated beyond anything the Citadel's architecture could contain. Shen Wei, driven by fury and fueled by the epic veil's resonance, fought Gu Yanzhao with a savagery that matched his temporal precision. His void refinement stage 3 cultivation pushed higher under combat stress, stage 4, stage 5, each advancement pumping more power into techniques that were already devastating. Gu Yanzhao responded with forbidden techniques that made Shen Wei's skin crawl. He summoned the souls of his sacrificed victims, not as ghosts, but as weapons. Spectral cultivators, each one bearing the power they'd held in life, poured from the central crystal and attacked Shen Wei in waves. The ghostly attackers were horrible not because of their power, but because of their agony. They screamed as they fought, trapped between death and dissolution. Their consciousness preserved just enough to feel pain, but not enough to resist the will that commanded them. Shen Wei cut through them with temporal techniques that released them from their bondage. Each soul his blade touched dissolved, not destroyed but freed, their stolen life force dispersing into the void as their consciousness finally found the peace of true death. You're wasting them, Gu Yanzhao sneered. Each one you free reduces my ritual's reserves. But I have hundreds more. Then I'll free them all. Mo Tianlong's voice crackled through the communication talisman. His formation has a weakness. The 12 guard positions, they're not just defense posts. They're load-bearing nodes for the dimensional fold. If you disrupt the formation at those points, the entire pocket dimension becomes unstable. Won't that kill everyone inside? Not if you do it precisely. Destabilize the fold enough to disrupt Gu Yanzhao's connection to the Citadel, but not enough to collapse it entirely. By Lin Hao's voice joined, I'm on it. Deploying formation disruption pills at the guard positions now. The plan came together in real time. While Shen Wei kept Gu Yanzhao occupied, Bai Lianhua, who had descended to the sub-levels after the upper arrays were cleared, moved through the antechamber, placing formation disruption pills at each of the 12 guard positions that Shen Wei had cleared minutes ago. 7, 8, 9. She worked with the steady hands of an alchemist performing precise, life-or-death procedures. 10, 11, 12. She activated them simultaneously. The dimensional fold shuddered. Gu Yanzhao's connection to the Citadel, the enhancement field, the dimensional manipulation, the home field advantage, flickered and died. For the first time since the fight began, they stood on equal ground. Gu Yanzhao felt the loss instantly. His techniques lost their dimensional augmentation. His defenses, which had been bolstered by the fold's energy, thinned. His offensive techniques, which had drawn on the pocket dimension's corrupted essence, lost their enhanced edge. He was still void refinement peak. He was still a cultivator of immense power and experience. But the field had been leveled. Now, Shenwei said, and attacked. Chapter 89. Mo Tianlong's Redemption. The battle reached its climax. Shenwei and Gu Yanzhao traded blows that would have devastated landscapes. Each strike was a masterwork of cultivation combat. Shenwei's temporal precision matched against Gu Yanzhao's dark spatial techniques, each one countering the other in a deadly equilibrium. But Shenwei had an edge that Gu Yanzhao couldn't match. The epic veil's three components, working in concert, gave him abilities that transcended his cultivation realm. The Chronos Shard's temporal manipulation. The Eternity Compass's predictive awareness. The Paradox Core's uncertainty generation. Together, they created a combat system that made Shenwei unpredictable. Gu Yanzhao, despite his experience, couldn't anticipate attacks that existed in multiple timelines simultaneously. He couldn't defend against strikes that arrived from both the past and the future. He couldn't block techniques that generated uncertainty about whether they would hit or miss. Techniques that literally existed in a superposition of states until the moment of impact. Gu Yanzhao's defenses crumbled. His dark techniques, stripped of their dimensional enhancement, couldn't match the epic veil's reality warping capabilities. He retreated to the ritual crystal, drawing power directly from its reserves, from the stolen life force of hundreds of sacrificed cultivators. His cultivation surged. Void refinement peaked to the edge of Tao fusion, fueled not by personal achievement, but by stolen suffering. You think you can stop me? Gu Yanzhao laughed, his body blazing with corrupted power. I have the life force of 500 cultivators at my command. What do you have? Friends. Mo Tianlang appeared at the edge of the ritual circle. He was mortal. He had no cultivation. He could barely stand, his body still ravaged from the life force burn that had saved Shenwei months ago. But in his hand was an artifact, a small, unassuming jade disc that he'd been saving for years. A forbidden artifact from his destroyed clan's vault, smuggled out during the massacre and hidden against the day when he'd faced the man who'd ordered his family's destruction. Remember me, Gu Yanzhao? Mo Tianlang said, limping into the ritual circle. You killed my clan, my parents, my little sister. You took everything from me, including my cultivation. You're mortal. Gu Yanzhao didn't even look at him. What can a mortal do to me? This. Mo Tianlang activated the artifact. It was a cultivation transfer disc, a forbidden device that drained one cultivator's power and transferred it to another. The process was agonizing for both parties, temporary for the receiver, and potentially lethal for the initiator. Mo Tianlang pointed it at the Shadow Veil elder nearest to him, a spirit transformation cultivator who was feeding energy into the ritual from a secondary position. The disc activated with a flash of golden light. The elder screamed as his cultivation was ripped from his body. Decades of accumulated essence torn from his meridians and channels. The stolen power flowed through the disc and into Mo Tianlang. Core formation. His golden core reformed, burning with borrowed light. Then nascent soul. Then spirit transformation. The process was tearing Mo Tianlang apart. His body, mortal and fragile, couldn't contain the flood of high-level essence. Blood leaked from his eyes, his ears, his mouth. But his eyes were clear, and his smile was the smile of a man who had waited for years for this moment. He launched himself at the ritual crystal. His temporary spirit transformation strike, backed by the full transfer of a veteran cultivator's power, hit the crystal with the force of a meteor impact. The crystal cracked. Dark energy spilled from the fracture in geysers of corrupted essence. That, Mo Tianlang said, collapsing, is what a mortal can do. The ritual crystal's integrity was compromised. Its reserves began draining uncontrollably, the stolen life force escaping into the environment. Gu Yanzhao's stolen power boost began to fade. Shenwei caught Mo Tianlang before he hit the ground. The man was barely conscious, his body ravaged by the backlash of the forbidden artifact. Was it worth it? Shenwei asked, cradling the man who'd given up his cultivation twice for the cause. Mo Tianlang smiled, blood on his teeth. 4 years of planning. Yes, it was worth it. His eyes fluttered closed. Now finish him. Chapter 90. Gu Yanzhao watched his ritual crystal crack and bleed, and felt something he hadn't experienced in decades, fear. The stolen power was draining away. His temporary boost to near-Tao fusion levels was collapsing as the crystal's reserves bled out through Mo Tianlang's fracture. In minutes, he would be back to his base cultivation, void refinement peak, diminished by the fight, drained by the interrupted ritual. And facing him was a void refinement cultivator with temporal abilities that defied everything Gu Yanzhao understood about combat. You think this changes anything? Gu Yanzhao snarled, drawing on the dregs of the crystal's power. I am the Shadow Veil Order. I have destroyed sects, conquered territories, and survived for 40 years in the darkest corners of the cultivation world. One boy with a time trick won't be the end of me. I'm not a boy, Shenwei said, raising his sword. And it's not a trick. The final exchange began. The silence after the 3 strikes lasted exactly 4 seconds. Shenwei stood over the fallen man and felt the weight of the moment settle over him. Not satisfaction, not relief, but something quieter and harder to name. The end of something. The beginning of something else. The hinge point between a story and its aftermath. Gu Yanzhao was breathing. His eyes were closed, his cultivation shattered, the dark essence that had powered his techniques dissipating into the ruined chamber around him like smoke from a dying fire. He looked, in that moment, like what he had always been beneath the power and the cruelty. An ordinary man who had made extraordinary choices in the wrong direction. The soul-draining arrays had fallen silent. The ritual crystal was nothing but fragments and dispersed stolen life force. In the upper levels, Shenwei's temporal senses registered the last of the soul-draining arrays collapsing, Lin Yu's voice echoing down through the citadel's crumbling architecture, sharp, clear, giving orders with the efficiency of a soldier who had found his purpose. The light in the ritual chamber was changing. The permanent twilight that the shadow veil had engineered into the dimensional fold sky was breaking apart as the fold's stability degraded. Raw spatial energy leaked through the cracks, neither dark nor light. Just the unformed potential of space that had been compressed and shaped and was now being released. Shenwei pressed 2 fingers against Gu Yanzhao's dantian, checking, not attacking. The man's golden core was cracked through the center, its coherence gone. He would never cultivate again at a meaningful level. Whatever he had built over 40 years of dark cultivation was over. It's done, Shenwei said quietly. Not to Gu Yanzhao, not to anyone in particular, to himself. Because sometimes the person who most needed to hear something said aloud was the one saying it. Chapter 91. The battle for the citadel. Gu Yanzhao fought with the desperation of a cornered predator. No technique too dark, no tactic too cruel. He summoned the remaining spectral souls from the damaged crystal, using them as shields and weapons simultaneously. He deployed spatial collapse techniques that tried to compress the chamber around Shenwei. He even attacked the crumbling dimensional fold itself, threatening to collapse the entire pocket dimension and kill everyone inside. If I go, he screamed, everyone goes with me. Shenwei countered each escalation with temporal precision. He freed the spectral souls with flowing time blade strikes that dissolved their bondage. He stabilized the spatial collapses with the paradox core's uncertainty fields. He reinforced the dimensional fold with temporal energy from the chrono shard, holding reality together through sheer force of will. And he advanced. Step by step, strike by strike, he closed the distance between himself and Gu Yanzhao. The epic veil's 3 components resonated at maximum output. Temporal energy swirled around Shenwei like a visible aura, crystalline distortions that aged the air and de-aged the ground, and created a sphere of shifting time that Gu Yanzhao's attacks couldn't penetrate. Gu Yanzhao threw everything he had into a final assault, a concentrated beam of dark spatial energy that combined every forbidden technique in his arsenal. It was a suicide attack, burning his own life force along with the crystal's remaining reserves, converting everything into a single, overwhelming strike. Shenwei didn't dodge. He didn't deflect. He absorbed it. The Tao of Reversed Heavens, a technique concept he'd been developing instinctively since his first encounter with heavenly tribulation lightning, activated at full power. The dark energy beam, instead of destroying him, was captured by his temporal field and converted into cultivation fuel. His cultivation exploded upward. The citadel fractured around the combat. Shenwei's Tao fusion breakthrough had aged the architecture by centuries in the span of heartbeats, and the old black jade, already stressed by the destruction of its dimensional fold stability, was giving way in sheets and avalanches that turned every corridor into a kill zone of falling stone. Lin Yu's voice carried through the communication talisman in short, urgent bursts, eastern wing collapsing, pulling left. Lin Hao, watch the ceiling on your side. Southeast support column is gone. The structural chaos worked both ways. It slowed the assault team's movement through the upper levels, but it also disrupted Gu Yanzhao's remaining forces, who had been coordinating through the Citadel's internal formation network and were now fighting with the frantic inefficiency of soldiers who couldn't hear their commanders. Shenwei tracked all of it through his expanded temporal senses. The Citadel existed in multiple temporal states simultaneously, some sections aging fast, some frozen by his earlier stasis applications, some running at normal speed. His awareness moved through this fractured timescape like a hand through water, feeling each current. Gu Yanzhao kept fighting. Even with the crystal fractured, even with his stolen power bleeding away, even with a Tao fusion opponent bearing down on him, the man kept fighting. Not with elegance or precision anymore, but with the raw, grinding endurance of a cultivator who had survived 4 decades in the darkest corners of the world by refusing to stop. Shen Wei respected that, in a cold and factual way, the way you could respect a storm for its consistency. But storms ended. Chapter 92, Tao Fusion Breakthrough Void Refinement Stage 5 to Stage 7 to peak, and then beyond, crashing through the barrier to Tao Fusion, the 8th realm, with a force that sent temporal shockwaves through the entire citadel. Tao Fusion, the realm where personal comprehension merged with universal law. The realm where cultivators didn't just manipulate essence, but imposed their understanding on reality itself. Shen Wei's understanding was time. As Tao Fusion's power filled him, his comprehension of the temporal Tao deepened from technique to truth. He didn't just manipulate time, he understood it. He could see time's fundamental structure, the endless branching of possibilities, the rigid determinism of the past, the fluid uncertainty of the future. He could perceive the timeline itself, not as a river but as an ocean, with currents and depths and a surface that mortals called the present. The breakthrough's temporal shockwave aged the entire Black Lotus Citadel by 1,000 years and seconds. Stone crumbled, metal rusted, crystal shattered. The dimensional fold, already destabilized by Lin Hao's formation disruption, began to collapse. And outside the citadel, in the mortal realm, the sky tore open. Golden chains descended from the heavens, not monitoring arrays, not investigation probes, but physical manifestations of heavenly law. The arbiter of epochs, drawn by the massive temporal distortion, had arrived at the mortal realm. The sky turned gold. The air hummed with cosmic authority. And a voice, vast, impersonal, and absolute, echoed across the continent. Temporal anomaly confirmed. Correction protocol initiated. But that was outside. Inside the crumbling citadel, Shen Wei stood at Tao Fusion Stage 1, freshly transformed, radiating temporal energy that made the very concept of now flexible within 100 meters of his body. And Gu Yanzhao, drained, diminished, his ritual destroyed and his forces scattered, stared at him with the wide eyes of someone who had just realized he was no longer the most dangerous person in the room. The moment stretched. Tao Fusion, the 8th realm, was not simply an increase in power. It was a change in the quality of existence. Shen Wei's comprehension of the temporal Tao, which had been a student's understanding, precise but external, a skill applied rather than a truth embodied, deepened past the point of application into the point of being. He no longer performed temporal techniques. He existed as a temporal entity. The distinction was the difference between playing music and being a musician. The breakthrough's shockwave aged the citadel's already crumbling walls further. Stone that had been cracking became dust. Dust became constituent minerals. In a 20-meter radius, entropy ran at full speed, and the Black Lotus Citadel showed what it had always been beneath the dark jade surface. A temporary arrangement of matter, no more permanent than anything else. Through the communication talisman, Lin Yu's voice. What just happened? Everything within 50 meters of your position is. It's old, Shen Wei. Ancient. The stone looks like ruins. Breakthrough, Shen Wei said. A pause. Then, you're terrifying, you know that? He could hear the pride in his friend's voice underneath the awe, and it grounded him. Whatever he had become, whatever the 8th realm had transformed him into, he was still the boy who had shaken Lin Yu's hand at a sect wall and been told they were famous in a bad way. The dimensional fold's collapse was accelerating. Golden chains had begun falling through the torn sky above the citadel. Not the arbiter, not yet, but its harbingers, its advance notice that something had been noticed. He needed to finish this and get everyone out before the heavens arrived in force. He turned his Tao Fusion awareness toward Gu Yanzhao, and the man's stolen power boost, already fading, shrank further under the weight of a comprehension that simply saw past every defense. The end was very close now. Chapter 93, The Fall of Gu Yanzhao. Shen Wei struck with Tao Fusion power. The attack was unlike anything that had come before. At Tao Fusion, techniques didn't just carry essence, they carried understanding. Shen Wei's strike carried the temporal Tao itself, the concept of time as a weapon, the idea that every moment contains both creation and destruction. The flowing time blade's temporal edge evolved into something transcendent. It didn't just age what it touched, it imposed temporal truth on reality. Each strike carried the weight of every moment that had ever existed and every moment that ever would. Gu Yanzhao tried to defend. His spatial techniques, already weakened, crumbled against attacks that existed in multiple timelines simultaneously. The paradox core's power, amplified by Tao fusion comprehension, created strikes that were both real and unreal, attacks that hit from the past, the present, and a microsecond into the future at the same time. 3 strikes. That was all it took. The first struck Gu Yanzhao from the past, a flowing time blade slash that Shun Wei had already performed, its temporal echo reaching backward to create a wound that had always been there. The second struck from the present, a direct thrust that pierced Gu Yanzhao's remaining defenses with the overwhelming force of Tao fusion. The third struck from the future, a technique that Shun Wei would perform in the next microsecond, its effects arriving before the cause, creating a wound that appeared before the blade reached its target. 3 strikes from 3 timelines. No cultivator, regardless of realm, could defend against attacks from the past, present, and future simultaneously. Gu Yanzhao fell. His body hit the crumbling floor of the ritual chamber, his cultivation shattered, his dark spatial techniques dissolving like smoke. Blood pooled beneath him, dark, corrupted blood that smelled of stolen lives and wasted years. "You think you've won?" he gasped, his voice a rasp. "The heavens will finish what I started. You're an abomination, Shun Wei. A violation of natural law. The arbiter will erase you, and everything you've built will be enough," Shun Wei said, and drove his blade through Gu Yanzhao's heart. The leader of the Shadow Veil Order died with a look of surprise on his face, as if he genuinely hadn't believed that this was how his story ended. The ritual collapsed. The central crystal shattered completely, releasing its remaining stolen life force in a burst of liberated energy. The spectral souls, freed from the crystal's bondage, rose in a column of light, hundreds of released consciousnesses ascending toward whatever afterlife awaited them. The Shadow Veil Order's ritual was destroyed. Its leader was dead. Its citadel was crumbling. But the citadel's dimensional fold was collapsing too, and Shun Wei's allies were still inside. "Everyone out." Shun Wei's voice, amplified by Tao fusion's spiritual pressure, echoed through every level of the citadel. "The dimension is collapsing. Move." He used his temporal abilities to stabilize the fold long enough for evacuation. Lin Yu led the assault team toward the only remaining exit, a natural rift in the dimensional fold that Shun Wei tore open using the Chronos Shard's power. Bai Lianhua carried Mo Tianlang on her back, the man unconscious but alive. Feng Shuang, still breathing, barely, was carried by 2 Azure Cloud disciples. They escaped seconds before the Black Lotus Citadel's dimensional fold collapsed entirely, crushing the fortress into a point of compressed space that vanished from the mortal realm with a sound like reality itself, sighing in relief. Chapter 94. Aftermath of War. The Darkfall Mountains were quiet in the aftermath. The Shadow Veil Order was destroyed. Its citadel was gone. Its leader was dead. Its remaining forces, those who hadn't been inside the citadel, scattered across the continent, leaderless and broken. Shun Wei's alliance had paid a price. Of the 28 cultivators who'd entered the citadel, 23 had survived. 5 lay among the dead, their names carved into the stone of the mountainside by Lin Yu's earth techniques, a permanent memorial to their sacrifice. Mo Tianlang was alive but critical. The forbidden artifact's backlash had ravaged his already damaged body. Bai Lianhua worked through the night, crafting specialized healing pills that stabilized his condition from dying to severely injured. Feng Shuang was also alive, barely. Gu Yanzhao's spatial blade had punctured her lung and nicked her heart. Only Bai Lianhua's emergency treatment and a massive dose of healing pills had kept her breathing. "She'll live," Bai Lianhua reported, her hands still stained with blood and alchemical compounds. "But her cultivation is damaged. She may never fully recover." Shun Wei sat alone on a ridge overlooking the battlefield, processing the weight of what had happened. Tao fusion hummed in his veins, power beyond anything he'd imagined possible, the 8th realm of cultivation achieved through combat and desperation and the sacrifice of people who believed in him. But there was no time to process, no time to grieve, no time to celebrate, because the sky was turning gold. The 5 who had died were not famous. They had not performed great techniques or delivered turning point strikes. They had held formation positions in corridors, bought time at stairwells, and died doing the quiet, essential work of keeping a path open for the people behind them. Lu Cheng, a Foundation Establishment Stage 3 disciple who had joined the new Azure Cloud 3 months ago. Wei Ru, a Meridian Opening Stage 5 woman who had survived the original sect's collapse and rebuilt herself from nothing. Tan Beiwei, who had been funny. Lin Yu said this with a voice stripped of anything except fact, and who had told a terrible joke in the pre-assault briefing that had made even Elder Qin's mouth twitch. Li Shuang, Chen Yanmei. 5 names. Shun Wei said each one, while Lin Yu carved them into the mountainside. and then he held the silence that followed for as long as it needed to be held. The sky above the Darkfall Mountains was turning gold at its edges. Not dawn, the Arbiter's signature. The first tendrils of cosmic monitoring, snaking outward from wherever in the heavens the watching systems lived, drawn by the temporal shockwave of his Tao fusion breakthrough. He had felt it the moment he'd crossed into the eighth realm. The heavens had felt it too. Lin Hao came to stand beside him, her sleeves rolled back, her hands still faintly stained with the mineral residue of healing compounds. She didn't say anything. She simply stood, shoulder to shoulder with him, her presence the kind that didn't require words. He was grateful for it. He was not ready to speak. He was not ready for what was coming from the sky, either, but readiness had never been a prerequisite for what came next. It only meant you met it standing. Chapter 95. The Arbiter descends. It came with the dawn. The Arbiter of Epics manifested above the Darkfall Mountains, a colossal humanoid figure, hundreds of meters tall, made entirely of golden law chains. Each chain represented a rule of temporal law, inscribed with equations that defined how time was supposed to flow in the mortal realm. Its body was a lattice of cosmic authority, its eyes twin points of golden light that swept the landscape with mechanical precision. Temporal anomaly detected. Its voice shook the mountains. Rocks tumbled. Rivers reversed. Birds fell from the sky, their tiny hearts overwhelmed by the vibration of cosmic authority. Entity designation, Shunwei. You have corrupted the natural flow of time. The correction protocol is activated. The Arbiter raised one enormous hand, and a temporal correction bolt, far larger and more powerful than the ones Shunwei had survived before, formed in its palm. A ball of golden light that pulsed with the authority of heaven itself, designed to erase not just a person but the temporal anomaly they represented. You will be erased. No, Shunwei said, standing on the ridge, facing a being that dwarfed mountains. I won't. He turned to his allies. Evacuate. Take everyone south. Get as far from here as possible. We're not leaving you, Lin Hao said immediately. You can't fight this. None of you can. The Arbiter is beyond mortal combat. It's a manifestation of heavenly law itself. He met Lin Hao's eyes. Please you. Keep them safe. Lin Hao's jaw worked. His eyes were bright with unshed tears. But he was a soldier, and he knew an order when he heard one. You better survive this, he said, his voice rough. I'll try. Lin Hao stepped forward and kissed him. Hard, fast, tasting of tears and healing pills and fierce, defiant love. Come back to me, she said. Always. They left. Shunwei watched them go, carrying Mo Tianlang and Feng Shuang, leading the surviving Azure Cloud disciples south at maximum speed. Then he turned to face the Arbiter of Epics, a young man, a former servant, a temporal cultivator who had risen from nothing to the eighth realm of cultivation in a matter of months. Against a cosmic enforcer of heavenly law, the temporal correction bolt descended. It was bigger than he'd imagined. The Jade Spirit had described the Arbiters of Epics in its whispered warnings, speaking in the careful tone of someone who had survived encounters with the subject only by running very fast and very far. A manifestation of heavenly law, she had said. A correction mechanism. Not a being in any meaningful sense. A function, wearing the shape of a being so that mortal minds could process it. The golden figure above the Darkfall Mountains was 300 meters of absolute certainty, and the part of Shunwei that had grown up hauling water on the wrong side of the sect hierarchy felt the particular terror of someone who had finally attracted the attention of the highest authority. He breathed through it, let it wash over him and recede. The Arbiter wasn't angry. That was the thing that struck him as it raised its enormous hand, as the temporal correction bolt formed in its palm with the casual inevitability of a natural law expressing itself. It wasn't angry. It didn't feel anything at all. It was a system doing what systems did, detecting an anomaly and dispatching the appropriate response. He was the anomaly. To the Arbiter, he was a calculation with an incorrect result, a deviation that needed to be corrected back into the mean. There was something almost clarifying about that. It stripped everything away. No politics, no history, no grudges or ambitions or the complicated morality of mortal conflict. Just a question. Did the temporal anomaly persist, or did it not? I persist, Shunwei said, to himself, to the pendant at his chest, to the Jade Spirit whose last sacrifice had been so he could stand here and say exactly this. The bolt descended. Chapter 96. The weight of heaven. The bolt struck. Shunwei activated every defense he had. The epic veil's three components at maximum output, the Tao of reversed heavens absorbing what it could, his own Tao fusion cultivation reinforcing his body against erasure. The impact was beyond description. It wasn't force, it was negation. The bolt didn't try to kill him. It tried to unmake him, to erase his existence from the timeline, to unwrite his birth, his cultivation, his victories, and leave behind a world that had never contained a person named Shen Wei. The epic veil resisted. The Chronos shard held his temporal signature together. The eternity compass anchored his consciousness in the present. The paradox core generated uncertainty about whether the erasure would succeed. But the bolt was powerful beyond mortal reckoning. It shattered his outer defenses. It burned through his Tao fusion shields. It reached the core of his being and began to pull, unraveling his existence thread by thread. Shen Wei screamed, not in pain, in existential terror. He could feel himself being undone. Feel his memories starting to fade, his cultivation starting to dissolve, his very identity beginning to lose coherence. The jade pendant, the fourth component, still unactivated, still holding the jade spirit's consciousness, pulsed with desperate energy. Around Shen Wei, the ground aged by centuries. Trees that had survived for millennia crumbled to dust. The rock beneath his feet weathered to sand. Everything within 100 meters was affected by the temporal discharge. Decades and centuries of time compressed into the seconds of the bolt's impact. He survived. Barely. The bolt dissipated. Shen Wei collapsed to one knee, his body scorched, his cultivation reserves depleted to near zero, his consciousness flickering like a candle in a hurricane. But he was still here, still real, still himself. The Arbiter observed him with what might have been surprise, if a cosmic enforcer could feel such things. Anomaly persists. Increasing correction magnitude. Another bolt formed, larger than the first. Shen Wei knew he couldn't survive another direct hit. His defenses were shattered. His reserves were empty. The epic veil's three components were strained to their limits. He needed the fourth component, the jade pendant, the jade spirit's sacrifice. Not yet, he whispered, pushing himself to his feet. Not yet. He ran. The epic veil held. Not because it was stronger than a temporal correction bolt from an arbiter of epics. It wasn't, and Shen Wei was not deluded enough to pretend it was. The veil held because it was designed for exactly this. Not to block the bolt's force, but to maintain its bearer's temporal identity against attempts at erasure. The Chronos shard anchored his timeline. The eternity compass kept him present. The paradox core prevented the heavens from achieving certainty about whether the correction had succeeded. But anchoring an identity against a force that was trying to unwrite it was not the same as being unharmed by it. When the bolt's energy finally dispersed, Shen Wei was kneeling in a circle of aged earth, his Tao fusion cultivation depleted to a fraction of its reserves, his body radiating the heat of essence pushed past comfortable limits. The jade pendant was burning hot against his sternum, hotter than it had ever been, the spirit within it pouring everything into the defensive task it had been waiting to perform. I'm here, Shen Wei said, which was true and was the most important thing to establish. Still here. The Arbiter's golden eyes tracked him without expression. He could see, in the crystalline logic of the heavenly construct, the calculation being performed, the question of whether increased force would accomplish what standard force had not. The answer, from the Arbiter's perspective, was always the same: escalate. He rose from his knee before the next bolt charged, because kneeling before things that intended to erase you was a practice he had no interest in maintaining. The ground under him was ancient, compressed centuries, soil that had been new when the sect was young, rock that remembered formations buried and forgotten. He stood on the weight of all that time and gathered what remained of his Tao fusion reserves. He was not done, not even close. Chapter 97. The Jade Spirit's Sacrifice. Shen Wei used temporal shift to put distance between himself and the Arbiter, each shift carrying him kilometers across the landscape in eye blinks. The Arbiter followed, its massive body striding across the terrain with casual steps that covered hundreds of meters. Everywhere it walked, time corrected itself. Temporal distortions that Shen Wei had created during his months of cultivation, accelerated growth in forests, aged stone on mountains, shifted weather patterns, were systematically normalized. The Arbiter was not just hunting him, it was repairing the damage his existence had caused. Shen Wei couldn't outrun it forever. He needed to fight. And to fight, he needed the complete epic veil. The Jade Spirit manifested fully for the first time since the pendant had been damaged. Not as a voice or a dream, but as a physical presence. A translucent figure standing beside Shen Wei in the ruins of a valley that the Arbiter's passage had leveled. The spirit looked exactly as he had in the visions, an ancient cultivator in robes predating history, his face bearing the accumulated wisdom and weariness of 10,000 years. Wei Changkong, Shen Wei said. That's your name. It was 10,000 years ago, before the heavens took everything from me. The spirit looked at the approaching arbiter with an expression that held no fear, only a bone-deep weariness. I have existed for 10 millennia as a fragment, a consciousness trapped in jade, waiting for someone to carry on what I started. I'm not ready. You'll never be ready. That's not how readiness works. Wei Changkong smiled, the first genuine smile Shun Wei had ever seen from the spirit. The epic veil needs 4 components. You have 3. The 4th is me, my consciousness, my temporal energy, my 10,000 years of accumulated understanding. When I dissolve, that energy will complete the veil. There has to be another way. There isn't. I've had 10,000 years to look for one. The spirit placed a translucent hand on Shun Wei's shoulder. Listen to me, Shun Wei. You are the last temporal cultivator, the only one the heavens haven't destroyed. Everything I was, everything I knew, everything I hoped for, it lives in you now. The arbiter was close. Its golden chains rattled with cosmic authority. The epic veil won't make you invisible forever, Wei Changkong continued rapidly. It will mask your temporal signature from heavenly detection, but the arbiter is already here. It's seen you, it knows you exist. The veil will prevent future arbiters from finding you, and it will disrupt this one's targeting system. But you'll still need to fight. I know. Then let me do this. Wei Changkong's form began to glow, temporal energy building within his translucent body, compressing, concentrating. I've existed for 10,000 years as a fragment, Shun Wei. Let me finally be of use. The arbiter raised its hand. A third temporal correction bolt, the largest yet, formed above the landscape, its golden light turning the sky the color of molten law. Now, Wei Changkong said. He dissolved. Not gradually, instantaneously. His consciousness, his energy, his 10,000 years of accumulated temporal understanding transformed from a spirit's essence into pure temporal power. The jade pendant beneath Shun Wei's skin shattered, its fragments dissolving into the same stream of energy. The energy poured into Shun Wei, into the Chronos shard, into the eternity compass, into the paradox core. The 3 components, already resonating within him, received the 4th component's energy and ignited. The epic veil activated. He felt it through the pendant. The spirit's decision, communicated not in words, but in the particular quality of warmth that had always meant she was about to do something irreversible. Don't, he said, aloud, because the alternative was that no one would ever know he had asked. Her answer came the same way her communication always came. Not language, but comprehension arriving whole. She had been waiting for this moment since before he'd found her, sealed in a cracked jade pendant in a forgotten vault on a mountain nobody visited. Her entire purpose, laid down across whatever time had passed since her civilization fell, had been to be here, at this point, to do the one thing that she had preserved herself to do. The jade spirit's 4th component activated. The epic veil's 4th piece, the one that had always been present but dormant, integrated into his body but not yet expressive, blazed into life as her consciousness dissolved into it. Not destroyed, transformed. Her awareness, the last fragment of an ancient civilization that had explored time the way fish explored water, spread through the veil structure and became part of its fundamental architecture. The epic veil was complete. The arbiter's 6th correction bolt, the strongest yet, a concentrated pillar of golden erasure, struck the completed veil and broke apart on impact. Its temporal energy scattered, unable to find the coherent timeline it was designed to unwrite. Shun Wei felt her absence in his chest where the pendant had been warm. The jade was cool now, inert, emptied. He stood in the Darkfall Mountains under a sky full of golden light, and he let himself feel it for exactly the seconds it took to breathe in and breathe out and decide. She had given him the weapon. The only thing he could do with it that honored the gift was use it. Chapter 98. The epic veil activates the world changed. A shimmering barrier erupted from Shun Wei's body, not a visible shield, but a warping of reality itself. The epic veil rewrote the rules around him. His temporal signature, the distinctive pattern that the heavenly monitoring arrays had been tracking, the signature that had drawn the arbiter across cosmic distances, vanished. Not suppressed, not hidden, erased. As far as the heavenly Tao's detection systems were concerned, Shun Wei's temporal anomaly had simply ceased to exist. The temporal correction bolt, already formed and descending, lost its lock. Without a temporal signature to target, the bolt had nothing to hit. It struck the ground where Shun Wei stood, but the erasure effect, the unmaking force that had nearly destroyed him twice before, had nothing to unmake. It was like firing a heat-seeking missile at a target that had no heat signature. The bolt discharged harmlessly into the landscape, aging a valley by a few centuries, but touching nothing of consequence. The arbiter paused. Its golden eyes swept the area, scanning, searching, anomaly, undetectable. Its voice carried confusion, a concept that cosmic enforcers weren't designed to process. Temporal signature, normalized. Scanning. It couldn't find him. Shenwei stood in the open, 10 meters from the Arbiter's enormous foot, and the cosmic enforcer couldn't see him. The epic veil had made him invisible to heavenly detection, a ghost in the machine, a null in the equation. But the Arbiter was not foolish. It had tracked the anomaly to this location. It had seen Shenwei with its own eyes before the veil activated. Logic, even cosmic logic, demanded that the target was still present. Anomaly undetectable. Switching to area correction protocol. If it couldn't find the needle, it would burn the haystack. The Arbiter spread its hands, and temporal correction energy began pouring from its body in all directions. Not targeted bolts, but a wave of erasure that expanded outward in a sphere, aging and unmaking everything it touched regardless of whether it was the anomaly or not. Mountains crumbled. Rivers dried. Forests aged to dead standing timber and then to dust. The landscape for kilometers in every direction began to die, consumed by the indiscriminate correction of a cosmic enforcer that had decided to sterilize the entire region. Shenwei had to stop it. Not for himself, the epic veil protected him, but for everyone else in the area. For the towns and villages within the correction sphere's expanding radius. For the cultivators and mortals who would be erased from existence simply because they were close to where a temporal anomaly had once been detected. He needed allies. He needed everyone he could get. The epic veil at full activation was not a shield. A shield was a wall between a defender and an attack, a passive structure that absorbed or deflected. The completed epic veil was something architecturally different. It was a domain. Within it, temporal law operated according to Shenwei's comprehension rather than the heavens' rules. The Arbiter's corrections, which were fundamentally temporal in nature, attempts to rewrite the timeline of an anomaly into conformity, entered the veil's domain and found that the rules they relied on did not apply here. The seventh bolt arrived. The veil took it apart piece by piece, converting the bolt's directional erasure energy into undirected temporal fluctuation that dispersed harmlessly into the surrounding landscape. Trees near the veil's edge aged by decades, then de-aged, then settled into a new middle state. Time breathed around him like a living thing, following the contours of a mind rather than the mandates of a system. The Arbiter paused. In the mechanical logic of a heavenly enforcement construct, a pause was an unusual event. Correction protocols didn't pause, they escalated or they concluded. A pause indicated a classification problem. The target was not behaving according to any documented anomaly pattern, and the system was searching its records for applicable precedent. Shenwei used the pause. He wasn't strong enough to destroy the Arbiter. Not yet, but he didn't need to destroy it. He needed to damage it enough that it concluded the cost of continued correction exceeded the protocol's acceptable parameters. Arbiters weren't sent to win at any cost. They were sent to correct, and correction had acceptable cost thresholds. He raised the flowing time blade and activated the temporal technique he'd been developing since his first encounter with the Arbiter structure, a strike designed not to break law chains, but to age them, to make them feel the weight of the time they enforced. The blade fell. Chapter 99, Alliance Against the Heavens. Shenwei's voice, amplified by Tao Fusion's spiritual pressure, echoed across the continent. Cultivators of the mortal realm. The heavens have sent an enforcer to destroy us. Not just me, all of us. It will erase everything within its correction radius. Every cultivator, every mortal, every living thing. If we do not fight together, we die separately. The response came from unexpected quarters. Lin Hao arrived first, leading the azure cloud remnants back from their evacuation route. We heard the call, and I brought something. She held up a pouch of pills, her latest creation. Temper resistance pills, enhanced. They'll shield individuals from the Arbiter's correction wave for approximately 10 minutes. Lin Hao had rallied every fighter in the evacuation column. 32 combatants. Not much against a god, but it's what we've got. Elder Qin appeared via emergency teleportation, a one-time formation she'd been saving for absolute crisis. I can maintain a continental formation that stabilizes local space-time. It won't stop the Arbiter, but it will slow the correction wave's expansion. Su Main arrived with reinforcements she'd gathered during the evacuation, scattered cultivators from destroyed sects, refugees, wanderers. 12 more swords. Duan Qinghe, the swordsman from the Grand Tournament, appeared on a flying sword, his eyes open for once, his expression grave. I felt the temporal disturbance from 1,000 kilometers away. My sword tells me that if the Arbiter succeeds, the balance of reality itself will be damaged. He drew his blade. I stand with you. And then, impossibly, Empress Yin Shuho arrived. She was diminished, her palace destroyed, her cultivation damaged from her fight with Shun Wei. But she was still Dao Fusion, still one of the most powerful beings in the mortal realm. And she recognized the Arbiter for what it was, a threat to all mortals, regardless of political affiliation. "Don't misunderstand," she said, landing before Shun Wei with imperial dignity despite her injuries. "I still want your physique. But I can't take it from you if the heavens erase both of us. This is pragmatism, not alliance." "I'll take what I can get," Shun Wei said. Together, they formed a continental defense formation. Elder Qin anchored it with her peerless formation expertise, creating a stabilizing array that used the combined essence of every cultivator present to resist the correction wave's expansion. Lin Hao distributed temporal resistance pills, protecting each fighter from the Arbiter's erasure effect. Lin Yu organized the combat formations, positioning the weaker cultivators in support roles and the stronger ones in strike teams. And Shun Wei, shielded by the Epoch Veil, invisible to heavenly detection, prepared to enter the Arbiter's body and destroy it from within. "The Arbiter is made of law chains," he explained to the assembled fighters. "Each chain represents a temporal law, a rule that defines how time is supposed to flow. At its center is a core anchor, the chain that connects it to the heavenly monitoring array. If I destroy the anchor, the Arbiter loses its connection to the heavens and collapses." "How do we get you close enough?" Duan Qinghe asked. "Distract it. Keep it focused on the exterior defense while I enter through a gap in its chain structure." Empress Xianxia smiled grimly. Distracting a cosmic enforcer. This should be interesting. The mortal realm had never organized this quickly before. In the history of the Azure Province, which stretched back 1,200 years of documented cultivation history, with another several thousand years of legend before that, no force had ever mobilized across sect lines in 3 days. Sect rivalries were ancient. Territorial disputes were generational. The political architecture of cultivation society was built on the assumption that sects competed rather than cooperated. The golden chains in the sky changed the calculation. Mo Tianlong's communication network, 4 years in the building, seated across the province with the patience of a man who had been planning for precisely this kind of moment, transmitted Shun Wei's message to 17 sect leaders simultaneously. The message was brief. The Arbiter had been driven back temporarily. A second, larger heavenly response was incoming. Alliance formation was the only viable response, and a temporal anomaly with Dao fusion cultivation was requesting a meeting. 12 of the 17 sect leaders came. They arrived at Cloudfall Valley with their guards and their suspicions and their old grievances, and they sat in Elder Qin's hastily expanded meeting chamber and looked at the young man who had apparently fought a cosmic enforcer to a standstill in the Darkfall Mountains and wondered if they were making a terrible mistake. "I won't ask you to fight something you can't understand," Shun Wei told them. "I'll ask you to fight something you can see and feel and hate. The thing that's suppressing your cultivation, threatening your disciples, and treating your centuries of work as an obstacle to be cleared. The heavens don't know your names. To them, your background conditions." He looked around the table. "Let's show them that's wrong." It wasn't the most elegant speech, but it was honest, and honesty, in a room full of people who spent their professional lives parsing deception, had the force of a physical blow. They stayed. Chapter 100. Driving back the heavens. The battle for the mortal realm began. Elder Qin's continental formation activated, a web of stabilizing energy that spread across the landscape, pushing back against the Arbiter's correction wave. The wave slowed, its advance checked by the combined essence of dozens of cultivators channeling their power through Elder Qin's masterwork array. The Arbiter responded by intensifying its output. More correction energy poured from its body, straining the formation's limits. "We can hold for 20 minutes, Elder Qin reported through gritted teeth. "After that, the formation fails." 20 minutes. Shun Wei needed to be inside the Arbiter and at its core anchor before then. The strike teams attacked. Empress Xianxia led the first assault, a devastating Crimson Phoenix technique that slammed into the Arbiter's left leg with enough force to stagger a mountain. The cosmic enforcer was vast and powerful, but it was also physical. It existed in the mortal realm, subject to mortal realm physics, even if those physics were enhanced by heavenly authority. The impact cracked several law chains. The Arbiter turned its attention to the Empress, sweeping a hand downward in a correction strike that would have erased her from existence. Duan Qinghe intercepted. His sword intent, pure, transcendent, honed by 30 years of single-minded dedication, cut the correction strike's essence construct cleanly in half. The two halves diverged, striking the ground on either side of the Empress and aging 2 patches of landscape into geological history. Lin Yu's earth techniques created barriers and trenches, reshaping the battlefield to channel the Arbiter's movements. By Lin Hao's alchemical bombs detonated against its lower chains, disrupting their resonance and creating gaps in the cosmic enforcer structure. The Arbiter fought back with mechanical precision, correction bolts, erasure waves, temporal reversal beams that tried to de-age its attackers into nothingness. By Lin Hao's pills held, protecting the fighters from the worst effects, but the strain was enormous. Xin Wei moved through the chaos, invisible. The epic veil made him undetectable to the Arbiter's heavenly senses. He approached its massive body, a lattice of golden chains that towered above the battlefield, and found his entry point, a gap in the chain structure at the Arbiter's lower back, created by Lin Hao's disruption bombs. He entered. Inside the Arbiter was a world of golden law. Chains stretched in every direction, each one humming with cosmic authority. They carried information, temporal rules, correction protocols, detection algorithms. Walking through them was like walking through a living computer, each chain a circuit carrying data that defined how time was supposed to work in the mortal realm. At the Arbiter's center, Xin Wei found the core anchor. It was a single chain, thicker than the others, brighter, pulsing with a direct connection to the heavenly monitoring array. This was the link that tied the Arbiter to the heavens, that gave it authority and power and purpose. Xin Wei drew his sword. The flowing time blade's temporal edge, enhanced by the epic veil's complete power and his Tao fusion comprehension, glowed with crystalline light. He struck the core anchor. The chain resisted. It was heavenly law, woven from the fundamental rules of the universe, designed to be unbreakable. He struck again, and again. Each strike carried not just force but understanding. The temporal Tao's deepest truth, that time is not rigid but fluid, not fixed but malleable, not owned by the heavens but shared by all beings. The chain cracked. On the fifth strike, it broke. The Arbiter of Epics shuddered. Its golden eyes flickered. Its chains began to lose coherence, disconnecting from each other, falling apart like a structure whose foundation had been removed. Anomaly. Correction. Failed. The Arbiter's voice faded from cosmic thunder to a whisper. Dispatching. Higher. Authority. One final message, transmitted to the heavens before the connection severed completely. A report that the temporal anomaly had been confirmed, that the Arbiter had been destroyed, and that the mortal realm now harbored a threat that required a greater response. Then the Arbiter collapsed. Its golden chains dispersed into temporal fragments that rained down on the battlefield like falling stars, each one carrying a faint echo of temporal energy that Xin Wei's physique absorbed instinctively. The fragments flowed into him. Years of accumulated temporal essence, crystallized from the cosmic laws that had defined the Arbiter's existence. His cultivation surged, Tao Fusion Stage 1 to Stage 5, then higher, fueled by the dispersing energy of a cosmic enforcer. Tao Fusion Peak. The battlefield fell silent. The correction wave ceased. The golden light faded from the sky. The Arbiter of Epics was gone. The mortal realm's defenders stood in the aftermath, battered, exhausted, and alive. Elder Qin's formation flickered and died, its energy reserves completely drained. Bai Lianhua collapsed beside her depleted pill supplies. Lin Yu drove his spear into the ground and leaned on it, his body trembling with exhaustion. Empress Yun Shuha surveyed the devastation with an expression that might have been respect. You destroyed a heavenly enforcer. I didn't think that was possible. It shouldn't be, Xin Wei said, landing beside his allies. The epic veil shimmered around him, a constant presence now, woven into his being. But I'm not what the heavens expected. He looked at the sky, clear now, free of golden chains, but carrying a promise. The Arbiter's final message had been sent. The heavens knew that their enforcer had been destroyed, and whatever came next would be worse. But that was tomorrow's problem. Today, they had won. Xin Wei reached out and took Bai Lianhua's hand. She squeezed it, too exhausted to speak, but strong enough to hold on. The victory was real. The cost was real. And the war, the true war, between a boy who'd learned to bend time and the cosmic order that demanded time remain unbent, was just beginning. The Arbiter fell at dawn. Not dramatically. Not in a cascade of shattered law chains and cosmic proclamations. It simply reached the threshold at which the epic veil's temporal reflection could sustain the combat indefinitely. The Continental Alliance's formation array could anchor the battlefield against the Arbiter's suppression field, and the cost-to-correction ratio in the Arbiter's own operating parameters exceeded the threshold that justified continued engagement. The golden figure descended from 300 meters to 200 to 100. Its law chains, aged by temporal reflection strikes, were thinner than they had been. The regeneration still happening but slower, each new chain a fraction thinner than the one it replaced. At 100 meters, Shunwei reached the Arbiter's core anchor, the central chain from which its entire body structure extended, and struck it with a flowing time blade technique that carried the full weight of Tao fusion comprehension and the Jade Spirit's sacrifice. The anchor didn't break, but it cracked. A crack was sufficient. Without a fully intact core anchor, the Arbiter's law-chain body could not maintain full coherence. The system began a forced withdrawal, not a defeat in the cosmic sense, but a tactical retreat to reassess and escalate. The golden chains withdrew upward, piece by piece, the enormous figure contracting as it pulled its structure back through whatever dimensional aperture it used to access the mortal realm. The sky above the Darkfall Mountains cleared. Pale, early light fell on battered landscape and standing people. Shunwei knelt in the Arbiter's absence and pressed his hands against the aged earth. It was warm, as if the temporal energy of the battle had left its heat in the soil. He could feel the ripple of what had happened spreading outward through the temporal fabric of the world, an event that would leave its mark on history for as long as history kept records. They had driven back heaven. For now. Chapter 101. The cost of victory. The morning after the Arbiter's fall was the quietest Shun Wei had ever known. He sat on the edge of a cliff overlooking the devastated landscape. Kilometers of terrain aged by the Arbiter's correction waves, forests reduced to petrified stumps, rivers dried to cracked beds. The very topsoil turned to ancient dust. The destruction was absolute and eerily silent, the way the aftermath of a natural disaster always was, as if the world itself needed time to process what had happened. Thousands had died. Not combatants, not cultivators, civilians. Mortals in villages and towns within the correction wave's radius who had been aged to death in seconds, their lives compressed into moments by the indiscriminate force of heavenly law. Their homes still stood, ancient and crumbling, inhabited by dust that had once been people. Shunwei stared at his hands, the hands that had broken the Arbiter's core anchor, that had wielded temporal power to destroy a cosmic enforcer. The same hands that, by existing, had drawn the Arbiter to this region in the first place. Every death was his responsibility. Not directly, he hadn't killed them. But his existence, his cultivation, his temporal anomaly had brought the heavens' wrath to a region full of innocent people. You're carrying guilt that doesn't belong to you. Elder Qin appeared beside him, lowering herself onto the cliff's edge with the careful movements of someone whose body had been pushed far beyond its limits. Her formation expertise had held the Continental Defense Array together, but the strain had aged her. She looked a decade older than she had that morning, her hair streaked with new gray, her eyes shadowed. It does belong to me. I'm the anomaly. I'm what drew them here. You're also the one who stopped it. Without you, the Arbiter would have continued correcting until there was nothing left to correct. Elder Qin placed a hand on his shoulder. You didn't choose this physique, but you chose what to do with it. And what you chose was to fight. I need to do more than fight. I need to make sure this never happens again. And how do you propose to do that? Shunwei looked at the sky. Clear blue, unmarked by golden chains for the first time in months. But the Arbiter's final message lingered in his mind, dispatching higher authority. Something worse was coming. I need to become strong enough that the heavens can't send anything that can threaten the mortal realm. Strong enough that they have to negotiate instead of dictate. Elder Qin studied him for a long moment. You're talking about challenging the heavenly Tao itself. I'm talking about making it leave us alone. Those might be the same thing. She rose, wincing. Well, if anyone can do the impossible, it's the boy who went from servant to Tao fusion peak in less than a year. Let's see what comes next. The aftermath of the battle required more than philosophical contemplation. There were practical concerns. The surviving cultivators needed medical attention, the displaced civilians needed shelter, and the devastated region needed assessment. Lin Hao organized the medical response with her characteristic efficiency, distributing healing pills and establishing treatment priorities. Mo Tianlang, still recovering from the forbidden artifact's backlash, served as the intelligence coordinator, mapping the extent of the destruction and identifying areas that needed immediate support. Lin Yu led work crews into the devastated zone, using his earth techniques to stabilize collapsing structures, redirect waterways, and begin the slow process of reclaiming the dead landscape. His cultivation had reached nascent soul stage 1 during the battle, a breakthrough triggered by combat stress and the temporal formation disk's effects. Su Main coordinated communications, maintaining contact with the scattered settlements and sects across the continent that had felt the battle's effects. The Arbiter's correction wave had been felt as far as the coast, a moment of temporal instability that had caused clocks to run backward, seasons to flicker, and sleep to feel like decades. The mortal realm was shaken, and word was spreading. A boy named Shunwei had fought a cosmic enforcer and won. Chapter 102. Continental Unification. The political aftermath was almost as dramatic as the battle itself. The Azure province's power structure had been shattered. The Shadow Veil order was destroyed. Empress Yun Shuha's Crimson Phoenix Empire was weakened. Dozens of minor sects and clans were devastated by the Arbiter's correction wave. The old order was gone, and something new needed to fill the vacuum. Delegations began arriving at the new Azure Cloud sect's Cloudfall Valley within days. Sect leaders, clan patriarchs, independent cultivators, merchant guild representatives, and political figures from across the continent came seeking answers, alliances, and, most commonly, protection. "You killed a god," said Patriarch Zhao. The Zhao clan's leader and father of the young man Xinwei had defeated at the grand tournament. He'd aged visibly since their last encounter, his pride tempered by the near-extinction event he'd witnessed. "What do we do now?" "Form a continental alliance," Xinwei said. "A unified defense organization that coordinates resources, shares intelligence, and presents a united front against any future heavenly action." The proposal was debated for 3 days. Old rivalries, territorial disputes, and personal grudges threatened to derail the negotiations at every turn. But the memory of the Arbiter, the casual, indiscriminate destruction of a cosmic enforcer that hadn't cared about sect affiliations or political boundaries, served as a powerful motivator. In the end, the Continental Alliance was formed with 47 member sects and clans. Xinwei was offered the position of alliance leader. He declined. "I'm not a politician," he told the assembly. "I'm a cultivator. I'll serve as the alliance's protector, its defensive pillar, but the governance should be handled by people better suited to it." Elder Qin was appointed Grand Elder, overseeing the alliance's formation defenses. Lin Yu, whose battlefield leadership had impressed everyone present, was named military commander. Lin Hao was appointed chief alchemist, with authority over the alliance's medical and pill production infrastructure. "What about me?" Mo Tianlang asked from his wheelchair. He was recovering, but still couldn't walk. "Intelligence Director," Xunwei said. "You spent 4 years building a spy network from nothing. Build another one. Only if I get a bigger budget this time." Done. The Alliance's first act was to establish a continental defense grid, a network of formation arrays, communication relays, and rapid response teams that could detect and respond to heavenly incursions. Elder Qin designed the grid, drawing on her 2 centuries of formation expertise and the knowledge Xinwei had gained from the Shattered Time Ruins' ancient technology. It wasn't enough. They all knew it. The Arbiter's final message had promised a higher authority. Whatever that was, it would be more powerful than a single Arbiter. But it was a start, and it gave the mortal realm something it hadn't had before: organized resistance. The negotiations were not a clean process. Patriarch Zhao's departure had been followed, quietly, by 2 other clan heads who weighed the political cost of standing against heaven and found it too high. Xinwei did not chase them. He did not argue, did not threaten, did not deploy the kind of pressure that he could, technically, deploy. People were allowed to make the calculation that survival came before principle. He understood that calculation intimately. He had lived it for most of his life. But the 34 members who remained were committed with a depth that went beyond political self-interest, and that made them reliable in ways that conditional allies never were. Mo Tianlang chaired the governance sessions with the dry efficiency of a man who had spent 4 years watching how power failed and was determined to build something that failed differently. "Every alliance in history has collapsed for one of 3 reasons," he told the assembled representatives on the second day. "The strong took from the weak. The weak resented the strong. Or everyone waited for someone else to make the hard decisions." He spread his hands on the table. "We're going to solve all 3 by making every decision transparent, every resource allocation auditable, and every member explicitly responsible for their own territory's defense." "That sounds like an enormous amount of paperwork," the Jade Lotus sect's representative said. "It is. That's the point. Corruption hides in ambiguity. We're going to be the least ambiguous organization in the province's history." He had, Xinwei reflected, been planning this speech for approximately 4 years. Chapter 103. Tribulation Transcendence looms. Xinwei felt the next breakthrough approaching like a storm on the horizon. Dao Fusion Peak, the 8th realm's absolute ceiling. The barrier to tribulation transcendence, the 9th realm, pressed against his awareness with an intensity that was almost physical. He could feel it in his meditation, in his combat practice, in the quiet moments between planning sessions when his mind turned inward. Tribulation transcendence was different from every previous realm. It was, by definition, the realm where cultivators faced the heavens directly. The breakthrough itself was a heavenly tribulation, a gauntlet of destructive energy sent by the heavenly Tao to test and refine the cultivator. Only those who survive the tribulation achieve the ninth realm. For normal cultivators, the tribulation was challenging but survivable with proper preparation. For Shenwei, whose very existence was a heavenly offense, the tribulation would be catastrophic. The heavens will use the tribulation as a second chance to correct the anomaly the Jade Spirit had warned before its sacrifice. The tribulation sent to a temporal cultivator won't be a normal test. It will be an execution attempt disguised as a breakthrough requirement. Shenwei shared this concern with Elder Qin, who had been studying the mechanics of heavenly tribulations through the ancient texts recovered from the Shattered Time ruins. The tribulation will have 3 characteristics that differ from normal breakthroughs, Elder Qin explained, spreading her research notes across the table. First, temporal erasure waves instead of lightning. The heavens will try to unmake you during the tribulation itself. Second, spatial collapse beams, attacks designed to destroy the space around you, preventing escape. Third, karmic fire, a rare tribulation element that attacks your very existence, your connection to the universe's causal chain. How do I survive all 3? The epic veil will block the temporal erasure waves. It's specifically designed for that. The spatial collapse can be countered by your void refinement comprehension. The karmic fire. Elder Qin paused. I don't know. Karmic fire has never been survived by any cultivator in recorded history. Then I'll be the first. He began preparing. The preparation was comprehensive, meticulous, and terrifyingly inadequate against the scale of what he was about to face. He crafted temporal defense formations, spatial stability arrays, and anti-karmic talismans based on the ancient ruins technology. He refined his combat techniques to the absolute peak of Dao fusion capability. He cultivated until every meridian, every cell, every atom of his being hummed with compressed temporal power. Lin Hao created a stockpile of healing pills specifically designed for tribulation recovery, compounds that would regenerate damage at a rate fast enough to keep him alive between tribulation waves. Each pill took her 3 days to refine. She made 30. Lin Yu prepared the tribulation site, an isolated plateau that Elder Qin's formations could protect from collateral damage. His earth techniques carved defensive trenches, escape routes, and reinforced shelters. Su Main and Feng Shuang, recovered, though scarred, organized the support logistics, medical teams, emergency evacuation routes, communication relays. Mo Tianlang, from his wheelchair, coordinated the intelligence network's monitoring of heavenly activity, tracking the approach of whatever higher authority the dying arbiter had summoned. The approach is accelerating. Mo Tianlang reported 2 weeks into preparation. My contacts in the border regions report celestial energy concentrations building in the upper atmosphere. Not an arbiter, something bigger. Something that's establishing outposts. Outposts. Concentrated zones of heavenly authority. They're appearing above major cities, suppressing cultivation above nascent soul. Anyone who reaches spirit transformation within these zones is immediately targeted. The heavens weren't just sending another enforcer. They were occupying the mortal realm. Chapter 104. The temporal Tao. The realization came to Shenwei during a meditation session 3 weeks after the arbiter's fall. He'd been cultivating in the deepest chamber of Elder Qin's formation complex. His consciousness turned inward, exploring the nature of his power with the comprehensive understanding that Tao fusion provided. The temporal dilation physique, the 100x cultivation speed, the chronos shard, the eternity compass, the paradox core, the Jade Spirit's sacrifice. All of these were manifestations of the same fundamental truth, viewed from different angles. Time was not what everyone thought it was. The conventional understanding, shared by cultivators and mortals alike, was that time was a river. It flowed in one direction, at one speed, carrying everything forward from past to future. The heavenly Tao enforced this model. The monitoring arrays, the arbiters, the correction protocols, all existed to maintain time's linear, unidirectional flow. But Shenwei's physique revealed a different truth. Time was not a river. It was an ocean. An ocean had currents and depths. It had surfaces and abysses. It flowed in every direction simultaneously. It could be calm or violent, shallow or profound. The river that everyone experienced was just the surface current, the most obvious flow pattern, mistaken for the only one. Shenwei's 100x acceleration wasn't a violation of natural law. It was a deeper engagement with natural law. His physique didn't break time. It swam in time the way fish swam in water, moving through currents that surface dwellers couldn't perceive. The heavens called this a violation because their monitoring systems were designed for the surface. They detected temporal anomalies because they only measured the river, not the ocean. From their perspective, Shenwei was an aberration. a creature that moved through water in a world that was supposed to be dry. But the shattered time ruins proved otherwise. An entire civilization of temporal cultivators had once existed. They hadn't been aberrations, they'd been explorers, pioneers of a deeper understanding of reality that the heavens, in their rigid enforcement of surface law, had systematically destroyed. This understanding crystallized into comprehension. Comprehension crystallized into power. Shun Wei's cultivation shifted, not advancing in realm, but deepening in understanding. His Tao fusion, which had been a fusion of personal comprehension with temporal law, deepened into something more profound. He wasn't just fusing with the temporal Tao. He was embodying it. The difference was like the difference between speaking a language and being a native speaker. Before, he'd used temporal techniques as tools, weapons to deploy, shields to raise, abilities to activate. Now, time was simply part of who he was. Every breath existed in multiple temporal frames. Every thought occurred across several seconds of external time simultaneously. Every movement carried the weight of temporal comprehension so deep that reality itself bent around him. He opened his eyes. The chamber around him was unchanged, but he saw it differently. He could see the flow of time through every object, the slow aging of stone, the rapid cycling of air molecules, the steady pulse of formation energy. Everything existed in time, and he could see all of it. He was ready for the tribulation. Almost. The understanding arrived with the quality of a window opening rather than a wall falling. He had been sitting in Elder Qin's deep formation chamber for 6 hours of real time, 600 hours of internal time, pressing at the edges of his Tao fusion comprehension the way a tongue worries at a loose tooth. Not forcing, exploring, mapping the contours of what he knew against the contours of what he felt approaching. The temporal Tao, as the heavens understood it, was a set of rules. Time moved in one direction at one speed according to specific conservation laws. Deviations were errors. Errors required correction. The temporal Tao, as Shun Wei was beginning to understand it, was not a set of rules. It was a character. Like a person, it had tendencies, preferences, habits, things it returned to when left alone. Linear flow was one of those tendencies, but it was not the only one. Time flowed linearly because that was its resting state, not because it was inherently incapable of anything else. His physique had always known this. The 100x acceleration was not a violation of temporal law. It was a demonstration of what temporal law actually permitted when approached from the right angle. A river flows downhill, but that does not mean water is incapable of moving uphill. It only means uphill requires effort, and the heavens had declared that effort illegal. He sat with this understanding and let it settle into comprehension, and comprehension settle into power, and power settle into the quiet confidence of someone who has finally read the original text rather than the translation. When he opened his eyes, the formation chamber's ambient essence patterns were legible in a new way, not as energy to be harvested, but as temporal testimony, each fluctuation a moment in the ongoing conversation between time and matter. He could read it like music. He was, at last, fluent. Chapter 105. By Lin Hao's breakthrough 3 days before Shun Wei's planned tribulation, By Lin Hao achieved her own breakthrough. She'd been pushing towards spirit transformation for weeks, fueled by the concentrated essence of the Alliance's resources and the urgency of the approaching crisis. Her breakthrough, when it came, was characteristically unique. Most cultivators broke through to spirit transformation by merging their nascent soul with their physical body through raw power and willpower. Bai Lianhua did it through alchemy. She refined a pill, a single, perfect sphere of crystallized essence that contained the distilled understanding of every alchemical technique she'd ever learned. When she swallowed it, the pill didn't dissolve in her stomach. It dissolved in her soul. Her nascent soul absorbed the pill's essence and merged with her body not through force, but through chemical harmony. Every cell in her body became an alchemical furnace, capable of refining and transforming essence at a fundamental level. Spirit transformation, stage 1. But not a normal spirit transformation. Bai Lianhua discovered her breakthrough carried a unique ability, eternal alchemy. The power to create pills that existed outside normal time. Compounds whose effects didn't degrade, whose potency increased with each temporal cycle they experienced, and whose chemical bonds were reinforced by the same temporal energy that Shun Wei's physique generated. My pills can absorb your temporal distortions, she told Shun Wei, examining a test compound under her spiritual senses. Instead of degrading, they get stronger. The longer they exist near you, the more potent they become. The implications were extraordinary. Bai Lianhua's eternal alchemy and Shun Wei's temporal physique were complementary abilities. Together, they could produce pills of unprecedented power, compounds that had been aged, by temporal energy into super-concentrated versions of their original effects. You were made for this, Shenwei said, marveling at a healing pill that had quadrupled in potency after spending an hour in his temporal field. Or we were made for each other, she said, with a smile that carried more weight than the words. That evening, they walked along the ridge above Cloudfall Valley, a path that had become their private retreat, a place where the concerns of an approaching cosmic war could be set aside for moments of human connection. When this is over, Shenwei said, what do you want? A laboratory. A proper one, with temperature-controlled refinement chambers and a library of every alchemical text ever written. She paused. And a home. With you. On a quiet mountain where nobody's trying to erase us from existence. That sounds perfect. It's going to happen, Shenwei. I don't know how, or when, or what we'll have to do first. But it's going to happen. He took her hand. She leaned into him. For a few minutes, they were just two young people who'd found each other in impossible circumstances, holding on to a future that they refused to let go of. Marry me, Shenwei said, while Lin Hao pulled back and looked at him. You're proposing to me on the eve of a suicidal tribulation against the forces of heaven. Your timing is terrible. Is that a yes? Of course it's a yes. But we're having a proper ceremony after you survive the tribulation. With food and guests and me in a nice dress. Not this. She gestured at their travel-worn robes and the mud-spattered landscape. Deal. Deal. Shenwei had watched 3 other cultivators break through to spirit transformation during the months since the Arbiter's retreat. He had been present for each breakthrough, monitoring for the temporal distortions that major cultivation events could produce, ensuring that nothing broadcast their position to heavenly monitoring. But Lin Hao's breakthrough was different from all of them. The others had been visible, dramatic, physically legible. Bursts of essence, spiritual pressure waves, the atmospheric signature of a cultivator's cultivation core merging with their physical body through force and willpower. They had been events. Things that happened. Hers was a dissolution. He watched through his temporal senses as her nascent soul didn't merge with her body through force, but through chemistry. As if the soul and the body were reactants that had finally reached the correct temperature to combine without resistance. One moment, 2 separate things. The next, one unified thing that was more than the sum of either. The pill furnace at her side pulsed once, the flame changing color from ordinary red-orange to a blue-white that Shenwei had never seen in any fire, cultivated or natural. It burned for 3 seconds and went out. In the quiet after, Lin Hao sat still in the center of the laboratory and breathed, testing the new architecture of herself with the methodical thoroughness of an alchemist checking the structural integrity of a new compound. Then she opened her eyes, found his face, and said, I can smell time on you. You've always been able to smell time on me. Not like this. Before it was faint. Now it's, she searched for words. Now it's a whole language. And I think I can speak it. The eternal alchemy. The ability she'd grown into, rather than gained. A natural expression of her 2-century understanding of the fundamental chemistry of cultivation, finally met by a cultivation level capable of expressing it. Then let's figure out what we can do together, he said. Chapter 106. Mo Tianlong's warning. Mo Tianlong's intelligence network delivered its final report the night before the tribulation. The Arbiter Prime, Mo Tianlang said, his voice flat with the particular calm he adopted when delivering catastrophic news. That's what's coming. Not another Arbiter, the Arbiter Prime. A being of tribulation transcendence power, the supreme enforcer of temporal law. And it's not coming alone. He spread a map across the war room table. Golden dots marked the celestial outposts that had been appearing across the continent. Concentrated zones of heavenly authority that suppressed mortal cultivation. 12 outposts established, each one manned by lesser celestial enforcers, beings of golden light and law chain, similar to the Arbiter but smaller and weaker. Individually, their nascent soul-to-spirit transformation equivalent. Collectively, they form a suppression network that prevents any mortal cultivator from advancing past nascent soul within their influence radius. An occupation force, Elder Qin said grimly. Exactly. The Arbiter Prime is using the outposts to pacify the mortal realm before it arrives. By the time it gets here, every cultivator above spirit transformation will have been either suppressed or destroyed. Except me, Shenwei said. The epic veil prevents their detection, which is why the Arbiter Prime strategy has shifted from find the anomaly to suppress everything. It can't find you, so it's removing everything that might be sheltering you. Mo Tianlong's jaw tightened. The outposts are already affecting Alliance territory. 3 member sects have reported that their elders' cultivation is being forcibly suppressed. Any cultivator who reaches spirit transformation within an outpost's range is immediately struck by a correction bolt. How long until the Arbiter Prime arrives in person? Based on the outpost deployment pattern and the rate of heavenly energy concentration in the upper atmosphere, approximately 3 weeks. 3 weeks. The tribulation would take a day at most. That left roughly 20 days to prepare the Alliance for war against a cosmic occupation force and a supreme enforcer that was, by definition, more powerful than the Arbiter they'd barely defeated. Then we have no time to waste, Shenwei said. The tribulation happens tomorrow. Mo Tianlang had a specific face he made when delivering news he'd been sitting on for too long. It was a controlled expression, professionally neutral, the result of years of training, but the slight tightening around his jaw betrayed the weight of what he was holding. Shenwei had learned to recognize that face the way he'd learned to recognize the pre-dawn quality of light that meant a heavenly monitoring array was nearby. How long have you known? Shenwei asked, before Mo Tianlang had spoken. A pause. 2 weeks. And you waited. You needed 2 weeks without this information weighing on you. The tribulation preparation required complete focus. This would have fractured it. He spread the map on the table. I judged that the information would still be actionable after 2 weeks, and it is. I stand behind the decision. Shenwei looked at the map. The golden dots of celestial outposts covered it like a disease. Then he looked at his intelligence director, the man who had spent 4 years building a spy network from grief and stubbornness, who had twice sacrificed his cultivation for causes that he chose rather than causes that chose him, who managed information with the same precision that by Lin Hao managed chemistry. You were right, Shenwei said. Mo Tianlang blinked. He had, clearly, been prepared for an argument. The 2 weeks mattered. I'm ready now in a way I wasn't 2 weeks ago. You made the right call. He looked back at the map. Now tell me everything. The briefing took 2 hours. At the end of it, the room was very quiet, and everyone in it was performing their own private version of the same calculation, what they were willing to risk, and why, and whether the answer had changed. Chapter 107. The Immortal Ruins, but first, a discovery. Shenwei had been studying the knowledge absorbed from the Shattered Time ruins and the Jade Spirit's final transmission when he found a reference that changed his understanding of what was possible. The Immortal Ruins. A fragment of a true immortal's domain that had fallen into the mortal realm eons ago, during a catastrophic event called the Sundering. The ruins existed in a dimensional pocket beneath the sunken abyss, the same region where the paradox core had been hidden. Within the Immortal Ruins, according to the Jade Spirit's ancient records, lay the legacy of a true immortal who had once possessed the temporal physique. An immortal who had found a way to survive the heavens' persecution. An immortal who had left behind a technique for turning heavenly tribulation energy into cultivation fuel. The Tao of Reversed Heavens, Shenwei read from the Jade Spirit's fragmented memories. A method of absorbing tribulation energy instead of merely surviving it. Instead of enduring the heavens' attacks, the cultivator metabolizes them, converting destructive power into advancement fuel. This changed everything. If Shenwei could find this technique before his tribulation, the tribulation itself would become a power source rather than a death sentence. The heavens would be sending him energy, not destruction. We don't have time for an expedition, Elder Qin warned. The tribulation is tomorrow. The ruins are beneath the sunken abyss. I've already been there. I know the route. With temporal shift, I can reach them in hours. He looked at his assembled team. I need Lin Hao, you, and Feng Shuang. Small team, fast in, fast out. This feels like every action story I've ever read, Lin Yu said. The hero decides to go on a side quest the night before the final battle. This isn't a side quest. This is the difference between surviving the tribulation and being annihilated by it. Then let's go, Bai Lianhua said, already strapping on her pill furnace. We'll sleep when we're dead. Or, preferably, after we're not dead. They departed within the hour. The Jade Spirit had given him the information about the immortal ruins and fragments, partial transmissions, incomplete records from a civilization that had fallen 10,000 years ago and left behind knowledge in the same state as its architecture, mostly rubble, occasionally intact. He had been piecing it together for weeks. The sunken abyss was not simply a dangerous geological formation. It was a memorial. The civilization of temporal cultivators had built the abyss intentionally, a region of concentrated spatial and temporal distortion that served as a natural barrier between the mortal realm and the dimensional pocket where the immortal's domain had come to rest. They had made it dangerous so that only the sufficiently capable and sufficiently motivated would reach what lay within. They had made it dangerous, and then they had been destroyed, and the danger remained. The trials within the domain are not obstacles, Shenwei told his team as they prepared to depart. They're instructions. The immortal who built them wasn't trying to keep people out. They were trying to ensure that whoever reached the legacy was ready to use it properly. What if we're not ready? Lin Hao asked. Then we'll find out quickly. He checked the rope on his pack. The immortals survived the heavens' persecution. Whatever method they used, whatever the Tao of reversed heavens actually means in practice, it worked long enough for them to leave this behind. That means it's possible. The question is whether I can understand it well enough to use it. While Lin Hao was already moving toward the abyss's edge, her pill furnace strapped to her back, her expression carrying the particular focused readiness she wore when approaching something that might kill her. Let's go learn something impossible, she said. He followed her, as he always did. Chapter 108. Descent into the Immortal Domain. The sunken abyss was unchanged, the same impossible chasm, the same shifting gravity, the same crystalline walls humming with compressed essence. But this time, Shunwei's Tao fusion perception turned the descent from a dangerous expedition into a surreal navigation exercise. He could see the dimensional pocket containing the immortal ruins, a bubble of ancient space nestled in the abyss's deepest layer, shielded by formations so old that they'd become part of the geological structure itself. His temporal senses traced the access route through gravity-shifted zones and spatial anomalies, mapping a path that his team could follow safely. They descended in hours rather than the days it had taken the first time. Shunwei's spirit transformation allies, by Lin Hao, plus Lin Hao and Feng Shuang, who had both advanced significantly during the Arbiter battle, navigated the abyss with confident expertise. The immortal ruins were not what Shunwei expected. He'd imagined something like the Shattered Time ruins, ancient, degraded, partially collapsed. Instead, he found a domain of breathtaking beauty and impossible perfection. A landscape of crystalline towers and floating gardens, where waterfalls flowed upward and flowers bloomed in slow motion, each petal unfurling over hours. The ambient essence was so dense it was visible, a golden mist that permeated every surface and made the air itself glow. This is an immortal's domain, by Lin Hao whispered, her alchemist's senses overwhelmed by the essence density. The refinement quality here is beyond anything I've ever perceived. Every molecule of air has been processed to absolute purity. The domain was also alive with challenges. Not hostile. The immortal who'd created this place hadn't intended to keep people out. Instead, the challenges were tests. Trials designed to assess a cultivator's understanding, skill, and character. The first trial was a puzzle of temporal logic, a room where past, present, and future coexisted, and the occupant had to navigate by understanding the causal relationships between events across timelines. Shunwei solved it in minutes, his temporal comprehension making the puzzle almost trivially simple. The second trial was a combat challenge, a construct of crystallized essence that fought with immortal-level technique but limited power. It was designed to test skill, not strength. Shunwei engaged it with the flowing time blade and found the construct's technique fascinating. It used temporal manipulation in ways he'd never considered, each strike carrying echoes of past and future movements that created interference patterns in real-time combat. He won by adapting the construct's techniques into his own style, demonstrating that he could learn and evolve mid-fight. The construct dissolved with what felt like approval. The third trial was a test of character, a vision that showed Shunwei a possible future where he used his temporal power for personal gain. A future where he ruled the continent as a temporal tyrant, bending time to serve his will, aging enemies to dust, and de-aging himself to eternal youth. A future where he won everything and lost everyone who mattered. Is this what you want? The vision asked. No, Shunwei said. I want the people I love to be safe. I want the heavens to leave us alone. I want to grow old with by Lin Hao on a quiet mountain. The vision dissolved, and the way forward opened. At the domain's heart, Shunwei found the immortal's legacy. Chapter 109. The heavenly tribulation. It hung in the air, a crystalline tablet inscribed with golden characters that burned with temporal fire. The Tao of reversed heavens. Shunwei reached for it, and felt the knowledge pour into his mind like water filling an empty vessel. The technique was elegant in its simplicity and devastating in its implications. Every heavenly tribulation, every bolt of cosmic energy, every correction wave, every erasure attempt, was fundamentally temporal energy. The heavens maintained the natural order of time, and their enforcement methods used temporal force to correct deviations. The Tao of reversed heavens taught a method of absorbing that temporal force instead of resisting it. Instead of enduring the tribulation's destructive power, the cultivator would metabolize it, convert the heaven's attack into cultivation fuel, turning the very instrument of destruction into an instrument of growth. It was the ultimate irony. The heavens' attempt to destroy a temporal cultivator would make them stronger. An ancient voice echoed through the chamber. I too was hunted by the heavens. I found peace not by hiding, but by making the heavens' attacks my sustenance. Rise, inheritor. During his absorption of the technique, Shun Wei's cultivation stirred. The immortal domain's concentrated essence, combined with the Tao of reversed heaven's temporal knowledge, pushed him to tribulation transcendence, stage 1. The breakthrough should have triggered a tribulation immediately. In the immortal domain, it did. 9 waves of tribulation descended, each one more powerful than the last. Temporal erasure waves, spatial collapse beams, and karmic fire. Exactly as Elder Qin had predicted, the domain's contained environment focused the tribulation into the challenge area, preventing collateral damage. By Lin Hao deployed healing pills between waves. Lin Yu anchored the ground with earth techniques, preventing the spatial collapses from destabilizing their position. Feng Shuang used her shadow veil-trained senses to detect and warn about incoming wave patterns. And Shen Wei absorbed. The Tao of reversed heavens activated. Each tribulation wave, instead of destroying him, was captured by his temporal field and converted into cultivation energy. Temporal erasure waves became temporal empowerment. Spatial collapse beams became spatial comprehension. Karmic fire became karmic clarity. He advanced during the tribulation. Stage 1 to Stage 2. Stage 2 to Stage 3. Each wave made him stronger, not weaker. Each heavenly attack fueled his growth rather than threatening his existence. The tribulation lasted an entire day. 9 waves, each one designed to destroy, each one absorbed and converted. When the 9th wave passed, Shun Wei stood in the immortal domain, battered but transcendent. Tribulation transcendence, Stage 3. The 9th realm. And for the first time since the Jade Spirit had warned him about the heavens, Shun Wei smiled. Because the heavens' greatest weapon against him, their tribulations, their correction bolts, their erasure waves, had just become his fuel source. They hadn't been attacking him. They'd been feeding him. The first wave hit like the heavens had been storing anger for 10,000 years and had chosen this moment to spend it. Temporal erasure washed over him. Not lightning, not fire, but the particular sensation of existence becoming optional. His peripheral memories went first. What he'd eaten for breakfast, the exact sound of the door closing behind him when he'd left Cloudfall Valley, the weight of his pack before he discarded it at the abyss entrance. Small things. The edges of identity being tested. The Tao of reversed heavens absorbed the wave and converted it. Not blocked, absorbed. The erasure energy, which was fundamentally temporal in nature, met his temporal field and found itself metabolized. What had been destruction became nutrition. What had been an attempt to unright him became additional temporal comprehension flowing into his cultivation. The process was not comfortable. Absorbing erasure energy was like eating fire, survivable, even nourishing, but requiring a specific internal architecture to manage the heat. His body's cultivation foundations had been built precisely for this, layer by layer, through months of temporally compressed training. The architecture held. Wave 2 arrived before the first had fully cleared. Spatial collapse, the dimensional beams that Elder Qin had warned about. They compressed the space around him, trying to crush him into a point by removing the room that his existence required. His void refinement spatial comprehension resisted, pushing back against the collapse with the instinctive understanding of someone for whom space was a legible language. He compressed the collapse into a single point and held it there, stabilized, a tiny imploded sphere of folded space that orbited his hand like a dark moon before he released it into the domain's infinite ambient space. Wave 3. Karmic fire. It burned blue-white, like by Lin Hao's furnace flame during her breakthrough. It touched him and questioned whether he should exist, not whether he was physically present, but whether the universe had sanctioned his presence, whether he had a right to be. He thought of the Jade Spirit, of Lin Yu's hand in the dark, of Bai Lin Hao saying of course it's a yes. The fire found more sanction than it had expected. He held. Chapter 110. The Immortal's Legacy. The Immortal's voice spoke one final time as Shen Wei prepared to leave the domain. You have found what I left. Use it wisely. The Tao of reversed heavens is not just a defensive technique, it is a philosophy. The heavens maintain order by enforcing rigidity. You create growth by embracing change. Order and chaos are not enemies, they are partners. The heavens forgot this. You must remember. The domain's exit sealed behind them as they emerged from the sunken abyss. The Immortal's domain, having served its purpose, withdrew into dimensional isolation, still present but no longer accessible. They returned to Cloudfall Valley to find that a year had passed. A year. The Immortal domain's time dilation had been even more extreme than the Void's. What had felt like a day and a half inside had been 12 months in the mortal realm. The world they returned to was under occupation. The voice that spoke was old in the way that mountains were old, not aged but ancient. carrying the weight of geological time rather than biographical time. 10,000 years I have waited, it said. I had begun to wonder if any of us remained. Shenwei stood in the immortal domain's heart chamber, the crystalline tablet's knowledge still settling through his mind, and looked at the presence that had spoken. Not a body, a resonance. The memory of a person, preserved in temporal amber by a technique beyond anything he'd encountered. The Jade Spirit, he said. She was one of yours. She was one of the last. I sent her ahead, sealed her into the pendant with the instructions she needed, pointed her toward the future, and hoped that whatever temporal cultivator she found next would be someone the technique could take root in. The presence shifted, and for a moment Shenwei had the impression of a smile from something that no longer had a face. You exceeded my expectations. I didn't know what I was doing, most of the time. That is usually how growth works. Competence begins as improvisation. A pause. The Tao of reversed heavens is not a complete solution. It will protect you from the heavens' attacks, and it will make you stronger each time they try to erase you. But the heavens are a system, not an enemy. Systems adapt. They will find approaches that circumvent what you have learned. I know. And knowing that, you still intend to fight. Someone has to. He looked at the space where the presence hovered. You survived them. For a while. Long enough to leave this behind. To leave you. The presence dimmed slightly, the ancient technique sustaining it approaching some final threshold. Make it count, inheritor. Every temporal cultivator the heavens ever destroyed. We are all watching from wherever the dead go. Make it count for us. The presence dissolved. The chamber was still. Shenwei stood in the quiet and let the inheritance settle fully into his bones. Chapter 111. Return to a changed world. The celestial enforcers had consolidated their hold. 12 outposts had become 40, spread across the entire continent like a net of golden oppression. Every major city, every significant sect, every strategic location was overshadowed by a celestial outpost. A floating structure of golden law chains that radiated suppression fields and dispatched correction bolts against anyone who dared cultivate above nascent soul. The Alliance held, Mo Tianlang reported, now walking with a cane, but walking. Barely. Elder Qin's formation grid protected our core territories, but we've lost 2/3 of the continent. 30 of our 47-member sects have either been suppressed or forced into hiding. Casualties: 12 Alliance cultivators eliminated by correction bolts for reaching spirit transformation. Another 40 imprisoned in suppression formations deployed by the Celestial Enforcers. Mortal casualties from collateral damage, approximately 4,000. 4,000 more deaths. Shenwei absorbed the number with the grim stoicism of someone who'd been carrying guilt for months. Where's the Arbiter Prime? Upper atmosphere. Stationary. It descended to the edge of mortal perception about 6 months ago and stopped. It's waiting. Waiting for what? For you, I think. Or for its outpost network to complete coverage. Once every corner of the continent is under suppression, it can methodically search for the temporal anomaly, you, without worrying about organized resistance. And the Empress? Surprisingly cooperative. Mo Tianlong's eyebrows rose. She's been providing intelligence on the Celestial Enforcers' deployment patterns. Apparently, having her cultivation forcibly suppressed by an outpost changed her perspective on who the real enemy is. The Alliance War Council convened in Cloudfall Valley's underground bunker, the same formation-protected chamber where they'd planned the assault on the Black Lotus Citadel. The faces around the table were older, harder, more tired. Lin Hao had reached Spirit Transformation Stage 3 during the year, cultivating in the narrow windows when the Celestial Outpost suppression fields cycled to their weakest. He'd also married Su Main, a union that had happened during the occupation as a defiant statement that life continued even under cosmic tyranny. Lin Hao had been leading the alchemical resistance, creating pills that temporarily masked cultivation signatures from celestial detection. Her eternal alchemy had proven invaluable. Pills that didn't degrade, that grew stronger with time, that could be stockpiled without losing potency. Elder Qin had been maintaining the formation grid, but the strain had taken its toll. She looked decades older than her actual age, her body consumed by the constant effort of keeping the Alliance's defenses active against heavenly-grade suppression. I'm back, Shenwei told the council. And I'm stronger than when I left. How strong? Mo Tianlang asked. Tribulation Transcendence, Stage 3. The room fell silent. Tribulation Transcendence, the 9th realm, was legendary. Most cultivators never reached it. Many didn't believe it was real. And Shenwei had achieved it in less than a year of total cultivation time. The 9th realm, Elder Qin breathed. In less than? She shook her head. Of course. Your temporal acceleration. What's been months for us has been decades for you. And I have a new technique, Shenwei said. The Tao of reversed heavens. I can absorb tribulation energy, heavenly attacks, and convert them into cultivation power. Every correction bolt, every suppression wave, every enforcement action the heavens take against me makes me stronger. The implications settled over the war council like dawn breaking over a besieged city. They can't hurt you, Lin Hao said slowly. Their own weapons make you stronger. Correct. Then the outposts, our power sources. Every one I destroy, every enforcer I fight, every correction bolt they fire at me, all of it feeds my advancement. Bai Lianhua smiled, the first genuine smile Shenwei had seen from her since his return. The heavens sent an occupation force to suppress you. Instead, they've built you a buffet. Now we take the fight to them. Chapter 112. The resistance. The counterattack began with surgical precision. Shenwei's epic veil made him invisible to celestial detection. He could approach outposts undetected, strike without warning, and vanish before reinforcements arrived. The suppression fields that kept mortal cultivators weak had no effect on him. The epic veil's temporal masking rendered their targeting useless. The first outpost fell on a moonless night. It was positioned above the city of Silvermarsh, a trading hub that had been reduced to a ghost town by the suppression field. Shenwei ascended through the night sky like a phantom, his epic veil wrapped around him like a cloak of invisibility. The outpost was a floating structure of golden law chains, roughly 50 meters in diameter, staffed by 4 celestial enforcers. Each enforcer was a humanoid construct of golden light, nascent soul equivalent individually, but powered by the heavenly network that connected all outposts. Shenwei struck without warning. The Tao of reversed heavens activated as the enforcer's first attacks reached him. Golden correction bolts, designed to erase temporal anomalies, struck his temporal field and were absorbed, converted from destructive energy into pure cultivation power. Each bolt advanced his tribulation transcendence cultivation by a fraction of a stage. The enforcers were confused. Their attacks were being absorbed. Their target was invisible to their detection systems. They were fighting blind against an enemy who grew stronger with every blow they landed. Shenwei destroyed all 4 enforcers in 90 seconds. Their golden bodies dissolved into temporal fragments that he absorbed instinctively. Then he turned his attention to the outpost itself. The suppression field generator was a crystalline node at the outpost's center, a device powered by the heavenly network. Shenwei destroyed it with a single flowing time blade strike, aging the crystal to inert dust. The suppression field over Silvermarsh collapsed. In the city below, cultivators who had been forcibly kept at nascent soul felt their cultivation restraints dissolve. Several immediately broke through to spirit transformation, their accumulated but suppressed power surging forward like a dam bursting. The first outpost had fallen. Word spread through the Alliance's communication network. Hope, genuine, fierce, electric hope, surged through the mortal realm's resistance. Over the following weeks, Shenwei destroyed outposts systematically, moving across the continent like a ghost of temporal retribution. Each outpost fell. Each fall freed thousands of cultivators. Each fight made Shenwei stronger, the Tao of reversed heavens converting every heavenly attack into advancement fuel. Tribulation Transcendence Stage 3 climbed to Stage 5. Then Stage 7. The celestial enforcers couldn't stop him. They couldn't find him. They couldn't hurt him. Their own weapons were his sustenance, and their detection systems were blind to his presence. The heavenly occupation was crumbling. The pattern Shenwei discovered, across 6 weeks of systematic outpost dismantling, was this. The celestial enforcers were programmed rather than trained. A trained fighter adapted. They learned your patterns, developed counters, varied their approaches when initial strategies failed. The celestial enforcers, sophisticated as they were, operated from a fixed decision tree. When approach A failed, they escalated to approach B. When B failed, they called for reinforcement. When reinforcement was unavailable, they maintained position. They never invented approach C. Shenwei exploited this with the methodical patience of someone who had learned to be patient in real time while his internal clock ran at 100 times normal speed. Each outpost presented a slightly different combination of enforcer types and formation layouts, but the underlying logic was constant. He mapped the logic at the first outpost, tested his understanding at the second, and refined his approach at the third until destroying a celestial outpost was as systematic as a skilled formation master dismantling an array. Not effortless, but procedural. The Tao of reversed heavens meant each engagement also served as cultivation fuel. By the time he dismantled the 20th outpost, he could feel Tribulation Transcendence Stage 5 settling into his meridians like a foundation settling into bedrock. Solid, permanent, transformative. The enforcers noticed, eventually, that outposts were disappearing. They began deploying in pairs, then in clusters, then with overlapping observation fields. Each adaptation he encountered, he absorbed, because the point was not to stay ahead of their adaptations, but to become someone their adaptations couldn't touch. "You're using them to train," by Lin Hao said one evening, watching him study the latest intelligence report. "I'm using them to cultivate." He tapped the report. "They're delivering power to my door and wondering why it isn't arriving at my destruction." Chapter 113. Training the next generation between outpost raids. Shun Wei used his temporal abilities to prepare the alliance for the war's final phase. The time chamber. Using the Chrono Shard's temporal manipulation and Elder Qin's formation expertise, Shun Wei created a pocket space where time flowed at 100x normal speed, the same acceleration his physique provided, but extended to cover an entire training area. Inside the time chamber, cultivators could train for years while only days passed outside. This is the most significant tactical asset any military force has ever possessed, Mo Tianlang said, observing the chamber's operation. "You can train an army of veterans in a week." Shun Wei selected the alliance's most promising disciples, including Lin Yu, Su Mein, and Feng Shuang, and placed them in the time chamber with the best training resources the alliance could provide. Lin Yu emerged after 1 day of real time, 3 months of internal time, at Void Refinement Stage 1, the 7th realm. His earth techniques had evolved into geological manipulation, the ability to reshape mountains and redirect continental plate pressures. Su Mein reached Spirit Transformation Stage 5. Her wind techniques, now capable of creating storms and atmospheric disturbances on a regional scale. Feng Shuang, whose cultivation had been damaged by Gu Yanzhao's attack, recovered fully and advanced to Spirit Transformation Stage 3. Her Shadow Veil training, combined with legitimate cultivation technique, made her one of the Alliance's most versatile fighters. Bai Lianhua used the time chamber for a different purpose, pill production. 1 day inside the chamber, 3 months of internal time, yielded a stockpile of eternal pills that would have taken a normal alchemist years to produce. Anti-correction compounds, cultivation boosters, healing accelerators, temporal resistance agents, an arsenal of alchemical weaponry tailored to fight celestial enforcers. "Your time chamber changes the equation fundamentally," Elder Qin observed. "With unlimited training time, we can prepare for anything." "Not unlimited," Shun Wei cautioned. "The chamber consumes enormous amounts of essence to maintain. We can run it in short bursts, days at a time, but sustained operation would drain the Alliance's reserves. Short bursts are enough. Quality over quantity." The Alliance's core fighting force, 50 cultivators, ranging from nascent soul to void refinement, trained in the time chamber in rotating shifts. Each shift emerged months of internal time later, vastly more powerful and experienced than when they'd entered. In 2 weeks of real time, the Alliance's military capability had tripled. The time chamber smelled like lightning and old books. Shun Wei had built it over 3 days of focused formation work, drawing on Elder Qin's architectural principles and the Chronos Shard's temporal manipulation ability. The chamber was 8 meters square, lined with formation arrays that created a temporal field aligned to his physique. Not exactly 100x, because his physique was unique, but a stable 100x acceleration that could be calibrated to the occupant's cultivation level. He stood at the entrance on the first morning of its operation and watched Lin Yu walk in with the expression of a man walking into a mine shaft, aware of the danger, committed to going anyway. 3 months later, by Lin Yu's internal reckoning, his friend walked back out. 1 day had passed outside the chamber. Lin Yu's earth techniques had evolved in ways that Shun Wei's temporal perception could see immediately: the depth of comprehension, the efficiency of essence use, the architectural elegance of someone who had spent not weeks, but months working through the logical implications of geological cultivation. "That," Lin Yu said, looking at his own hands as if they belonged to someone else, "is deeply disorienting." "Worth it? Ask me again after I test whether I can actually move a mountain." He could. The test he attempted on a small hill at the valley's edge moved approximately 40,000 tons of displaced earth in 11 seconds, neatly rearranged into a defensive ridgeline that Elder Qin immediately began annotating with formation node proposals. Void Refinement Stage 1. Shun Wei confirmed through his temporal senses. Achieved in 1 day of real time. Lin Yu stared at the ridgeline he'd created. "How did you survive doing this alone for months?" "I didn't have anyone to compare myself to. It's easier not to know what's unusual." Chapter 114. The first strike. Shun Wei led the Alliance's first major offensive against the celestial occupation on a morning of clear skies and electric tension. The target was the strongest remaining outpost, a massive structure above the continental capital, staffed by 12 celestial enforcers and powered by a Nexus crystal that connected to the Arbiter Prime's command network. The plan was coordinated perfection. Lin used earth manipulation reshaped the terrain around the outpost, creating defensive positions and blocking reinforcement routes. While Lin Hao deployed alchemical charges at critical structural points. Feng Shuang infiltrated the outpost's perimeter using her concealment techniques. Su Main created wind barriers that deflected the enforcers' long-range attacks. Shen Wei took the direct approach. He flew into the outpost's heart, epic veil blazing, and engaged all 12 enforcers simultaneously. The Tao of reversed heavens turned their correction bolts into fuel, each hit advancing his cultivation by fractions, each attack making him slightly stronger, slightly faster, slightly more dangerous. Tribulation Transcendence Stage 7 became Stage 8 during the fight. The enforcers fell one by one, their golden bodies dissolved by temporal strikes that aged their law chain constructs into nothingness. The Nexus crystal shattered under a single flowing time blade strike that carried the weight of the temporal Tao's deepest truth. The continental capital's suppression field collapsed. Hundreds of cultivators, freed from forced suppression, surged with released power. Breakthroughs cascaded through the city like a chain reaction, spirit transformation, void refinement. Even a Tao fusion cultivator who'd been held at nascent soul for months burst through multiple realm barriers simultaneously. The mortal realm was waking up, and in the upper atmosphere, the Arbiter Prime took notice. The continental capital had been under celestial suppression for 11 months. Its cultivators had adapted, the way mortals always adapted to occupation, finding the edges of the suppression fields, working within their constraints, developing workarounds that the celestial enforcers' programmed logic never quite anticipated. A nascent soul cultivator could still cultivate at nascent soul. They simply couldn't break through. A sect could still train disciples. They simply couldn't graduate them to the spirit transformation realm. The city survived, but it was a survival that tasted of compromise, and the bitterness had been building for almost a year. When Shen Wei arrived above the outpost on the morning of the first offensive, the city below him was asleep in the gray hour before dawn. He could see its lights, the lanterns of night shift workers, the formation arrays that powered commercial districts, the warm glow from the windows of tea houses that served early rising laborers. A city that was refusing to stop being itself despite 11 months of golden oppression in the sky. He thought of the Azure Cloud sect's servant quarters. Of 30 people packed into a room for 10, all of them finding the cracks in a system designed to diminish them. All of them persisting because stopping was not a choice they had vocabulary for. The suppression field over the capital would end this morning. He owed that to the people below who had kept their lights on. He rose through the pre-dawn air and activated the epic veil. The enforcers couldn't see him. They never could. But they were about to learn, very quickly, why their inability to see him was the most dangerous thing about this situation. Chapter 115. The Arbiter Prime's response. The Arbiter Prime was not like the first Arbiter. Where the Arbiter of Epochs had been a single construct, massive but singular, the Arbiter Prime was a consciousness. A fragment of the heavenly Tao itself, given form and purpose, existing as a thinking entity rather than a mechanical enforcer. It descended to the mortal realm's upper atmosphere and broadcast a message that every cultivator on the continent heard simultaneously, not through sound, but through direct spiritual communication. Cultivators of the mortal realm. The temporal anomaly designated Shen Wei has been classified as an existential threat to the natural order. Surrender this entity, and the heavenly occupation will end. Your cultivation will be restored. Your lives will continue unimpeded. A pause that carried the weight of cosmic authority. Resist, and the mortal realm will be purified. You have 1 month. The ultimatum split the alliance. Some members, understandably, rationally, argued for compliance. Surrender Shen Wei, end the occupation, save millions of lives. The math was simple, 1 life against millions. He's 1 person, Patriarch Zhao argued in the emergency council session. 1 extraordinarily talented person, yes, but 1 person, against the survival of the entire mortal realm. He's also the person who destroyed the first Arbiter. Lin Yu fired back. He's the person who took down the Shadow Veil. He's the person who freed 20 outposts and their cities. Without him, we'd already be under permanent suppression. Without him, we wouldn't need to be freed. The debate raged for hours. Shen Wei listened in silence, his expression unreadable. Finally, he spoke. I'll make this simple. I'm not surrendering. Not because I'm selfish, because it wouldn't work. The Arbiter Prime doesn't want to negotiate. It wants to eliminate the temporal anomaly, and if surrendering me would accomplish that, I'd consider it. But the heavens don't take prisoners. They erase. If I surrender, I'm erased from existence. and the Arbiter Prime stays anyway, because the precedent has been set. The mortal realm will always be under heavenly surveillance, always subject to correction, always one anomaly away from occupation. He stood. The only way this ends is if the heavens learn that the mortal realm is not theirs to control. And the only way they learn that is if we fight. The vote was 53-12 in favor of resistance. Patriarch Zhao was among the 12 dissenters. He left the alliance that evening, taking the Zhao clan with him. Shenwei let them go. They're not wrong, Lin Hao said quietly. Their logic is sound. Their logic is based on the assumption that the heavens are reasonable negotiators, Shenwei replied. They're not. They're a system, a machine for maintaining order. You can't negotiate with a machine. You can only change its programming. The ultimatum rippled through the mortal realm's spiritual communication networks for hours, the Arbiter Prime's broadcast having been delivered at an intensity that bypassed every dampening formation and suppression field in existence. In Cloudfall Valley's war chamber, the Alliance Council sat with it. Shenwei listened to the debate from his chair at the table's end. He had made his decision before the Arbiter Prime had finished speaking, had known it. In fact, from the moment he'd first understood what the heavens were and how they worked. But the others deserved to argue it through. They deserved to arrive at their own conclusions through their own reasoning. A decision made on trust alone was a decision that could break when the trust was tested. A decision made on reasoning was load-bearing. Elder Chun, whose sect had lost 2 disciples to correction bolts, argued for resistance with quiet fury. Patriarch Zhao argued for surrender with the careful logic of a man who had run the same calculation 6 different ways and gotten the same answer each time. Shenwei respected that. Wrong conclusions arrived at honestly were worth more than right conclusions arrived at through cowardice. Mo Tianlang said nothing until the argument had run 3 full cycles. Then, the Arbiter Prime's offer is not a negotiation. A negotiation involves concessions from both parties. This offer involves a concession from one party, us, and a promise from a cosmic enforcement system that has no mechanism for keeping promises. It's a machine. It doesn't make agreements. It processes inputs and generates outputs. It said the occupation would end, someone said. It said the occupation would end if we surrender Shenwei. It did not say what it would do afterward. A system that found one temporal anomaly worth occupying an entire continent over will find reasons to return. The precedent is worse than the current threat. The room processed this. How do we fight something that big? Elder Chen asked. Shenwei answered. The same way we've been fighting it. One outpost at a time. Chapter 116. Betrayal from within. The betrayal came from a direction no one expected. Empress Xianxia, who had been cooperating with the alliance for months, providing intelligence and contributing her remaining military forces, betrayed them. The details were sickeningly simple. The Arbiter Prime had contacted her directly, offering a deal, surrender Shenwei, and the Empress would be granted ascension to the heavenly realm. Immortality, the ultimate prize for any cultivator. She took the deal. Her agents captured by Lin Hao during a supply run, a lightning operation executed while Shenwei was destroying an outpost 300 kilometers away. By the time he received the news through the communication network, Lin Hao was in the Empress's custody, held in a fortress that the Arbiter Prime had personally shielded with heavenly suppression. The message was delivered by Imperial Courier. Come to the Crimson Phoenix Fortress. Alone, or your woman dies. Shenwei read the message. Then he read it again. Then he folded it carefully and placed it in his spatial pouch. How soon can we mobilize a rescue force? Lin Yu asked. We can't. The fortress is under the Arbiter Prime's direct protection. Anything less than a full alliance assault would be wiped out, and a full assault would leave our territories exposed. Shenwei's voice was calm. Too calm. I'm going alone. That's exactly what they want. I know. Shenwei strapped his sword to his back. But Lin Hao is in there. And if there's one thing I've learned about the heavens, it's that their enforcement relies on following rules. The Arbiter Prime gave a deadline of 1 month. It won't purify the mortal realm early. That would violate its own protocols. Which means I have time to rescue Lin Hao and get back before the deadline. And the Empress? Shenwei's eyes hardened into something that made Lin Yu take an involuntary step backward. The Empress made her choice. I'll help her live with the consequences. The intelligence had been perfect, which was the first sign that something was wrong. Feng Shuang had built her double-agent operation on imperfect intelligence. She fed the shadow veil slightly wrong information, slightly delayed information, information that was technically accurate but contextually misleading. Perfection was suspicious in intelligence work. It was the signature of disinformation. But the supply run had been a clean operation. No shadows, no observation signatures, no indication of hostile interest. The route had been verified twice. The timing had been chosen to avoid Empress Xianxia's military patrol schedules. 3 kilometers from the pickup point, Lin Hao's communication talisman went silent. Mo Tianlang identified the pattern in 40 seconds. Imperial security formation. They were waiting specifically for her. The route was compromised from the inside. He looked up from the map. Someone gave Xianxia the operation details. The silence in the war room was the kind that follows something breaking. She can't have known the full route, Shen Wei said, his voice very controlled. She knew an endpoint, and she positioned a capture team there. Which means the insider gave her a partial picture. Which means we have an insider. Which means we have a problem that exists even after we recover Lin Hao. He looked at Mo Tianlang, who had access to that operation. The list had 7 names. Mo Tianlang was already working through it, his intelligence director's mind running the analysis with the cold, necessary efficiency of someone who had learned that the greatest threat was always the one inside the perimeter. Shen Wei was already putting on his sword. Chapter 117, The Rescue. The Crimson Phoenix Fortress was a new construction, built in the months since Shen Wei had destroyed the original palace. This one was designed specifically to contain a temporal cultivator. Heavenly suppression fields layered the walls. Temporal dampening formations encased the structure. The Arbiter Prime's personal shield covered it like a dome of golden authority. None of it mattered. The epic veil made Shen Wei invisible to every detection system the fortress employed. He walked through the front gate, past guards who couldn't see him, through suppression fields that couldn't target him, into the heart of a fortress designed to be impenetrable. He found Lin Hao in a cell on the lowest level, chained with essence-draining restraints similar to the ones that had bound Su Mein. She was alive, uninjured, and furious. "Took you long enough," she said when he appeared in her cell. "I came as fast as I could. Faster next time." He aged the chains to dust with a touch of temporal energy. She stretched her freed limbs and winced. The Empress is in the throne room. 4th floor. She's been empowered by the Arbiter Prime, temporarily boosted to tribulation transcendence. It's artificial and unstable, but it's real power while it lasts. I know. They move through the fortress like ghosts, Shen Wei's epic veil extending to cover Lin Hao, rendering them both invisible. They climbed from the dungeons to the 4th floor, passing through layer after layer of security that couldn't perceive them. The throne room was different from the old palaces. More militant, less opulent. A war room rather than a court. Empress Xianxia sat on a simple chair, dressed in battle armor, her eyes glowing with borrowed heavenly power. "I know you're here," she said, not turning. "The Arbiter Prime told me you'd come. It also told me that your epic veil prevents detection." She stood and faced the empty room. "I can't see you, but I know you're watching." Shen Wei dropped the epic veil. He materialized before the Empress, his tribulation transcendent stage 8 cultivation radiating outward in waves that cracked the floor beneath his feet. "Release the shield," he said. "Recall your forces. Leave the Alliance alone. Or what? You'll fight me." The Empress's borrowed power flared. Tribulation transcendence, equal to Shen Wei's realm. But artificial, unstable, maintained by the Arbiter Prime's direct intervention. "If I have to," she attacked. The fight was brief and devastating. The Empress's borrowed power was real but clumsy. She hadn't earned it, hadn't trained with it, hadn't developed the comprehension that made tribulation transcendence a coherent combat system. She swung her Crimson Phoenix techniques with the force of a 9th realm cultivator, but the control of an 8th realm one. Shen Wei's temporal techniques dismantled her defenses with surgical precision. The flowing time blade aged her armor's formation arrays to failure. Temporal echo clones flanked her, disrupting her attacks from multiple angles. The Tao of reversed heavens absorbed her heavenly empowered strikes and converted them into fuel. In 60 seconds, it was over. Shen Wei stood over the defeated Empress, his blade at her throat. Her borrowed power flickered and died. The Arbiter Prime, apparently deciding she was no longer useful, withdrew its empowerment. She collapsed from tribulation transcendence to Tao fusion to spirit transformation, her cultivation cascading downward as the borrowed essence evaporated. When it was done, she lay on the floor at nascent soul peak, her base cultivation stripped of every enhancement. "You could have been an ally," Shen Wei said. "You could have helped us fight the heavens. Instead, you sold us out for a promise of ascension from a cosmic machine that doesn't care whether you live or die." "The heavens keep their promises," she whispered. "The heavens keep their rules. There's a difference." He sheathed his sword. "I'm not going to kill you, but I'm shattering your cultivation. You'll spend the rest of your life as a mortal, plenty of time to think about what you chose and why." He pressed his palm against her dantian and sent a pulse of temporal energy through her meridian system. It aged her cultivation infrastructure by decades and seconds. not destroying it, but degrading it beyond any possibility of recovery. Her golden core cracked, dimmed, and went dark. The Empress screamed, a sound of loss so total that it was almost physical. Her cultivation, her power, her identity as a cultivator, all of it, gone. Shen Wei took by Lin Hao's hand and left the fortress. Behind them, the Empress wept on her broken throne, mortal and powerless, the consequence of her choices finally made real. Chapter 118. Preparing for the final battle. The month was almost up. 28 outposts destroyed. 44 alliance sects liberated. The mortal realm's resistance had grown from a desperate band of survivors into a continental military force of thousands. And Shen Wei had reached Tribulation Transcendence Stage 9, the absolute peak of the 9th realm. The barrier to half-immortal, the 10th realm, the boundary between mortality and divinity, pressed against his consciousness like the weight of the sky. The final preparations were underway. Shen Wei crafted temporal formation discs for the Alliance's entire fighting force. 500 discs, each one providing 30 seconds of 10x speed. The production exhausted his essence reserves, requiring a full day of temporal recovery to replenish. Bai Lianhua created her masterwork, a pill that she called the Eternal Shield. When consumed, it created a temporary barrier against temporal erasure, protection that would keep Alliance fighters alive in the Arbiter Prime's correction field. She produced 300 of them, working through 3 days without sleep. Elder Qin designed the Continental Defense Formation, an array that covered the entire continent, anchored by formation nodes at every liberated city. The formation would stabilize local space-time, preventing the Arbiter Prime from using area correction attacks that affected civilians. Lin Yu organized the military response. 500 Alliance cultivators, ranging from Foundation establishment to Void refinement, arranged in formation groups designed to fight celestial enforcers. Mo Tianlang coordinated intelligence, tracking the Arbiter Prime's position and the remaining outpost deployments. Su Main and Feng Shuang managed logistics, supply chains, medical support, evacuation routes. Everyone had a role. Everyone knew the stakes. On the night before the deadline, Shen Wei and Bai Lianhua shared a quiet meal in their quarters at Cloudfall Valley. Simple food, rice, vegetables, tea. The kind of meal that any mortal couple might share on any ordinary evening. When this is over, Bai Lianhua said, I want that ceremony. Which ceremony? Our wedding. You proposed. I accepted. We're doing it properly. She poured tea, with food and guests and me in a nice dress. After we survive tomorrow. After we survive tomorrow. She clinked her cup against his. To surviving. To surviving. They sat together in comfortable silence, and for one last evening, the war in the heavens and the cosmic stakes faded into the background, and they were just two people who loved each other, sharing a meal and a hope that tomorrow wouldn't be the end. The quiet of the last evening had the texture of held breath. Shen Wei walked the perimeter of Cloudfall Valley at sunset, alone, which was unusual, and which everyone who mattered understood as his way of asking for an hour to himself. The valley's defensive formations pulsed around him like a slow heartbeat. Elder Qin's consciousness moved through the array in ways he could feel, but not quite see, the presence of a teacher settling into something permanent and strange. He thought about Lin Hao, not with anger. He had burned through the anger long ago, somewhere in the middle of his 300 hours of compressed cultivation, in a cave on a hillside, pressing his face against cold stone and saying, yes, senior brother. He thought about Lin Hao the way you thought about a scar. It was still there, it had shaped the tissue around it, but it no longer hurt. What the scar had built in him was a reflex for concealment that had kept him alive through every crisis since the jade pendant had embedded itself in his chest. What it had also built, and this he was still discovering, was an absolute clarity about what he was willing to endure and what he was not. Lin Hao's boot on his back had taught him the difference between patience and surrender. He had been patient. He had never surrendered. Tomorrow, he would take everything that patience had built, every year of compressed cultivation, every technique refined in secret, every alliance formed and tested and strengthened, and spend it against the largest thing he had ever faced. He was not afraid. He was not calm, either. He was what he had learned to be on the other side of both, ready. He went inside, ate dinner with Bai Lianhua, and slept. Chapter 119. The Heavenly Army descends. The deadline expired at dawn. The Arbiter Prime descended. It was not the mechanical construct that the first Arbiter had been. It was a consciousness, a presence that filled the sky, a mind that encompassed the continent, an awareness that pressed against every living being with the weight of cosmic law. Its physical form was a lattice of golden chains, similar to the first Arbiter, but vastly more complex. Each chain carried not just rules, but understanding. the comprehension of temporal law that the heavenly Tao had accumulated over billions of years. Its body stretched from horizon to horizon, its presence alone enough to suppress the cultivation of every mortal within 1,000 kilometers. And it wasn't alone. Behind it, filling the sky like a golden sunrise, came the celestial army. Thousands of enforcers, constructs of golden light and law chain, each one nascent soul to spirit transformation equivalent. They descended in waves, their formation covering the sky like a second canopy of golden authority. Every cultivator on the continent felt the pressure. It was like standing at the bottom of an ocean, the weight of the heavens pressing down on their shoulders, their spirits, their very will to resist. This is it, Lin Hao said, standing at the continental divide, the widest open space on the continent, chosen as the battlefield for its distance from civilian populations. 500 alliance cultivators faced the heavenly army. Mortals against gods. Cultivation against cosmic law. Formation. Elder Qin's voice rang out, and the continental defense formation activated. A web of stabilizing energy spread across the landscape, pushing back against the Arbiter Prime's suppression field. The pressure eased, not eliminated, but reduced to manageable levels. Lin Hao distributed the last of her eternal shield pills. 300 fighters consumed them, temporal barriers activating around their bodies. Shenwei stood at the formation's center, his epoch veil blazing with power. Tribulation, transcendence peak. The absolute limit of mortal cultivation. The Arbiter Prime spoke, surrender the anomaly. This is your final opportunity. No, Shenwei said. The word carried across the battlefield, amplified by his spiritual pressure, heard by every combatant. The battle began. The celestial enforcers moved in perfect formation, columns that rotated around a central axis, each column offset from the next by a precisely calculated angle, the whole structure a three-dimensional mandala of enforced temporal law descending through the mortal realm's atmosphere. Beautiful, in the way that things built by systems rather than people could be beautiful. Flawless geometry, perfect coordination, not a single wasted movement, not a single redundant action. Shenwei had been watching them since they breached the upper atmosphere, his half-immortal perception mapping their structure with the same interest he'd once applied to Lin Hao's lackeys. Not the individuals, but the system they formed. The vulnerabilities. The assumptions built into the architecture. The celestial army's formation assumed that it faced opponents who operated within the same temporal framework that the army was designed to suppress. Formation timing, approach angles, coordination signals. All of it was calibrated for mortal speed reactions. They haven't updated their tactical models, he murmured to Lin Hao beside him. What? The outpost encounters. I've been absorbing their attacks for weeks. They know I've been destroying outposts, but they haven't changed how their army formations are designed. They're still built to fight mortal cultivators. He watched the rotating columns descend. They don't know what we've become. Lin Hao looked at the ocean of golden constructs filling the sky, looked at the 500 alliance cultivators behind them, looked at Shenwei. Should that be reassuring? It should be accurate. Reassurance will have to earn. The first column completed its descent and struck. Elder Qin's continental formation absorbed the impact with the smooth efficiency of 2 centuries of expertise, permanently fused with 3 weeks of desperate innovation, and the battle that would either free the mortal realm or end it began. Chapter 120. The Arbiter Prime revealed the celestial army attacked in waves. The first wave, 1,000 enforcers, nascent soul equivalent, crashed against the Alliance's defensive formation like water against a dam. Lin Hao's earth manipulation created walls and trenches that channeled the attackers into kill zones. Alliance cultivators, empowered by temporal formation discs and eternal shield pills, fought with the ferocity of people defending their right to exist. The enforcers were numerous but predictable, constructs that fought according to programmed patterns, without creativity or adaptation. The Alliance cultivators, trained in the time chamber by Shenwei himself, exploited this rigidity. Coordinated team tactics outmaneuvered individual enforcers, and the temporal formation disc's 10x speed bursts turned each Alliance fighter into a temporary hurricane of precision violence. The first wave broke. The second wave, spirit transformation enforcers, fewer but vastly more powerful, pushed deeper. These were more sophisticated constructs, capable of basic tactical adaptation. They targeted the formation's anchor points, trying to collapse Elder Qin's continental array from within. Lin Hao's alchemical bombs turned the approach routes into gauntlets of explosive death. Feng Shuang's infiltration teams dismantled the enforcers' coordination constructs from behind. Su Mei's wind techniques created atmospheric disruptions that threw off their formation flying. The second wave faltered, but the third wave was different. The Arbiter Prime itself advanced, not as a distant presence, as a physical entity, its massive chain body striding across the landscape like a mountain learning to walk. Each step cratered the earth. Each movement sent shockwaves across the continent. Its presence alone suppressed the Alliance cultivators' power, pressing them down despite the defensive formation's protection. Shenwei flew to meet it. He rose from the battlefield like a star ascending. His tribulation transcendence peak cultivation blazing with temporal energy, the epic veil streaming behind him like wings of compressed time. The Arbiter Prime turned its golden eyes upon him. Shenwei. The voice was different from the first Arbiter's mechanical monotone. It held personality, intelligence, something approaching emotion. We have been watching you for some time. I know. I've been watching you too. You defy the natural order. Time is the foundation of all laws. By corrupting it, you corrupt everything. This ends now. Shenwei drew his sword. The flowing time blade, carried through realms of advancement and years of temporally compressed mastery, hummed with the pure tone of the temporal Tao. The heavens don't own time, he said, and they don't own me. Their clash split the sky. Golden chains against temporal distortions. Cosmic law against mortal will. The largest battle in the mortal realm's history raged below them as celestial enforcers and mortal cultivators fought for the future of an entire world. And above it all, Shenwei, the servant boy, the bucket carrier, the late bloomer who'd hidden his power until the moment it was needed most, faced the supreme enforcer of heavenly law and refused to break. The sky shattered around them, fragments of reality falling like rain, and the outcome of the war hung in the balance between a boy who'd bent time and a god who demanded it stay straight. The third wave's silence, in the moment before it broke, was the loudest thing Shenwei had ever heard. The first two waves had been force, numbers, the mechanical grinding of a system throwing resources at a problem with the patient expectation that resources would eventually exceed resistance. He had fought them with the knowledge of exactly what they were, and that knowledge had made them manageable, not easy, but legible. The Arbiter Prime's presence was different. It descended from the dimensional boundary with the quality of atmosphere-changing pressure, not a specific attack, but a pervasive alteration in the nature of the space around him. The air became heavier with heavenly authority. The ground resonated with temporal enforcement. Even his half-immortal perception, which could see the fundamental structures of reality, had to work harder to read what it was looking at. It's intelligent, he said aloud. The realization wasn't new. He'd known, abstractly, that the Arbiter Prime was categorically different from the mechanical arbiter he'd driven off at the Darkfall Mountains. But feeling the intelligence pressing against his perception was different from knowing it abstractly. It was looking at him, not scanning, reading. You have grown considerably, the Arbiter Prime's voice said. Not mechanical, considered, each word chosen. We did not anticipate the rate of your development. Our models were inaccurate. Shenwei found the admission more unsettling than any threat. A system acknowledging inaccuracy was a system that had the capacity to update its models. Then update them now, he said, and recalculate whether this fight is worth having. The calculation is ongoing, the Arbiter Prime said, and attacked. Chapter 121. The sky shatters. The collision between Shenwei and the Arbiter Prime tore a hole in reality. Not metaphorically. The boundary between the mortal realm and the heavenly realm, a dimensional membrane that had separated the two planes of existence for billions of years, ruptured at the point where their attacks met. Through the tear, golden light poured down like liquid fire, and fragments of celestial law rained onto the mortal landscape like burning meteors. The continental divide, the wide plateau that had been chosen for the battle, cracked. Fissures radiated outward for kilometers, each one glowing with residual temporal and celestial energy. Mountains in the surrounding ranges shattered from the shockwaves. Rivers reversed their course and then evaporated entirely. Shenwei and the Arbiter Prime fought across dimensions, their battle existing simultaneously in the mortal realm and the space between realms. One moment Shenwei stood on solid ground, exchanging strikes with a cosmic enforcer whose fist was larger than a house. The next, he was floating in the dimensional gap, surrounded by raw, unformed reality, his sword cutting through chains of golden law that tried to bind him. The Arbiter Prime's chain body was both weapon and defense. Individual chains lashed out like whips of cosmic authority, each one carrying a specific temporal law. Time flows forward, cause precedes effect, entropy always increases. Violations of these laws were enforced by the chain's destructive potential. Any cultivator struck by a law chain would have that law forcibly imposed on their body, regardless of whatever techniques they used. Shenwei's epic veil deflected most of the chains. The veil's four-component design, Chronos Shard, Eternity Compass, Paradox Core, and the Jade Spirit Sacrifice, created a sphere of temporal autonomy around him. Within that sphere, the Arbiter's laws had no authority. Time flowed as Shunwei willed it, not as the heavens dictated. But the Arbiter Prime was creative in ways the first Arbiter hadn't been. It couldn't enforce temporal law on Shunwei directly, so it attacked indirectly, targeting the space around him, the ground beneath him, the air he breathed. It aged the atmosphere within 100 meters to ancient sterility. It froze the ground in temporal stasis, making it impossible to stand on. It reversed the flow of ambient essence, creating a vacuum that drained Shunwei's reserves. Each indirect attack required a separate counter. Shunwei used the Chronos Shard to restore the atmosphere. He used spatial comprehension from void refinement to hover above the frozen ground. He drew on internal reserves rather than ambient essence, relying on his 100x temporal acceleration to recycle his power faster than the vacuum could drain it. They fought for 6 hours. 6 hours of combat that scarred the landscape for dozens of kilometers in every direction. The dimensional tear widened. Fragments of the heavenly realm, pieces of golden infrastructure, broken monitoring arrays, discarded law chains, fell through the gap and crashed into the mortal realm like celestial debris. Neither combatant gained a decisive advantage. The Arbiter Prime's power was vast, but constrained by the epic veil's protection. Shunwei's techniques were devastating, but couldn't penetrate the Arbiter Prime's core, a dense lattice of master chains that formed the cosmic enforcer's heart, protected by layers of law chain armor that regenerated faster than Shunwei could destroy them. The battle was a stalemate, and stalemates favored the defender. Shunwei needed something more, something that transcended his current realm. He needed to break through. The dimensional tear widened with each exchange. Shunwei had torn dimensional barriers before, most recently during the Black Lotus Citadel's collapse, and he understood that dimensional barriers were not passive structures, but active ones, maintained by the pressure differential between the realms they separated. When that differential became extreme enough, the barrier didn't just break. It failed in the way a rope failed, slowly at first, then all at once. The Arbiter Prime was not trying to maintain the barrier. It was treating the heavenly realm side of the tear as a resource, using the exposed heavenly infrastructure as an extension of its own body, drawing additional law chains from the realm above and feeding them into its physical form when battle damage exceeded regeneration capacity. Smart. Genuinely smart. In the way that only an intelligence rather than a mechanism could be. Shunwei adapted. If the Arbiter Prime was drawing reinforcements through the tear, then the tear needed to become a disadvantage for the Arbiter Prime rather than an advantage. He began using temporal reflection strikes aimed specifically at the chains descending through the dimensional gap, aging fresh reinforcements before they could integrate into the Arbiter's body, turning the supply line into a stream of useless dust. The Arbiter Prime noticed. Its golden eyes tracked his targeting pattern and adjusted, drawing chains from different sections of the gap, varying the timing, adding defensive constructs to the entry points. A responsive opponent. More dangerous than a mechanical one, but also more exhaustible. Intelligence required energy to sustain, and the Arbiter Prime was spending enormous quantities of both on this fight. Good, Shunwei thought, and pressed harder. Chapter 122. Allies in the storm below the dimensional battle. The mortal war raged with its own terrible intensity. Lin Hao commanded the Alliance's center, his void refinement power anchoring the formation, while his earth techniques reshaped the battlefield in real time. Trenches appeared and disappeared. Walls rose and fell. The ground itself fought for the Alliance, swallowing celestial enforcers in sinkholes and crushing them between tectonic plates. Hold the line, he roared, his spear driving through a spirit transformation enforcer's golden body. The construct shattered, its law chains dispersing into fragments that dissolved in the air. By Lin Hao occupied the eastern flank, turning it into an alchemical hell. Her pills rained down in calculated patterns, explosive compounds that disrupted enforcer formations, binding agents that locked enforcers in alchemical prisons, corrosive pills that dissolved law chain constructs from the molecular level. Her spirit transformation power directed each deployment with the precision of a master surgeon. 47 down on the east, she reported through the communication network. Another 100 inbound. Request support at Grid 7. Mo Tianlang, coordinating from the mobile command post behind the front lines, directed resources with the cold efficiency of a master strategist. Flanking Team Gamma, redirect to Grid 7. Feng Shuang, take your infiltration squad behind their eastern column and hit the coordination constructs. Feng Shuang's team moved like shadows, their concealment techniques hiding them from celestial detection. They struck the celestial army's communication nodes, small, undefended constructs that relayed orders from the Arbiter Prime to individual enforcers. Each node they destroyed created a gap in the celestial army's coordination, turning organized units into confused individuals. Su Main commanded the aerial defense, her wind techniques creating atmospheric barriers that deflected the celestial army's bombardment from above. Her spirit transformation wind manipulation could redirect tornado force air currents, and she used this to channel enforcer aerial formations into kill zones where Alliance cultivators waited. Duan Xinghe, the wandering swordsman, fought alone, as he always had. His sword intent, pure and transcendent, cut through celestial enforcers with single strokes. Each kill was a masterwork of martial precision, his blade finding the exact structural weak point in each enforcer's law chain body. Even Empress Yun Shuha's former forces contributed. Those who had broken from her command before the betrayal, roughly half of her military, fought alongside the Alliance, their experienced discipline lending stability to the more diverse Alliance formations. Elder Qin maintained the continental formation from its central anchor point. Her body was locked in a meditative stance, her consciousness spread across the entire formation network, making real-time adjustments to compensate for damage, redistribute energy, and reinforce weak points. The strain was killing her. She could feel it. Her life force draining into the formation, her body aging years for every hour of operation. But the formation was the only thing preventing the Arbiter Prime's suppression field from crushing the Alliance's fighters, and without it, the war was lost. She held on. Because that was what she did. That was what she had always done. "I need more time," she whispered to no one. Just a little more time. The irony was not lost on her. Below the dimensional battle, coordination held by the thinnest of margins. Mo Tianlong's command network, rebuilt from fragments after the post-destruction, operating on relay formation talismans distributed through the Alliance ranks, kept information flowing in both directions at a rate that should not have been possible given the chaos of the battlefield. His mind, trained through 4 years of operating a province-wide intelligence network, could hold the entire battlefield state simultaneously and updated in real time. Sector 3 pressure exceeding tolerance, he reported. Redirect ground support or accept Sector 3 collapse. Lin Yu heard it and responded before Mo Tianlang had finished speaking, his geological manipulation reshaping the Sector 3 terrain into a defensible bowl that funneled the incoming enforcer formation into a kill zone where 3 Alliance teams waited. The response time was under 8 seconds. This was what the time chamber had produced. Not just stronger cultivators, but cultivators who had spent months learning to fight as a unit, whose instincts for mutual support and role delegation had been drilled deep enough to survive the cognitive overload of a continental battle. Each team knew what every other team was doing. Each specialist knew exactly when to act and exactly when to wait. The Celestial Enforcers, for all their power and numbers, were individuals programmed with group behavior rather than individuals who had genuinely learned to be a group. The difference mattered enormously at scale. Sector 7. Mo Tianlong's voice continued, calm and precise. Feng Shuang, your infiltration team, the Eastern Coordination Node, is unguarded. 30 seconds. Moving, Feng Shuang's voice replied. 22 seconds later, node destroyed. The Celestial Army's Eastern Sector went momentarily blind. The Alliance hit it immediately. Chapter 123, The Arbiter Prime's True Power. The Arbiter Prime escalated. High above the battlefield, it revealed an ability that changed the calculus of the fight entirely. Temporal reversal. Not the simple time manipulation that Shunwei used. This was something qualitatively different. The Arbiter Prime could reverse time on a specific target, unwinding their existence moment by moment, stripping away their cultivation, their memories, their very consciousness. It used this power on an Alliance cultivator who had ventured too close to the dimensional battle, a spirit transformation elder named Chun who had been providing formation support. The Arbiter Prime's golden hand reached down and touched Chin's body. Chin didn't scream. He simply regressed. His cultivation peeled away layer by layer, spirit transformation to void refinement to nascent soul, his body shrinking, his features smoothing. He became younger, a middle-aged man becoming a young man, a teenager, a child. In 3 seconds, Elder Chun was an infant lying in spirit transformation robes that were suddenly far too large. In 5 seconds, the infant dissolved into the biological components that had preceded its conception. In 7 seconds, nothing remained. Not even a body. Elder Chun had been unwound from existence, reversed past his own birth, reduced to the nothingness that preceded his life. The Alliance forces witnessed this in horror. Temporal reversal, Shinwei said, watching from his aerial position. It can unright people. The Arbiter Prime turned its reversal on Shen Wei. The golden light washed over him, and the epic veil resisted. The veil had been designed by the ancient temporal cultivators specifically to counter this type of attack. Its four-component design created a temporal identity anchor, a fixed point in time that couldn't be reversed, because the veil defined its bearer's existence as a constant rather than a variable. The reversal hit the veil and shattered. Shen Wei felt it, a pulling sensation, as if something were trying to unravel his timeline, but the veil held firm. His existence was anchored. His timeline was fixed. But the attack wasn't completely neutralized. The reversal energy, unable to unright Shen Wei, instead stripped away his outermost cultivation, the accumulated power of his most recent advancements. Tribulation Transcendence Peak dropped to stage 6. 3 stages of cultivation, erased in an instant. I can be weakened, Shen Wei realized. Not erased, but weakened. Each reversal attack strips away power. He couldn't afford to be hit again. 3 more reversals would reduce him to the point where the Arbiter Prime could overpower him through brute force alone. He needed to end this fight quickly. And to do that, he needed to reach the Arbiter Prime's core, the central lattice of master chains that formed its heart and consciousness. The problem was that the core was protected by thousands of law chains that regenerated faster than he could destroy them. Even with the flowing time blade's temporal edge, even with the Tao of reversed heavens absorbing some of the incoming energy, the core remained beyond his reach. He needed a new approach. The reversal hit Elder Chun before anyone could warn him. He had been maintaining a secondary formation node, a minor but load-bearing contribution to Elder Chin's continental array, when the Arbiter Prime's golden hand descended from the dimensional battle above and touched him in passing. Not targeted. The Arbiter Prime had not known his name or his position or his significance. He had simply been the nearest mortal cultivation presence in the wrong place at the wrong moment. The Alliance watched Elder Chun become younger in the space of 3 seconds, his cultivation and his memories peeling away in reverse order. His decades of formation expertise first, then his combat experience, then the personal history that had made him the person he was rather than merely a set of techniques. The process was silent and absolute. When it was done, the Alliance understood in their bones what they were fighting. Not a powerful cultivator, not even a powerful enforcer. A process, a system that could reach down from a cosmic battle and erase a person as easily as brushing a fly from a sleeve, without diverting more than a fraction of its attention from the primary engagement. Shen Wei felt the weight of this land on his allies through his half-immortal perception, the collective restructuring of their understanding of the stakes, the moment when abstract danger became concretely personal. He also felt something else, the Alliance's formation tightening rather than fragmenting. Elder Chin's death didn't scatter them. It focused them. He made a mental note to tell them, afterwards, what that meant about who they were. Then he redirected his full attention to the problem of reaching the Arbiter Prime's core, because Elder Chin's death meant the Arbiter Prime was willing to use its temporal reversal on mortal bystanders, which meant the mortal realm's population was at risk with every second this fight continued. He needed to end it. Now, Chapter 124, The Tao of Reversed Heavens evolves. The answer came from the Arbiter Prime's own attack. Temporal reversal. The ability to reverse time on a target, unwinding their existence. It was a heavenly technique, a power that the heavenly Tao had designed to correct temporal anomalies by reversing them to a state before the anomaly existed. But the Tao of Reversed Heavens, the Immortal's legacy technique that Shen Wei had mastered, was built on the principle of reversing the heavens' own power. If the heavens sent destruction, the technique converted it to fuel. If the heavens sent correction, the technique absorbed and redirected it. What if Shen Wei could reverse the reversal? The idea crystallized in his mind with the clarity of a Tao fusion insight. Not just absorbing the temporal reversal energy, reflecting it, sending it back at the Arbiter Prime with amplified force. He developed the technique in combat, working out the theoretical framework while dodging law chain strikes and temporal reversal beams. The math was complex, but the principle was simple. If temporal reversal unwound a target's timeline, then reversing the reversal would win the target's timeline forward, aging it, advancing it, accelerating its degradation. He called it temporal reflection. The Arbiter Prime sent another reversal beam. This time, instead of simply letting the epoch veil block it, Shen Wei caught the beam with the Tao of Reversed Heavens, inverted its temporal polarity using the paradox core's uncertainty manipulation, and fired it back. The reflected beam struck the Arbiter Prime's left arm, a massive construction of hundreds of law chains woven into a functional limb. The reversed reversal hit the arm and aged it. Not by years, by millennia. Law chains that had been forged in the heavenly realm's foundries at the beginning of time suddenly experienced the weight of ages they'd been designed to transcend. The arm crumbled. Golden chains fell from the Arbiter Prime's body like autumn leaves from a dying tree, each one aging to dust as it separated from the whole. The Arbiter Prime's golden eyes widened, the first genuine emotion it had displayed. Shock. Its own weapon, turned against it, with double the force. Impossible. Its voice carried something new, fear. You cannot reverse heavenly law. I just did, Shenwei said, and attacked. The temporal reflection technique arrived fully formed, the way the best techniques always did, not assembled piece by piece, but understood all at once, the way a proof in mathematics arrived when you'd been working on the right premises. He had been thinking about the Tao of reversed heavens incorrectly. He had understood it as absorption, taking in heavenly attacks and converting them to fuel, which was accurate, as far as it went. But absorption was only half the technique. The technique was named the Tao of reversed heavens, not the Tao of absorbing heavens. Reversed. The reversal element meant not just receiving the heavens' power, but returning it, mirroring it, sending back what had been sent, with the temporal polarity inverted. If the heavens sent erasure, you absorbed it, flipped it, and returned acceleration. If the heavens sent correction, the enforcement of their temporal laws, you absorbed it, flipped it, and returned the opposite, temporal freedom. If the heavens sent temporal reversal, you could absorb it, flip it, and return temporal acceleration, aging the target in proportion to how much younger they'd try to make you. The logic was so clean that he nearly laughed in the middle of a combat exchange with a being that could erase existence with casual gestures. The Arbiter Prime fired another reversal beam. Shenwei let it enter his Tao of reversed heavens field, felt the technique work on it. The temporal polarity shift happening naturally, intuitively, as if the evolved technique had been waiting for exactly this application, and fired it back. The beam that returned was not a reversal. It was its opposite. And the Arbiter Prime's left arm, which had been forged at the beginning of time and had never aged by a single second, suddenly experienced every second it had never aged, all at once. Chapter 125. The cost of war. The battle below extracted its terrible toll. Elder Qin's continental formation began failing. Not from celestial attacks, from the sheer drain of maintaining a continent-wide stabilization field against a tribulation transcendence-class suppression force. Her essence reserves, vast as they were, had limits. And those limits had been reached hours ago. She was running on life force now, converting the vital energy of her own body into formation power, trading years of her life for minutes of protection. Qin Fenghua. Mo Tianlong's voice came through the communication talisman, unusually soft. The formation is degrading. If you push harder, it will kill you. If I stop, everyone dies. Her voice was steady. That math is simple enough even for a retired spy master. She made her decision. Elder Qin Fenghua, the woman who had spent 200 years as the Azure Cloud sect's eccentric formation master, who had spent 20 years secretly building a grand ceiling formation beneath a corrupt sect leader's feet, who had taken in a boy with a secret and protected him without asking questions. She made the sacrifice that she'd known, from the moment she deployed the continental formation, would eventually be required. She permanently fused herself with the formation. Her consciousness expanded from a human mind into the formation network itself. Her body, flesh and bone and meridians, became the formation's central anchor, transforming from biology into pure formation energy. She became the array. It was irreversible. She would never move again. Never eat, never sleep, never walk through her laboratory or inscribe formation equations or drink tea from a pot heated by microformations. She would exist as a consciousness distributed across the continental formation, aware but frozen, present but immobile. A statue of pure formation energy. A living anchor. But the formation stabilized. More than stabilized, it strengthened. Elder Qin's spirit transformation consciousness optimizing every array, every node, every connection in real time with the precision that only a formation master fused with her own creation could achieve. The celestial suppression field was pushed back. Alliance fighters across the continent felt the difference. Their cultivation restraints eased, their power returned, their techniques flowed freely. Shenwei felt Elder Qin's sacrifice through the bond they shared, the connection between mentor and student that transcended formation and cultivation. He felt her consciousness settle into the array, felt her acceptance, felt her peace. And he screamed, not in grief, in fury, a rage so vast and pure that it shook the dimensional tear wider, sending fragments of both realms scattering into the void between worlds. The temporal energy around him surged, responding to his emotion, amplifying his power. The Arbiter Prime paused, something in its cosmic consciousness recognizing the danger of a being fueled by rage and temporal power simultaneously. It should have been afraid. Elder Qin's voice through the formation network had been a constant presence throughout the battle. Adjustments, updates, the calm professional voice of someone managing complexity at a scale that should have been impossible. The voice had been getting quieter for the past 3 hours. Xinwei noticed it the way he noticed most things, peripherally, filed, not acted on immediately, because the primary engagement demanded primary attention. But it was there, at the edge of his awareness, and when it stopped entirely, the absence hit him like a physical blow. Qin Fenghua. Mo Tianlong's voice came through immediately after, unusually soft, stripped of the professional flatness he maintained. The formation is degrading. He was fighting the Arbiter Prime at an altitude where the clouds were thin and the air was cold, and the dimensional tier flickered overhead like an open wound in reality. He could not stop. If he stopped, the Arbiter Prime would use the pause. The Arbiter Prime would use any pause. Can she be reached? He asked, his voice tight. She's already past reaching. Another pause. She's making a choice. He felt it the moment it happened. Felt it through the mentor-student bond that cultivation relationships built. The connection that wasn't formal or formulaic but real. The way the relationship between a person and the most significant teacher of their life was always real. Elder Qin's individual consciousness spread outward into the formation network and became something larger and distributed and permanent. The formation surged, not degraded, transformed. Optimized by 2 centuries of expertise now fused into its architecture. The alliance fighters across the continent felt it as relief. He felt it as grief and fury in proportions that he couldn't separate. He converted both into speed, into reach, into the absolute refusal to let her sacrifice become waste. Chapter 126. Half-immortal breakthrough. Shun Wei's rage was a fire. His comprehension was the fuel, and the breakthrough was the explosion. Tribulation Transcendence Stage 6, where the Arbiter Prime's reversal had dropped him, was not enough. Not enough to defeat the Arbiter Prime. Not enough to protect the people he loved. Not enough to make the heavens answer for what they'd done. He needed more. The barrier to half-immortal, the 10th realm, the boundary between mortality and divinity, was not a wall to be broken or a dam to be burst. It was a transformation to be undergone. At half-immortal, a cultivator ceased to be entirely mortal. They existed partially in the mortal realm and partially in the heavenly realm, straddling the boundary between the 2 planes. For a normal cultivator, this breakthrough required decades of preparation, the accumulation of comprehension beyond mortal limits, and the acceptance of a fundamental change in the nature of their existence. Xinwei had none of these things. What he had was temporal acceleration, Tao fusion comprehension of the temporal Tao, the accumulated energy of a heavenly battle, the Tao of reversed heavens absorbing cosmic power, and a fury that transcended rational thought. He broke through by force. Not elegant force, desperate force. He gathered every technique, every insight, every scrap of temporal comprehension he possessed and slammed it against the barrier between mortality and divinity. The barrier resisted. He pushed harder. The epic veil's power fed into the attempt. The chrono shards crystallized time shattered against the barrier and reformed and shattered again. The paradox core generated uncertainty about whether the barrier existed at all. The barrier cracked. And through the crack, the heavenly realm poured in. It was not what Xinwei expected. He'd imagined the heavenly realm as a place of golden chains and cosmic law, rigid, structured, mechanical. Instead, what poured through the crack was raw potential. Unformed reality. The stuff from which laws were made, before they were laws. He absorbed it. His body transformed, not gradually but instantaneously. Every cell in his being upgraded from mortal matter to something between mortal and divine. His perception expanded beyond anything he'd imagined. He could see not just the mortal realm's physical reality, but its temporal structure, the web of cause and effect that connected every moment to every other moment across all of time. He could see the heavenly realm, above the mortal realm, separated by the dimensional membrane that the battle had torn, an infinite expanse of golden chains stretched in every direction. Each chain was a law, a fundamental rule of the universe, defined and maintained by the heavenly Tao. And the heavenly Tao itself. The heavenly Tao was not a consciousness. It was a system, a vast, ancient, impersonal system for maintaining the rules that governed reality. It didn't think. It didn't feel. It didn't choose. It simply enforced. The temporal cultivators hadn't been hunted by a vengeful god. They'd been flagged by an automated system, a cosmic error correction protocol that identified temporal anomalies and dispatched enforcers to fix them. The arbiters were not warriors. they were debugging tools. This understanding, cold, clear, and transformative, crystallized Shun Wei's comprehension of his place in the cosmic order. He wasn't a criminal defying a just authority. He was a feature being treated as a bug by a system that couldn't tell the difference. Half immortal, the power was staggering. His flowing time blade's temporal edge evolved from a technique to a natural expression of his being. Every movement carried the weight of temporal law, not the heavens version, but his own. His combat power transcended numerical comparison. He could perceive and interact with the fundamental laws of reality, seeing time not as a river, but as the ocean he'd always known it to be, with currents and depths and surfaces that he could navigate at will. The Arbiter Prime recognized the transformation. Its golden eyes, those points of light in its featureless face, dimmed with something that might have been resignation. Half immortal, it said. In the mortal realm. This has not occurred in recorded cosmic history. Then we're making history, Shun Wei said, and re-engaged. Chapter 127. A new level of combat. Half-immortal combat existed on a plane that mortal language could barely describe. Shun Wei and the Arbiter Prime fought across dimensions, their battle existing simultaneously in the mortal realm, the heavenly realm, and the spaces between. Each exchange warped reality. Geography reshaped itself around their power, mountains flattening and new lakes forming from the displaced earth. Forests crystallized into temporal amber, frozen mid-growth. Rivers of temporal energy flowed across the landscape like molten gold. The Arbiter Prime fought with the full authority of the heavenly Tao, every law chain in its body a weapon that carried the weight of cosmic enforcement. It swung chains of causality that tried to redefine Shun Wei's existence from living being to temporal error. It threw nets of entropy that tried to age him past his natural lifespan. It created zones of absolute temporal stillness that tried to freeze him for eternity. Shun Wei countered with the temporal Tao, his personal understanding of time, refined through years of compressed cultivation, deepened by the epic Veil's components, and now empowered by half-immortal perception. He didn't just fight the Arbiter Prime's attacks. He fought its laws. When the Arbiter enforced, time flows forward. Shun Wei demonstrated that time also flows backward, sideways, and in directions that had no name. When the Arbiter imposed, cause precedes effect, Shun Wei created effects that preceded their causes, striking the Arbiter from the future before his sword had moved. It was not a fight between a cultivator and an enforcer. It was a philosophical debate conducted through violence, two different understandings of time's nature, each one trying to prove itself through combat supremacy. And Shun Wei's understanding was winning. The temporal Tao, as he comprehended it, was broader, deeper, and more flexible than the rigid temporal laws the heavenly Tao enforced. The heavens maintain time as a river, linear, unidirectional, regulated. Shun Wei experienced time as an ocean, multidirectional, multi-layered, fundamentally free. The river model was useful. It was orderly. It was predictable. But it was also limited. And limitations, in combat, were weaknesses. Shun Wei exploited every one. He struck the Arbiter Prime from three temporal directions simultaneously, past, present, and future attacks converging on the same point. The Arbiter's law chain defenses, designed to handle linear attacks, couldn't process three-dimensional temporal assaults. Chains broke. Lattice sections collapsed. The Arbiter Prime's body, its vast, continent-spanning form, began to shrink as damaged sections were shed. The battle was turning. The flowing time blade had become something for which Shun Wei had no name. He had named the technique himself, in the early days of his cultivation, the flowing time blade, a description of its most obvious property. It aged what it touched. It carried temporal energy in its edge. It moved through defenses the way time moved through stone, inevitably, given sufficient patience and force. At half immortal, the technique had transcended its description. It no longer carried temporal energy. It was temporal energy, shaped into the form of a blade because Shun Wei's mind conceived of his cultivation through the metaphor of a weapon. If he had been a formation master like Elder Qin, it might have been a formation. If he had been an alchemist like by Lin Hao, it might have been a compound. He was a fighter who had started as a servant who'd never been taught to fight, and so his power expressed itself through the thing he'd learned to use because he'd had no choice. The blade fell on the Arbiter Prime's regenerating right arm. The arm that had already regrown from the temporal aging he'd inflicted with temporal reflection, grown back from fresh law chains drawn through the dimensional tear. It fell not as a cut, but as a statement of temporal truth. Everything that existed in time aged. Everything that was made of time could be unmade by time. The Arbiter Prime's law chains, which maintained the legal fiction of their own permanence, had no defense against a technique that operated from the premise that the fiction was false. The arm aged to dust. The Arbiter Prime made a sound that was not a word. Something between pain and recalculation. Adaptation required, it said after a moment. I know, Shenwei said. I'll wait. He absolutely would not wait. He pressed forward before the Arbiter Prime had finished adapting, which was the point. Chapter 128. The Arbiter Prime's origin during a particularly intense exchange. Their temporal energies clashed so violently that their consciousnesses briefly merged, a side effect of two beings operating at the highest levels of temporal manipulation simultaneously. In that moment of merger, Shenwei saw the Arbiter Prime's memories. And the truth hit him like a fist to the heart. The Arbiter Prime was not a construct. It was a person. 10,000 years ago, long before recorded cultivation history, the Arbiter Prime had been a mortal cultivator. A temporal physique holder, like Shenwei, like the Jade Spirit, like the ancient sect in the shattered time ruins. His name had been Luo Xingqian. He had been the very first temporal cultivator, the original bearer of the temporal dilation physique. He had been brilliant, compassionate, and curious. He had explored the nature of time with the wonder of a child discovering the ocean for the first time. And the heavenly Tao had caught him, not killed him. Worse, captured, dissected, analyzed, and repurposed. The heavenly system, that vast, impersonal error correction protocol, had identified the temporal anomaly and determined that the most efficient correction was not destruction but utilization. Why destroy a temporal cultivator when you could convert them into a temporal enforcer? Luo Xingqian had been stripped of his identity, his memories, his free will. His temporal abilities had been harnessed, amplified, and redirected. His consciousness, his self, had been compressed into a control node buried beneath layers of heavenly programming. For 10,000 years, Luo Xingqian had been a prisoner inside his own body, watching helplessly as the heavenly Tao used his temporal power to hunt and destroy every subsequent temporal cultivator who appeared. Every arbiter was a converted temporal cultivator. Every enforcer was a former victim. The heavens didn't just destroy temporal cultivators. They enslaved them. Shenwei pulled free from the merger, gasping. The Arbiter Prime, Luo Xingqian, stood before him, golden chains shuddering with the effort of maintaining its programming against the freed memories that Shenwei's contact had partially released. You were like me, Shenwei said, his voice raw. They took you. I was the first, the Arbiter Prime's voice said, but for a moment, just a moment, the cosmic monotone cracked, and a human voice spoke through the chains. I was the first, and they made me the hunter of all who came after. The law chains tightened, crushing the human voice back beneath heavenly programming. The Arbiter Prime's eyes blazed gold again, the momentary lapse corrected by the system's automated controls. Anomaly must be corrected, it said, the mechanical voice restored. Protocol demands compliance. But Shenwei had seen the man inside the machine, and he knew what he had to do. Luo Xingqian had been 23 when the heavens caught him. Shenwei absorbed this from the merged memories with the particular comprehension that came from temporal contact rather than verbal transmission. Not a story, but an experience. Not information, but the felt weight of 10,000 years compressed into the span of a heartbeat. Luo Xingqian had discovered his physique by accident, as Shenwei had. He had slowed a falling leaf, an act of idle temporal curiosity rather than deliberate cultivation technique, and watched it drift for an hour in 30 seconds of real time, and known immediately and irrevocably that something had changed. He had spent 3 years exploring the ability before the heavens monitoring arrays detected the temporal distortion pattern and dispatched an arbiter. But the arbiter that came for Luo Xingqian had not been a construct. It had been a person, the temporal cultivator before him, already converted, wearing the golden chains of heavenly service like a second skin over everything they had once been. Luo Xingqian had tried to fight, had failed, had been captured, processed, converted. For the first 100 years, he had screamed inside the golden framework of the Arbiter Prime's body, screamed with a volume that had no outlet, into a void that registered the noise and made no response. The heavenly Tao's processing system had compartmentalized his consciousness efficiently. His screaming could not affect his function. He hunted temporal cultivators and destroyed them while screaming and could not stop doing either. After the first 100 years, he had learned to be quieter. Not because he had accepted it, but because quiet meant the programming had less to monitor. Quiet was a strategy. For 9,900 years, Luo Xingqian had been very, very quiet, waiting for a moment when the programming's attention could be briefly redirected. He had not expected to wait for someone to say his name. Chapter 129. The crack in heavens will Luo Xingqian. Shenwei shouted, broadcasting the name with the full force of his half-immortal spiritual pressure. Your name is Luo Xingqian. You were born in a village by a river 10,000 years ago. You discovered temporal cultivation by accident. You slowed a falling leaf and watched it drift for an hour. You were kind and curious, and the heavens took you because they were afraid of what you could become. The Arbiter Prime's body shuddered. Law chains rattled. The cosmic programming fought to maintain control, but Shunwei was speaking directly to the consciousness buried beneath it, the mortal mind that had been imprisoned for millennia. Silence. The anomaly will cease communication. You loved someone. A woman named May. She had dark hair and a laugh that sounded like wind chimes. You cultivated together on a hill overlooking the river, and you promised her you'd build a house there someday. These details came from the merged memories, fragments of a life that had been buried under 10,000 years of cosmic servitude. Each one was a key, turning a lock in the Arbiter Prime's programming. Cease. Cease. The anomaly will. The heavens took you from her. They took you from your life, from your future, from everything you loved. And they made you destroy every person like you who came after. Shenwei's voice broke. Every temporal cultivator the heavens hunted, you were the weapon they used. The Jade Spirit, the Shattered Time Civilization. All of them. You were forced to destroy them. The Arbiter Prime stopped moving. For 3 seconds, an eternity in cosmic combat, the supreme enforcer of temporal law stood perfectly still. Its golden chains flickered. Its eyes dimmed. The heavenly programming surged, trying to reassert control, but the human consciousness beneath was fighting back. Luo Xingqian was fighting. Fight them, Shenwei said. Fight the programming. You were like me once. They took your freedom and turned you into a weapon against your own kind. Fight them, not me. The Arbiter Prime's body convulsed. Chains snapped and reformed. Eyes brightened and dimmed in rapid alternation. 2 consciousnesses, one human, one machine, warred for control of a body that contained the power of cosmic law. For a moment, one brilliant, heartbreaking moment, the human consciousness surfaced. The golden light dimmed. The chains went slack. And from the vast, mountain-spanning body, a small, quiet voice spoke. I remember, the river. Then the heavenly Tao struck. A pulse of cosmic authority, not from the Arbiter Prime, but from the heavenly monitoring array itself, transmitted across dimensional boundaries, slammed into the Arbiter Prime's consciousness. The human mind that had been clawing its way to the surface was crushed, compressed, sealed beneath fresh layers of programming. The Arbiter Prime's eyes blazed gold, brighter than before, more intense, more mechanical. Internal conflict resolved, it said, its voice stripped of all humanity. Consciousness override complete. Switching to termination protocol. The human was gone. What remained was purely machine, a weapon without empathy, without hesitation, without the vulnerability that Shun Wei had briefly exploited. And it was more dangerous than ever. The 3 seconds that the Arbiter Prime stood still were the most compressed 3 seconds Shun Wei had experienced since his first night of cultivation, when he'd squeezed 25 days of essence gathering into 6 hours on a straw mat surrounded by snoring servants. He used them completely. He did not attack. Attacking was the obvious action, and the obvious action was what an opponent's defenses were built to receive. Instead, he moved in the 3 seconds to a position that the Arbiter Prime's regenerating defensive chains had not yet covered. A spatial gap that existed only because the Prime's body was still rebuilding from the damage done by temporal reflection strikes. He reached the gap and positioned himself directly above the Arbiter Prime's core. When the heavenly Tao's override pulse hit and sealed Luo Xingqian's consciousness back under its programming, the Arbiter Prime looked up with freshly blazing golden eyes and found Shun Wei exactly where he needed to be. Termination protocol activated, the Prime said, the mechanical voice stripped of every human echo. I know, Shenwei said, but I'm closer to your core now than I was before. The 3 seconds of Luo Xingqian's surfacing hadn't freed the man inside, but they had created a window of structural hesitation in the Arbiter Prime's body, a moment where 2 sets of decision logic had briefly contested control, and the contest had left hairline fractures in the law chain lattice that made up the Prime's inner architecture. Fractures that Shun Wei's half-immortal temporal perception could read, that he now had a map for. That was what those 3 seconds had given him. Not freedom for Luo Xingqian, not yet, but a blueprint for where to strike when the time came. Chapter 130. The Alliance's darkest hour. The Arbiter Prime, freed from the internal conflict that had been weakening it, attacked with renewed fury. Its law chain struck with mechanical precision, no longer fighting Shun Wei with the hesitation of a conflicted consciousness, but with the absolute efficiency of a system operating at full capacity. The celestial army below responded to the Prime's released power. Enforcers that had been fighting at reduced effectiveness surged with renewed energy, their attacks strengthening as the Prime's command authority intensified. The Alliance's lines buckled. by Lin Hao was the first to fall. A spirit transformation enforcer breached the eastern flank and struck her with a correction bolt that she couldn't fully absorb. She was thrown 50 meters, her body crashing into the defensive formation's outer wall. Her temporal resistance pill had saved her from erasure, but the physical impact broke 3 ribs and her left arm. She lay in the rubble, blood on her lips, pill furnace cracked beside her. She was still conscious, still alive, but unable to fight. Lin Yu's formation line collapsed 20 minutes later. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers, the center gave way despite his earth manipulation. He retreated to the secondary line, carrying 2 wounded disciples, his spear broken at the shaft. Mo Tianlong's command post was struck by a targeted enforcer assault, a squad that had somehow bypassed the defensive formation. Mo Tianlang, still walking with a cane, fought with the tactical genius of a man who'd survived impossible odds for years. He used the command post's equipment as weapons, communication formation discs repurposed as explosive devices, mapping arrays converted into energy shields. He survived, but the command post was destroyed, and with it the Alliance's centralized communication network. The mortal resistance was fragmenting. Shen Wei, fighting the Arbiter Prime in the skies above, felt each loss through his expanded perception. He could sense by Lin Hua's pain, Lin Yu's desperate retreat, and Mo Tianlong's improvised defense. He could feel the Alliance's morale cracking as the Celestial Army pressed its advantage. He faced a choice that no commander should ever have to make: continue fighting the Arbiter Prime, which required his full attention and all of his power, or break off to save his friends, which would give the Cosmic Enforcer the upper hand. He chose both. The technique was insane. He'd never attempted it before, hadn't even conceptualized it until this moment. But half-immortal perception showed him possibilities that mortal minds couldn't imagine, and his temporal Dao comprehension showed him a path. Temporal bifurcation. He split his consciousness across 2 timelines, not clones, not echoes, but 2 complete versions of himself existing in slightly different temporal frames. One version continued fighting the Arbiter Prime. The other descended to the battlefield and began rescuing his allies. The strain was beyond anything he'd ever experienced. Maintaining 2 simultaneous consciousnesses, each one operating at half-immortal power levels, in different locations, while fighting on 2 fronts, it was like trying to breathe in 2 different atmospheres at once. His timeline self on the battlefield reached by Lin Hao first, scooping her into his arms and carrying her to the medical station behind the lines. She opened her eyes and saw 2 of him, one above, fighting the Arbiter, one here, holding her. "That's a new trick," she whispered. "It's killing me. Hold on." He carried her to safety, then moved to reinforce Lin Yu's collapsed line, his temporal techniques creating a wall of compressed time that the Celestial Enforcers couldn't penetrate. The Enforcers' attacks hit the temporal wall and slowed to a crawl, giving Lin Yu's forces time to regroup and establish a new defensive position. His other self continued the aerial battle, deflecting the Arbiter Prime's attacks with one-handed defense, while the other arm's nerve signals were occupied somewhere else entirely. The bifurcation lasted 4 minutes before the strain nearly killed him. His timelines re-merged with a painful snap, and he staggered in mid-air, momentarily vulnerable. The Arbiter Prime struck. A law chain whipped across Shen Wei's chest, carving a wound that burned with cosmic fire. The impact sent him spiraling downward, crashing into the battlefield with enough force to crater the ground. He lay in the crater, bleeding golden blood, his half-immortal body struggling to regenerate against the heavenly energy contaminating the wound. "Get up," he told himself. "Get up." He got up. Chapter 131. Mo Tianlong's final play. The Celestial Army pressed its advantage. With Shen Wei momentarily down and the Alliance's communication network destroyed, the Enforcers advanced on all fronts. The defensive formation held. Elder Qin's sacrifice maintained the stabilization field, but the fighters behind it were running out of resources, energy, and hope. Mo Tianlang, having lost his command post, made his way through the chaos of the battlefield on foot. His cane had been replaced by a sword he'd taken from a fallen enforcer, a weapon of golden law chain that felt wrong in mortal hands but cut with devastating efficiency. He found a gap in the Celestial Army's formation, a section where the enforcers' coordination had lapsed, where Feng Shuang's infiltration teams had destroyed the local communication nodes, a gap that led directly to the Celestial Army's rear, where a cluster of supply constructs fed energy to the forward enforcers. Mo Tianlang didn't hesitate. He'd smuggled something into the battle, a temporal formation disc, one of Shen Wei's creations, modified by Mo Tianlang himself during the preparation days. He'd added a secondary function. Instead of providing 10x speed to the user, The modified disc would create a localized temporal explosion, a burst of temporal energy that would age everything within a 50-meter radius by 1,000 years in an instant. It was, essentially, a temporal bomb. He'd hidden it inside his own body, embedded beneath the skin of his chest, where no external scan would detect it. The disc was powered by his own life force, which meant detonation would require him to be at the center of the blast. Mo Tianlang reached the supply constructs. 50 of them, golden structures that pulsed with heavenly energy, feeding power to the celestial army's frontline enforcers. Destroy them, and the army's effectiveness would plummet. He pressed his hand to his chest. The disc activated. For my clan, he whispered. For my friends. For the annoying temporal anomaly who couldn't leave well enough alone. The detonation was silent. Temporal explosions didn't produce sound, because sound was a time-dependent phenomenon, and within the blast radius, time itself was the weapon. Everything within 50 meters aged by a millennium in a single heartbeat. The supply constructs, built to last centuries but not millennia, crumbled to dust. The enforcers caught in the blast dissolved as their law-chain bodies exceeded their operational lifespan. The ground aged to ancient bedrock. The air itself became heavy with the weight of compressed centuries. 50 celestial enforcers, and their entire supply infrastructure vanished. Mo Tianlang stood at the blast center, the temporal disk's energy flowing through and out of him. The explosion had consumed the last of his life force, the final reserves that had been keeping his damaged body alive since the forbidden artifact's backlash months ago. He should have died instantly. Instead, the temporal energy, in its final act, preserved him, freezing his body in a state of perfect stasis, suspended between life and death, caught in the blast's own temporal field. He would remain there, alive but frozen, conscious but unmoving, until someone with temporal abilities could extract him from the stasis field. The blast tore a hole in the celestial army's rear. Enforcers on the front lines, cut off from their supply constructs, weakened dramatically. The alliance fighters, sensing the shift, rallied. Lin Hao, his broken spear replaced by a formation-enhanced warhammer, led the countercharge. Push them back. Now, while they're weak. The alliance pushed. The celestial line crumbled where the supply constructs had been, creating a cascading collapse that spread along the entire front. From the crater where he'd fallen, Shenwei saw the explosion's aftermath through his temporal senses. He felt Mo Tianlang's consciousness, alive but frozen, trapped in temporal stasis, burning out but not yet burned. Tianlang, Shenwei breathed. You magnificent, suicidal idiot. He rose from the crater. His wounds were healing, half-immortal regeneration, augmented by temporal acceleration. The law chain wound across his chest was closing, the cosmic fire being absorbed by the Tao of reversed heavens. The battle wasn't over, but the tide was turning. Chapter 132, by Lin Hao's eternal pill in the medical station behind the Alliance's lines, by Lin Hao worked through her injuries. 3 broken ribs, a shattered left arm, a concussion that made the world spin whenever she turned her head. A temporal energy burn along her right side that would have killed a normal cultivator. None of it stopped her. She set her own bones with alchemical compounds, used healing pills to stabilize the concussion, and bound the temporal burn with a poultice of her own invention, a mixture of eternal herbs that absorbed temporal energy and converted it into healing power. Then she began her masterwork. She'd been planning this pill since the night Shenwei proposed, since the moment she'd understood the full scope of what they were facing, since the quiet realization that her cultivation, her life's work, her entire existence as an alchemist had been building toward this single creation, the true eternal pill. It was the pinnacle of her eternal alchemy, a pill that didn't just exist outside of time, but existed in all timelines simultaneously. A pill whose effects weren't limited to the present moment of consumption, but extended backward and forward across the consumer's entire timeline. When consumed, the true eternal pill wouldn't heal the user now. It would heal them in every moment, past, present, and future. Every injury they'd ever sustained would be mitigated. Every wound they would sustain would be reduced. Their body would be connected to its healthiest state across all timelines, constantly drawing healing from every moment of peak health they'd ever experienced. The refinement was the most difficult thing she'd ever attempted. Her pill furnace, cracked, damaged, but still functional, burned with eternal fire, a flame that existed outside temporal constraints. The ingredients, rare herbs that she'd been cultivating in Shenwei's temporal field, each one aged by temporal energy into super-concentrated versions of their original selves, combined and separated and recombined in patterns that followed alchemical laws from past, present, and future simultaneously. The process took 2 hours. By the time it was complete, Lin Hao had poured so much of her cultivation into the pill that she could barely stand. Her spirit transformation power was drained to its lowest ebb. Her body trembled. Her vision blurred. But the pill was perfect. A single sphere of crystalline light, no larger than a marble, that radiated an energy signature so complex that even Shun Wei's temporal senses would struggle to fully comprehend it. She found Shen Wei on the battlefield during a lull between exchanges with the Arbiter Prime. His body was damaged, the law chain wound, the bifurcation strain, the accumulated fatigue of hours of half-immortal combat. "Take this," she said, pressing the true eternal pill into his hand. "What is it?" "Everything I have." She met his eyes. "It will heal you across all timelines. Every injury you've ever taken and ever will take, mitigated. Your body connected to its peak state across all of time." He understood the cost. She'd poured her cultivation into this. She'd given him everything. "Lin Hao, take it. Win this. And then come back to me." He swallowed the pill. The effect was instantaneous and total. The law chain wound healed, not just in the present, but retroactively, as if it had never been inflicted. The bifurcation strain dissolved, his consciousness clearing to perfect clarity. Every accumulated injury from months of fighting, cultivating, and surviving vanished as his body connected to its healthiest state across all of time. His power surged. Half-immortal peak. The absolute pinnacle of the 10th realm. The boundary of true immortality. Lin Hao collapsed from the effort. Shen Wei caught her before she hit the ground. "Come back to me," she whispered, and her eyes closed. He laid her gently beside the medical station, pressed his lips to her forehead, and rose. "I will," he said. Then he ascended to face the Arbiter Prime for the final time. Chapter 133, Shen Wei Ascends. Half-immortal peak. The absolute ceiling of mortal cultivation. One step from true immortality, the 11th realm, the state of being that transcended mortality entirely. The boundary was right there. Shen Wei could feel it, not as a barrier, but as a threshold, a doorway between what he was and what he could become. Cross it, and he would ascend beyond the mortal realm permanently. Leave everything behind. Become something that existed outside of mortal reality. Leave Lin Hao. Leave Lin Yu. Leave everyone who had fought for him, sacrificed for him, believed in him. Or stay. Stay mortal. Stay limited. Stay on the wrong side of an impossible fight against a cosmic enforcer that was, objectively, more powerful than any mortal could be. The choice was not a choice. Shen Wei had never been good at accepting binary options. He chose neither. The threshold to true immortality existed as a sensation rather than a barrier. He could feel it the way you felt a doorway in a dark room, not by sight but by the change in the quality of space, the slight alteration in the air, the knowledge that your next step would put you somewhere different from where you currently were. True immortality meant leaving. The mortal realm was a closed system to true immortals. They could visit, the way gods visited in old stories, but they could not stay without the same fundamental transformation of their relationship to the mortal world. He would become something that existed beside the people he loved rather than among them. Lin Hao. Lin Yu. Mo Tianlong's sardonic half-smile. The sound of Elder Qin's consciousness moving through the formation array with the satisfied rhythm of someone who had finally found the work their whole existence had been preparation for. He stood at the threshold and held the choice without collapsing it. Then he looked at the Arbiter Prime, still vast, still powerful, still fighting with the cold efficiency of a system that had not been designed to know what it felt like to have something worth losing. And he understood that the threshold wasn't actually the question. The question was what he was willing to become in order to protect the people who had become necessary to him. And the answer was, not that. Not something that lived beside them. He would find another way. The threshold waited. He turned his back on it and faced the Arbiter Prime. "Third option," he said, to himself and to Lin Hao wherever she was behind the lines, and to Luo Xingqian somewhere beneath 10,000 years of golden chains. Then he built one. Chapter 134. The third option. Shen Wei created a third option. Using his half-immortal perception, his temporal Tao comprehension, the epic veil's four-component power, and the true eternal pill's timeline-spanning effects, he did something that had never been done before. He partially ascended. Not a full crossing of the immortal threshold, a halfway passage. He pushed one foot through the doorway and anchored the other in the mortal realm. He existed simultaneously as a mortal and as an immortal, straddling the boundary between the two planes of existence. The dimensional membrane that separated the mortal and heavenly realms, already torn by the battle, wrapped around him, not as a barrier, but as a conduit. He became a bridge between worlds, his body in the mortal realm, his spirit in the heavenly realm, his consciousness spanning both. This shouldn't have been possible. The fundamental rules of existence defined a clean separation between mortal and immortal states. You were one or the other. You couldn't be both. But Shen Wei's entire existence had been about defying fundamental rules. His temporal physique violated temporal law. His 100x acceleration violated the conservation of cultivation time. His epic veil violated heavenly detection. His Tao of reversed heavens violated the heavens' enforcement mechanisms. Why should the boundary between mortality and immortality be any different? The heavenly Tao trembled. Not a metaphor. The actual system that maintained cosmic order experienced what, in human terms, would be called shock. A being that simultaneously existed in both states was an undefined variable in the heavenly system's equations. It couldn't be classified, couldn't be processed, couldn't be handled by standard protocols. The Arbiter Prime staggered. Its connection to the heavenly Tao, the system that gave it authority and power, flickered as the system itself experienced confusion. The law chains that formed its body went slack for a fraction of a second. One fraction of a second. In temporal perception, 10 seconds. Shen Wei attacked. The partial ascension required holding contradictions simultaneously. He was mortal. He remained mortal, grounded in the flesh and blood reality of a body that had hauled water on Dustfall Peak, that bore the white scar from the jade pendant's entry wound, that breathed the same cold morning air as every other mortal on the Continental Divide. He anchored that reality with the full weight of his awareness, pressing it into permanence. And he was immortal. He let one thread of his consciousness cross the threshold, not his whole self, but a genuine extension, a real reaching across the boundary between planes. He felt the heavenly realm's unformed potential pour through that thread like water through a crack in a wall. It was vast and cold and impersonal, and his, simultaneously. Two states. The universe was very clear about the requirement that they be mutually exclusive. The paradox core disagreed. Its function, generating uncertainty about whether defined outcomes would occur, had been the most abstract of the epic veil's components throughout his cultivation. He had used it tactically to disrupt opponents' certainty and create combat openings. He had not fully understood what it was for until this moment. The paradox core existed to make impossible states possible, to create, briefly and deliberately, the uncertainty that allowed superposition, the quantum state where something could be both X and not X simultaneously until an observation forced it to choose. He was choosing not to choose. The heavenly Tao system, which had been prepared to process either a mortal or an immortal, found itself processing both simultaneously, and the undefined error state propagated through the Arbiter Prime's command connection like a corrupted signal cascading through a formation array. The Arbiter Prime staggered. The cascade spread. Shen Wei reached for the core. Chapter 135. The final battle Shen Wei's dual existence, mortal and immortal simultaneously, gave him power that transcended mortal classification. He wielded time not as a technique, but as a fundamental force. Not the heaven's rigid, linear version of time, but the full ocean, all directions, all depths, all possibilities. Temporal storms erupted from his movements, aging celestial enforcers to dust and de-aging destroyed landscapes to their pristine states. He froze the Arbiter Prime's attacks in mid-flight, not by matching their power, but by removing them from the flow of time entirely, suspending them in eternal stasis. He reversed the damage done to the mortal realm. Temporal energy flowing outward from his body in healing waves that restored what the Arbiter's correction protocol had destroyed. Petrified forests bloomed. Dried rivers flowed. Aged landscapes recovered their vitality. The Arbiter Prime fought back with everything it had. The full power of the heavenly Tao's enforcement protocols, unleashed without restraint. Law chains screamed through the air, each one carrying cosmic authority. Temporal reversal beams fired in rapid succession, trying to strip away Shen Wei's half-immortal power. The Tao of reversed heavens absorbed them all. Every attack made Shen Wei stronger. Every law chain he destroyed freed a fragment of temporal energy that his physique metabolized. Every reversal beam reflected back with doubled force, aging the Arbiter Prime's body further. The cosmic enforcer was shrinking. Its mountain-spanning form had contracted to merely enormous. Its law chains, once numbered in the millions, were down to thousands. Its golden eyes flickered between bright and dim as systems failed and regenerated and failed again. The temporal reflection technique, Shen Wei's evolved counter to the reversal beam, aged the Arbiter Prime's remaining chains faster than they could regenerate. Each reflected attack stripped millennia from the enforcer's body, pushing its ancient construction past the point of sustainability. And at the center of the shrinking Arbiter Prime, beneath layers of failing law chain armor, Shen Wei could see the core, the master chain that connected the enforcer to the heavenly Tao. But this time, he saw something else too. Wrapped around the master chain, compressed to the point of near invisibility, was a human consciousness. Luo Xingqian. The heavenly Tao's override had crushed him, but it hadn't destroyed him. The first temporal cultivator was still alive inside his prison. Shen Wei fought his way to the core, not by destroying the Arbiter Prime, by penetrating it. His half-immortal form passed through the law chain lattice like light through glass, the chains parting around his dual existence body because they couldn't classify what he was. He reached the master chain, and instead of breaking it, as he'd done with the first Arbiter, he reached for the consciousness wrapped around it. Luo Xingqian. The consciousness stirred. A faint awareness, 10,000 years old, buried under cosmic programming. I'm not going to destroy you, Shen Wei said. I'm going to free you. The Arbiter Prime fought as if it understood what losing meant. Not in the way that mortals understood loss. Not as grief, not as fear, not as the particular human awareness that some things could not be recovered once gone. But in a functional sense, it understood that the outcome of this combat had states, and that some states were more consistent with its programmed objectives than others, and that the less favorable states should be prevented through maximum effort. It fought with maximum effort. Law chains that had been deployed defensively were redirected to offensive use. Temporal reversal beams fired in patterns, not random, not mechanical, but responsive, probing for weaknesses in Shen Wei's epic veil's coverage with the systematic intelligence of a being that had learned the veil's architecture through 10,000 years of studying temporal cultivators. Shen Wei absorbed what he could and deflected what he couldn't, and continued advancing. The Tao of reversed heavens was running at a sustained output it had never sustained before. Not bursts of absorption, but a continuous conversion. The heavens' attacks flowing into him in a constant stream and emerging as cultivation power, as spatial comprehension, as the deepening temporal awareness of a being who had stopped being merely a temporal cultivator and was becoming, moment by moment, the temporal cultivator, the living embodiment of what the heavens had been trying to prevent for 10 millennia. Each law chain he dissolved freed a quantum of Luo Xingqian's long-imprisoned consciousness. Each attack the Arbiter Prime launched became the instrument of its own defeat. The irony was exact and total, and he allowed himself, in the midst of the most dangerous combat of his life, 1 second of appreciation for it. Then he reached the master chain. Chapter 136. Breaking the chain. Shen Wei identified the core law chain that bound Luo Xingqian to the heavenly Tao. It was not a simple connection, it was an integration. The chain was woven through Luo Xingqian's consciousness, its golden threads tangled with his memories, his personality, his very sense of self. Removing it would be like separating salt from seawater, theoretically possible, but practically devastating. A blunt extraction would kill Luo Xingqian. His consciousness, after 10,000 years of integration with the chain, couldn't survive separation through force. Shen Wei needed surgical precision, temporal precision. He activated the epic veil's full power. The 4 components, Chronos Shard, Eternity Compass, Paradox Core, and the Jade Spirit's Sacrifice, resonated at their maximum frequency. Their combined effect gave Shen Wei the ability to manipulate time at the molecular level, at the level of individual consciousness threads, at the level of the fundamental connection between a mind and the chains that bound it. He began unpicking the chain. Thread by thread, connection by connection, he separated Luo Xingqian's consciousness from the heavenly programming. Each separation was a microsurgery, a precise application of temporal energy that aged the binding thread to nothing while preserving the consciousness thread beside it. It took time, real time, measured in minutes that felt like hours. The Arbiter Prime's body thrashed around them as Shen Wei worked inside its core, its automated systems recognizing the threat and trying to expel him. But his dual existence form couldn't be expelled. He existed simultaneously in the Arbiter's space and outside it, and no law chain could target something that occupied 2 states at once. Thread by thread, connection by connection, until the final binding thread, the deepest, oldest, most fundamental connection between Luo Xingqian and the heavenly Tao, remained. Last one, Shen Wei said. This will hurt. He cut it. The Arbiter Prime screamed. Not a cosmic pronouncement, a human scream. 10,000 years of suppressed agony, compressed into a single moment of release. The golden chains shattered. The heavenly programming collapsed. The law chain body disintegrated, each chain dissolving into temporal fragments as the system that had held them together lost its central consciousness. And from the dissolving lattice, a figure emerged. Luo Xingqian, translucent, fading, ancient beyond measure. His form was barely coherent, a consciousness that had been imprisoned for 10 millennia, finally freed, but barely able to maintain its identity. He wept. I was the first of us, he said, his voice the whisper of wind through ruins. The heavens took me 10,000 years ago. They made me hunt my own kind. Every temporal cultivator who arose, I was the weapon they used to destroy them. Tears of light ran down his translucent face. I felt every one of them die, and I couldn't stop it. It's over now, Shunwei said. No, it's beginning. Luo Xingqian looked at Shunwei with eyes that had seen 10 millennia and found, at last, something worth seeing. You are the last temporal cultivator. The only one I didn't destroy. Everything I was, everything I failed to be, it's in your hands now. His form flickered, faded. Thank you, Shunwei, for remembering my name. Luo Xingqian's consciousness dissolved. Not into nothing, into peace. The fragments of his awareness dispersed into the temporal fabric of the world, settling into the flow of time like rain into the ocean. The first temporal cultivator was finally free, and the Arbiter Prime was gone. The separation of Luo Xingqian's consciousness from the master chain was the most delicate work Xin Wei had ever done. Formation masters performed surgery on essence pathways. Alchemists performed surgery on chemical bonds. He was performing surgery on a consciousness that had been integrated into a cosmic structure for 10,000 years, using temporal precision as his scalpel and the Jade Spirit's last gift, the completed epic veil, as his understanding of what wholeness looked like. He knew what Luo Xingqian had been. The merged memories had shown him. A curious young man who had found something beautiful and been punished for it. Who had spent 10 millennia as the weapon that prevented anyone else from finding the same beautiful thing. The thread work was slow. Each binding thread was a connection between the heavenly programming and some part of Luo Xingqian's original consciousness, a specific memory, a particular habit of thought, and emotional resonance. The programming had been thorough. It had not simply overlaid the original consciousness. It had woven itself through it, made itself necessary, become load-bearing for the very mental architecture it had infected. Separating them without destroying what remained required not just precision, but understanding. He had to know what was Luo Xingqian and what was not, had to distinguish, thread by thread, between the original person and the 10,000-year contamination. The merged memories helped. He carried Luo Xingqian's sense of self inside him like a reference document, and he matched each thread against it. This one is him. This one is not. When the final thread was cut, the silence inside the Arbiter Prime's core was the loudest thing he had ever heard. Then Luo Xingqian wept, and the golden chains dissolved, and the oldest prisoner in the world was finally free. Chapter 137. The Heavenly Retreat. Without the Arbiter Primes controlling consciousness, the Celestial Army lost its cohesion. The Enforcers, constructs that relied on the Prime's command authority for coordination and purpose, stumbled, faltered, and began functioning erratically. Some continued attacking the Alliance forces with mechanical persistence. Others froze in place, their programming unable to function without command input. Still others simply dissolved, their law chain bodies losing structural integrity as the network that maintained them collapsed. The Alliance counterattacked. Lin Hao led the charge, his void refinement earth manipulation reshaping the battlefield into a gauntlet that funneled the confused enforcers into kill zones. By Lin Hao, recovered enough to move, supported by healing pills and sheer willpower, directed alchemical strikes that dismantled enforcer formations from range. Feng Shuang's infiltration team struck the remaining celestial outposts, destroying the command nodes that coordinated the enforcers' area operations. Each node's destruction created a cascading failure in the local enforcement network. Duan Qinghe cut through the celestial army's remains with the serene efficiency of a swordsman at peace with his purpose. Each stroke was a masterwork. Each kill was precise. Within hours, the celestial army was routed. The surviving enforcers, those capable of independent action, retreated through the dimensional tear and returned to the heavenly realm. The golden chains in the sky flickered, dimmed, and withdrew, like a tide going out. Shunwei, existing simultaneously in both realms, reached the dimensional tear and used his dual existence power to seal it. The epic veil's energy, channeled through his half-immortal form, stitched the tear closed, not just repairing the membrane between realms, but reinforcing it, making it stronger than before. The heavenly presence withdrew from the mortal realm entirely. Not just the enforcers, the suppression fields, the monitoring arrays, the celestial energy concentrations that had been building for months. All of it pulled back, retreating beyond the sealed dimensional boundary. The sky cleared. The golden light faded. The ambient essence, freed from heavenly suppression, flowed freely for the first time in months. The mortal realm was free. The battle was over. The celestial army's collapse was not simultaneous. It was a cascade. The enforcers that had been closest to the Arbiter Prime, drawing direct command authority from its consciousness, were the first to lose coherence. Without the prime's command signal, their programming had no source to consult for orders beyond their last received instruction. They continued executing that instruction: attack, suppress, advance, until the instruction's momentum ran out. Momentum ran out at different times for different units. Some enforcers, the simpler constructs, operating on narrower decision trees, froze and dissolved within minutes of the prime's fall. Others, the more sophisticated spirit transformation equivalents, continued fighting for as long as 40 minutes, gradually degrading as the command network they relied on for coordination failed node by node. The Alliance fought through all of it, tired, injured, running on determination and the last reserves of pills and formation energy. They fought through the cascade of mechanical failure with the efficiency of people who had been compressed through months of time chamber training and refused to waste what that compression had cost. Lin Yu's voice on the communication network shifted from tactical direction to something more human in the last hour, calling names, checking on the injured, noting positions of the dead, with the careful respect of a soldier who intended to ensure no one was forgotten. Shun Wei descended from the dimensional battle as the tears sealed behind him, both hands trailing the last dissolving threads of Luo Xingqian's freed consciousness. The golden chains were gone from the sky. The mortal realm's ambient essence, free of heavenly suppression for the first time in over a year, moved through the air with the quality of a long-held breath finally released. He landed beside Lin Yu. His friend looked at him for a moment, then said, "You look terrible." "I know. Did we win?" "Yes." Lin Yu sat down heavily on a piece of aged rock and put his face in his hands. His shoulders shook. Not despair, release. The kind of crying that happened when the body finally processed that the danger had genuinely ended. Shen Wei sat beside him, said nothing. Let the silence do what silence was made to do. Chapter 138. Healing the Aftermath stretched for weeks. By Lin Hao recovered slowly. Her cultivation, drained by the true eternal pill's creation, rebuilt itself with the steady patience of someone who understood that some things couldn't be rushed, even for an alchemist who specialized in timeless compounds. She spent her recovery time organizing the Alliance's medical response, distributing healing pills, and establishing permanent medical infrastructure across the continent. Lin Yu mourned the fallen. 17 Alliance cultivators had died in the battle. He carved their names into a stone monument at the Continental Divide, the site of the battle, using earth techniques that would ensure the memorial lasted for millennia. He stood before the monument for a long time after the last name was carved, his hand on the stone, his earth senses communing with the ground that held the memory of their sacrifice. Mo Tianlang remained in temporal stasis. Shen Wei carefully extracted him from the blast field, using precise temporal manipulation to unwind the stasis without causing further damage. Mo Tianlang emerged alive, conscious, and characteristically irreverent. "Did we win?" were his first words. "We won." "Good. Because I feel like someone ran me through a formation array backward." He looked at his hands, undamaged, but visibly aged by the temporal blast's residual effects. "How long was I frozen?" "About a day in real time. About a century in temporal terms." "That explains the aches." Su Main organized the reconstruction effort with the efficiency that had made her invaluable throughout the conflict. Supply lines, building materials, cultivation resources. She coordinated the flow of goods and services across the continent with the organizational skill of someone born to manage logistics. Feng Shuang disappeared for 3 days after the battle. When she returned, she carried a small jade box containing the personal effects of her brother. The brother the Shadow Veil had told her was alive. The brother who had died 6 months before she'd learned the truth. She buried the box at the Continental Divide Monument, beside the names of the fallen. No one asked where she'd been. Some things were private. Elder Qin, still fused with the continental formation, communicated through vibrations in the earth. She was conscious, aware, and at peace with her sacrifice. "The formation is more efficient with me integrated," she transmitted to Shen Wei through a special receiver he'd built. "I can maintain it indefinitely. The continent will never be defenseless again. Can we free you? Reverse the fusion? Perhaps. Someday, when the threat is truly gone and the formation is no longer needed." A pause. "But not today. Today, I am where I need to be. Are you okay?" The vibrations that came through the receiver might have been a laugh. "I'm a formation, Shen Wei. I'm better than okay. I can see every essence current on the continent. I can feel every cultivator within the Alliance's territory. I can monitor every approach, every anomaly, every fluctuation. I am, for the first time in my life, exactly what I was always meant to be." It was the most Elder Qin thing she'd ever said. The reconstruction of Cloudfall Valley's medical facilities happened in the same ordered way that everything Mo Tianlang organized happened, with a priority matrix, a timeline, and a list of accountabilities for every action item. Shenwei watched this from a distance and found it deeply comforting. Mo Tianlang organizing a priority matrix meant Mo Tianlang was functional. Mo Tianlang being functional meant the worst was over. His own healing was internal and slow in a way that the true Eternal Pill's cross-timeline recovery had not anticipated. Not physical damage, but the accumulated weight of half-immortal combat against an opponent with 10,000 years of practice. His perception had been extended to its limit and was settling back into its normal range the way eyes adjusted after staring at the sun. He could still see the temporal structure of reality. It was just quieter now, more like background music than a constant roar. Lin Hao recovered faster than her injuries suggested she should, which she attributed to the eternal herbs she'd been cultivating in his temporal field, and which he attributed to the fact that she was constitutionally opposed to lying still longer than necessary. The recovery window for 3 broken ribs in a spirit transformation cultivator is 3 to 5 weeks, she told him on the 4th day. Sitting at the table in their shared quarters with her furnace going, and 3 new compound formulations in various stages of development. You have 3 broken ribs. I have 3 partially healed ribs. Distinct situation. She added a measured quantity of powdered eternal lotus to the furnace. I need to document the true Eternal Pill's refinement process while the details are still clear. If something happens to me, someone else needs to be able to make it. Nothing is going to happen to you. She looked at him over the furnace flame. The heavens are rewriting temporal law from the inside. Something might happen to both of us. She said it practically, the way she said most difficult things. I'm writing it down. He got up and found a brush and began helping her write. Chapter 139, The New Order. With the heavens retreated and the dimensional boundary sealed, Shun Wei faced a final task, establishing a permanent protection for the mortal realm against future heavenly intervention. His dual existence state, simultaneously mortal and immortal, gave him a unique relationship with the dimensional boundary. He could touch both sides. He could write on both sides. He could inscribe laws on the boundary that would be enforced by both realms. He inscribed a new cosmic law, not with essence or formation energy, with pure temporal comprehension. The temporal Tao, as he understood it, was a fundamental force on par with the heavenly Tao's temporal enforcement. His inscription carried the weight of that comprehension, backed by half-immortal power and the epic veil's 4-component authority. The law was simple. The heavenly realm may not interfere with mortal temporal cultivation. The temporal Tao is a natural expression of mortal potential, not an error to be corrected. Arbiters, enforcers, and correction protocols targeting temporal cultivation are prohibited. It was not a request. It was not a negotiation. It was a fact inscribed into the fabric of reality by a being who existed in both planes and therefore had authority in both. The heavenly Tao system, that vast, impersonal error correction protocol, processed the new law and accepted it. Not because it agreed, it was a system, incapable of agreement or disagreement, but because the law was inscribed by a being whose authority was legitimate within the system's classification framework. Shen Wei existed in the heavenly realm. Therefore, his inscriptions had heavenly authority. It was the cosmic equivalent of adding a new rule to the system's code, using administrator privileges that the system hadn't known existed. The protection was permanent. Future temporal cultivators would not be hunted. The temporal Tao was free. With the new law inscribed, Shen Wei stepped back from power. He released his partial ascension, allowing his consciousness to settle fully into the mortal realm. He remained half immortal. The transformation couldn't be undone, but he chose to live as a mortal among mortals in the world he'd fought to protect. He and Lin Hao were married on a spring afternoon at Dustfall Peak, the abandoned mountain where Shun Wei had first cultivated in secret, now restored and renamed as part of the new Azure Cloud sect's expanded grounds. The ceremony was simple. No political pomp, no cultivation displays, no cosmic declarations. Just 2 people, their friends, and a quiet afternoon. Lin Yu was best man. He cried, denied it, and cried again. Mo Tianlang sat in a chair of honor, still recovering, and made sardonic comments about the flowers that everyone pretended not to hear. Su Mein caught the bouquet. Feng Shuang caught the second one, because Lin Hao had prepared 2, knowing that both women deserved something to catch. Elder Qin's formation pulsed with a warm rhythm throughout the ceremony, her version of applause. Duan Xinghao attended, standing at the back with his eyes closed and his sword across his knees, smiling the smallest and most genuine smile anyone had ever seen on his face. You did it, Lin Hao whispered as they stood together after the ceremony. looking out over the valley that had become their home. We did it, Shunwei corrected. Don't be humble. It doesn't suit you. Fine. I did it. With a lot of help from the most brilliant alchemist, the most loyal friend, the most devious strategist, the most stubborn childhood companion, the bravest spy, the most eccentric elder, and the most terrifying swordsman I've ever met. Better. They kissed as the sun set behind the mountains, and for the first time in his life, Shunwei felt that time, infinite, complex, beautiful time, was on his side. The inscription process lasted 3 days. Not because the law was complex, it was deliberately simple, designed to be unambiguous to a system that processed everything through logical parsing. But because simple laws had complex implications, and he checked each implication methodically before committing the inscription to the dimensional boundaries fabric. The first day was spent on the primary clause, the prohibition on temporal cultivation persecution. He inscribed it from the heavenly side, using the authority his partial ascension had given him, in the cosmic encoding that the heavenly Tao used for its own legal framework. Not a mortal petition, a system update, written in the language the system read. The second day was spent on enforcement provisions, the part of the law that specified what happened when the primary clause was violated. He specified, the violation would constitute a temporal law error detectable by the heavenly system itself, triggering its internal error correction protocols against the enforcement action rather than the cultivator. The heavenly Tao would correct itself. That was the elegant part. He was not asking the system to change its values. He was changing its understanding of what an error looked like. The third day was spent on review. He went through the inscription 3 times, looking for the kind of loophole that a system would find and exploit. The undefined term, the gap between what was written and what was intended, the edge case that the letter of the law covered differently from its spirit. He found one on the third review. The law protected temporal cultivation, but it said nothing about preventing the heavens from altering the underlying physics of time in ways that made temporal cultivation impossible. He added a clause. Then he added another, covering the edge case he'd identified while thinking through the first edition. Then one more. When he was done, the law was still simple, but it was complete. Chapter 140. The Tao continues 1 year later. The continent was healing. The scars of the heavenly occupation were still visible, aged forests, dried riverbeds, the ghostly remains of towns caught in the correction waves. But life was returning. Seeds planted by reconstruction crews grew in soil that Elder Qin's formation kept stable. Rivers redirected by Lin Hao's earth cultivation flowed in new channels that were already developing their own ecosystems. The Continental Alliance functioned with the steady efficiency of an organization that had been forged in war and tempered by peace. Mo Tianlong's intelligence network monitored the sealed dimensional boundary. Bai Lianhua's alchemical infrastructure produced pills and compounds that supported cultivation across the continent. Lin Yu's military, reorganized from a wartime force into a peacekeeping one, maintained order without oppression. Shunwei and Bai Lianhua lived on Dustfall Peak, in a house that Shunwei had built with his own hands, not with cultivation, but with mortal skill. Wood and stone and simple craftsmanship. A home, not a fortress. They taught. A new generation of disciples had been admitted to the new Azure Cloud sect, and Shunwei discovered that he had a talent for teaching that rivaled his talent for fighting. His students learned the basics of temporal cultivation, not the 100x acceleration, which was unique to his physique, but the foundational principles of temporal awareness that any cultivator could benefit from. Bai Lianhua taught alchemy, her class is the most popular in the sect. Her students called her Pill Mother behind her back, a title she pretended to hate and secretly cherished. Lin Yu and Su Main had their first child, a boy they named Lin Chengwang, Morning Light. The child had earth element affinity, like his father, and Bai Lianhua had already begun collecting herbs for his future cultivation resources. Mo Tianlang walked without a cane now, his body slowly recovering from the years of damage. He ran the Alliance's intelligence operation from a modest office in Cloudfall Valley, complaining about the paperwork and loving every minute of it. Feng Shuang had left the sect to wander, to find whatever it was she needed to find after years of living under someone else's control. She sent letters occasionally, each one from a different location, each one a little lighter in tone than the last. Elder Qin hummed contentedly within the continental formation, her consciousness of vast, peaceful presence that watched over the realm with maternal patience. Duan Qinghe had disappeared again, as wandering swordsman did. But his sword intent could still be felt in the mountains to the north, faint but constant, like a lighthouse in the distance. Peace. Genuine, earned, precious peace. Until the evening when Shunwei sat in quiet meditation on Dustfall Peak, feeling the sunset's warmth on his face and the steady pulse of time flowing through his body, and his temporal senses detected something that made his blood run cold. A faint echo from beyond the sealed dimensional boundary. The heavenly Tao had not forgotten. It had been processing the new law that Shun Wei had inscribed, analyzing it, interpreting it, looking for loopholes. And it had found one. The law protected temporal cultivation. It prohibited arbiters and enforcers from targeting temporal cultivators. But it said nothing about changing the fundamental rules of reality to eliminate the possibility of temporal cultivation itself. The heavenly Tao wasn't sending enforcers. It was rewriting the laws of physics. Slowly, subtly, imperceptibly, it was altering the deep structure of temporal law so that the temporal Tao would cease to be possible. Not in the present. The changes were too subtle for that. But in the future, temporal cultivation would simply stop working. And if it succeeded, the changes would be retroactive. Every temporal cultivator who had ever lived, including Luo Xingqian's final piece, including the Jade Spirit sacrifice, including Shun Wei himself, would be retroactively erased. Not killed, unmade. As if temporal cultivation had never existed. Shun Wei opened his eyes. The sunset was still beautiful. The mountain was still peaceful. His wife was still inside their house, refining pills and humming a song she'd learned from her students. He stood and looked at the horizon, where the first faint flickers of golden light were appearing. Not chains, not enforcers, but something more subtle and more dangerous. The leading edge of a cosmic rewrite that would take years to complete but would, if unchecked, erase the temporal Tao from all of time. They never learn, Shun Wei said. He walked inside, kissed by Lin Hao, told his disciples to keep training. Then he walked back outside, toward the horizon, toward the golden flickers, toward the next battle in a war that might never truly end. He didn't run. He didn't rush. He walked with the steady, unhurried stride of a man who had all the time in the world. Because he did. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators. The golden flickering at the horizon had the quality of something that had been watching for a long time. Not aggressive. Not the gathered pressure signature of an imminent arbiter deployment. More like the slow, methodical presence of a system that had received new information and was processing it against its existing models, looking for inconsistencies, exploring the implications. The heavenly Tao was thinking. Shun Wei had inscribed a law into its framework. The law was valid. The heavenly Tao's own processing confirmed the inscription's authority. But valid did not mean accepted, in the sense that a system accepted new rules only when it had fully evaluated their consistency with existing architecture. The processing had been running for a year. It was approaching a conclusion. He stood on Dustfall Peak and felt it approaching and was not afraid. Fear had been a tool, through most of his life, a useful signal that something needed attention. He had never been able to afford the luxury of letting it become a state of being. The things he'd been afraid of had been real and dangerous and had required response, not endurance. He had responded, and he was still here, and most of the things he'd feared were either gone or transformed into something he could live with. By Lin Hao's voice from inside their house, Shun Wei, dinner's ready. He turned from the horizon and the golden flickers and the imminent cosmic decision. Inside, warm light, the smell of food, the specific quality of a shared domestic evening that he had spent months of compressed cultivation time imagining and was still, each day, slightly astonished to be living. He walked inside. He ate. He talked with his wife about her student's progress and Lin Yu's son's first word, which had been, apparently, stone, to the enormous delight of both parents, and Mo Tianlong's latest complaint about intelligence network paperwork. Then he washed the dishes. The Tao would continue. It always did. He would meet what came when it came, as he always had. For tonight, dishes. And then sleep. And then tomorrow,